Chapter 1. I become stronger through expenditure. 3 years. I have finally gathered enough to activate the system with 1,000 taels of silver. In the dead of night, within a dilapidated courtyard in Anzhou Prefecture of the Great Qian Dynasty, Lu Ning sat before a stone table, gazing at the mountain-like pile of 1,000 taels of silver before him, his heart awash with emotion. He was not a native of this world, but a traveler from Blue Star, having crossed over 3 years ago into the body of a handsome young man who shared his name. Like many predecessors in the realm of transmigration, Lu Ning possessed a unique advantage, albeit one that differed from others. It required 1,000 taels of silver to activate. Fortunately, the original owner of this body was a head of the Demon Capture Division, a civil servant with a modest reserve of savings, as he was an orphan without family ties, allowing Lu Ning to accumulate the required amount over 3 years. The mere thought that activating this golden finger would usher him onto the pinnacle of success and allow him to wed a wealthy heiress made Lu Ning feel that all his efforts over the past 3 years were worthwhile, even igniting a spark of excitement within him. With a sigh, he addressed the dormant system in his mind. Top up the system to activate it. As soon as the words left his lips, the pile of silver on the table transformed into a beam of white light, soaring toward Lu Ning's mind. Darkness enveloped him momentarily, but soon a golden light dispelled the shadows, revealing the words Super Expenditure System in brilliant gold within his consciousness. Before him appeared an attribute panel. Name: Lu Ning. Affiliation: Great Qian Dynasty, Demon Capture Division. Vitality: 90-1100. Martial Arts: Minor Mastery of the Fierce Sun Blade Technique. 1002000. Cultivation: 9th layer of body refinement. 910000. Wealth: 0 evaluation. No evaluation. Expenditure: Lu Ning was no stranger to the term expenditure, having fallen into the traps of many pay-to-win games in his previous life. However, he had not anticipated that even after his transmigration, he would remain bound to the fate of spending. Oh well, let spending is still better than having nothing at all. The Great Qian Dynasty was no ordinary ancient realm. Rather, it was a world rife with peril. Monsters, enigmas, and malevolent cultivators lurked everywhere. One misstep could mean never seeing the dawn again. The former owner of this body had met his untimely demise during a mission, having been struck by a malevolent spirit, which paved the way for Lu Ning's arrival. As for being a player accustomed to expenditure, Lu Ning felt quite familiar with the concept. After all, who understood the art of spending better than him? Continue to develop quietly, amass wealth, and grow stronger. Murmuring to himself, Lu Ning exited the system. He retrieved a bottle of wine and some peanuts he had prepared earlier and poured himself a drink to celebrate his newly activated golden finger. After all, life deserves a sense of ritual. After sipping from his cup, Lu Ning exhaled deeply. Comfortable. Time for bed. After tidying up, he lay down on his bed, dreaming of a bright future. Just as he was about to drift into slumber, a series of urgent knocks interrupted his thoughts. Bang! 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 Brother Ning, something big has happened. Upon hearing the shout, Lu Ning hesitated to respond immediately. The nights in this world were anything but peaceful, and a call in the dead of night often did not come from the living. Responding could mean forfeiting any hope of sleep that night. Grabbing the treasured blade resting by his bedside, Lu Ning quietly rose and stealthily made his way to the courtyard. The knocking persisted outside. Brother Ning, open the door quickly. It's me, monkey. A familiar, yet anxious voice rang out. Clang! Lu Ning drew his blade and calmly stated password. The king covers the earth. The reply from outside came swiftly. Little chicken stews mushrooms. With a wary expression, Lu Ning inquired. Odd changes remain unchanged? Symbols reflect quadrants. Monkey responded, continuing the exchange of passwords. Indeed, it was this lad. These passwords were devised by Lu Ning himself. No one else in this world knew them. Even so, he maintained his vigilance, sliding the bolt aside with his blade. Pointing it at the entrance, he declared, "The door is unlocked, come in." Creak! As the door swung open, illuminated by the torchlight, a slim, dark-skinned young man stood at the threshold, his face betraying a hint of anxiety. The young man instinctively attempted to rush into the courtyard, only to freeze upon seeing the glinting blade aimed at his chest. He cautiously scrutinized the weapon in Lu Ning's hand, fearful of being mistakenly harmed. Monkey thought to himself, Brother Ning remains as composed as ever. Lu Ning, catching a glimpse of the young man's shadow, confirmed he was indeed human. The torch held by Monkey was no ordinary one, but a government-issued sunlight torch, capable of illuminating not just the surroundings, but also the soul shadow of the bearer. Should someone unknowingly become possessed by a malevolent entity, the torch would reveal the sinister presence in their shadow. Of course, this torch was only effective against low-level malevolence. Encountering higher-tier malevolence would extinguish its flame. Having ascertained that Monkey was not possessed, Lu Ning gradually lowered his blade, exhaling lightly. How many times have I told you to remain calm in a crisis? Monkey scratched his head and grinned. Brother Ning, didn't you often say that making a fortune is a major affair that must be reported immediately? Upon hearing the mention of wealth, Lu Ning's fatigue vanished, though he maintained a serious demeanor. Do tell. Monkey replied with a smile, Brother Ning, the flirtatious ghost we've been hunting has reappeared, and he has even abducted Master Wang's wife. Master Wang has declared that whoever rescues his wife will be rewarded with 500 taels. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Lu Ning's eyes. The flirtatious ghost Monkey mentioned had been wreaking havoc in Ningzhou City, particularly targeting married women. That bull-headed ghost is exceptionally audacious, daring to cause havoc in Anzhou. Today, I shall uphold justice, Lu Ning declared with righteous fervor. Of course, the primary reason for his bravado was the bull-headed ghost's insufficient strength. He was confident in his ability to subdue it. Monkey, witnessing Brother Ning's righteous demeanor, felt a surge of confidence. Though Brother Ning was usually composed, whenever he took action, success was assured in these 3 years. He had never missed his mark, rising from a mere constable to a black iron head of the division. Monkey could already envision the 500 taels beckoning them. Suppressing his excitement, he inquired cheerfully, Brother Ning, what preparations do we need to make? Lu Ning slowly raised his blade. Gazing at it with unwavering resolve, he stated, silver the more the better. Monkey. Chapter 2. What I mean is, we need more money. On the official road, 10 miles outside Anzhou City, 2 figures, one tall and one thin, hurriedly made their way against the wind. The tall man was robust and striking, clad in black attire, wielding a 3-foot-long blade, presenting himself as a dashing young man of considerable strength and charm. Following closely was the slender man, who frequently glanced around, as if nothing could escape his sharp gaze. These 2 individuals were none other than Lu Ning and Monkey, having come from Anzhou City. Monkey, how did you know that the bull-headed ghost was hiding in the dilapidated temple outside the city? For days, the bull-headed ghost had been committing crimes covertly. Its sudden boldness made Lu Ning feel something was amiss. After all, every bull-headed creature was always at risk of being struck down. It was certainly not an impulsive act. It likely had some backing. Monkey chuckled as he explained that Madame Wang carries a tracking incense pouch. After she was abducted, Master Wang led a team to pursue her, discovering the ghost's hideout in a dilapidated temple 15 miles outside the city, and he notified the capable individuals within the city to join in the hunt. Lu Ning replied calmly, Follow my lead. If things become untenable, we revert to our usual protocol. I understand. If we can't win, we run, Monkey said cheerfully. After sticking with Brother Ning for so long, I may not have gained much skill, but my ability to flee has certainly improved. As the 2 conversed, they arrived at the foot of the mountain. Faintly, the sounds of combat drifted down from the mountain. Lu Ning slowed his steps and approached the dilapidated temple. Kukuku. A brazen laugh echoed from within the temple. Its mere sound was disconcerting. Lu Ning turned his gaze toward the source of the noise and beheld several young martial artists, weapons in hand, surrounding a strikingly handsome ghost clad in white, exuding an air of seduction. Upon hearing the old demon's taunt, the martial artists intensified their assault. A burly middle-aged man, his expression darkened upon hearing the laughter, bellowed, Demon, you're at death's door, yet you still laugh. The bull-headed ghost smirked. Do you think I'm unaware of the incense pouch on your wife? I lured you fools here on purpose. The prominent figures of Anzhou, have all gone to subdue the demons who is left to restrain me? Today marks your demise, as I shall use your vitality to break through to the next level. Ha ha ha! As the laughter echoed, a formidable aura of malevolence surged skyward. All present gazed upon the ominous energy enveloping it, gasping in astonishment. This is bad. That creature is at the threshold of the demonic realm. Retreat. Upon hearing the words threshold of the demonic realm, the smile on the middle-aged man's face instantly froze. Without a moment's hesitation, he fled down the mountain, not daring to look back. However, the bull-headed demon had no intention of sparing anyone present. With a swift motion, it grasped one of the martial artists who had previously engaged it, effortlessly tearing through the unfortunate's body as if it were mere paper. "Brother Ning, it seems this foe is beyond our capabilities," the monkey remarked, already shifting backward. "Patience. As long as Lord Wong is willing to part with his gold, we can still turn this predicament into a profitable venture," Lu Ning replied, his gaze fixed on the rampaging, bull-headed demon, his mind racing. Martial artists possess 5 realms: body refinement, bone forging, organ cultivation, true blood, and spirit condensation, with each major realm comprising 9 minor stages. These 5 realms correspond to the 5 levels of malevolence: Yin, deceptive, fierce, savage, and annihilating. The threshold of the demonic realm is, in fact, the pinnacle of body refinement's 9th layer. Nonetheless, within the same tier, the strength of malevolence typically surpasses that of martial artists. Of course, if a martial artist's techniques are particularly effective against malevolence, they can indeed vanquish such foes of equal standing. Lu Ning's cultivation of the fiery sun blade technique is a bane to demonic entities. Yet, relying solely on his modest proficiency in the technique to slay this bull-headed demon would prove challenging. As the two conversed, the throng of cultivators assaulting the bull-headed demon had already succumbed in disarray. Suddenly, a rotund figure tumbled to the feet of Lu Ning and the monkey. In the moonlight, Lu Ning could clearly discern the chubby face of the individual, which was etched with terror. With a cheerful demeanor, he greeted, "Hello, Lord Wong." Upon seeing Lu Ning, Lord Wong's eyes sparkled with delight. "Captain Lu, please, take me away from this place, and I shall reward you with silver." Lu Ning smiled. "Ah, Lord Wong, it seems you bear the mark of that bull-headed demon. If I assist your escape, he may seek retribution against me, which complicates matters." "Captain Lu, I implore you," Lord Wong exclaimed, seizing Lu Ning's leg in a desperate grip, unwilling to let him go. Lu Ning chuckled as he helped him to his feet. "Lord Wong, why such excessive courtesy? What I mean to say is I require a higher fee." "Ah?" Initially taken aback, Lord Wong soon erupted with joy upon hearing this. He had heard of Lu Ning's prowess in Anzhou City. Every case he led resulted in the lowest mortality rate among the constables. "Very well. Will 800 taels suffice?" "No, 1,000 taels." Seemingly realizing the worth of his own life, Lord Wong promptly raised his offer. "Agreed, but I must receive payment up front. Should we eliminate that bull-headed demon, an additional sum shall be added," Lu Ning stated with utmost seriousness. "Understood." Lord Wong gritted his teeth in agreement, prioritizing his survival over all else. If he were to perish, any silver left behind would be of no use. He produced a translucent jade pendant from his waist and handed it over. "Captain Lu, this jade pendant is worth 1,000 taels of silver. May I use it as an advance?" "That is acceptable," Lu Ning replied, accepting the pendant, and promptly opened his system, witnessing his financial resources shift from 0 to 1,000. "However, let me clarify in advance. This jade pendant will not be returned once it is in my possession." At this moment, Lord Wong was too frantic to care about such matters, eagerly nodding. "Not an issue. Captain Lu, please take me away at once. I'm afraid it may be too late." Lu Ning squinted towards the direction of the dilapidated temple. Upon hearing this, Lord Wong instinctively turned to look, witnessing the martial artists who had besieged the silver demon either fleeing or meeting their demise, while the silver demon relentlessly pursued their direction. "Monkey, take Lord Wong and flee. I will cover our retreat." Lu Ning made a swift decision. "Understood." The monkey, a seasoned expert in escape, wasted no time and whisked Lord Wang away. System: enhance the fiery sun blade technique. Lu Ning commanded within his mind. As soon as the words left his mouth, 1,000 points of wealth vanished in an instant. The notation indicating the proficiency of the fiery sun blade technique leapt from minor success to major success. Simultaneously, Lu Ning felt a surge of heat igniting within him, an intense urge to unleash a powerful burst of energy. Taking a step forward, Lu Ning positioned himself to obstruct the bull-headed demon's advance. Chapter 3. One strike, one Minotaur, are you not afraid of me? The Minotaur regarded the cultivator before him, who was at the 9th level of physical refinement, with a hint of perplexity on his face. The other warriors at the physical refinement stage had instinctively reacted by fleeing. Why did this young man not only remain unafraid but dared to block his path? Yet soon, the Minotaur's eyes glimmered with delight. For this martial artist radiated an intense young energy. Such individuals often possessed blood vitality that surpassed that of other warriors. If he consumed this warrior's heart, he could ascend to the ghostly level. And at that moment, he would revel in the comforts of Anzhou City. Fear. I am far more afraid of poverty. As Lu Ning spoke, he slowly drew the blade from his hand. 3 large question marks appeared on the Minotaur's forehead. Could it be that this young man was mentally unstable? Go ahead, indulge in your fear, scream to your heart's content. It cackled mockingly, extending its massive hand towards Lu Ning's heart. However, Lu Ning showed no sign of retreat. He concentrated the imminent, explosive young energy within himself and struck fiercely towards the Minotaur. Solar strike. The blade glimmered like the blazing sun in the dark night, emitting a searing masculine aura that dispersed the sinister winds enveloping the dilapidated temple. The Minotaur froze, its colossal claw suspended in midair, a multitude of thoughts racing through its mind. What? Is this strike something a physical refinement warrior can unleash? Danger. Instinctively, the Minotaur turned to flee. Clang. Accompanied by a flash of red light. The blade swiftly cleaved the Minotaur's body in 2. Bang. With a muffled sound, the Minotaur's form disintegrated into ashes. In its final moments, the last thought that flashed through its mind was, you cheated. Lu Ning calmly sheathed his long blade. 1 strike. 1 Minotaur. A devoted warrior of pure love. This is how it should be. Mr. Lu Sun was indeed correct. One can grow stronger through financial investment. If you are not strong enough, it merely indicates that you have not invested sufficiently. In the blink of an eye, the battle had concluded, and the previously chaotic scene before the dilapidated temple was now eerily tranquil. The onlookers, who had scattered in panic, remained rooted in place, unable to comprehend the rapid sequence of events. All the survivors present turned their gazes towards Lu Ning in unison. Huff. Lu Ning exhaled, his gaze falling upon the spot where the Minotaur had vanished. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a fragrant pouch, emanating an eerie aura, lying on the grass. He reached down and picked it up, and instantly, a line of text appeared on his attribute panel. Flirtatious ghost fragrance. Valued at 500 taels of silver. Would you like to recharge? This system panel even possesses an identification function. Quite impressive. Yet, he did not immediately recharge the pouch. Instead, he hung it at his waist. It was a symbol of his triumph over the spectral entity. And he would take it back for a report first. After calming his nerves, Lu Ning felt a lingering sense of trepidation. Fortunately, he had sufficient funds this time, and the Minotaur had not evolved into a ghostly entity. Had it transformed into a ghostly level being, he truly would not have been its match. Ultimately, it all boiled down to his lack of financial resources. With this thought, his gaze swept over the crowd, and a subtle smile graced his lips. Brother Ning, you are so fierce. The monkey, brimming with excitement, tugged at Wang Yuanwei, drawing him towards Lu Ning. Wang Yuanwei, still shaken, bowed to Lu Ning, saying, "Thank you, Captain Lu, for your assistance." Their words snapped the gathered crowd out of their astonishment, and they began to approach Lu Ning one by one, cupping their hands in gratitude. "Captain Lu, your great kindness is beyond words. Should you require our assistance in the future, do not hesitate to command us. Captain Lu, my life is now yours." In an instant, Lu Ning became the center of attention. "You need not wait for later. If you wish to express your gratitude, tonight will suffice," Lu Ning interjected, interrupting the crowd. "What does Captain Lu wish us to do?" a burly man asked from within the throng. With a smile, Lu Ning replied, "All you and Wang Yuanwai need to do is provide me with a sum of silver, and we shall consider this matter settled." At his words, the crowd fell momentarily silent, initially thinking Lu Ning would demand their lives, only to find he was requesting silver instead. They were all astute individuals, easily discerning the value of silver compared to life, and in their hearts, they mused, "This Captain Lu is truly a good man. Such a significant debt of gratitude, yet he allows us to settle it with silver." They resolved to cultivate a good relationship with him moving forward. Seeing the crowd quiet, Lu Ning continued, "As for the amount of silver, you may decide." The relieved Wang Yuanwai spoke first. "I will give Captain Lu and the monkey each 500 taels." As agreed. To him, any issue that could be resolved with money was trivial. The rest of the crowd, witnessing this, began to pledge their contributions as well. "Captain Lu, I, too, am willing to offer 500 taels. I will contribute 400 taels." Listening to the chorus of people eager to present him with money, Lu Ning felt a surge of joy. However, he maintained a composed demeanor as he replied, "Very well. Please write a note for me and deliver the money to my residence by tomorrow morning." Certainly. In a brief moment, Lu Ning left with Wang Yuanwai, clutching several notes, while the other warriors followed closely behind. The following morning, within Lu Ning's residence, "Brother Ning, we have struck it rich," the monkey exclaimed, eyeing the mountain of silver piled in the courtyard, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. There lay at least 5,000 to 6,000 taels of silver. Lu Ning patted his shoulder, his expression serious. "You are mistaken. It is I who has struck it rich, not you." The monkey scratched his head, chuckling, "Hey, if Brother Lu has struck it rich, that means I have too. I earned 500 taels yesterday, enough for me to use for several years. As the saying goes, the poor are scholarly, the rich are martial. 500 taels of silver may be a considerable fortune for many families. But for warriors like them, it was hardly significant." Lu Ning inquired, "Isn't today a day of rest? You didn't come to see the silver, did you?" The monkey laughed, "Of course not. The chief clerk Qin has learned of last night's events and asked me to inform you to report to the government office and collect your merits." Upon hearing the latter half of his words, Lu Ning's eyes brightened. In his eagerness to collect silver, he had completely forgotten about this. The Minotaur was a wanted entity by the Demon Capture Department. He could earn another sum. Let us head to the government office. With that, he stuffed all the silver into a sack and tossed it into the room, simultaneously shouting in his mind, "Recharge." Soon, a line of text popped up on Lu Ning's attribute panel, "Financial resources, 5,300. What a profitable venture. That Minotaur truly did something worthwhile." Chapter 4. Do I look like someone who needs spectral entities to woo women? Brother Ning, you have arrived. Yes, Brother Ning, shall we visit the Spring Breeze Pavilion tonight for some fun? Next time, for sure. Within the Demon Capture Department, the passing officers greeted Lu Ning warmly, and he smiled in return to each one. Having spent 3 years in this world, Lu Ning had established a good relationship with his colleagues. Although he was fond of wealth, which officer in the Demon Capture Department was not, everyone fought tirelessly against demons and monsters, all striving for a more carefree existence. Lu Ning traversed the main hall and approached a sinister-looking courtyard, where the words Merit Hall loomed above the entrance point. 2 burly men stood guard at the entrance. Upon spotting Lu Ning, they inquired in a cold tone, "Your token?" Lu Ning retrieved a gleaming black iron token from his waist and presented it to them. This token symbolized his status as a black iron officer within the Demon Capture Department. After inspecting the token and confirming the character Lu on its back, the men returned it to him. "Chief Clerk Qin is already waiting for you inside." "Thank you." Lu Ning accepted the token and stepped into the courtyard. As he entered, a familiar chill enveloped him. He typically disliked visiting this courtyard. It felt cold and oppressive, as if something were watching him. Instinctively, he quickened his pace. The inner room's door stood ajar, and through the crack, he could see the sparse furnishings: a simple desk, a few chairs, and some decorative vases. The windows were tightly shut, allowing only a sliver of sunlight to filter through the half-open door. Even during the day, the atmosphere felt dim and dreary. Seated at the desk was a pale man, exuding an air of elegance with every gesture. Engrossed in a book, Lu Ning instinctively glanced at the cover of the book he held, which boldly proclaimed, "The Three Marvels of the Flower God." To his surprise, the usually composed and dignified Chief Clerk Qin had an affinity for Lu Huangshu. Noticing Lu Ning's gaze, Qin subtly rolled the book's cover away. Come I and understood. Liu Ning entered with a beaming smile. The Qin Zhubu cast a casual glance at Liu Ning, his expression utterly neutral, yet his gaze possessed an almost penetrating quality, as if seeking to unveil the very essence of Liu Ning. Have you mastered the Sunblade technique? Liu Ning clasped his hands in greeting and replied, You have a keen eye. Qin Zhubu. Last night, I had an epiphany and managed to break through. Indeed, to achieve mastery of a martial technique at the body refinement level in such a small place as Anzhou Prefecture is quite commendable, praised Qin Zhubu. After offering his compliment, he placed the book in his hand onto the desk and retrieved a thick ledger. Laying it before him, the windy ghost you dispatched last night was originally worth 5 merit points, along with 50 taels of silver. However, since it has now become a semi-ghostly entity, I can grant you 8 merit points and 80 taels of silver. How miserly, Liu Ning thought, recalling the pile of gleaming silver from the previous day, and considering the rewards from the Demon Capture Division, 2 words sprang to mind. Yet, he refrained from voicing his true feelings. Thank you, Qin Zhubu. By the way, the windy ghost you vanquished should possess a quasi-ghostly item. If you choose to surrender it, you will receive an additional 2 merit points and 100 taels of silver. Qin Zhubu seemed to recall something and mentioned it deliberately. And I can choose not to surrender it? Liu Ning asked, somewhat surprised. Qin Zhubu, adopting a matter-of-fact tone, replied, Of course, as you did not act on behalf of the Demon Capture Division last night. The spoils are yours. However, semi-ghostly items can be harmful to martial artists. If you choose not to surrender, you must register it. Liu Ning had only heard prominent figures mention ghostly items before. After all, as a practitioner at the body refinement level, he typically dealt with wandering souls or lesser spirits, which were all of the Yin level. Entities of the ghostly level and above were simply beyond his reach. I choose to register it. Between the 2 merit points, 100 taels of silver and 500 taels, he unhesitatingly opted for the latter. As for danger, Liu Ning was not worried at all. He planned to recharge that talisman with the system upon returning. Qin Zhubu, with a stoic expression, instructed, Bring it out for inspection. Without any hesitation, Liu Ning produced the talisman and placed it on the table. Upon seeing the semi-ghostly item before him, Qin Zhubu's gaze toward Liu Ning shifted. As if to say, I never expected you to indulge in such things. Liu Ning chose not to elaborate, as that would only complicate matters further. Instead, he inquired, Qin Zhubu, what purpose do these ghostly items serve? You don't know? Qin Zhubu appeared momentarily taken aback, then slowly explained. The primary use of these ghostly items is to forge ghostly weapons and artifacts. However, crafting a ghostly weapon or artifact is no simple feat. One must first eliminate some of the ghostly energy contained within the item. The forged weapon also requires periodic purging of the ghostly energy, or it could lead to misfortune. As for your semi-ghostly item, it can only be fashioned into an object that attracts women or female spirits. Liu Ning finally comprehended the peculiarity of Qin Zhubu's earlier gaze. It seemed he had been mistaken for a lecher. Did he truly need such an item to flirt with women? Thank you for your guidance, Qin Zhubu. Well, the registration is complete. You may leave now, Qin Zhubu stated in a rather indifferent manner. This subordinate takes his leave, Liu Ning replied, taking the talisman and exiting the room. Once Liu Ning stepped out of the courtyard, the monkey approached with a wide grin. Ninger bro, come quick, we have business. What business? Liu Ning asked, slightly furrowing his brow. Although strange occurrences happened frequently in Anzhou City, they had become increasingly common lately. Was it due to the absence of the Demon Capture Division's experts? Or some other reason? If it were the latter, life in Anzhou City would become even more challenging. It seemed he needed to hasten his efforts to earn money. The monkey whispered, something happened at Chunfeng Tower. Could it be a female ghost? Liu Ning's interest was piqued. Dio elaborate. The monkey wore a look of regret as he explained, just now, someone from the state office reported that over a dozen courtesans perished overnight, frightening many of the gentlemen. They are still in shock. The coroner's examination concluded that they died from consuming poisonous mushrooms, but the state office suspects something amiss and has requested us from the Demon Capture Division to handle the matter. Liu Ning felt there was something off about this, yet he couldn't pinpoint what was amiss. This matter is indeed suspicious. We should investigate further. Chapter 5. The poisonous mushroom case inside the Demon Capture Division's hall? A middle-aged man dressed as a clerk paced anxiously. Upon spotting Liu Ning and his companion enter, he hurried over and clasped his hands. Captain Liu, Han Shiya, Have you brought the case files? Lu Ning inquired directly. I have brought them. They are right here. Han Shiya respectfully presented a file to Lu Ning. After receiving the document, Lu Ning scrutinized it carefully. The details aligned closely with what the monkey had relayed. But one line caught his attention. No traces of malevolent energy were found at the scene. Having established the Daqian dynasty for centuries, there existed a comprehensive method to detect malevolence. If malevolent forces had intervened, traces would inevitably remain. Furrowing his brow, he asked, Han Shiya, this document clearly states that no traces of malevolent energy were found. This poses a significant challenge for us, doesn't it? Han Shiya was also aware of the document's discrepancies. However, with over a dozen casualties at Chunfeng Tower, including some wealthy and influential individuals among the victims, the local government would face immense pressure if the incident could not be attributed to malevolent forces. Ninger bro, precisely because this matter is troublesome, I sought you out. As he spoke, he discreetly slipped a silver note into Lu Ning's hand. Lu Ning quickly stashed the note away in his sleeve. A slight smile forming on his lips, Han Shiya, you always understand me best. However, this is merely a deposit. Payment will be rendered upon completion. I understand. I assure you that Ninger bro will be satisfied. Han Shiya and Lu Ning were old acquaintances, well aware of each other's habits, and discreetly exchanged a knowing gesture. After you, Lu Ning offered. As several constables witnessed the transaction, they promptly followed behind the two men. Moments later, they arrived at Chunfeng Tower. It was still daytime, and the establishment was closed. Scattered about were courtesans, clad in scanty attire, their spirits evidently low. Upon seeing the group, Mama Yuan rushed over, her face etched with urgency. Han Shiya, has there been any progress in the case? Do not fret, Mama Yuan. I have invited the Demon Capture Division to investigate the matter, Han Shiya replied with a smile. Upon hearing the mention of the Demon Capture Division, Mama Yuan's expression shifted slightly. Disturbances caused by malevolent forces and incidents resulting in fatalities were two entirely different matters. The fatality could be brushed aside with a few days of closure. But an incident involving malevolence would spell doom for Chunfeng Tower's operations. They would not only face a shutdown, but their regular patrons would also shy away from visiting. Did not the constables from this morning state that there was no malevolent energy? Mama Yuan inquired. Han Shiya, being an astute individual, recognized the underlying meaning in her words. He responded with a smile. I have brought the Demon Capture Division to clarify this matter and provide evidence for Chunfeng Tower. Mama Yuan, hearing this, dared not voice any further objections. Though she had her backing, she understood that she could not obstruct the efforts of the Demon Capture Division. What areas would the esteemed gentleman like to investigate first? Lu Ning replied, First, take us to the scene of the incident. Yes. Mama Yuan led the group to the third floor, where all the room doors were ajar, but not a single soul remained inside. As the bodies had already been removed, Lu Ning asked, You have not tampered with anything inside, have you? Mama Yuan shook her head. No. Only the constables conducted a preliminary check. Lu Ning entered one of the rooms, where the bedding lay in disarray, revealing traces of a dried, unidentified liquid. He signaled to the monkey, who immediately understood and retrieved a compass from his pocket, dropping a drop of blood to activate it. However, the compass's needle remained still. The monkey shook his head. There is indeed no malevolent energy. Next room, Lu Ning stated with a serious expression. Half an hour later, the members of the Demon Capture Division had inspected all the rooms, and the results were consistent. Lu Ning turned his gaze toward Mama Yuan. Who discovered the anomaly first? Mama Yuan replied, Captain Lu, it was Qingya who noticed it first. Take us to see her. Although Lu Ning had spent the past few years dealing with the supernatural and had not engaged in many investigations, he had read numerous detective novels and watched many detective anime in his previous life. He had gleaned some insights into the investigative process. Mama Yuan's face revealed a hint of hesitation. What seems to be the issue? Lu Ning feigned a frown and inquired. Mama Yuan explained, No, Qingya was utterly petrified upon discovering the incident involving Shi Yinyang this morning. She is currently recuperating in silence, and earlier, the chief constable from the Yamen also sought her out for inquiries. Lu Ning interjected. Let us first pay a visit to the young lady Qingya. Of course. Although Mama Yuan seemed somewhat reluctant, she nonetheless led the group to the fifth floor. The constables trailing behind Lu Ning immediately displayed expressions that men often understand, as they were aware that every individual on the fifth floor of Chunfeng Tower was renowned as a courtesan or a refined companion in Anzhou Prefecture. Such figures were typically only subjects of boastful tales, with opportunities to meet them being exceedingly rare, particularly this illustrious Qingya, celebrated for her exceptional talent and beauty. Before long, Mama Yuan guided the group to the exterior of a room and gently rapped on the door. "Qingya, are you resting?" A voice as clear and melodious as a lark responded from within. "Mama Yuan, what brings you to me?" With a smile, Mama Yuan replied, "The gentleman from the demon-catching division wished to ask you a few questions." "Please, let them enter." The voice echoed once more. With a creak, the door swung open, and a fragrant aroma wafted towards them. Liu Ning's gaze was met by an elegantly adorned room, adorned with poetry and paintings. Alongside several vases, if one were to claim this was the chamber of a distinguished young lady, no one would dispute it. The sound of rustling footsteps echoed from within, and Liu Ning turned toward the source. Witnessing a graceful figure emerge from behind a screen, clad in a simple skirt and adorned with a vermilion hairpin, the woman possessed a slender waist and a strikingly beautiful countenance. Her beauty was not of the overpowering kind, but rather an ethereal freshness. With her head bowed, a touch of vermilion on her brow added a hint of allure to her otherwise pale visage, which seemed as if it could be swept away by a gentle breeze, evoking an instinctual desire to protect her. Naturally, one would not associate such a woman with being a murderer. She offered a slight bow, addressing the assembly. "Qingya greets the esteemed gentleman." All eyes swiftly turned to Liu Ning, whose gaze was clear and devoid of any fervor. Having encountered countless beauties in his past life, he was not susceptible to being dazzled by mere flowers. "Miss Qingya, there is no need for excessive courtesy. We have come merely to inquire about a few matters." Chapter 6. She has questions, please, do proceed. "Esteemed sir." Qingya's enchanting eyes met Liu Ning's with a calm demeanor. "Miss Qingya, you were the first to discover the death of the courtesan. Could you recount the scene as you witnessed it?" Upon hearing this, Mama Yuan's expression revealed a struggle to speak. Qingya remained composed and replied, "Upon opening the door, I found Shumei lying on the couch. Her face contorted in terror, frothing at the mouth, while Lord Huang lay asleep beside her. It was my first encounter with such a sight, and I was so frightened that I screamed and fainted." The rest is a blur. Liu Ning did not linger on this and continued, "Why were you present there?" Qingya's expression remained unchanged as she explained, "I had planned to accompany Aomei to Yongning Temple this morning, but when she did not arrive, I went to call for her, only to stumble upon that scene." Liu Ning pressed on, "Did you not knock before entering?" "I knocked twice, but Aomei did not respond. Seeing the door ajar, I pushed it open." Her tone retained a tranquil steadiness, yet a hint of fatigue surfaced on her face. "Esteemed sir, do you have any further inquiries?" "None," Liu Ning declared, clasping his hands in thanks. Qingya offered a slight bow in return, refraining from uttering another word, her demeanor suggesting a clear intent to usher them out. Noticing this, Mama Yuan quickly interjected, "Esteemed gentlemen, Miss Qingya and Aomei shared a close bond. With Aomei now gone, she is understandably distressed and may not have extended the best hospitality. I ask for your understanding." Though unspoken, her implication was clear. It was time for them to leave. Liu Ning's expression remained impassive as he stated, "Let us inspect other locations." "Very well." Mama Yuan finally smiled as the formidable figures prepared to depart from Qingya's cherished room, leading the group out. As Mama Yuan closed the door, Liu Ning instinctively reached for the scented pouch at his waist. At that moment, while conversing with Qingya, the pouch had come alive, burrowing into his body, its chilling aura distinctly memorable. Had he not attained the 9th level of body refinement, he might have been incapacitated by this semi-phantom object. However, what had caused this sudden tranquility? The group descended to the first floor and reviewed the documents again. The others emerged with furrowed brows, while Master Han directed his gaze towards Liu Ning. "Ninger, have you made any discoveries?" Liu Ning smiled and replied, "I need to examine more documents, but nothing pertinent has surfaced here. I would appreciate it if Master Han could escort me to the Yamen for further investigation." Master Han agreed without hesitation, "Certainly, please follow me." Mama Yuan sighed in relief, waving her handkerchief as she bid them farewell. "Esteemed gentlemen, travel safely. If there are any developments in the case, please inform me at once." The group soon arrived at the prefectural Yamen, which was bustling with constables grappling with the aftermath of the homicide. Master Han inquired, "Ninger, which aspect of the documents would you like to review?" Liu Ning responded, "Master Han, have you investigated Qingya's interpersonal relationships?" Qingya. Master Han paused, then continued, Ninger, you do not suspect that she is involved in this matter. Do you? She is merely an ordinary companion without any cultivation, as confirmed by the constables. Liu Ning did not deny it. Indeed, I suspect her. Master Han, well acquainted with the nuances of his position, discerned the gravity of the situation. Is it that you have uncovered a flaw in Qingya? Liu Ning nodded. She is too composed. Master Han appeared perplexed for a moment before asking, what is amiss with that? Qingya's demeanor is consistent with her nature. Even renowned scholars struggle to elicit a smile from her. Her tranquility is not the same as innate coldness, Liu Ning clarified. As you just mentioned, Qingya is an ordinary individual devoid of any cultivation. One would expect that witnessing a crime scene would leave a psychological scar. Even with her stoic demeanor, fear would inevitably manifest in her eyes and expressions. Yet, Qingya narrated the event as if recounting a mundane occurrence. Although Master Han did not fully grasp the concept of psychological trauma, he found merit in Liu Ning's observations. Ninger, your reasoning does carry weight. If Qingya were indeed the murderer, why would she be present at the crime scene? Liu Ning instinctively adjusted his glasses. A skilled investigator once remarked that murderers often return to the scene of the crime. This is because they seek to confirm whether their victim has indeed perished, or even to absolve themselves of suspicion. One of the constables, dubbed Monkey, chimed in, Ninger, I understand the logic, but how could an ordinary person like Miss Qingya discreetly murder so many courtesans without anyone noticing? His words abruptly severed the thread of investigation. Master Han and the others turned their attention to Liu Ning, seeking a rational explanation. Liu Ning pondered the matter. Qingya was not enigmatic, and the crime scene bore no traces of the supernatural. How, then, had she managed to commit murder without a trace? Wait, there must be some crucial detail that he had overlooked. He stroked his chin, pacing back and forth in the room, connecting every detail he had observed in the documents and what he had seen and heard at Chunfeng Tower. Leaving no stone unturned, No1 interrupted Liu Ning's train of thought. They simply watched him in silence. Half an hour later, Liu Ning halted his pacing and touched the scented pouch at his waist. Fixing his gaze on Master Han. Master Han, as a scholar, you must have perused numerous texts regarding supernatural objects, correct? Indeed, supernatural objects are a pressing concern for our dynasty, and exam content often includes discussions on them. Master Han, uncertain of Liu Ning's intent, instinctively replied. Liu Ning inquired, then, Master Han, may I ask under what circumstances supernatural objects exhibit anomalies? Master Han was momentarily taken aback, slowly responding, Ninger, does your question relate to the case? Yes, and it may be the key to solving our mystery, Liu Ning asserted gravely. Master Han refrained from probing further and, adopting the demeanor of a learned scholar, elaborated, supernatural objects are pollutants from malevolent entities of a certain level, inherently imbued with malice and a faint sense of self-awareness. The conditions you mentioned only arise in two scenarios. First, when a supernatural object detects a presence of a more formidable entity. Or second, when it identifies an ideal host and seeks to detach from its current one. However, in this second scenario, it generally arises only after living beings have been tainted by malevolent entities. Upon hearing Mr. Han's words, Liu Ning's eyes brightened, as if a door had suddenly opened in his mind. Chapter 7. The affairs of scholars, how can they be dismissed as mere lechery? I can roughly surmise what Qingya used to commit murder. Liu Ning turned to face everyone present and stated, with this revelation, everyone immediately sprung to their feet as if invigorated by a surge of energy. Mr. Han inquired, what entity are you referring to? The malevolent entity, Liu Ning replied, uttering two words with a calm demeanor. Upon hearing these words, the crowd displayed expressions of astonishment. This is impossible. Miss Qingya is merely an ordinary person. Brother Ning, could you be mistaken? Observing the group's fervent reactions, Liu Ning remained unperturbed and smiled. Whether it is true or false, we shall ascertain through a test. Brother Ning, how do you intend to test this? Mr. Han cautioned, a forced search would undoubtedly be unwise. I have heard that the influential figure behind Chunfeng Tower holds Miss Qingya in high regard and intends to adopt her as a foster daughter to present her to a powerful official in the prefecture. Liu Ning chuckled, rest assured, I have no intention of resorting to such measures. Miss Qingya is engaged in entertaining guests, is she not? The monkey interjected. Mr. Han retorted, you've been scheming all along, Liu Ning, plotting to indulge in flower, wine at the expense of the prefecture's funds. Lu Ning saw through Mr. Han's intentions and replied, Mr. Han, do not overthink it. The task of testing Qingya shall naturally fall to you. Mr. Han was momentarily taken aback and blurted out, why? Brother Ning is truly chivalrous. Allowing me such a fortuitous opportunity, he mused. The monkey, feeling a twinge of envy, wished to assert his capabilities but ultimately swallowed his words. Lu Ning clarified, as is well known, I, Lu Ning, am not one to indulge in lechery. My intentions are purely scholarly. If I were to visit Chunfeng Pavilion suddenly, it would be too conspicuous and would only serve to alert the serpent in the grass. However, you, Mr. Han, are different. Hearing this, Mr. Han's expression shifted repeatedly as he indignantly replied, Brother Ning, how can you unjustly tarnish my reputation? The affairs of scholars should not be dismissed as mere lust. They are clearly an appreciation of elegance. Indeed, you make a valid point, Lu Ning commended, giving him a thumbs up. Thus, the crucial task of testing Miss Qingya is entrusted to Mr. Han. And what shall you do? Mr. Han did not refuse, reasoning that it was merely a test, and as long as he was adequately prepared, an ordinary person could not harm him with malevolent entities. Lu Ning explained, we shall remain outside, keeping watch to the appointed signal. When Mr. Han shatters his cup, we shall rush in and apprehend Qingya. Mr. Han gritted his teeth, adopting a tone of reluctant resolve. Very well. For the sake of solving the case, I shall brave the risks. The others regarded him with a mixture of disdain and scorn. You despicable scholar, reaping the rewards while feigning modesty. Lu Ning patted Mr. Han on the shoulder. Then it is settled. Brother Ning, when shall we act? Mr. Han's eagerness was evident. With no trace of reluctance, Lu Ning replied, let us temporarily close the case for now. Once Chunfeng Tower resumes operations, we shall make our move. However, before that, we must assign someone to keep an eye on Qingya to prevent her from discreetly disposing of the malevolent entity. All right, I shall dispatch the order and inform the prefect accordingly. As Mr. Han spoke, he inquired, Brother Ning, do you require anything else? Our prefecture will fully cooperate. After pondering for a moment, Lu Ning replied, in addition to the interpersonal relationships of Qingya that I previously mentioned, please also provide me with a dossier on the relationships of the deceased courtesans. No problem, Mr. Han affirmed, thumping his chest. The thought of spending the prefecture's funds to meet Miss Qingya filled him with anticipation. After obtaining the requested dossier, Lu Ning departed the prefecture with the monkey and the others. Brother Ning, what do you need these materials for? The monkey questioned, his face reflecting confusion as he clutched the several documents. Lu Ning replied nonchalantly, every individual who commits murder possesses their own motives. From their relationships, we may uncover some clues. The monkey scratched his head, his bewilderment deepening, yet his admiration for Lu Ning grew. Brother Ning, why did you not leave the opportunity to test Miss Qingya for the brothers, instead giving it to Mr. Han? That fellow clearly harbors intentions towards her. Lu Ning shot him a look of exasperation and retorted, Mr. Han is a cultured scholar, equipped with means of self-preservation. Even if he encounters a malevolent entity, he can escape. Would you not be courting death by going? The group of constables involuntarily gasped at his words, and their gazes toward Lu Ning brimmed with newfound respect. Upon returning to his courtyard, Lu Ning's first course of action was to recharge the talisman hanging from his waist. Observing that his wealth had reached 5,880, he felt a sense of reassurance. As for the 100 taels given by Mr. Han, he decided to reserve it for living expenses. With newfound wealth, he resolved to enhance his cultivation. Warriors at the body refinement stage rely on abundant vital energy for their training. The more vigorous the vital energy, the higher their cultivation and the faster their training speed. System, allocate points to vital energy. After deducting 100 from his wealth, his vital energy panel shifted from 90 to 91, 100. Simultaneously, he felt his body filled with vital energy, imparting a sensation of indescribable comfort. The aftereffects of forcibly breaking through with the sun blade technique had dissipated, along with the chilling aura at his waist. It was indeed wise to invest in vital energy. Allocate points to vital energy. As the figures of wealth minus 100 and vital energy 1 continued to flash in his mind, Lu Ning sensed the growing abundance of vital energy within him. Once his vital energy reached the critical threshold of 100, he felt as though he was on the verge of bursting with it. This allocation is too rapid. The vital energy has nowhere to disperse. Murmuring to himself, he began to sit cross-legged, continuously refining his body with vital energy to elevate his cultivation. Tick-tock, tick-tock, time passed by. The surging vital energy within Lu Ning gradually calmed. When he opened his eyes once more, dawn had broken. I can't believe I trained for 7 or 8 hours. He promptly checked his attributes panel. Vital energy, 100, 1200, technique. Sunblade mastery cultivation. Body refinement 9th layer, 600, 010000, wealth, 4880 evaluation. No evaluation. Phew, Lu Ning sighed, realizing that abundant vital energy indeed accelerates the speed of cultivation. In less than a day, he was on the brink of breaking through the body refinement stage. However, why did the cost increase after his vital energy reached 100? He aimed to refine his bones before heading to Chunfeng Tower. After mumbling this to himself, he rose to freshen up and set off to the Demon Capture Division for roll call. At noon, while Lu Ning was engrossed in his documents within his chamber, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the door. Glancing outside, he spotted a familiar figure entering with a radiant smile. Chapter 8, Night at Chunfeng Tower. Mr. Han, news from Chunfeng Tower has arrived so swiftly? Lu Ning inquired with a smile upon seeing the newcomer. Hee. Mr. Han waved his folding fan and chuckled. Indeed, nothing escapes Brother Ning's notice. After we announced the case closure yesterday, Chunfeng Tower reopened today. I have assigned someone to keep an eye on Miss Qingya, including the maidservants who interact with her. Lu Ning raised his thumb in commendation. Mr. Han, your diligence is truly commendable. Mr. Han smiled. Brother Ning, are you prepared? If so, we can take action tonight. No problem. This evening, we shall rendezvous outside Chunfeng Tower. After exchanging pleasantries, Lu Ning departed for the Demon Capture Division. Subsequently, he made his way to the Merit Hall to see if he could redeem a few useful items. After all, this was his first encounter with a malevolent entity, and it would be prudent to prepare adequately. Upon arriving at the Merit Hall and presenting his token, he approached the familiar room. Clerk Qin, I seek an audience. Enter, came Clerk Qin's familiar voice from within. With a creak, Lu Ning pushed the door open, and Clerk Qin's gaze fell upon him, revealing a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Oh, your vital energy is full, yet you have not broken through to the bone refinement stage. Are you planning to refine your body a second time? Lu Ning was momentarily taken aback and replied, Clerk Qin, what do you mean by refine the body a second time? Clerk Qin queried. You truly do not know. I would appreciate Clerk Qin's guidance. Lu Ning genuinely had no knowledge of this second body refinement. Although the Demon Capture Division possessed martial arts heritage, no one privately guided others in their cultivation unless they had a close relationship with a bone refinement stage captain, who might occasionally offer a few tips. Never mind, Clerk Qin remarked. It is rare to encounter a promising candidate for a second body refinement in a small place like Anzhou. Today, I shall provide you with some guidance. Thank you, esteemed clerk. Lu Ning was not a fool. He would naturally not refuse free guidance. He immediately bowed to the other party. The Qin clerk slowly remarked, for a martial artist, the most crucial aspect of body refinement lies in one's vitality. If the vitality is insufficient, not only can one not refine the body, but even the martial arts techniques cannot unleash their full potential, and one might even suffer a backlash from their own techniques. This is also the reason why the Demon Subjugation Division prohibits you from practicing profound techniques. A martial artist's vitality has its limits. Upon reaching a certain threshold, one can break through realms and begin to refine their bones. However, there are some exceptionally gifted martial artists who, after reaching their vitality's limit, can still restrain their cultivation and increase their vitality, thereby achieving a second round of body refinement. Such martial artists possess a foundation that is much more profound than those who have only undergone a single round of refinement, their vitality also being far more vigorous. Thus, disciples in the county or from aristocratic families and sects often opt for a second round of body refinement. Upon hearing these words, Lu Ning displayed a look of sudden realization. As someone endowed with a system, he could also be considered exceptionally gifted. Thank you for your guidance, clerk. The Qin clerk nodded slightly, as this matter was merely a casual endeavor for him. What brings you to me? Lu Ning promptly replied. In response to the clerk, I wish to exchange for some protective treasures, preferably those capable of withstanding attacks from supernatural entities or pollution. The Qin clerk remained silent, merely retrieving a merit book from his drawer and began to flip through its pages. You currently possess 60 merit points, which can be exchanged for some talismans made from semi-supernatural materials. However, Given that your vitality is now fully cultivated, these talismans hold little value for you. After contemplating for a few seconds, Lu Ning clasped his hands and said, "Then I shall take my leave." The Qin clerk nodded, watching Lu Ning depart, murmuring to himself, "I never expected to discover such a promising talent in this small Anzhou city." As he spoke, he took out another book from the drawer and marked a tick next to Lu Ning's name. After leaving the Merit Hall, Lu Ning returned to his small courtyard to continue his cultivation. Since the semi-supernatural talismans were ineffective for his protection, he resolved to become stronger himself. Drawing from yesterday's experience, Lu Ning refrained from adding a full 10 points at once. Instead, he incrementally added points. And when he felt the vitality within him surging, he continued his training. 3 hours later, the sky had darkened. Lu Ning opened his eyes, radiating a robust vitality that made him appear like a blazing fire in the night. He opened his attribute panel, Vitality, 110, Technique. Great mastery of the Fierce Sunblade Technique, 05000, Cultivation, 9th layer of Body Refinement, 900, 010000, Financial Resources, 2880. Evaluation. No evaluation. Unexpectedly, after the second round of Body Refinement, I can continue to cultivate the Fierce Sunblade Technique. This is indeed a delightful surprise. After murmuring to himself, Lu Ning changed into a different outfit, sheathed his blade at his waist, and made his way to Chunfeng Tower. This evening's operation was not formal, and wearing the attire of the Demon Subjugation Division's constables might raise suspicion. Upon arriving outside Chunfeng Tower, he found Han Shiya and others already waiting. This time, aside from Han Shiya and Lu Ning, there were 3 others accompanying them. Lu Ning and the others disguised themselves as Han Shiya's bodyguards. "Thank you all for waiting. I apologize for the delay," Lu Ning said, clasping his hands. "No problem. We just arrived as well," Han Shiya replied nonchalantly. "Please, after you." Although Chunfeng Tower was a major entertainment venue in Anzhou Prefecture, the recent homicide had led to a decrease in patrons. As a regular at Chunfeng Tower, Han Shiya was immediately greeted by Mama Yuan upon entering. "Master Han, which lady would you like to compose poetry with today?" Mama Yuan inquired. "Mama Yuan, I wonder if Miss Qingya is playing the guqin today. I disturbed her yesterday and wish to offer an apology." Han Shiya was adept at conversing with both people and spirits. Mama Yuan's expression revealed a hint of reluctance. "That is possible, but I must first ask Miss Qingya for her opinion." "Not a problem," Han Shiya replied with a smile. Mama Yuan then summoned a maid and whispered a few words to her. The maid hurriedly approached and soon returned with the news. "Mama Yuan, Miss Qingya agrees to meet with the guest." Upon hearing this, Mama Yuan said to Han Shiya, "Master, shall we proceed as usual?" "Yes, I understand," Han Shiya replied, leading Lu Ning and the others up the stairs behind the maid. When they reached Miss Qingya's door, the maid gently knocked a few times, and soon the familiar cold voice resonated from within. "Come in." Han Shiya pretended to be serious and instructed the others outside. "You stay here and ensure that no one disturbs me while I listen to the music." "Understood," Lu Ning and the others replied in unison. Creak. After Han Shiya entered, the door closed behind him. Chapter 9. Miss Qingya, you wouldn't want your concealment of supernatural items to be discovered, would you? As night fell, Chunfeng Tower was bustling with activity, filled with the sounds of laughter and conversation. Lu Ning and the others stood quietly outside the door, straining to listen to the happenings within. Inside Miss Qingya's room, the lights were bright, fragrant smoke curled in the air, and the melodies of silk and bamboo instruments filled the atmosphere. Han Shiya swayed his folding fan. Seated on a sandalwood chair, with a look of rapture on his face, the piece concluded. A familiar voice emerged from behind the screen. "I wonder what song Master Han would like to hear next?" Swish, Han Shiya closed his fan, preparing to sip his tea, but considering that the woman before him might possess an item capable of killing without a trace, he placed the teacup back on the table. "Miss Qingya, I came to see you today not just to listen to music, but also to discuss a matter with you." "What matter does Master Han wish to discuss?" Qingya asked, plucking the strings of her guqin without hesitation. The ethereal sound of the instrument did not hinder their conversation. Feigning a bold approach, Han Shiya replied, "Miss Qingya, this matter cannot be discussed adequately from behind the screen. Might you step out for a moment?" Qingya, hearing this, slightly furrowed her brow. "Master Han, do not break the rules." Her voice was devoid of any emotional fluctuation, yet it brimmed with an air of warning. Had it been earlier, Han Shiya would not have dared to be so audacious. He stood up and said, Miss Qingya, you wouldn't want your concealment of supernatural items to be discovered, would you? Thud. Qingya clearly felt her secret exposed. Her hand that plucked the strings paused momentarily, and the music within the room ceased. Han Shurya, who was accustomed to dealing with various individuals, quickly reacted to the change in the music. It seemed that Lu Ning's words had indeed struck true. This Miss Qingya was concealing supernatural items. What evidence do you have? Qingya stepped out from behind the screen, coldly retorting. Upon seeing Qingya's expression, Han Shurya instantly understood that she indeed harbored supernatural items. Had he not been accompanied by the Demon Subjugation Division, he might have turned and fled. Miss Qingya, do not forget that I am a scholar of the second realm in the literary path. Naturally, I possess some means of detecting supernatural items. Hemph, Qingya scoffed. Then why did you not bring it up earlier? Han Shurya chuckled. Because I wish to claim that supernatural item for myself. Moreover, Miss Qingya, you have caught the attention of that esteemed individual. I would not dare disturb their interest. Hee. Qingya sneered. I see Master Han wishes to use this as leverage to coerce me into doing unspeakable things. But what I detest most in life is being threatened. Her tone shifted, and her previously fair face turned ominously dark, exuding a chilling aura. This was serious. Han Shurya wanted to say, I merely came to trick you. Do you believe me? But seeing the murderous glint in Qingya's eyes, he knew that anything he said would be futile. Miss Qingya, please do not act rashly. Let us discuss this calmly. If you surrender the supernatural item, I can treat this as if nothing ever happened. However, should this escalate, you will not survive. Hemph. Qingya coldly replied. I never intended to live. Since you are aware of the supernatural item, you shall accompany me to hell. Feeling the terrifying killing intent in Qingya's gaze, Han Shurya instinctively took a step back. His hand accidentally brushed against the teacup on the table. Bang! The crisp sound jolted Han Shurya back to reality as he shouted, Ninger, save me, bang! The door was forcefully kicked open. Lu Ning, wielding a cold blade, was the first to charge into the room. Seeing Lu Ning and the others enter, Qingya's expression remained unchanged as she coldly glanced at Lu Ning. Lu Ning looked at the transformed Qingya, sternly responding, Indeed, it is I. Miss Qingya, surrender the supernatural item and cease your resistance. Qingya smiled, a beauty akin to an ethereal orchid blossoming, but paired with her chilling demeanor, it appeared exceptionally eerie. I have heard that the head constable of the Demon Subjugation Division, Lu, is only fond of wealth and not beauty. I never expected you to possess a tender side. How did it become common knowledge that I love money? Lu Ning retorted. A fleeting thought flitted through Lu Ning's mind. But he quickly regained his composure. This had nothing to do with cherishing beauty. I was merely adhering to the rules. How commendable it is to abide by the rules, however. Today I shall witness how Captain Lu subdues this young woman. Qingya spoke as she pressed a mechanism on the guqin. With a sharp click, the guqin opened, revealing a sinister Buddha statue concealed within. Unlike ordinary Buddha statues that exude benevolence and compassion, the one in Qingya's possession emanated an indescribable eeriness, particularly with its blood-red eyes, reminiscent of a demon from the depths of hell. The moment the malevolent Buddha appeared, Qingya underwent a dramatic transformation. Her once exquisite features morphed into a chilling allure, her ethereal eyes conveying a profound emptiness. She resembled a marionette, murmuring incomprehensible incantations. The Mother of No Way saves all sentient beings, with great compassion and mercy, guiding them back to the void of their homeland. The temperature in the room plummeted below freezing, causing an involuntary shiver to run through the onlookers. That is the evil Luo Buddha statue of the Heavenly Principal Church, Master Han exclaimed, startled, leaping from the ground. Ninger, act swiftly to interrupt her before this malevolence takes hold. Otherwise, we shall all perish. Upon hearing this, Lu Ning wasted no words, casting aside any notion of gentle treatment, and unleashed the solar blade technique towards Qingya. Clang! With a resonating clash of steel, a fiery red blade of light descended upon Qingya. Just as the blade was about to strike her, the evil Buddha radiated a sinister glow that dispersed the blade's power. He. Qingya let out a chilling laugh. Useless. You, a mere practitioner of the body refinement realm, cannot thwart the descent of the holy Luo Buddha. As her words fell, the great door behind Lu Ning and the others slammed shut with a resounding bang. Clang! The monkey and his companions instinctively drew their blades and struck at the door. Crack! But the door seemed sealed by some unseen force, impervious to their assault. Master Han's face turned ashen as he muttered, "We are doomed. Without a master of the bone refinement realm, it appears we shall perish here today." Liu Ning, hearing this, calmly inquired, "Master Han, are you suggesting that as long as one possesses the cultivation of the bone refinement realm, one can break this malevolence's spell?" "Indeed, but," Master Han trailed off, his meaning clear. "The bone refinement realm is manageable," Liu Ning affirmed, then inwardly shouted, "System, allocate points to my cultivation." Chapter 10. You are still that money-loving youth. Financial resources -1,000. Cultivation 1000. These two lines of numbers swiftly flickered in Liu Ning's mind. A formidable aura erupted from him. Boom. He had finally broken through. His tireless practice over the past days had not been in vain. Nor had his second body refinement. The sudden breakthrough silenced the room, all eyes turning to Liu Ning, who now radiated the essence of the bone refinement realm, prompting gasps of astonishment. "Brother Ninger, how did you suddenly break through?" Master Han asked. "Brother Ninger, you are eternal," the monkey exclaimed, though he did not comprehend the phrase. He had merely picked it up from Ninger's frequent usage. Qingya, half-dazed, responded, "How is this possible?" Before the crowd could fully process their astonishment, Liu Ning swung his cold blade once more at the evil Buddha statue. Fiery slash, with a fierce shout, a beam of light surged forth. A thunderous boom echoed as Qingya and the Buddha statue were sent reeling back, crashing into the screen behind them, leaving chaos in their wake. Liu Ning swiftly dashed forward, kicking the sinister Buddha statue from Qingya's grasp, his cold blade now pressed against her throat. "Miss Qingya, shall we now have an open and honest conversation?" The utterance silenced the room. The previous events had unfolded in the blink of an eye, leaving everyone bewildered by the abrupt conclusion of the battle. Yet the sight of Liu Ning holding a blade to Qingya's throat seemed somewhat discordant. Qingya, having regained her former chilliness, bore a trace of blood at the corner of her lips, accentuating her pallor and adding a poignant beauty to her appearance, completely at odds with her ability to summon malevolence. A slight smirk graced her lips, laced with self-mockery. "Hasn't Lord Liu already won? What more is there to discuss?" Liu Ning replied earnestly, "I wish to discuss why you chose to slay those courtesans." Qingya appeared unfazed by the blade pressed against her neck. "Indeed, I killed them. As for the reason, why doesn't he Lord Liu investigate for himself?" Liu Ning, remaining composed, smiled. "I have uncovered some information, though I wonder if it is accurate." "Oh? Is that so?" Qingya retorted coldly. "I am curious about what Lord Liu has discovered." Liu Ning continued without faltering. "You killed them to avenge your dear friend, Bai Muden, did you not?" At this revelation, a flicker of barely perceptible emotion crossed Qingya's otherwise impassive gaze. This subtle change did not escape Liu Ning's keen observation. "It seems my deduction was correct. Last month, the first courtesan of Chunfeng Tower, Bai Muden, tragically drowned during the Lantern Festival. Coincidentally, the victims of this poison mushroom incident were all from the same flower boat as Bai Muden. It appears she did not drown by accident, but was deliberately pushed off the boat. Am I mistaken, Miss Qingya?" A collective gasp escaped the lips of Master Han and the others. Their curiosity piqued as they gazed at Qingya. They had long pondered the motive behind her actions, and now they were astonished at how Ninger had connected two seemingly unrelated events to form such a conclusion. Qingya, instead of reacting with anger, wore a relieved smile. "The people of Anzhou City say that Captain Liu of the Demon Capture Division has become ensnared by greed. I never expected Captain Liu to be such a wise individual. Indeed, the events transpired as you described. Those venomous women were envious of Muden's beauty and deliberately intoxicated her, ultimately pushing her into the water. Muden had already amassed enough wealth to redeem herself after the Lantern Festival and escape this torment. Yet those women refused to let her go. Tell me, should those venomous women not die? If the one who perished were your beloved confidant, what would you do? They indeed deserve death. I too chose to kill in avenging my beloved," Liu Ning declared, pausing before adding, "Fortunately, I have no beloved confidant, so I need not concern myself with such matters." Qingya's expression shifted dramatically, her gaze towards Liu Ning filled with complexity. Liu Ning retracted his blade, turning to Master Han beside him. "Master Han, clean up this mess." Master Han responded, perplexed. Huh? Lu Ning then approached him, clarifying, the subsequent matters shall be entrusted to you, Master Han. However, this issue has escalated to a level requiring a practitioner of the bone refinement realm to address it. So you understand. Upon hearing this, Master Han exhaled in relief. Phew, Brother Ninger, hearing that reassures me. What? Lu Ning inquired, bewildered by Han's reaction. Brother Ninger, your performance just now was exceedingly peculiar. First, you broke through to the bone refinement realm, and then your logic was so clear, it hardly seemed like you. Master Han paused deliberately before continuing, but hearing you wish to invest money, I realized you are still that money-loving youth, unchanged in the slightest. Lu Ning chose not to delve further into this topic, instead retrieving the sinister Buddha statue and placing it on the table for closer inspection. He noted a small crack in the statue. Yet it continued to exude a chilling aura. Had he not recently broken through to the bone refinement realm, he might have been harmed by this malevolence. Master Han approached and helped Qingya to her feet. Inquiring curiously, Miss Qingya, are you not soon to head to the county city? Why not seek revenge with the aid of that esteemed individual? Qingya replied with a cold laugh, the moment Bai Mudan perished. My heart had already died. Though personally avenge her is the only thing I can do for her. Master Han, though clouded in confusion, refrained from pressing further. He retrieved ink and paper from his sleeve, beginning to document the entire case with flourish. Once finished, he handed the dossier to Lu Ning. Brother Ninger, please review and see if there is anything to amend. Lu Ning glanced over the document. Aside from the lack of mention regarding Qingya's use of the evil Buddha statue, nothing had been concealed. Master Han, he spoke softly, the matters concerning the heavenly principal church are beyond our capacity to handle. Thus, Lu Ning gave him a reassuring look. We shall report this truthfully to higher authorities. Let those great figures grapple with it. Master Han raised his thumb towards him, exclaiming, Indeed, Brother Ning is formidable. We have successfully resolved this matter, and it is time for us to return and report. Lu Ning nodded in agreement, stating, You may escort the person back to the Yamen. I shall take this item to the Bureau of Demon Suppression. Excellent, the crowd responded as they guided the composed and pallid Qingya towards the exit. Chapter 11. Promotion and Wealth. My lord, what are you all doing? Upon seeing Lu Ning and his entourage escorting the ashen-faced and haggard Qingya descending from the upper floor, Mama Yuan hastily approached, her anxiety palpable. Humph! Master Han snorted dismissively. Mama Yuan, do you have the audacity to question me? Qingya has been found in possession of a malevolent object and has even taken the lives of several courtesans. Even I was nearly ensnared by her deception. Hearing the words possession of a malevolent object, Mama Yuan's face drained of color, and she waved her handkerchief, exclaiming, Master Han, are you certain you are not mistaken? Lu Ning stepped forward, revealing the sinister Buddha statue he held. Mama Yuan, do you recognize this? It was discovered in Qingya's chamber. Upon seeing the cursed idol, Mama Yuan gasped and collapsed to the ground, her maid quickly rushing to help her up. Mama, are you all right? Tears streamed down Mama Yuan's face as she pointed an accusatory finger at Qingya, berating her. Qingya, how could you be so foolish? I have provided for you so well. Why would you harbor such a malevolent object? Qingya merely cast a cold glance at Mama Yuan, and with that single look, the tears in Mama Yuan's eyes ceased. Master Han stepped forward, saying, Mama Yuan, you wouldn't want this situation to escalate, would you? Having navigated the intricacies of Chunfeng Tower for many years, Mama Yuan was far from naive. She quickly regained her composure, stating, Master Han, what course of action do you propose? Master Han gestured with his hand, signaling a sum of 5,000 taels. For this matter to be of no concern to Chunfeng Tower, it shall be attributed solely to Qingya. Mama Yuan hesitated, wanting to say more, but Master Han was not inclined to haggle. I trust your proprietor will acquiesce. Mama Yuan gritted her teeth. I understand, but esteemed sirs, you cannot leave through the front entrance. Master Han glanced at Lu Ning, a gesture that seemed to convey, Brother Ning, we shall heed your guidance. Lu Ning slightly nodded, very well. After departing from Chunfeng Tower, Master Han instructed one of his captains to escort Qingya, then bowed to Lu Ning. Brother Ning, we shall part ways here. I shall ensure the silver reaches your residence by tomorrow. Lu Ning smiled. I trust Master Han will handle matters diligently. After their separation, the monkey could not help but express his astonishment. They say scholars are better at making money than we are. Today, I have certainly gained insight. With a light tap on the monkey's head, Lu Ning replied, "Do not lament. That 5,000 taels is also part of your share." Hee hee, the monkey chuckled, scratching his head. "Let us deliver the sinister Buddha to the Bureau of Demon Suppression. The night grows late, and the road may not be safe," as Lu Ning quickened his pace. The monkey and the others lit torches. After a quarter of an hour, the trio arrived at the entrance of the Bureau of Demon Suppression. Unlike other establishments, which were tightly shut at night, the Bureau kept its doors partially open, for it was well guarded against malevolent entities. Additionally, 2 guardian beast statues stood sentinel at the entrance, deterring ordinary evildoers from approaching. "Who goes there?" Before Lu Ning and his companions could enter, a patrolling cultivator called out. "Iron Plate Captain Lu Ning," Lu Ning declared, tossing his token towards the entrance. Although the door was ajar, entry without a token was prohibited at night. The guard at the door caught the token, inspected it, and confirmed, "Ah, it is you, Brother Ning. Please, come in." As they entered the bureau, the flickering torchlight illuminated their shadows clearly. "Brother Ning, have you encountered some malevolent spirits this late at night?" A burly man with dark skin inquired with a grin. As colleagues, Lu Ning felt no need to conceal the truth. "Brother Wang, we have discovered a malevolent object and wish to report it to the Merit Hall." Upon hearing the term malevolent object, Brother Wang stepped back in alarm. "You should seek out Clerk Qin immediately." "Farewell," Lu Ning replied, heading towards the Merit Hall. The monkey whispered, "Isn't Brother Wang a bit too timid?" Lu Ning retorted, "Do not speak foolishly. Brother Wang is simply prudent." As they conversed, they reached the Merit Hall. After presenting their tokens and explaining their purpose, the guards allowed the 3 to enter the annex. Upon reaching the entrance, Lu Ning respectfully announced, "Subordinate Lu Ning requests an audience with the clerk." "Come in," came Clerk Qin's indifferent voice from within. With a cautious creak, Lu Ning pushed the door open. A wave of cold air greeted him, even chillier than during the day. The monkey and the others shivered involuntarily behind him. "What is it?" Clerk Qin inquired, seemingly oblivious to their discomfort. "Clerk, we have confiscated a malevolent object from a courtesan at Chunfeng Tower," Lu Ning stated, presenting the sinister Buddha statue. Clerk Qin instinctively frowned upon seeing the idol. "Explain the details to me." Lu Ning recounted the entire sequence of events without reservation. Sighing, Clerk Qin lamented, "Qingya was indeed a beauty. How unfortunate she has fallen into wickedness," the monkey inquired, while Lu Ning remained perplexed. Noticing their confusion, Clerk Qin elaborated, "This sinister Buddha requires nourishment from blood for 49 days to activate its malevolence." Lu Ning, upon hearing this, instinctively exclaimed, "So, it follows that Qingya must have acquired this malevolent object before Bai Mudan's demise." "Indeed," Clerk Qin affirmed, "you have performed commendably in this matter." Lu Ning earns 100 merit points and 500 taels of silver, while the other 2 each receive 50 merit points and 200 taels. "Thank you, Clerk Qin." Lu Ning and his companions bowed in gratitude. Clerk Qin resumed his usual demeanor, glancing at Lu Ning. "I did not expect you to break through to the bone-forging realm so swiftly," Lu Ning replied. "The situation was critical. It awakened my potential, and I inadvertently made a breakthrough." Clerk Qin's mouth twitched slightly as he continued, "You have accumulated considerable merit over the years, sufficient for your promotion to Copper Plate Captain. I shall report to the magistrate tomorrow morning to facilitate your advancement." "Thank you, Clerk," Lu Ning beamed, bowing deeply. At last, he was to receive a promotion. The Bureau of Demon Suppression was renowned for its rapid advancements within the Great Qian dynasty. Unlike in other locales, where captains beneath the level of county magistrate held no official titles, the Bureau was different. An Iron Plate Captain was already considered a 9th-grade official, as working here involved considerable risk, and without good advancement opportunities, who would exert themselves tirelessly. Though it was the lowest rank, it was still an official position. A Copper Plate Captain ranked higher, at the 8th grade, and in the future, Lu Ning could proudly be addressed as my lord when he ventured out. "You may all withdraw for now," Clerk Qin stated, a hint of weariness gracing his features. "Understood." Lu Ning promptly led his companions away. As Clerk Qin watched their figures disappear into the night, he muttered, "Soon, there will be no place left to enjoy music." Cursed Heavenly Justice Sect. Chapter 12. Strength may be fleeting, but handsomeness lasts a lifetime. The following afternoon, upon returning home, Lu Ning was greeted by the familiar visage of Master Han. "Brother Ning, Master Han, you have come? Please, make yourself comfortable, Lu Ning responded with a warm smile, as the visit was to deliver funds. Master Han glanced around, no need for pleasantries. I shall leave after delivering the funds. Here are 3,500 taels. As he spoke, he produced a banknote from his sleeve. Liu Ning skillfully accepted the note, grinning, Master Han, do remember to call me for such transactions in the future. Master Han chuckled, of course, we are close friends. After exchanging pleasantries, Lu Ning returned to his courtyard, extracting 1,000 taels to distribute to the monkey and Lao Lu. Without hesitation, he summoned the system in his mind, declaring, System recharge, with the remaining 2,500 taels. Soon, Lu Ning accessed the system panel in his mind. Name: Lu Ning Affiliated Faction, Bureau of Demon Suppression, Great Qian Dynasty Vitality, 110, 5200, Bone Forging, 00200, Martial Art, Mastery of the Solar Blade Technique, 05000, Cultivation, First Layer of Bone Forging, 020000, Wealth, 4380 Evaluation. No evaluation. As Lu Ning surveyed the sequence of numbers in his mind, he felt an insatiable desire for greater wealth. He set a modest goal for himself, to earn 10,000 taels. After murmuring a few words, Lu Ning commenced his cultivation. Although the system could enhance his strength through monetary investment, he understood the importance of diligence. At dawn, adhering to his routine, Lu Ning began his day with a series of sword techniques before stepping outside. He casually consumed a bowl of tofu pudding by the roadside and then made his way to the Demon Subjugation Bureau. Upon entering, he was greeted by the jubilant voices of his colleagues. Congratulations, Lord Lu. Thank you, Lu Ning replied. Brother Ninger, you've been promoted. Shouldn't you treat us to a night at Chunfeng Tower for some leisure? Monkey chimed in. Dio, you still dare to go to Chunfeng Tower? Aren't you afraid that you might wake up to find the courtesan turned into a corpse puppet? Lu Ning retorted. Isn't that even more thrilling? Monkey replied with a grin. Something feels off with you, Lu Ning remarked. Amidst the crowd of colleagues, Lu Ning walked into the main hall, where he spotted Clerk Qin standing at a distance. Your subordinate greets you? Clerk Qin, he said respectfully. Clerk Qin acknowledged, producing a piece of silk and a token from his sleeve. The lord of the town has agreed to promote you to the position of Copper Badge Captain. Here is your appointment letter and token. In a couple of days, someone will deliver your official attire. Thank you, Clerk Qin. Liu Ning was aware that his promotion was in no small part due to Clerk Qin's assistance. Thus, he felt a surge of gratitude towards him. Clerk Qin maintained his usual demeanor. As a Copper Badge Captain in our bureau, you may exchange for a total of 10 techniques in the Merit Hall. However, only 3 of these techniques are free. The remainder will require a deduction from your merits. Liu Ning was accustomed to Clerk Qin's official tone, but adhering to the principle that cheap goods are often of poor quality. He replied, Clerk, I wish to exchange merits for techniques. Additionally, I would like your guidance. Upon hearing the latter part of Lu Ning's request, Clerk Qin merely smiled. It seems you not only love money but also possess a clever mind. You flatter me, Clerk. Having lived 2 lives, Lu Ning had long since mastered the art of observation and social interactions. Since Clerk Qin had already promoted him, he would naturally not hesitate to provide some guidance. Clerk Qin turned and rummaged through the cabinets beside him, soon retrieving 3 books and placing them on the table. They are the 9 Transformations Golden Body Technique, the Heavenly Gang Youth Technique, and the Bright Jade Technique. Liu Ning, puzzled, inquired, Clerk, why are all 3 techniques focused on body refinement? Clerk Qin explained slowly, as martial artists, we combat demons and evil spirits with our fervent blood, relying on the strength of our bodies. The external refinement methods cultivate internal strength. If one were to start with internal refinement methods, not only would progress be slow, but the body would also be too frail to withstand an attack from evil spirits. Over time, the consensus among martial artists has become to refine externally before internally. Upon hearing this, Lu Ning suddenly understood. Clerk, which of these 3 is the best? Clerk Qin replied, there is no absolute strength or weakness in techniques. Only suitability. Of course, among these 3, the most expensive is the Bright Jade Technique, which requires 200 merits, while the others only need 100. Expensive items usually have one flaw. They are expensive. Lu Ning remarked without hesitation. I will choose the Bright Jade Technique. Clerk Qin appeared to have anticipated Lu Ning's choice, smiling as he said, you must consider carefully. This Bright Jade Technique is not only costly but is also incomplete, allowing cultivation only up to the refining organ stage. Then I shall choose it, Lu Ning stated resolutely. He then added, may I be so bold as to ask why the bright jade technique is so exorbitantly priced? Clerk Qin pondered briefly before responding, because the bright jade technique is unlike other techniques. Once cultivated, it renders the practitioner as handsome as bright jade, while other techniques tend to give a coarser appearance. I understand, Lu Ning replied. Strength may be temporary, but handsomeness lasts a lifetime. Clerk Qin looked at Lu Ning in surprise, a glimmer of recognition appearing in his expression. Well said. In the future, should you have any questions while practicing the bright jade technique, feel free to consult me. Lu Ning, not being naive, quickly grasped that Clerk Qin was also a practitioner of this technique, and a wonder. In this bureau filled with rough men, Clerk Qin stood out slightly in terms of appearance. Thank you, Clerk Qin. I will certainly strive to cultivate diligently. Clerk Qin cautioned, the initial stages of the bright jade technique can be quite challenging. Typically, the bureau allows 3 days for new copper badge captains to comprehend their techniques. But I will make an exception and grant you 7 days. Lu Ning replied earnestly, I will not disappoint your expectations, and I shall certainly grasp the fundamentals within these 7 days. Very well. I shall await good news, Clerk Qin said before suddenly changing the subject. By the way, remember that this technique must not be disclosed to others. Should it be leaked, the Bureau will dispatch personnel to exterminate the offenders. Understood, I will remember, Lu Ning promised. With that, he left the Merit Hall, clutching the bright jade technique. Chapter 13. I have grown stronger and more handsome. The moonlight bathed the tranquil courtyard as Lu Ning meticulously studied the bright jade technique in his hands. The first line that caught his eye read, those who master the bright jade technique are impervious to water and fire, and their appearance remains eternally youthful. One cannot help but commend the creator of the bright jade technique. Even this opening line is compelling. After thoroughly examining the first layer of the technique, Lu Ning settled into the bright jade stance, channeling the blood energy within him, following the operational method of the technique. As night passed, Lu Ning found himself still without a breakthrough. He had yet to enter the fundamentals of the bright jade technique. However, he did not lose heart. Having been promoted to Copper Badge Captain, he was granted 7 days of cultivation, time to immerse himself in the technique. He returned to his room and indulged in a refreshing sleep. It was not until the sun climbed high that Lu Ning arose, finished his lunch, and resumed his practice of the bright jade stance. The technique's primary feature is to absorb the essence of the sun and moon, using blood energy to refine the body. Under the scorching sun, Lu Ning focused intently, allowing the beads of sweat to drip down his body. 2 days swiftly passed, yet Lu Ning had still not entered the technique's fundamentals. However, he felt as if he was beginning to grasp the nuances of practicing the bright jade technique through day and night cultivation. On the third night, the moon appeared as expected. Lu Ning continued his diligent practice, seconds ticking by. Under the relentless honing of his blood energy, subtle changes began to manifest in his body. As the moon set and the sun rose, Lu Ning experienced a transformation. After days of exposure to the sun, he found patches of dead skin on his body. As the technique operated, these dead skin cells gradually shed from him. This shedding was not limited to his face and hands. It encompassed his entire body. When the last piece of dead skin fell away, Lu Ning finally entered the fundamentals of the bright jade technique. He abruptly opened his eyes, his dark pupils radiating a fierce brilliance. To test the newfound resilience of his body, he seized a wooden board and struck it forcefully against his arm. Crash! The wooden stick splintered, yet Lu Ning felt no pain, not even a trace of injury. However, upon observing the dark grime and dead skin on his arm, along with the pungent odor in the air, Lu Ning's minor obsession with cleanliness was triggered. He promptly took a bath in the courtyard and changed into fresh attire. Instantly, he felt rejuvenated, every pore exuding comfort. The bright jade technique was indeed formidable. The claims of refining the essence and marrow were not mere exaggerations. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. Lu Ning approached a bronze mirror and gazed at the refined, handsome figure reflected back at him. Unable to contain himself, he murmured, I have become more handsome, and I have grown stronger. System. Open the attribute panel. Name. Lu Ning Affiliated Faction. Deqian Dynasty Demon Subjugation Bureau. Blood Energy. 120, 100 to 200. Bone Refinement Count. 0, 50 to 200. Technique. Sunfire Blade Technique Mastery. 0 to 5000. Bright Jade Technique Entry. 120, 2000. Cultivation Level. Bone Refinement Layer 1, 100 to 20,000. Financial Resources, 4380. The Bright Jade technique truly lives up to its reputation as the strongest technique in the Anjo Demon Subjugation Bureau. Just entering its fundamentals increased his blood energy by 10 points and refined his bones as well. It is time to pay a visit to the Demon Subjugation Bureau. Liu Ning sheathed his sword at his waist and, clutching the token, made his way towards the bureau. Brother Ninger, you look even more dashing, Monkey exclaimed, standing at the entrance of the Demon Subjugation Bureau, his face brimming with envy. Beside him, Old Six nodded in agreement. With looks like that, Brother Ninger won't even need to pay the courtesans at Chunfeng Tower. Liu Ning, not in the mood for banter with the two, shot them an exasperated glance. Is my official attire ready? Monkey grinned. It was prepared yesterday. If you hadn't mentioned your retreat for cultivation, I would have brought it to you. Take me to see. Liu Ning spoke as he entered the grand hall alongside the two individuals. Soon, someone presented a deep green official robe embroidered with a rhinoceros before him. Gazing at the vibrant garment, Liu Ning felt a flicker of ambition ignite within him, a desire to one day change the color of this official attire. After exchanging pleasantries with a few acquaintances, he made his way toward the Merit Hall, a tea present. Liu Ning held the position of a bronze badge head constable, and the guards no longer scrutinized his token, allowing him passage into the annex without hesitation. Upon reaching the door, he respectfully announced, "I, Liu Ning, seek an audience with Master Zhu." "Come in," replied the voice of Master Qin, sounding much as it usually did. Though it lacked the usual chill with a creak, Liu Ning pushed the door open and stepped into the Merit Hall. After he commenced his training in the Mingyu skill, the previously palpable coldness of the hall seemed to dissipate entirely. Master Qin, upon seeing Liu Ning enter, inquired mildly, "You seem quite composed. Have you encountered any difficulties in your training of the Mingyu skill?" Liu Ning retrieved the manual for the Mingyu skill from his pocket. Replying, "Master Zhu, I have successfully entered the initial stage of the Mingyu skilled." "Oh," Master Qin acknowledged, but soon his expression shifted to one of surprise as he blurted out, "So soon?" Liu Ning sensed a double entendre in Master Qin's words and promptly clarified, "I have diligently practiced day and night, discovering the nuances within, and by sheer fortune, I have made progress." Master Qin felt a sudden urge to reprimand the young man. Despite the outward respect, it was evident that he was boasting. Years ago, he himself had entered the initial stage in just 7 days, causing quite a stir in the county town. And now this young man claimed to have achieved it in 3 days, truly infuriating. However, accustomed to his high position, he quickly regained his composure. "Indeed, I did not misjudge you. Entering the initial stage in 3 days is commendable for the Anjo region. Nevertheless, remember that there are always greater heights and more accomplished individuals. Do not let pride cloud your judgment." "I understand, Master," Liu Ning replied before asking, "Master Zhu, you mentioned that the Mingyu skill is incomplete. Why do I feel it is no different from other techniques?" Master Qin explained, "At your current level, in the bone refinement stage, it is natural that you cannot perceive the differences. The 3 techniques I presented yesterday can only reach the completion of the internal organs. However, the other 2 techniques possess secret methods that allow practitioners to break through to the true blood stage and aid in the condensation of true blood." Liu Ning inquired, "Does this mean?" "Master Zhu, that as long as I fully cultivate the Mingyu skill, I can similarly break through to the true blood stage as with other techniques?" Master Qin nodded. "In theory, yes, but without the secret methods, one cannot condense true blood or achieve a breakthrough." "Then I feel reassured," Liu Ning murmured, knowing he had the system at his disposal, and if necessary, could invest to achieve a breakthrough. Master Qin looked at the young man before him, puzzled, as if wondering if he had not communicated clearly. "Very well, you may take your leave for now. The true blood stage is still a long way off. If you can reach the 9th layer of the internal organ stage before 30, you may then proceed to the general's training grounds, where exceptional talents abound, and there will surely be ways to assist you in breaking through to true blood." Liu Ning clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you for your guidance, Master Zhu. I shall take my leave." After departing from the Merit Hall, he headed back towards the Grand Hall. Just as he was about to enter, Monkey approached him with a wide grin, whispering in his ear, "Brother Ning, we have business at hand." Chapter 14. We are good friends in the hall of the Demon Catching Division. A young man clad in luxurious attire, adorned with a jade crown, and exuding an air of extravagance, held a folding fan in one hand while sipping tea with the other. The next moment, He spat out 2 mouthfuls of water, exclaiming, Tui, Tui, how can the tea in your demon-catching division be so dreadful? The constables standing nearby did not react with anger. Instead, they wore smiles of deference. Liuzi chuckled, Young Master Qin, you know our demon-catching division caters to rough individuals. We have no fine tea to offer. Never mind, Young Master Chen replied, waving his fan nonchalantly, a hint of exasperation on his face. Just then, Lu Ning's voice rang out, What brings Young Master Chen to our demon-catching division today? Upon hearing Lu Ning's voice, Young Master Chen's face brightened as he rose from his seat, smiling, Brother Ning, you've finally arrived. I've been waiting for you. This Young Master Chen, named Chen Xiaofeng, was the youngest son of the magistrate, Chen Darren. Unlike his siblings, who were skilled in both literature and martial arts, Chen Xiaofeng was neither accomplished in the arts nor in combat, relying solely on his father's connections to attain the status of a scholar. He spent his days competing for attention and notoriety, gaining a reputation as one of the 4 notorious rascals of Anzhou City. Liu Ning's friendship with Chen Xiaofeng began on a stormy night. That night, Chen Xiaofeng had arranged to meet a female ghost in a secluded grove for a deep conversation about life. Just as they were about to ascend the metaphorical autumn mountain, Chen Xiaofeng's protective jade pendant revealed the ghost's true form. The ghost's ghastly visage frightened Chen Xiaofeng so much that he fled without even pulling up his trousers. Liu Ning, patrolling that evening, witnessed a female ghost pursuing a scholar and intervened, slaying the ghost. Later, Chen Xiaofeng lamented, If only I hadn't carried that protective jade pendant, I could have enjoyed a beautiful romance with the ghost. But alas, I ruined everything. Liu Ning could not help but give him a thumbs up, saying, Brother, you are truly a valiant warrior, a true knight of the undead. Seeing that Lu Ning did not mock him, but instead expressed admiration, Chen Xiaofeng regarded him as a confidant eye in the days that followed. Chen Xiaofeng occasionally sought Lu Ning's assistance with minor troubles, and their bond grew into a friendship worth more than gold. Young master, have you come to seek my company for another adventure today? Lu Ning inquired with a smile. Chen Xiaofeng always sought Lu Ning's help for trivial matters, but he was never stingy with his rewards. Such affairs were easy to manage. Who would not appreciate a client with deep pockets? Indeed, Chen Xiaofeng exclaimed, twirling his fan, I have come to celebrate your promotion, and I wish to enlist your aid at the old Lu residence in the southern outskirts. You mean that place is truly haunted? Lu Ning instinctively blurted out upon hearing the name of the Lu residence. The rumors of hauntings at the Lu residence were well known throughout Anzhou City. However, the spirits within seldom left the estate, and due to its remote location, both the demon-catching division and the Anzhou government had refrained from intervening, leaving the haunted residence untouched until now. Of course I know that, Chen Xiaofeng replied, but I have my reasons for going there. Liu Ning did not readily agree, asking, Might I inquire about your reasons, young master? A troubled expression crossed Chen Xiaofeng's face. Recently, the academy's headmaster brought his granddaughter to the academy, and both Zhang Tongpan's son and I have taken a fancy to her. We even ended up in a scuffle, which eventually reached Miss Ji's ears. Upon hearing this, she declared that her ideal partner should be one who can ensure peace in the realm through wisdom and strength. If we could eliminate the ghostly presence at the Lu residence without relying on our family connections, she would grant us a legitimate chance to pursue her. Thus, I have arranged a duel with Zhang's son 3 nights from now at the Lu residence. A lovesick fool. This is truly the epitome of a smitten suitor. Lu Ning gazed at Chen Xiaofeng with skepticism. Young master, you have changed. You were never like this before. You used to throw money at women? Hee, Chen Xiaofeng chuckled, but that was because I had not yet encountered true love. Now that I have decided to mend my ways, Liu Ning, exasperated, retorted, Young master, you haven't bought this scholar's status, have you? Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaofeng became flustered, saying, Brother Ning, even if that were true, you shouldn't say it in front of everyone. Just tell me whether you will help or not. Lu Ning smiled. We are indeed close friends. How could I refuse your request? Excellent. Chen Xiaofeng put away his fan. Brother Ning, I knew I could count on you. Rest assured, money is no object. If you can help me resolve this, I will pay you 1,000 taels. Not enough, Lu Ning replied, not bothering to feign modesty. Then let us make it 2,000 taels. Chen Xiaofeng declared with a generous smile, Deal. Lu Ning affirmed immediately. As a practitioner in the bone refinement stage, in the relative safety of Anzhou City, he could easily escape even if he were unable to fight. Splendid, Chen Xiaofeng exclaimed, throwing an arm around Lu Ning's shoulders. let us go to the Golden Zune Tower for a drink to celebrate your promotion. I will treat you. Bring your brothers along. Young master is quite generous. Lu Ning waved to the surrounding constables. Brothers, let us go. Young Master Chen is treating us today. All right. Monkey and the others responded cheerfully, completely unconcerned that young Master Chen had not tasked them with capturing ghosts. Time flew by, and the night agreed upon with Chen Xiaofeng quickly arrived. Lu Ning promptly invested the 1,000 taels reward from the demon-catching division into his system. Armed with over 5,000 taels worth of resources, he made his way to the city lord's residence. Chen Xiaofeng was already waiting in a carriage, seemingly adhering to their agreement, having brought no coachman along. Ninger, hurry up and get in. Don't let Zhang's brat get ahead of us. Lu Ning promptly leapt into the carriage. Let us go. Chen Xiaofeng wielded the whip in his hand, and the carriage made its way towards the southern outskirts. The cart was adorned with 4 flames that would not be extinguished by the wind. Throughout the journey, the two did not encounter any malevolent spirits. Half an hour later, they arrived at Xuanyang Alley in the southern suburbs. At the end of this alley stood the old residence of the Lu family. Due to its reputation for being haunted, this alley had long been abandoned, visited only by a few homeless beggars. Unlike other alleys that were brightly lit, this one was shrouded in darkness. The depths of the alley evoked a feeling as if a colossal beast lurked in the shadows. Upon reaching Xuanyang Alley, the carriage noticeably slowed down, the rumbling of the wheels echoing loudly in the stillness of the night. A chilling breeze swept through the alley, instilling a sense of dread. Chen Xiaofeng instinctively edged closer to Lu Ning. After an indeterminate amount of time, the carriage came to a halt at the end of the alley. Chapter 15. The Lu family's old residence. The Lu family's old residence was a foreboding and antiquated mansion. Shrouded in ghostly clouds. 2 tattered white lanterns hung at the entrance, casting an eerie glow that deepened the ominous atmosphere. However, neither Lu Ning nor Chen Xiaofeng displayed any sign of trepidation upon gazing at the old house, particularly Chen Xiaofeng, whose face was etched with indignation. For there, before the mansion, stood Zhang Liming, that shameless scoundrel, accompanied by 10 warriors, all brandishing torches and adorned with mocking expressions. If it isn't young Master Chen. I thought you wouldn't dare show up, Zhang Liming sneered, emboldened by the presence of his 10 companions. Chen Xiaofeng, maintaining a stern expression, retorted, You, Zhang Xiaoxi, promised not to utilize your family connections, yet here you are. Accompanied by 10 warriors, Zhang Liming scoffed disdainfully, who said I called upon my family's resources. They're merely friends I encountered on the way. We hit it off splendidly and became sworn brothers. They volunteered to assist me, unlike some who pay for help. Stung by the truth in Zhang Liming's words, Chen Xiaofeng leaped down from the carriage, declaring with conviction, You speak nonsense. Brother Ning is my close friend. Indeed, since we're all here now, let us commence and see who can cleanse the spirits of the Lu family's old residence first, Zhang Liming replied, feigning indifference. Chen Xiaofeng, agitated, was about to voice his thoughts when Lu Ning restrained him. Turning to Lu Ning, he gazed at him with a look of confusion. Lu Ning smiled and said, Young Master Chen, the real spectacle has only just begun. Seeing Lu Ning's confidence, although Chen Xiaofeng felt reluctant, he refrained from further squabbling with Zhang Liming. Observing this, Zhang Liming glanced at Chen Xiaofeng. I didn't expect Captain Lu to be so perceptive. If you ever find it difficult to get by with old 3 Chen, feel free to seek me out. With a grand gesture, he commanded, Brothers, let us proceed to eradicate the restless spirits of the Lu family's old residence today. Understood, second brother. The warriors responded in unison, and one of them stepped forward, kicking the ancient door open with a resounding thud. A gust of chilling wind surged forth, causing Chen Xiaofeng to shudder involuntarily. Without a backward glance, Zhang Liming strode confidently into the mansion. Flanked by his 10 warriors, Brother Ning, let us follow in as well. If we delay, we shall surely be outmatched, Chen Xiaofeng urged impatiently. There's no need to rush. I observe that this place is cloaked in ghostly clouds, indicating the presence of numerous spirits. They want to be dealt with swiftly, Lu Ning replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaofeng hesitated, retracting the foot he had poised to step forward. He turned to Lu Ning, asking, Is it going to be dangerous? Lu Ning chuckled. Aren't there many people out in front? If there are formidable spirits within the old residence, there will be others to shield us. Chen Xiaofeng's face broke into a mischievous grin. So, Brother Ning, your plan is to let them scout the way, and ideally, let them weaken each other before we step in to finish the job. Only one who knows you could say such a thing. Young Master Qin, Lu Ning replied, giving him a thumbs up. The two then linked arms and entered the Lu family's old residence. Once inside, Chen Xiaofeng could not suppress a shiver, so cold. No wonder it's called a ghost house. It feels like midwinter even in the height of summer. Liu Ning, however, did not act rashly. After entering the mansion, he surveyed his surroundings. Soon, he discovered something amiss. The Lu family's old residence bore no signs of having been long abandoned. Contrary to the exterior, which was overrun with moss and weeds, the interior floors were pristine, the railings dust-free, and no cobwebs could be seen beneath the eaves. The courtyard was adorned with various dark-hued plants, and an ancient locust tree thrived, exuding vitality. He glanced up at the sky, which was pitch black. The ghostly clouds overhead resembled an impenetrable net, ensnaring the entire Lu family's old residence. The flames they held diminished slightly under the cloud's shadow, their illumination reduced to a mere flicker. Brother Ning, Zhang Liming and the others have dispersed, Chen Xiaofeng observed. Noticing the scattered flames in the darkness, he turned to inquire, which group shall we follow? Lu Ning narrowed his eyes, thoughtfully stroking his nose, and displayed a pensive expression. We shall wait right here in the courtyard. Their scattered actions within the ghost house will surely provoke numerous spirits. We can eliminate any that stray away from the group. He refrained from voicing the thought that in such a perilous place, dispersing their actions was akin to courting death. Chen Xiaofeng remained silent, nodding quietly and edging closer to Lu Ning in the shadows of the Lu family's old residence. Phantoms watched the flickering flames, their eyes gleaming with hunger. Someone has arrived, and they radiate abundant yang energy. They seem quite delectable. Why wait? Let us devour these intruders first. I still need to seek revenge on that female ghost in the East Wing. She gnawed off my hand last night. A companion smacked one of them on the head. What are you panicking for? These people are clearly warriors. We were injured yesterday. We cannot defeat them. Let us wait until they are wounded. Then we can swoop in. Good idea. Many spirits shared this sentiment. They restrained their desire to feast and observe from the shadows, none daring to make the first move. The Lu family's old residence was teeming with spirits, and they were known to consume their kind. Those that had survived to this day were all cunning and experienced old ghosts. Some spirits were even contemplating this opportunity to escape from this haunted place. A few days ago, one particularly lascivious spirit had managed to flee. None knew how it fared now in the courtyard. Zhang Liming crouched closely beside two warriors. This ghostly place is far too cold. Had I known, I would not have entered. Huang Gu, weren't we told that the Lu family's old residence is filled with spirits? Why have I not seen a single one? Zhang Liming questioned. Huang Gu, a tall, burly man with a dark complexion, frowned slightly at Zhang Liming's words. Before entering, he had sensed the ghostly clouds enveloping the house. Logically, they should have encountered spirits by now. How is it that we have not crossed paths with any? I brought my junior brothers down the mountain for profit, and it would be a shame if we find none. Each spirit is worth 50 taels. Such a fortune is rare. At that moment, a young man chimed in. I believe it is due to Huang Shixiang's mastery of bone refining, which has intimidated the spirits, preventing them from showing themselves. Zhang Liming nodded in agreement. That makes sense. Perhaps the other brothers have already encountered spirits. This time, he had spent a considerable sum to invite Taoists from the nearby Chongyang Temple to assist him, fully confident that with so many allies, he would surely prevail over Chen Xiaofeng. Chapter 16. Sister, we have encountered warriors. The eerie laughter echoed throughout the Lu family's old residence. I in the courtyard. Merely hearing those sounds sent chills down Chen Xiaofeng's spine. He instinctively drew closer to Lu Ning. Liu Ning did not interrupt him, but gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, his senses alert and ready to act at a moment's notice. As time ticked by, no spirit ambushed them in the courtyard. However, unbeknownst to them, a multitude of spirits had already swarmed the old locust tree, their eyes gleaming with hunger. The spirits even jostled for position on the tree. You go. No, you go. Though the spirits craved the yang energy radiating from Lu Ning, they could sense the formidable aura he exuded, realizing he was not someone they could easily confront. Suddenly, one spirit proposed. Let us all attack together. All right. I'll count to 3. Sounds good. 1, 2, 3. Attack. With a gust of chilling wind, Lu Ning sensed something amiss. He swiftly drew his long knife, slashing toward the direction of the wind. Clang! As a crimson light flashed, a cacophony of banging resonated through the air. Qian Shaofeng, upon hearing the sound of a blade being drawn, swiftly turned to look at Lu Ning and inquired, "Ninger, what has transpired?" "A ghost has just made its move," Lu Ning replied, casting a sidelong glance at a few peculiar objects scattered on the ground not far away. He refrained from immediately collecting these strange items, for it was evident that this courtyard harbored not just those few ghosts, but also more formidable ones, and thus, caution was imperative. Judging by the malevolent energy these spirits exuded, they were merely semi-phantom entities, akin in strength to the bull-headed ghost encountered previously. Yet, how could there be so many semi-phantoms within this old residence, and why had they not escaped to wreak havoc in Anzhou Prefecture? "Should we?" Qian Shaofeng's words were abruptly interrupted by a crashing sound as a dark figure was hurled from within the house, crashing heavily to the ground. Before he could discern the shape of the shadow, a voice cried out, "Brother Huang, save me!" Ah, accompanied by a scream. Another figure shot forth from the room. He, the hearts of warriors are such a delicacy, so rich in yang energy. Following the source of the voice, Lu Ning beheld a disheveled female ghost clad in white, gnawing on a rapidly pulsating heart. Upon noticing Lu Ning and Qian Shaofeng, the ghost swallowed the heart in one gulp and exclaimed, "He, two more little cuties have arrived." In an instant, she darted towards them. Clang! With a swift strike, Lu Ning dispatched the white-clad ghost. The spirits lurking in the darkness, witnessing Lu Ning's ferocity, dared not continue their assault and scattered in panic. "Quick, hurry to the East Wing and summon the eldest sister. Let us also go to the East Wing and call for Brother Ba." In an instant, chaos erupted within the Lu family estate, as ghosts scurried about, interspersed with the cries for help from the martial artists. "Brother Huang, help!" Lu Ning stood firm, holding his blade, his brow furrowing deeper. The sheer number of semi-phantom entities in the Lu estate was alarming. However, if they were merely semi-phantoms, this presented a lucrative opportunity. "Help! Save me!" As Lu Ning pondered, a figure brandishing a torch stumbled into the courtyard, rolling in a desperate escape, closely pursued by a headless ghost. The headless spirit seemed to be employing a cat-and-mouse tactic. Just as the man and ghost were within 10 meters of each other, Lu Ning's blade struck, and the headless ghost was instantly vanquished. Without waiting for the man to speak, Lu Ning coldly commanded, "Stay where you are and do not move, lest you wish to face my blade without mercy." It was late at night, and he could not discern whether the individual was human or ghost. He would not commit indiscriminate slaughter but would eliminate danger in its infancy. All right. The beleaguered martial artist, seeing Lu Ning's ruthlessness, refrained from further protests, standing still with his sword at the ready, vigilant of his surroundings. Qian Shaofeng, witnessing Lu Ning's prowess, gave him a thumbs up. "Ninger, your skills are truly impressive. Would you like to learn?" Lu Ning asked with a smile. Qian Shaofeng shook his head. No, I can't endure that hardship." Meanwhile, in the four quarters of the estate, for malevolent spirits cast bewildered glances at the small ghosts, who typically avoided them. A female ghost in a tattered red dress, half of her face disfigured, ominously inquired, "Why are you all rushing to your deaths today?" The Lu estate served as a breeding ground for ghosts. They were kept here to fight amongst themselves, with larger spirits devouring the smaller ones to grow stronger. Over time, formidable ghosts emerged in the east, west, south, and north wings, each claiming their territory. They consumed a ghost daily to bolster their power, but they only acted during the midnight hour when consuming a ghost would significantly enhance their cultivation. A hanged ghost trembled as it reported, "Sister, we encountered a martial artist, and many of our brethren were slain by him." "What?" The red-dressed ghost's expression darkened immediately. The ghosts within the Lu estate were her sustenance. Now that someone dared to encroach upon her territory, she could hardly swallow this affront. "Where is this martial artist?" The hanged ghost replied, "Under the old locust tree in the courtyard. He appears to be a martial artist of the bone refinement stage, able to slay a ghost with a single strike." The red-dressed ghost seized the hanged ghost by the throat. "I see you wish to consume his heart and absorb his yang energy, only to be vanquished instead." The hanged ghost flailed helplessly, much like a duck caught by the neck, unable to resist. "Humph!" The red-dressed ghost tossed the hanged ghost aside. Regardless of who he is, anyone who kills my ghosts must pay with their life. Follow me. With that, she floated out the door, and the other 3 powerful spirits followed suit. Meanwhile, Brother Huang, who was exploring a room, heard the various cries for help. His expression shifted. This is bad. Something has happened. We must go assist. All right, Zhang Luming dared not object. The other party was his only support, and should they abandon him, his fate was all but sealed. The 3 of them rushed into the courtyard. The young martial artist, previously admonished by Lu Ning, saw the newcomers and his face lit up with joy as he shouted, "Brother Huang, you've finally arrived." Brother Huang surveyed the corpses in the courtyard, frowning as he asked, "Where are the others?" The young martial artist explained, "They were all killed by the ghostly entities. We encountered several semi-phantom beings." Upon hearing this, a flicker of panic crossed Brother Huang's eyes. But he soon declared, "It is not safe to remain here. Let us leave." Chapter 17. Why are you forcing me? With a resounding crash, the door to the Lu estate slammed shut, startling everyone but Lu Ning. Zhang Luming and his companions halted, gazing at the suddenly closed door with an ominous premonition. Chun Xiaofeng whispered, "Ninger, should we also leave?" Lu Ning shook his head slightly. It seems that leaving now will not be so simple. Zhang Luming immediately grew displeased at this, interjecting, "What nonsense are you speaking, Lu? My brother is a martial artist of the bone refinement stage. With him here, how could we possibly be unable to leave?" Huang He remained silent, merely casting a sidelong glance at Lu Ning, sensing the formidable aura radiating from him. A bone refinement martial artist. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept through, cold enough to send shivers down their spines. Rendering them immobile, the pitch-black night echoed once more with unsettling laughter. Giggling, snickering, and cackling filled the air, causing many present to tremble uncontrollably, with Zhang Luming on the verge of losing his composure. Huang He, hearing the ghostly laughter surrounding them, unsheathed his sword and bellowed, "You little ghosts dare to cavort in front of me? Come forth and meet your demise." His roar, imbued with a hint of ferocity, silenced the ghostly laughter that had enveloped them. Seizing the moment, Zhang Luming urged a fellow disciple, "Quickly, go and break down the door." The disciple from Chongyang Temple remained still, fixing his gaze on Brother Huang. "Indeed," as he said, "we cannot leave for now." Huang He glanced at Lu Ning before pointing towards the door. "There is a formidable ghost of the phantom level out there." Before Zhang Luming and the others could betray any signs of fear, a sinister laugh echoed from the entrance. "Hee. No wonder you are a bone refinement martial artist. I have hidden so deeply, yet you still managed to discover me." As the words fell, a white figure emerged from behind the door. Dripping wet, its features obscured. Huang He's expression turned serious upon seeing the ghost but exhibited no trace of fear. "Do you think you can obstruct 2 bone refinement martial artists with your meager abilities? How naive! Hee. If he is not enough, count me in as well." A sultry voice drifted down from the rooftop. Following the sound, Lu Ning looked up to see a red-dressed ghost perched on the roof. A phantom-level red-dressed ghost. "Ha. I've heard there are bone refinement martial artists, so I've come to join the fun." Accompanied by a robust voice, yet another phantom-level entity materialized before them. This ghost was stout, with a round face and a body resembling a ball, exuding an overwhelming sense of dread and pressure. Such an opportunity cannot be missed. Finally, a ghostly figure, elegant and wielding a folding fan, emerged, pale and ghostly, a being of the phantom level. Even Lu Ning felt a shiver run down his spine. However, he had always been one to maintain his composure in the face of adversity. To his astonishment, the seemingly humble Lu family ancestral home harbored not one, but 4 spectral entities of a peculiar grade, which truly took him by surprise. Upon hearing this, Zhang Liming immediately grew anxious, exclaiming loudly, "Lu, do you have time to count the apparitions at a moment like this?" The scholar ghost, gracefully swaying its folding fan, responded with a smile, "You are mistaken. There are more than just the 4 of us in this Lu family ancestral abode. Come forth." As the words left its mouth, numerous ghostly flames suddenly flickered into existence within the ancestral home, densely packed like fireflies on a summer night. The pitch-black Lu family residence was instantly illuminated by the eerie green glow of the ghostly flames. In what had previously been an empty space, hundreds of ghostly figures materialized out of thin air. With a flutter, Zhang Liming was so petrified by the sight that he collapsed onto the ground. Chen Xiaofeng fared little better. Had he not been gripping Lu Ning's arm tightly, he too might have succumbed to fear. A disciple from Chongyang Temple gazed at the multitude of ghosts and murmured in disbelief. How is this possible? There are actually over 100 entities of semi-spectral grade. Huang He's face turned ashen. He had not anticipated that his first descent from the mountain after mastering his sword technique would lead him to such a perilous situation. What is the purpose of the Demon Suppression Bureau in Anzhou? How can they allow so many specters to congregate here? Do they not fear a night raid by 100 ghosts upon Anzhou City? Only Lu Ning retained his calm demeanor. To say he was unfazed would be an understatement. However, the years spent in the Demon Suppression Bureau had cultivated in him a mind that remained clear and composed in any circumstance. Regardless of the situation, he could confront it with poise. The spectral horde did not immediately charge forward, but instead regarded the 5 individuals with mocking gazes, slowly forming a circle around them. Reminiscent of a cat toying with its prey, it was as if their fear only served to delight the phantoms further. Master brother, what shall we do? Another trembling disciple from Chongyang Temple inquired. Fight. If we slay one, we break even. If we slay 2, we profit. Huang He gritted his teeth, determination etched on his face. I do not wish to die. Zhang Liming clung desperately to Huang He's leg. Pleading, Brother Huang, you are a distinguished disciple of Chongyang Temple. Surely you have a way to lead us to safety, right? Thud. Huang He, exasperated, kicked the scion away. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be in this predicament. I can barely save myself, let alone rescue you. Unless you can conjure a fully perfected practitioner of the bone refinement stage, no one can save you. Look to your own survival. His ire only grew as he spoke. A practitioner capable of fully mastering a martial technique would at least be at the pinnacle of the bone refinement stage. Such individuals were not easily procured. Upon hearing this, Lu Ning's eyes glimmered with a spark. Fully mastering a martial technique did not seem an insurmountable task. The sudden rift between the two only served to amuse the ghostly beings, with some unable to suppress their laughter. Ha ha! The haunting laughter of the specters echoed, infectiously reverberating throughout the Lu estate. The scholar ghost, witnessing this scene, raised its hand to signal silence, and instantly, the Lu family ancestral home fell into a profound hush. It looked at the 5 individuals. Speaking leisurely, the hour of the rat has arrived. You shall face your demise with obedience. We 4 specters will divide the 2 practitioners of the bone refinement stage among us, while the remaining 4 shall be left to you. As its words lingered in the air, the ghostly horde surged forth, and a chilling wind swept through the Lu family residence. The 100 ghosts are upon us. Seeing this, Lu Ning stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Chen Xiaofeng, a pained expression crossing his face as he grit his teeth. Why must you force my hand? Chen Xiaofeng, bewildered, replied, Ninger, what are you saying? The horde of ghosts murmured among themselves. Is this person truly in a daze from fright? Chapter 18. Do you know how much my previous strike was worth? System, add points. Sunfire blade technique maxed out. With a blade in hand, Lu Ning stood resolutely amidst the chilling ghostly winds, his expression grave and his gaze unwavering. A sudden thought flashed through his mind. Wealth minus 5,000 Sunfire blade technique, 5,000 Sunfire blade technique, perfected in the blink of an eye. This series of numbers flitted through Lu Ning's consciousness. Immediately, a potent aura of blazing sunlight enveloped him. In the dark, cold night, he stood as if a blazing sun had descended upon the earth. With the sun at its zenith, Lu Ning shouted, drawing his blade in a sweeping arc. A blade aura extending over 20 meters erupted forth, and in an instant, the entire Lu family residence was shrouded in a semicircle of blazing sunlight. Wherever the blade's radiance reached, the ghosts dissipated as swiftly as vapor meeting sunlight. As the blade fell, silence reigned. The once chaotic Lu family ancestral home was suddenly devoid of dozens of specters. Those specters untouched by the blade's light froze in place, as if a film had been paused. Huang He, poised to strike, stood dumbfounded, gazing at Lu Ning's silhouette, unable to regain his composure for a long while. Flee! The surviving specters, realizing the threat posed by Lu Ning, instinctively sought to escape. Leading the charge was the water ghost that had previously blocked their path. The other 3 specters, of comparable strength, hesitated, But upon witnessing their companion's demise at the hands of the blade-wielding human, they recognized that remaining would only lead to their doom in the blink of an eye. The Lu family residence returned to its former stillness. Not a single ghost remained. Had it not been for the bodies of the disciples from Chongyang Temple lying in pools of blood, none would have believed that such a tumult had just transpired. A gentle breeze swept through, neither cold nor warm, but it served to pull everyone back to reality from their astonishment. Qian Shaofeng looked at Lu Ning, who stood protectively in front of him, and could not help but exclaim, "Ninger, that last strike was simply magnificent." Lu Ning's face flushed red, or rather, every inch of his skin felt ablaze. The vitality within him had been nearly expended by that last strike. Had he not begun to cultivate the Mingyu skill, he might have perished by the backlash of the Sunfire Blade technique even after slaying the specters, enduring the intense heat coursing through him. He slowly sheathed his blade, preparing to turn when an incongruous voice broke the moment. "Ninger, thank you for your assistance. I will surely repay you upon our return." Qian Shaofeng was displeased upon hearing this. Now that they were safe, he had every intention of striking down the fallen. "Zhang Laosi, how dare you call him Ninger? You are unworthy of such familiarity." Lu Ning turned to Zhang Liming, his face flushed with anger, which only served to enhance his intimidating presence in the darkness. Zhang Liming instinctively shuddered, inching closer to Huang He. Lu Ning pointed his blade at Zhang Liming and inquired, "Do you know how many thousands of taels that strike of mine is worth?" Zhang Liming, perplexed, stammered, I do not know." Huang He was equally bewildered. He never expected this exceptionally skilled youth to speak so brazenly about money. Zhang Liming instinctively shook his head. "I don't know, but Lord Lu, you may set your price point 5,000 taels. That strike of mine is worth 5,000 taels." Lu Ning felt a pang in his heart at the thought of losing 5,000 taels in an instant. He was determined to recoup his losses from this scion. Otherwise, his efforts would be in vain, as he had never been one to come to the aid of others without compensation. "All right, I will pay." "I will pay." Zhang Liming, taken aback by Lu Ning's expression, hastily retreated. The air was thick with an acrid scent. Qian Shaofeng, reveling in Zhang Liming's embarrassment, pointed at the puddle on the ground and remarked, "Zhang Laosi, you were so bold earlier. How is it that such a minor situation has left you so frightened?" "It wasn't me," Zhang Liming protested, but the dampness in his trousers betrayed him. "Ugh," Qian Shaofeng waved his hand in disgust. "Your words mean nothing. You should at least write an IOU. Otherwise, how will you account for it later?" Zhang Liming replied, "I do not have paper and ink." Qian Shaofeng shrugged. "No matter. I have some in my carriage. You can write it down before you leave." Hearing this, Lu Ning's pain dissipated, and he gave Qian Shaofeng a thumbs up. "Young Master Qian, well done." "Hee, it's nothing." Qian Shaofeng certainly would not reveal that the paper and ink had accidentally been left in his carriage. "Ninger, the ghosts in this Lu family residence want to emerge for a while. Let us leave first, it's quite chilly here." "Not yet." Lu Ning interrupted him, surveying the half-spectral and spectral entities strewn across the ground. "We must collect our spoils." With that, he produced a small cloth bag from his waist and began gathering the items as if collecting money, stuffing them into the bag. This scene left the three disciples from Chongyang Temple utterly astounded. One disciple could not help but murmur, "This Lord Lu is truly a remarkable talent." Upon hearing this, Qian Shaofeng retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? Ninger is simply not one to waste a single grain of rice." Huang He then instructed his two fellow disciples, retrieve the bodies of the other disciples and prepare them for cremation. If we delay, they may undergo a transformation. It is a common occurrence for corpses killed by ghosts to undergo transformation. Under ordinary circumstances, these two individuals would naturally have refrained from disturbing the bodies. However, with the majority of the specters in the Lu family's old residence having been vanquished by the esteemed Lord Lu, there was little cause for concern. As fierce flames engulfed the scene, several corpses were swiftly reduced to ashes. Seizing the opportunity, Huang He clasped his hands in gratitude towards Lu Ning, saying, "Thank you, Lord Lu, for your assistance." Lu Ning waved his hand dismissively and replied, "There is no need for thanks. As I stated earlier, my blade is worth 5,000 taels. How you choose to negotiate that sum is your own affair." At these words, Huang He was momentarily rendered speechless. Nearby, a disciple from the Chongyang Temple could not help but murmur, "What's the big deal about perfecting a sword technique? Why the pretense?" With a swift motion, Huang He turned and smacked the disciple on the head, exclaiming, "What nonsense are you spouting? Lord Lu operates with principles. He has stated that he will not ask for more than 5,000 taels. You should learn from Lord Lu." The disciple rubbed his head and, recalling Lu Ning's earlier strike, quickly lowered his head in apology. "My apologies, Lord Lu. Lu Ning, unfazed, replied, "No harm done. I do not hold grudges against the petty." Half an hour later, Lu Ning, holding Zhang Luming Siou, boarded a carriage alongside Chen Xiaofeng. Before entering the carriage, Chen Xiaofeng took a moment to glance at Zhang Luming, who stood not far away, and grinned. "Old Zhang, we shall grant you 3 days. If you cannot gather the 5,000 taels within that time, the entire academy will learn of how you were frightened to the point of wetting yourself." "You?" Zhang Luming's face fluctuated between pallor and purple, revealing his distress. He understood that Chen Xiaofeng was entirely capable of such a deed. "Rest assured, I will not go back on my word." "Very well. Then, let us depart." Chen Xiaofeng cracked the reins, and the carriage rolled away, leaving a disheartened Zhang Luming and his companions behind. Zhang Luming turned to Huang He and the others, saying, "I would appreciate it if you 3 could escort me back to the Zhang residence." Huang He replied nonchalantly, "That is acceptable, but you must first settle the compensation for my 7 junior brothers." Gritting his teeth, Zhang Luming acquiesced. "Fine." Chapter 19. Young people must exercise restraint. "Ninger, may I discuss something with you?" Inside the carriage, Chen Xiaofeng, buoyed by recent events, inquired cheerfully. The thought of his nemesis, Zhang Luming, being frightened to the point of embarrassment filled him with an urge to celebrate. Lu Ning replied coolly, "Speak your mind. Could you sell me one of those semi-ghostly objects? After all, eradicating malevolent spirits requires tangible evidence." Chen Xiaofeng added, "Rest assured, I will pay." "You truly understand me," Lu Ning indicated with his fingers. "This amount 500 taels." "Agreed," Chen Xiaofeng responded with the tone of a wealthy man. After escorting Chen Xiaofeng home, Lu Ning instinctively quickened his pace towards his own residence. Upon returning to the courtyard, he promptly stripped off his garments. Observing every inch of his skin, which had cracked, he instinctively glanced downwards. In the next moment, Lu Ning sighed in relief. Thankfully, all was well in that regard. He donned his trousers and murmured, "That was perilously close. Had those phantoms withstood my first strike, I would have been unable to mount a second attack in quick succession. I am still not strong enough. I must hasten my training." As he spoke, he dressed and emptied the contents of his bag, which held both ghostly and semi-ghostly items. To his surprise, he discovered that the malevolent aura emanating from these objects had significantly diminished. Whether it was due to his earlier strike or some other factor remained unclear. He set aside 3 items, ensuring he would have leverage should the need arise. Selecting 1 ghostly object and 2 semi-ghostly items, he placed them back in his bag while leaving the rest on the table. Gazing at the array of ghostly objects before him, Lu Ning couldn't help but feel anticipation for the profits he might reap this time. System recharge. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, and the small pile of ghostly items vanished without a trace. Semi-ghostly wealth 300. Semi-ghostly wealth 500. Ghostly wealth 1000. The figures in his mind fluctuated. A joyous smile spread across Lu Ning's face. His system's wealth value soared from 380 to 380. To his astonishment, he had unexpectedly achieved his modest goal. Perhaps he should set his sights higher next time. With wealth secured, it was time to focus on training. After perfecting the Sun Blade technique, he could no longer advance further in that area. Of course, Lu Ning was hesitant to improve further. Had it not been for his practice of the Mingyu technique, he might have been unable to withstand the backlash of the blade technique today. First, he would bolster his vitality by 10 points. Wealth value 1900. Vitality 10. A surge of vitality coursed through his body. The intense heat he felt dissipated significantly. Vitality is indeed the foundation of a martial artist. Looking at his wealth value of over 8,000, Lu Ning fell into contemplation. Should he reinforce his bones first or enhance the Mingyu technique? Considering the remarkable benefits of the Mingyu technique, he decided to invest 2,000 wealth points to elevate it.as, the notation indicating the Mingyu technique's entry-level proficiency transformed into minor success. Lu Ning experienced a sudden clarity in his understanding. A novel insight into the technique. He promptly settled into a meditative position and began practicing according to the technique's prescribed flow of vitality. When Lu Ning opened his eyes once more, The first rays of dawn were gently caressing the earth. To his astonishment, the stinging pain from the previous night's encounter with the sun blade technique had entirely vanished, replaced by a newfound lightness in his being. Upon inspecting his body, he found that the skin scorched by the sun blade's energy had completely sloughed off, revealing rejuvenated skin akin to jade. The Mingyu technique is indeed remarkable, he murmured, preparing to rise. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness washed over him, and his legs felt weak, nearly causing him to topple over. Quickly, Lu Ning steadied himself against a nearby stone table, regaining his balance. What is happening to me? Did I not just break through? How can I feel so weak? Am I merely hungry? A series of bewildering thoughts flitted through his mind as he slowly stood and made his way outside. At a roadside stall, he consumed 3 bowls of tofu pudding but still felt as if his body had not fully recovered. It seemed a visit to the medical hall was necessary. Half an hour later, within the Huichun Hall, Dr. Yang, stroking his beard while checking Lu Ning's pulse, regarded the pale young man with a weighty tone. Young man, one must exercise restraint. Lu Ning, bewildered, stared at Dr. Yang and asked, Dr. Yang, you must have made a mistake in your diagnosis. I am still but a child. Dr. Yang paused, puffing out his cheeks in indignation. I have practiced medicine for 20 years. How could I misdiagnose? Do not tarnish my reputation. Your pulse is weak, and your complexion is sallow. It is clearly a result of excessive depletion of vitality. Enough of this. I understand that you youngsters are proud. I shall prescribe you a remedy to replenish your vitality. For 3 months, you must refrain from any intimate relations, or even divine intervention will be futile. Lu Ning attempted to protest further, but the fierce gaze of Dr. Yang silenced him. After settling the consultation fee, he left with the prescription in hand. Lu Ning did not procure any medicine, as the remedies available at the medical hall could not compare to those from the merit hall. Weighing the ghostly and semi-ghostly items in his bag, he made his way towards the demon capture division. Ninger, did you not go ghost hunting last night? Could it be that you were hunting a female ghost? The monkey, upon seeing his expression, remarked in astonishment. Do not mention it. Last night I forcefully unleashed my strength and nearly drained myself dry. I must pay a visit to the ledger clerk, Qin. Without further boasting to the monkey, Lu Ning headed straight to the merit hall. Your subordinate pays respects to ledger clerk Qin. What brings you here? Ledger clerk Qin, noticing Lu Ning's condition, revealed a flicker of surprise in his eyes. This young man. Lu Ning hurriedly explained, detailing how he had tapped into incredible power in a moment of crisis, which had led him to perfect the sun blade technique. The aftermath of such exertion had left him in his current state. Ledger clerk Qin murmured, I see. You are quite fortunate, having cultivated the Mingyu technique and comprehended the blade technique at a life-or-death moment. Lu Ning then produced the ghostly object from his bag and placed it on the table. It was a hairpin. Ledger clerk, this is the item left behind by the red-clad female ghost. Qin replied, keep it for now. You can exchange it for a fine weapon later. With your current cultivation at the bone forging stage, the blade you are using will soon become inadequate. Thank you for your guidance. Ledger clerk Lu Ning grinned as he retrieved the ghostly item, thinking to himself, I nearly forgot about this matter. Ledger clerk Qin remarked, given your current depletion of vitality, take some medicinal pills and rest for a few days. It would be best to refrain from using your blade or practicing. Your subordinate will remember. After responding, Lu Ning continued, by the way, ledger clerk, I would like to seek your advice regarding bone forging. Although I should not practice for the next few days, I would like to take this time to plan my training direction. Seeing his eagerness to learn, ledger clerk Qin's lips curled into a slight smile. You young lad, every time you visit me, you seek to gain some advantage. Now, tell me, what confusions do you have regarding your training? Chapter 20. The first bone tempering master Qin, I wish to inquire about the proper order for tempering bones. Which part should be addressed first? Lu Ning asked straightforwardly. Without hesitation, Master Qin replied, the limbs, but there are considerations to bear in mind regarding bone tempering. Upon hearing this, Lu Ning thought to himself, this journey has indeed not been in vain. If conditions permitted, he would have liked to take out a small notebook to jot down notes. Master Qin continued, as martial artists, we initially cultivate a particular martial technique, and the tempering of bones should correspond to that technique. If one practices leg techniques, tempering the bones of the feet first will yield exceptional results. Conversely, the same applies. Since you wield a blade with your right hand, it is prudent to prioritize the tempering of the right arm's bones. Of course, you may also consider supplementing with leg techniques to enhance your speed and retreat. This statement was not without merit. Were it not for his insufficient merits, Lu Ning would have sought to exchange for a leg technique himself. Survival is paramount. Preserving one's life is the foremost duty. Ultimately, it is essential that his financial resources are now sufficient. He must devise a method to acquire a leg technique. After speaking, Master Qin opened a drawer and retrieved a yellowed booklet, tossing it onto the table. This is my insight on bone tempering from years past. Take it home for reference. Now, I have pressing matters to attend to, so you may leave. Thank you for your guidance. Master Qin. Ning accepted the booklet, bowed to Master Qin, and then turned to depart. Watching Lu Ning's retreating figure, Master Qin retrieved another book from the drawer and began to read intently. The cover boldly displayed the words Jade Tower Spring. As Lu Ning exited the Merit Hall, the jovial sixth brother approached him with a beaming smile. Ninger, young Master Chen has sent silver for you. At the mention of silver, Lu Ning's eyes brightened. Feeling his steps regain their steadiness and his body no longer weak, the two made their way into the main hall together. Qian Shaofeng, brimming with excitement, regaled those present with tales of Lu Ning's prowess from the previous night. The expressions of the officers reflected their astonishment at how formidable Ninger had proven to be. Lu Ning interrupted with a smile. Young Master Chen, no need to exaggerate. If you continue, I might begin to believe I am invincible. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Qian Shaofeng rose from his seat, turned to Lu Ning, and his expression shifted slightly. Ninger, what is this? Don't mention it. That strike yesterday drained a significant portion of my vitality. I simply concealed it during the perilous moment. Lu Ning maintained his earlier stance. Qian Shaofeng's face immediately reflected guilt. Ninger, it is all my fault for putting you in such danger. Lu Ning patted his shoulder. What are you saying? We are dear friends. This is nothing. I merely need to consume a couple of pills to replenish my vitality. Qian Shaofeng was so touched he nearly threw himself at Lu Ning. Ninger, rest assured, I will account for the cost of the vitality replenishing pills separately. Lu Ning interrupted him, adopting a serious tone. Young Master Chen, while our friendship is invaluable, we agreed upon a price beforehand, and that is what it shall remain. I will not waver on this, unless, of course, you intend to cease our friendship. Qian Shaofeng felt a wave of emotion. Were Ninger not a man, he might have sought to forge a brotherhood with him. He then picked up a small package from the table. Ninger, this is what we previously agreed upon. Lu Ning did not open the package, knowing Qian Shaofeng was resolute when it came to matters of payment. All right, I shall go procure medicine now and will not prolong our pleasantries. Very well, Ninger. Once you have recovered, we shall go out for drinks, Qian Shaofeng said as he made his way to the door. Lu Ning, carrying the package, headed towards the Bureau of Demon Capture's Herbal Hall. This establishment primarily treated the injured members of the Bureau, typically only accepting those injured in the line of duty. At other times, they sold various medicinal pills. If one were to seek treatment for private injuries, the fees would double, as this was considered private work for the physicians. This was the reason Lu Ning had not visited the herbal hall for treatment before. Ninger, are you here for an injury check or to purchase medicine? A young apprentice bounced forward to inquire. I am here to buy vitality pills, Lu Ning replied. How many vials do you need? The young apprentice tilted his head, asking. 1 vial will suffice, Lu Ning stated, aware that a single vial of vitality pills cost 100 taels of silver. Indeed, in any world, the business of selling medicine is the most lucrative. The young apprentice soon retrieved a vial of vitality pills from the cabinet and handed it to Lu Ning. Lu Ning promptly produced a 100 tael silver note from his belongings and offered it. Ninger is truly generous. We welcome you back anytime. Lu Ning remained silent, placing the vitality pills into his satchel before returning home. Upon entering his courtyard, Lu Ning set the package aside and recharged his 2,000 taels of silver. He then consumed a single pill and began to meditate, refining its medicinal power. Half an hour later, he felt a significant restoration of vitality within himself, and his overall spirit lifted slightly. However, this sensation of restored vitality felt somewhat akin to the comfort experienced after augmenting his vitality. Why not give it a try? System, add a point of vitality. Financial resources, -200. Vitality1.as. The 2 lines of text flashed by. Lu Ning felt an additional boost of vitality. Effective. Continue adding points. After consecutively adding 10 points of vitality, Lu Ning not only returned to his previous state but also felt invigorated. exuding an air of renewed capability. Opening his attribute panel, he observed, Name, Lu Ning Vitality, 140, 0200, Bone Tempering Count, 0, 120200, Technique, Fierce Sunblade Technique, Perfect Jade Essence Technique, Minor Success Cultivation, Bone Tempering Level 1, 500, 020000, Financial Resources, 6480. Seeing the data in the Bone Tempering section, he realized he could conduct a tempering session. Liu Ning then took out Master Qin's insights on bone tempering and began to study them. The first sentence that caught his eye read, Martial artists must temper their bones in a state of ample vitality. Otherwise, it may harm oneself. The consequences could range from slight vitality depletion to severe marrow fracture. My vitality is still insufficient. It must reach that point of being nearly overflowing. Vitality, add 10 points. Financial resources minus 2,000. In the next moment, Lu Ning once again experienced that feeling of vitality brimming to the point of bursting. He settled into a meditative posture and addressed the system. Bone Tempering 1. Financial Resources -80. Bone Tempering 1.as. The two lines of text flashed by. Lu Ning began to refine the humerus of his right arm according to the notes in the booklet. Chapter 21. Bloodthirsty Blade. 3 days later. In the small courtyard, Lu Ning slowly opened his eyes, gazing at his right arm, which had thickened slightly. He felt an impulse to throw a punch to test it, however, upon observing his dilapidated surroundings. He ultimately retracted that thought. Over the course of 3 days, he had tempered 20 bones in his right arm. Only 10 phalanges remained, and then the bones of his right arm would be fully tempered. His financial resources had been entirely depleted, leaving him with a mere 200 points. Adding to that were a few hundred taels of silver and a couple of peculiar items, leaving him with less than 3,000 in financial resources. Moreover, he still needed those peculiar items to exchange for a suitable weapon. These 3 days of training had not only tempered his bones, but also yielded considerable progress in his cultivation. He was on the verge of breaking through to the next level of bone tempering, and his vitality had increased by 10 points during the process, rising from the original 150 points to 160 points. It is time to venture out and earn some money, Lu Ning murmured to himself, taking a bath and donning his official attire before heading to the Bureau of Demon Capture. Upon arriving at the main hall, Monkey greeted him eagerly. Ninger, I feel like you've grown stronger during these 3 days of rest. Old Sixth nodded in agreement from the side. Liu Ning chuckled, You rascal, your eyes are quite perceptive. I have indeed grown a little stronger. Hee. Monkey grinned, I see Ninger as my motivation, aspiring to one day conduct my own grand business like you. Liu Ning patted his shoulder, Monkey, you have a keen eye. However, the road ahead is long and arduous. Monkey scratched his head. By the way, Ninger, young Master Chun sent a small box yesterday, saying it was for old Zhang. As he spoke, he produced a sealed box from his pocket, which bore a note affixed to it. Liu Ning examined the note closely, which read, To Ninger, personally opened. This young Master Chan is becoming increasingly extravagant. As he spoke, Lu Ning took the box, tore open the note, and upon opening it, discovered a deposit slip from the Deqian Bank. It indicated that the depositor was Lu Ning, with a deposit of 5,000 taels, and that only the esteemed Lord Lu Ning of the Demon Subjugation Department could withdraw the funds with his identity token. Lu Ning tucked the deposit slip into his pocket and proceeded towards the armory hall. Inside the armory hall, a myriad of weapons was displayed, each exuding a chilling gleam that imparted an air of solemnity to the room. After presenting his token to the guard at the entrance, he walked straight in. Lord Lu, what brings you here today? An elderly man in a long robe with grizzled hair and beard approached him. Without preamble, Lu Ning stated, Old Qi, I have come to select a weapon. Upon hearing this, Old Qi's face broke into a warm smile as he inquired, May I ask what kind of weapon you desire? If Lord Lu has ample resources, our armory can even customize one for you. However, there is a regulation. Any weapon taken from the armory cannot be gifted to others during one's lifetime. Old Qi, I am well aware of the rules. Lu Ning paused before asking, I heard from Clerk Qin that one could exchange strange items for weapons. Is this true? Indeed, such a regulation exists, Old Qi replied. However, we must first appraise your strange items before providing an estimate. Very well, here are these 3 strange items. I wonder what kind of blade they could be exchanged for, Lu Ning said, producing 3 strange items from his pouch, a hairpin, a butcher's knife, and a piece of hemp rope. Upon seeing this, Old Chi promptly opened a drawer and took out a pair of sheepskin gloves, beginning to scrutinize the three strange items laid before him. After a short while, he remarked, "All three strange items are intact. One is of the strange grade, and two are of the semi-strange grade. Lord Lu, you may exchange them for a low-grade yellow-tiered treasure blade." Upon hearing the mention of a low-grade yellow-tiered treasure blade, Lu Ning's eyes brightened. Just as martial artists have cultivation realms, weapons too possess grades, ranked from high to low as heaven, earth, mysterious, yellow, and non-tiered. The knife he previously possessed was a non-tiered forged steel knife. Deemed a good blade in the outside world, yet not regarded as a treasure in the eyes of martial artists. Where might the knife be? Old Chi gestured invitingly. "Please follow me, Lord Lu." The two traversed through the hall to a small door at the back. Quickly arriving in another chamber, upon entering, the oppressive aura he felt in the previous room dissipated entirely, replaced by a profound tranquility. This room also housed a variety of weapons, but each was either wrapped in cloth or sheathed, rendering it impossible to discern which was superior. Old Chi pointed to the bottom row of the weapon rack, saying, "Lord Lu, that row contains low-grade yellow-tiered treasure blades. You may choose anyone you wish." Lu Ning inquired, "May I examine them all?" Old Chi nodded. "You may look, but do not wield them," Lu Ning, suppressing the urge to quip that he hardly looked like a person who would cause destruction, approached the rack and casually picked up a blade, slowly drawing it from its sheath. Before it was fully unsheathed, a wave of coldness rushed at him. This was the Shuel Yin knife, forged from the cold iron ore of Tianshan Mountain. Before Old Chi could finish his introduction of the knife, Lu Ning returned it to its sheath. "Lord Lu, you haven't even drawn it fully. Why put it away?" Old Chi asked. Lu Ning explained, "There is no need to inspect further. This knife does not align with my attributes." Old Chi continued to inquire, "Then what kind of attributes does Lord Lu seek in a blade? Yang or fire?" Lu Ning specified, considering the characteristics of his own cultivation method. And knowing that he was averse to anything sinister, a hint of difficulty appeared on Old Chi's face. Noticing, Lu Ning quickly added, "Is it that there are not enough strange items? I can offer more silver." Old Chi shook his head. "It's not that there aren't enough. Among the low-grade yellow-tiered weapons, there is one particularly special knife that can unleash the power of the utmost yang, but it possesses a significant drawback." "Pray, enlighten me," Lu Ning urged, determined not to leave empty-handed. Old Chi slowly explained, "This knife is called the Bloodthirsty Blade. When forged, it was a middle-grade yellow-tiered weapon, but it requires sustenance from the blood chi of the utmost yang daily. Furthermore, all 5 of its previous owners have perished, leading many to regard it as ominous. Thus it has been demoted to a low-grade yellow-tiered weapon." Upon hearing this, Lu Ning promptly declared, "Old Chi, where is the knife?" "I shall take it." At this exclamation, Old Chi was momentarily stunned. "Lord Lu, did you not hear what I just said?" Old Chi gazed at the young man before him, a hint of perplexity in his eyes. As a member of the Demon Subjugation Department, he was well aware of Lu Ning's reputation. Within a mere 4 years of joining, Lu Ning had ascended from a mere constable to a bronze badge captain, making him the most radiant young figure in Anzhou. It was evident that Lu Ning's future potential would extend far beyond this small region. Why, then, would he opt for such an ill-fated weapon? Lu Ning discerned Old Chi's confusion. Blood chi was essential for the cultivation of martial artists. Whether strengthening bones or cultivating, one could not neglect blood chi. For a martial artist to expend blood chi nurturing a weapon would inevitably impede their cultivation speed. However, Lu Ning was different. As long as he had wealth, he could amplify his blood qi. At worst, he could keep blood chi pills on hand for replenishment. Thus, he needed to invest every coin into the knife's hilt. No, the blade itself. The bloodthirsty blade was undoubtedly the most fitting choice for his needs. "Old Chi, you heard correctly. The mere nurturing of blood chi is inconsequential for a vigorous young man like me." "Very well." Old Chi observed the determination in Lu Ning's eyes, opting not to elaborate further, nor display any excessive emotion. He walked to a corner of the room, opened a chest, and retrieved a blade. "Lord Lu, I must inform you that the bloodthirsty blade's power is not inferior to that of a high-grade yellow-tiered treasure blade, and it even approaches the might of a mysterious grade weapon. However, it may not be suitable for those of high standing, yet for an ordinary bronze badge captain, it is too." Lu Ning understood the implication. For most, the blade would be a mere trinket. He accepted the treasure blade and slowly unsheathed it. With a clang, a flash of cold light illuminated the room. Though not an expert in blades, Lu Ning, having wielded one for many years, could immediately discern the blade's exceptional nature. Yet, with just a single draw, he sensed a profound yearning for blood qi emanating from it. Old Qi then advised, "Lord Lu, this blade requires nurturing with blood qi to unleash its full potential. My suggestion is that you nurture it for 7 days before using it for the first time." "Thank you for the guidance, Old Qi. I am quite satisfied with this blade," Lu Ning replied as he gently closed the blade. His visit had indeed borne fruit. After exchanging pleasantries, Lu Ning completed the registration and departed with the blade. Watching Lu Ning's receding figure, Old Qi couldn't help but shake his head. What a fine young man. Why would he choose such an ominous blade? He could still vividly recall the appearance of each previous owner after their demise. Each had left this world in a state of utter desolation. After retrieving his 5,000 taels from the Demon Subjugation Department, Lu Ning did not linger in complacency but rather pondered where he might procure more funds. After a considerable time, he suddenly exclaimed, "I have it!" Nightfall soon enveloped the land in the southern suburbs, Xuanyang Lane. At the old Lu family residence, Lu Ning, brandishing a torch, gazed at the partially ajar door and pushed it open. A few days prior, he had vanquished numerous spirits with his blade, yet he had not entirely eradicated the remaining specters within the Lu family estate. ASA Bronze Badge, Captain of the Demon Subjugation Department. Lu Ning felt it was his duty to rid the Lu residence of its haunting spirits, restoring peace to the people of Anzhou. Upon entering, he was greeted by a chilling gust of wind, and faintly, he could hear the sounds of laughter emanating from within the estate. "Hee hee, ha ha, which miscreant shall we catch tonight?" But in the next breath, the laughter ceased abruptly, the wind stilled, and the sounds of doors and windows closing echoed. Leaving behind an eerie silence devoid of any specters, a ghostly figure emerging from a side room, upon seeing the torchlight, revealed a face as handsome as a devil, instantly triggering a wave of terror. "Quick, hide! That blue guy has returned. Did he not leave? Why has he returned?" A group of malevolent spirits huddled within the room, whispering furtively, fearful that their voices might attract the attention of that terrifying man. Lu Ning gazed at the eerie silence enveloping the room, momentarily taken aback. Had these specters fled in haste? Yet, they appeared to lack any semblance of intelligence. If they recognized him, why had they not escaped the Lu family manor after that fateful night? Furthermore, why did so many spirits linger within the manor without venturing forth to wreak havoc? The truth was singular. These spirits were bound to the confines of the Lu family estate. As this realization dawned upon him, a faint smile graced Lu Ning's lips, and he instinctively hummed a tune as he strode towards a tightly shut door. He gently rapped on the door, inquiring, "Are there any spirits within?" The few spirits cowering in the corner trembled silently, too afraid to utter a sound. They had contemplated fleeing, but that man wielded his blade with such swiftness that escape was futile. A 20-meter-long sword was far too daunting to outrun. In a bid to stifle their cries, they even covered their mouths with trembling hands. "If there are no objections, I shall enter," Lu Ning declared. And without hesitation, he pushed open the door. The spirits inside were initially stunned, their faces betraying a mix of shock and confusion as they regarded Lu Ning with questioning gazes. If they could, they would have exclaimed, "Surely, you must be a demon." To his amusement, he noted 4 adorable little spirits within the room. A grin tugged at the corners of Lu Ning's mouth as he rested his hand on the hilt of his sword. "Flee!" The 4 spirits instinctively cried out and attempted to escape, but as they made their move, the air was pierced by the sound of a blade unsheathing. Clang boom! In an instant, the 4 spirits were extinguished. Reduced to mere remnants of their former selves, Lu Ning casually collected 3.5 of the spectral remnants from the ground. Reflecting on his oversight, there were ordinary spirits among them. He should have nurtured them before striking. This was a regrettable loss. Meanwhile, the other spirits, eavesdropping from their hiding places, lamented internally, pleading, "Please, be human." After stowing away the remnants, Lu Ning proceeded to the next room, in a matter of moments. His collection had grown by 10 spectral remnants, accumulating several thousand wealth points. Although not every remnant was valued at 500 taels, each began at a minimum of 300. He planned to eliminate one more room before departing. he could not eradicate them all. Resources must be utilized judiciously. Thus, Lu Ning nonchalantly pushed open another door, only to be momentarily taken aback by the solitary female spirit present. In the pitch-black room, a round-faced little girl with 2 pigtails. Clad in a floral dress, curled up in a corner, gazing at Lu Ning with wide, watery eyes. The stillness of the room was punctuated by the sound of her chattering teeth. A spirit child? Lu Ning could not help but scrutinize her further, but soon a look of disappointment crossed his face. She was nothing extraordinary, and moreover, illegitimate. The little girl, observing Lu Ning step closer, timidly pleaded, "Big brother, could you refrain from harming me? I am not a wicked being." Any normal man would feel a pang of sympathy upon encountering such a pitiful child. Alas, Lu Ning was an exception. In his past life, he had encountered countless such spirits. What could a girl devoid of wealth or stature possibly do to impede his blade? However, these spirits had grown cunning and learned to hide. This little spirit girl was merely playing a part. Thus, Lu Ning decided to indulge her, hoping she might reveal the hidden spirits lurking nearby. A smile graced his lips as he reassured her, "Fear not, little sister. I am not a villain. I have come to vanquish those nefarious fiends. Do you know where they are? If you tell me, I shall show you a grand treasure." The girl's face lit up with innocent joy as she tilted her head in curiosity. "Really? Indeed. A man of Deqian does not deceive another of Deqian," Lu Ning replied earnestly, mentally adding, "But you are not human." Upon hearing this, the little girl cautiously rose to her feet, tentatively suggesting, "Then I shall guide you to vanquish those wicked beings." "Very well. I appreciate your assistance," Lu Ning replied with a smile, though he showed no inclination to lower his weapon. Together, the man and the spirit departed the room, traversing a lengthy corridor towards the northern courtyard. Along the way, numerous spirits bore astonished expressions as they witnessed this scene. This fearsome man seemed to be enchanted by that mischievous little girl. Were modern-day villains truly drawn to such unremarkable children? Why could I not master shapeshifting? Moments later, they arrived at a dilapidated courtyard overrun with weeds and steeped in an oppressive aura, a stark contrast to the other tidy courtyards. It was the true haunt of spirits. Upon entering the yard, the little girl hid behind Lu Ning, timidly pointing towards a dilapidated well, saying, "Big brother, there resides a great villain within this well, who often emerges to capture adorable spirits like me." "Spirits devouring spirits?" Lu Ning inquired instinctively, taken aback by the revelation that the spirits within the Lu family manor were not in harmony. They preyed upon one another. It was no wonder the girl had led him here. The little girl nodded earnestly. "Yes, the villain inside demands a spirit to consume daily. No one in the Lu family manor stands a chance against him." Meanwhile, within the depths of the well, a ghost covered in water plants, with lifeless fish-like eyes, trembled in fear, cursing inwardly, "Damn that woman. How could she summon such a terrifying entity?" This ghost was one of the 4 notorious spirits haunting the Lu family manor, the Water Ghost. After witnessing the man's prowess in dispatching numerous spirits in a single stroke, the ghost's visage had been engraved in its memory. Upon hearing the commotion from the front yard, it had abandoned its hunting plans for the night and retreated to its lair, only to find that a cunning spirit had brought this killer to its doorstep. The Water Ghost seethed internally, realizing the spirit intended to use this man to eliminate it, thereby seizing control of the manor for itself. While it cursed silently, it dared not make a sound for fear of drawing the man's attention. Concealing itself at the bottom of the well, it believed that the man would be powerless against it. Once he departed, it could emerge and consume that wretched woman. The Lu family manor would remain its dominion. "Are you certain it lurks at the bottom of this well?" Lu Ning scrutinized the seemingly bottomless pit, hesitant to descend. Though he could swim, who knew what other dangers lay beneath? "Yes, yes." The little girl nodded vigorously, thinking to herself, "Why hasn't that detestable villain been dealt with yet? Once he is gone, I shall become the new queen of the Lu family manor, ready to devour several spirits tonight and ascend to the next level of power." Lu Ning regarded her with a hint of amusement. "You mentioned it enjoys devouring spirits. Why not lure it out yourself?" The little girl was momentarily stunned. "You, a man capable of slaying dozens of spirits with a single stroke, wish for me, a mere child, to entice that fearsome water ghost? Is that not an impossible task?" "This is a trivial matter," Is it not? Lu Ning maintained a serious demeanor. Had he not slowly raised his sword, the little girl might have believed he was merely making a suggestion. Then you must protect me, she replied timidly, her large eyes brimming with a sense of vulnerability. When she was alive, her mother had taught her that feigning weakness was the most effective weapon against men. Rest assured, my blade is swift. I shall not allow it to harm you, Lu Ning reassured her with an air of confidence. Could you perhaps speak more plainly? Though reluctant, the little girl approached the edge of the well. Calling out, "Great villain, come forth. I wish to challenge you." Her voice was soft and childlike, entirely lacking the gravitas of a duel. Upon hearing her, the water ghost felt a surge of anger. It had intended to remain silent and hidden. But the thought of that sword prompted it to remain quiet. After several unsuccessful attempts to coax the spirit out, the little girl turned to Lu Ning, saying, "Big brother, the villain is too frightened to emerge." Lu Ning furrowed his brow, contemplating the depths of the ancient well before inquiring, "How deep is this well?" The little girl tilted her head in thought. "Not too deep, perhaps around 60 feet. 60 feet. Perfect. Step aside." Lu Ning gradually raised his sword and gestured towards the well's mouth. Both the little girl and the water ghost stared at Lu Ning in confusion, unsure of his intentions. In the next moment, Lu Ning bellowed, "Solar slash." As the words left his lips, a crimson blade of energy surged toward the depths of the well. How could I have forgotten this detail? The water ghost gazed at the over 20-meter-long blade descending towards him, and his first instinct was to flee. Yet, the well was so confined that escape was impossible. He could only watch helplessly as the blade fell. As it struck, the water erupted forth like a fountain, sending waves soaring dozens of meters into the sky. Bang! A resounding explosion echoed amidst the splashing water, and the water ghost perished in frustration. Lu Ning stepped forward, reaching into the water, and soon grasped a clump of water plants emanating a strong, eerie aura. This must be the accompanying supernatural entity of the drowned ghost. Beside him, the little girl stood transfixed, utterly astonished by the scene. Chapter 24. Who did this? Big brother, you're amazing. After a brief moment of daze, the little girl returned to her senses, clapping her hands in a display of innocent joy. Just all right, Lu Ning replied with a smile, sheathing his blade and casually stating, "The villain has been dealt with, and now it's time for me to fulfill my promise to you." "What promise?" the little girl inquired, tilting her head in a manner that exuded a sense of naive curiosity. Lu Ning chuckled. "Of course, to show you the big treasure." Upon hearing the words "big treasure," the little girl's cheeks flushed. "Big brother, you're so naughty. I'm still a child. How could I look at such embarrassing things?" Lu Ning gazed at the little ghost, puzzled. "You little girl, do you truly see me as a phantom knight? Are you certain you don't want to see it?" "It's not out of the question. But you must be gentle," the little girl replied shyly, already concocting a plan in her mind. She thought to herself that once this fellow put down his blade, she would extract his heart and consume his entrails. Beauty was the mightiest weapon in this world, rest assured. My blade is swift. You won't feel a thing, Lu Ning declared as he struck down. Clang! A flash of steel sliced through the air. The little girl had no time to escape, instinctively cursing, "Scoundrel! You even deceive ghosts." With a thud, she disintegrated into ashes, leaving behind only a small bell. Lu Ning picked up the bell, murmuring, "Had it not been for the intense young energy within me, I might have been deceived by this little ghost." With that, he patted the bulging pouch at his waist. Satisfied with the day's harvest, Lu Ning sheathed his blade and departed the Lu family's old residence, striding away with indifference. Once his presence had completely faded, the spirits within the residence cautiously emerged from the shadows. The wretched being has finally left. Not long after Lu Ning departed, another shadow appeared within the Lu family's old residence. As the gathered spirits prepared to stir, their first instinct was to hide and observe from the darkness. Beneath the illumination of the young fire lanterns, a figure clad in dark clothing and obscured by a mask strolled leisurely through the courtyard. Unbeknownst to the black-clad figure, the Lu family's old residence was a den of spirits. He meandered through the courtyard without a care. After some time, noticing the absence of any spectral beings, he furrowed his brow in confusion. What is going on today? Why are there no oblivious ghosts appearing? He then produced a spirit summoning bell from his waist, shaking it vigorously. The sound of the bell rang out, and instantly, The spirits within the Lu family's abode lost consciousness, drifting out from their hiding places. Upon seeing only a handful of spirits emerge, the figures stood dumbfounded. What is the meaning of this? Wasn't Ti nurturing hundreds of spirits? How come only these few remain? What about the 4 advanced grade spirits? Still unwilling to concede defeat, he searched through the east, west, north, and south wings but found not a single trace of a ghost. When he spotted the lingering traces of intense yang energy at the well's entrance, he realized that the spirits he had kept here had been slain. The black-clad man gritted his teeth and roared. Who the hell did this? After much effort in finding such a suitable location for nurturing spirits, he had painstakingly captured hundreds, all aimed at cultivating a formidable spirit, with success just within reach. He had been away for merely a month, and now his spirits had nearly been annihilated. You better not let me catch you, or I will tear you to shreds. After cursing for a while, he retrieved a cloth bag from his waist and casually opened it. Dozens of spirits floated out, still devoid of consciousness, drifting aimlessly in the air. The black-clad man contemplated for a moment before producing materials to set up a formation, ensuring no intruders could breach it. Once everything was in place, he left in a state of frustration. Meanwhile, Lu Ning had returned home. He opened the cloth bag and emptied the contents. A dozen supernatural items spilled out. The system panel immediately displayed a series of numbers. Eerie grade water plants, 1,000 taels half eerie grade bell, 600 taels system recharged. Lu Ning shouted in his mind. Financial value 7700.in, just one night. His financial value surged back to 13,000 points. Once again, he could indulge in a delightful round of cultivation. System 10 vitality. Financial value -2,000. Vitality 10. System bone tempering. Bone tempering 1. Financial value -200. It wasn't until dawn that Lu Ning's bone tempering concluded, completing the final 10 bones in his right hand. Just as he prepared to rise, a surge of rich vitality erupted from his hand, flooding his entire being. This was a clear sign of substantial vitality growth. Lu Ning, seizing the opportunity, continued his cultivation. It wasn't until the sun reached its zenith that he finally opened his eyes, having achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation. Opening the system panel, he noted, name, Lu Ning vitality, 270, 0200, bone tempering count, 30, 0300, cultivation technique, Li Weiying blade technique perfected, Mingyu skill minor completion cultivation level, bone tempering second layer, 100, 020000, financial value, 10,000. Upon reviewing his new attributes, he couldn't help but murmur, I didn't expect that after fully tempering one arm, my vitality would increase by 100 points. No wonder martial artists experience such a surge of vitality post-bone tempering. It turns out bone tempering can also enhance one's vitality. The only drawback was that the Mingyu skill and Li Weiying blade technique could not be further improved for the time being. After refreshing himself, Lu Ning headed to the Demon Catching Division for roll call. Upon arriving at the Demon Catching Division, he sensed a heavy atmosphere. Today, there were evidently more personnel than in recent days. He waved to the monkey who was not far away. The monkey understood and bounded over to Lu Ning. What's going on? Lu Ning inquired in a hushed tone. The monkey replied, the esteemed figures who went to quell the demons have returned. It is said that our Demon Catching Division encountered heretics from the Celestial Principal Sect, resulting in several bronze badge captains being lost, and even the silver badge captain leading them was injured. Lu Ning inhaled sharply at this news. There is no gold badge captain stationed in Anzhou City, only 2 silver badge captains, both of whom are experts in the flesh refinement realm, if even those at the flesh refinement realm can be injured. It seems I must remain vigilant and earn more to strengthen myself. As he pondered, Liu Zai hurried over, exclaiming, Brother Ning, the town governor is summoning you. Upon hearing this, Lu Ning replied, understood. I shall go pay my respects to the town governor. With that, he made his way toward the main hall of the Demon Catching Division, curious as to what the town governor wanted with him. Chapter 25. Reunion with Huang He inside the Demon Catching Division's main hall. An atmosphere of solemnity and tranquility prevailed, with the prominent inscription Mingjing Gaoxian drawing attention. Upon entering, Lu Ning beheld a towering figure dressed in the garments of a 4th-rank official standing within the hall. Your subordinate pays respects to the town governor. The figure was none other than Lin Qingxian, the town governor of Anzhou's Demon Catching Division and the foremost expert within, a pinnacle practitioner of the true blood realm. Although he stood with his back to Lu Ning and emitted no palpable pressure, he nonetheless instilled within Lu Ning the sensation of confronting a towering mountain. "Be excused," Lin Qingxian uttered 2 words with a nonchalant tone. Turning to scrutinize Lu Ning, his gaze was sharp, as if he could see straight through to the essence of a person. Lu Ning felt somewhat uneasy under that penetrating gaze, even harboring a fleeting impulse to avert his eyes. Nevertheless, he steeled himself, standing tall and unwavering. "Not bad." After a brief appraisal, Lin Qingxian continued, "Your vitality is abundant, and the energy emanating from your right arm is more concentrated than elsewhere. It seems you have completed the tempering of your right arm's bones." Lu Ning hadn't anticipated that his secret would be so readily discerned. "Indeed, I still lack strength. It appears I must accelerate my training," he thought, and then bowed respectfully, saying, "Your insight is commendable, town governor." Lin Qingxuan's lips curved slightly, revealing a smile that was both intriguing and enigmatic. "Do not feel anxious. Although the successful forging of a bone in just a few days within a small place like Anzhou City sounds like a tale from the Arabian Nights, it is, in fact, quite common in the capital. With the right elixirs and peculiar vitality, it can be accomplished. As for your fortunate encounter, I have no interest in inquiring further. After all, no prodigy achieves greatness without some stroke of luck. However, I must caution you. Do not stray down the path of demonic practices. Otherwise, I shall personally ensure that order is restored." Upon hearing these words, Lu Ning felt a quiet sense of relief and respectfully replied, "I understand, and I assure you I will not tread the path of darkness." Lin Qingxian nodded. The young man before him radiated vigor and masculinity, evidently not forged through any malevolent means. The emergence of such talent under his guidance was indeed a boon. "Now, the reason I summoned you today is that the Demon Subduing Department has a task for you. This matter would typically be assigned to other Bronze Badge captains, but many of them are injured from their last mission, leaving only you, the newly appointed Bronze Badge captain, to undertake it. Please, instruct me, my lord," Lu Ning replied, refraining from asking further questions, for if Lin Qingxian wished him dead, it would be but a mere flick of his finger. There was no need for unnecessary gestures. "You are to travel to Qingyuan County to assist the local Demon Subduing Department in investigating a peculiar incident. The specifics will be provided by the personnel there." Lin Qingxian paused before continuing. "You will also be accompanied by martial artists from Chongyang Temple and Zhengqi Academy." Lu Ning cupped his hands in acknowledgement. "Understood. I shall set off for Qingyuan County at once. The Demon Subduing Department will provide you with a swift steed. Here is your order." Lin Qingxian, satisfied with Lu Ning's demeanor, handed him a token. "Thank you," Lu Ning said as he took the token, leaving the hall to select a horse from the stables. Taking advantage of the early hour, he procured some provisions and rode towards Qingyuan County. Qingyuan County lay over 100 miles from Anzhou, but fortunately, the horses provided by the Demon Subduing Department were top-tier steeds, renowned for their speed and endurance. Lu Ning arrived at the gates of Qingyuan County as dusk began to settle. Clad in the official garb of the Demon Subduing Department, he faced no obstruction from the guards. With the sun nearing its descent, foot traffic had diminished significantly. After riding for a considerable time, Lu Ning dismounted and leisurely led his horse towards the Demon Subduing Department's office. Moments later, he reached the entrance of the Qingyuan Department. Now shrouded in twilight, the guards, upon recognizing his attire, quickly bowed and inquired, "Might I ask if you are from the Anzhou Demon Subduing Department?" "Indeed, I am." "Here is my identity token." Lu Ning casually produced his token from his waist and tossed it to them. Upon seeing the Bronze Badge captain's token, the guards regarded Lu Ning with newfound respect. "Sir, Lord Yi has been eagerly awaiting your arrival at the Demon Subduing Department. Please follow me." The guard led Lu Ning inside. The Qingyuan Demon Subduing Department was not much different from Anzhou's, though smaller in scale. As they entered the main hall, Lu Ning spotted a familiar figure engaged in conversation with a tall, burly man sporting a full beard. Before Lu Ning could speak, the escorting guard announced, "Lord Yi, the esteemed Lord Lu from Anzhou has arrived." Upon hearing this, both men turned their attention towards Lu Ning. When their eyes met, they simultaneously exclaimed, "Lord Lu, Huang Xiong." The familiar figure was none other than Huang He, whom Lu Ning had encountered at the Lu family estate a few days prior. Yi Xiong, surprised by their acquaintance, paused for a moment before smiling. "I did not expect Lord Lu and Brother Huang to know each other. This saves me the trouble of further introductions. Gentlemen, I have already arranged a banquet at the Jinwei building. Let us enjoy some drinks while we await the arrival of our companion from Zhengqi Academy, who should arrive tomorrow. As guests, Lu Ning and Huang He would not impose themselves. They spoke in unison. We are in your debt, Lord Yi. Accompanied by a multitude of demon-subduing department officers, the three exited the premises and soon arrived at a bustling tavern that was still open for business. Upon entering, the innkeeper greeted them warmly. Lord Yi, welcome. Yes, please bring forth the food and drinks. Yi Xiong replied casually, leading the two to a private room on the third floor. Before long, the table was laden with delicacies. As the host, Yi Xiong raised his glass, saying, I would like to thank both of you for journeying from afar to assist the Qingyuan demon-subduing department. With that, they clinked glasses and drank heartily. The atmosphere grew more convivial as they shared stories and laughter. Liu Ning, having lived two lives, refrained from inquiring about the situation first. Instead, it was Huang He, the young man who had recently stepped into the world, who eagerly asked, Lord Yi, may I know what trouble has prompted you to seek our assistance? With a slightly tipsy demeanor, Yi Xiong replied, to be frank, there is a man-eating temple outside Qing County. At this revelation, Lu Ning's interest was piqued, and he listened intently. Huang He, unable to contain his curiosity, pressed on, Lord Yi, please elaborate on this matter. Chapter 26. The Eerie Temple. One moment, Yi Xiong said, as if awakening from a stupor. He retrieved an oil lamp from his belongings and ignited it with a flame. This lamp, known as a Ming lantern, served a vital purpose in this world. It was a rule that one should not discuss the uncanny at night. For the daytime belonged to the living, while the night was ruled by the mysterious and malevolent. Some powerful anomalies, even from 1,000 miles away, could be stirred merely by the mention of their names. Potentially appearing before one. Thus, the Ming lantern was created, for its light could shield against certain perceptions of the supernatural, albeit only those of lesser threat. Once lit, the lamp emitted a warm glow, illuminating the entire private room. Observing Yi Xiong's adeptness with the lantern, Lu Ning remained silent, attentively listening. After taking a sip of his drink, Yi Xiong began, the events traced back to 3 months ago, during the county examination. When the results were announced in the afternoon, 2 newly minted scholars were eager to return home and hastily departed. As night fell, they sought lodging at the renowned Guanyun Temple nearby. However, they never emerged again, and strange occurrences began to unfold at the temple. Each night, monks disappeared, and until half a month ago, only one abbot remained, who hastily reported the matter to the demon-subduing department. The following day, when our officers arrived at Guanyun Temple, they discovered that the abbot had also vanished. Despite thorough searches, no trace was found. Consequently, one bronze badge captain suggested spending the night at the temple, but that group of officers has yet to return. Liu Ning and Huang He exchanged glances, both instinctively taking a sip of their drinks. The entire affair reeked of the supernatural. Liu Ning inquired, what was the abbot's level of cultivation? Yi Xiong replied, in response to Lord Lu, the abbot was once a practitioner at the peak of the bone-forging stage. But age has taken its toll, diminishing his strength. Liu Ning nodded thoughtfully, murmuring, it seems I must personally investigate Guanyun Temple. Yi Xiong agreed. Let us wait for the arrival of our companion from Zhengqi Academy tomorrow, and then we shall bring a group to explore the matter. With that, the conversation returned to merriment and camaraderie. After a hearty meal and drinks, Yi Xiong led Lu Ning and Huang He to a lodge in Qingyuan County for rest. The night passed uneventfully. When Lu Ning awoke the following morning, he washed up and was about to step out for breakfast when he encountered Huang He. Lord Lu, did you rest well last night? Not wishing to be brusque, Lu Ning responded amicably, Brother Huang, given our shared experiences in subduing spirits, it feels rather distant to address me as Lord Lu. You may simply call me Ninger, Huang He. Recalling Lu Ning's formidable prowess in their recent encounter, instinctively felt he had found a reliable ally. Ninger, you need not be so formal, just call me Zishu, which is my courtesy name. Zishu, I assume you have not yet had breakfast. Shall we explore Qingyuan County's culinary delights together? Indeed, I would be honored to treat you, Huang He replied, feigning generosity. Before long, the two conversed as if they were longtime friends, sharing laughter and stories. By midday, the three were seated in the main hall when a hurried officer rushed in, announcing, Esteemed lords, the representative from Zhengqi Academy has arrived. Hearing this, Yi Xiong promptly stood, declaring, I will personally go to greet him. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Lu Ning and his companion, Huang He, exchanged no further words. They slowly rose to follow, simultaneously speculating in their minds whether this individual from the Zhengqi Academy was a Confucian scholar or a martial artist. Although the Zhengqi Academy is a bastion of Confucian and Taoist teachings, it is well known that Confucius advocated the 6 arts for gentlemen. Thus, many Confucian practitioners are adept in both literary and martial disciplines, primarily focusing on the former while supplementing their martial training. Of course, there exists a minority who specialize in martial arts while merely dabbling in literature. Before long, a striking figure graced Lu Ning's sight, a woman clad in a flowing red gown, wielding a long sword. She possessed a tall and graceful stature, her fair oval face adorned with exquisite features, exuding an air of valiance accentuated by her high ponytail. Tio described her using a phrase from a past life would be, she was both beautiful and spirited. Before Yi Xiong could utter a word, Huang He, standing beside Lu Ning, instinctively blurted out, "Is that you?" The newcomer seemed to recognize Huang He as well, a faint smile gracing her lips. "I didn't expect to run into you here." "Xiao Here." Upon hearing the term Xiao Here, Huang He's face contorted into a smile that was more painful than tears. "Miss Qin, it has been a long time." Liu Ning regarded Huang He with a perplexed expression, pondering how this fellow seemed to have acquaintances wherever he went. Yi Xiong also bore a look of confusion. However, as a bronze badge headhunter of the Qingwen Demon Catching Division, he was well versed in the intricacies of human relationships. "Miss Qin, I am Yi Xiong from Qingwen." Qin Yuchan nodded slightly, her gaze swiftly falling upon Lu Ning, her eyes shimmering with excitement. "What a handsome young man." Lu Ning performed a slight bow. "I am Lu Ning. Pleased to meet you, Miss Qin." Qin Yuchan smiled gently. "Young Master Lu, you are most courteous." Yi Xiong found himself momentarily taken aback, thinking to himself, "Am I not the host here? Why are they so blatantly disregarding my presence?" Yet, upon glancing at Lu Ning's appearance, he quickly understood where he had faltered. "Miss Qin, since you have just arrived, may I take the liberty of hosting a reception for you?" "There's no need for that." Qin Yuchan replied directly, dealing a blow to Yi Xiong's spirit. "We must prioritize the matter at hand. I have already had provisions on the road. Let us proceed to the scene of the incident first." Lu Ning was taken aback by the young lady's forthrightness, but refrained from commenting further. His guiding principle was that he would never take the lead unless he had absolute confidence. Especially given the enigmatic nature of the situation at Guanyun Temple, it was prudent to ascertain the facts first. "Very well." Yi Xiong quickly adjusted his demeanor. "I shall arrange for horses at once." An hour later, Lu Ning and his companions arrived at Guanyun Temple, located 30 miles west of the city. Due to the bizarre events, the area was deserted, and the eerie silence during the day was unsettling. Apart from Lu Ning's group, 2 Black Iron headhunters and several demon-catching officers accompanied them. The temple was modest in size, and upon dismounting, the group split into several teams to search within. However, after thoroughly scouring the premises, they found nothing amiss. There were no signs of unusual occurrences, not even any lingering traces of malevolent energy. Consequently, they found themselves ensnared in a quandary. "Ninger, do you have any insights?" Huang He inquired, noting the perplexed expressions on the faces of those present. As he spoke, all eyes turned curiously toward Lu Ning. His demeanor had been rather unremarkable throughout the journey, and his youth raised doubts. Were it not for the bronze badge he bore, none would believe that this handsome young man was a headhunter of the Demon Catching Division. Qin Yuchan had some understanding of Huang He. Although his abilities were modest, he possessed a deep-seated pride. Today, however, he seemed unusually attentive to this dashing young man. Wasn't he usually one to assert that looks were irrelevant, and strength was paramount? Among those present, Yi Xiong appeared the most bewildered. He had prepared a speech to showcase his wisdom before these 3 young individuals, yet the spotlight had unexpectedly shifted to Lu Ning. This young man, aside from his striking looks, did not seem particularly sharp-witted. Lu Ning rubbed his chin thoughtfully, a contemplative expression crossing his face. "I wonder if we have overlooked certain seemingly ordinary yet problematic aspects within the temple, such as the Buddha statues." Yi Xiong replied, "Ninger, we have already considered these factors. We scrutinized every item within the temple, even the flora and fauna, and found no discrepancies. Then it is indeed strange. Could it be that the temple exists as 2 entirely different worlds by day and night?" Lu Ning mused. Having read countless fantastical and supernatural tales in his past life, he murmured this thought aloud. "Ninger is indeed perceptive. There is a possibility," Qin Yuchan acknowledged. "However, If that is the case, we may need to stay here overnight. Qin Yuchan's gaze was fixed intently on Lu Ning, surprised to find that this handsome young man possessed considerable intellect. I enjoy being in the company of such a charming gentleman. Yi Xiong thought bitterly. How vexing. I was just about to suggest that, and he beat me to it. Lu Ning inquired casually. What are your thoughts, everyone? Qin Yuchan was the first to respond. Then let us stay here. I refuse to believe that all of us, seasoned martial artists, could vanish overnight. Huang He timidly added, Miss Qin, some things should not be spoken lightly. Lu Ning nodded slightly. Indeed, one should not make rash declarations. Qin Yuchan smirked, her lips curling with defiance. Xiao He, are you perhaps afraid? It seems you have not learned much during your years at Chongyang Temple. Huang He feigned ignorance to her comment, turning away, adopting the demeanor of a gentleman who would not quarrel with a lady. Yi Xiong interjected to smooth things over. Miss Qin makes a valid point. However, we should prepare adequately for our stay. I shall arrange for materials for the Xianyang fire. The Xianyang fire is an upgraded version of Yang fire, capable of deterring common malevolent entities within its illumination. However, it is only effective against entities below the Li level. Should they encounter a Li level entity, the fire would extinguish. Go ahead. Qin Yuchan waved her hand dismissively. Lu Ning turned to Huang He. Zishu, let us explore the surroundings. Very well. Huang He nearly applauded Lu Ning's suggestion, eager to distance himself from Qin Yuchan. However, he clearly underestimated Lu Ning's charm. Qin Yuchan interjected. Ninger, may I join you? Huang He quickly protested. You, a lady, should not accompany two men. We might discuss topics unsuitable for your ears. Qin Yuchan shot him a scornful glance. I am not so easily intimidated. Should we encounter malevolent entities tonight, do not expect me to rescue you. Not expecting it indeed, Huang He retorted boldly, gesturing toward Lu Ning. Ninger, after you. Once they departed the main hall, they wandered the small temple. Zishu, what is the background of that Miss Qin? Why do you regard her with such caution? Lu Ning could not help but inquire. Upon hearing her name, Huang He's face twisted in discomfort. She is the prize jewel of our county's education. Yet she has never favored adornment, choosing martial prowess instead. Merely 18, she has already attained the bone-forging realm. This is despite her father's insistence on her studies. It is said that one of her limbs has achieved success in bone forging, and she is but a step away from mastering the flying flower sword technique. Among her peers, aside from a few prodigies, none have escaped her reprimands. Lu Ning, upon hearing this, instinctively asked, Zishu, you haven't been on the receiving end of her prowess, have you? Huang He shook his head. Not at all. I am merely a collateral descendant of the Huang family. Although we were classmates for 2 years, she never deemed it necessary to lay a hand on me. I see, Lu Ning murmured, contemplating the abundance of talent in this world. A mere girl from a county city was scarcely weaker than himself, and she was only 18. No wonder the town governor had shown no sign of surprise at Lu Ning's rapid advancement. It seemed he still had room for growth. After their exploration yielded no unusual findings, Lu Ning turned to Huang He. Zishu, the day is still young. I shall practice for a while and call for you when night falls. Agreed. Huang He nodded, silently resolving to keep pace with Lu Ning's unwavering dedication to cultivation. Lu Ning entered a secluded meditation chamber, where the system began the process of bone forging. Financial resources, minus 300 bone tempering, 1 blood chi. Having gained experience from the last bone tempering session, Lu Ning's progress was significantly swifter than before. Moreover, his blood chi had become considerably more robust, eliminating the need for him to consume blood chi pills. He had previously coordinated with Huang He, ensuring that no one would disturb Lu Ning during his cultivation. However, the onlookers were somewhat perplexed. How could this Lord Lu still be engrossed in training at such a late hour? Was he perhaps resorting to last-minute efforts? Despite their curiosity, everyone continued with their respective tasks. By the time Lu Ning finished tempering the 30 bones in his left arm, night had fallen and the darkness. Lu Ning suddenly opened his eyes, which shone brightly like light bulbs. He accessed his system panel. Name, Lu Ning Blood Chi, 500, 0200, number of bones tempered, 60, 0300, technique. Mastery of the Solar Blade Technique, 010000, Mingyu skill. Minor accomplishment cultivation level, bone tempering second layer 100, 002. 0000, financial resources, 1,000 to his astonishment. His blood chi had surged by an additional 200 points. Adding the incremental increase from each successful tempering session, he had actually surpassed the 500 mark. As Lu Ning gazed at the attribute panel, a glimmer of delight sparked in his eyes. Of course, the most significant aspect was that he could continue refining the solar blade technique. It was time to uncover the secrets hidden within this small temple. With that thought, Lu Ning rose and pushed open the door. Chapter 28. Alas, the dashing young gentleman's body was merely an illusion. Creak. As the door swung open, the people in the great hall were startled. Hastily reaching for their weapons, upon recognizing Lu Ning, a collective sigh of relief swept over them. The blazing Xinyang fire illuminated the entire hall as brightly as day, casting a clear silhouette of Lu Ning. He paid little mind to their reactions. It was wise to remain cautious at night. Huang He waved to Lu Ning, saying, "Ninger, you've been cultivating for so long. You must be famished. We just roasted some lamb. Come join us." "Thank you." Lu Ning's gaze immediately landed on another fire where a whole lamb was sizzling, the mouth-watering aroma causing him to swallow instinctively. Nearby, several constables were still tending to another roasted lamb. The crowd's attention shifted back from Lu Ning. Only Qin Yuchan continued to scrutinize him intently. Once he took a seat, she blurted out, "Ninger, have you consumed some potent tonic? Your blood chi has increased so dramatically after just one session." The others turned their eyes back to Lu Ning upon hearing her words. The thick aura of blood chi surrounding him even elicited envy from the seasoned Constable Yi Xiong. The visitors from the state capital were indeed different. How many blood chi pills must one consume to achieve such abundance? Lu Ning smirked slightly. "Miss Qin, your insight is sharp. I did consume over a dozen blood chi pills." Upon hearing this, a flicker of disappointment crossed Qin Yuchan's eyes. What a pity! The striking young gentleman's physique was but an illusion, relying on blood chi pills for cultivation. Yi Xiong and the others regarded Lu Ning with a mix of curiosity. Only Huang He silently scorned them, thinking, "Once you witness Ninger wield that blade, you'll understand what true mastery is." Lu Ning remained unfazed by their scrutinizing glances. Let them think as they wished. It didn't bother him in the least. After half an hour, everyone had their fill. Yi Xiong proposed, "Shall we take action, everyone?" "Not yet," Lu Ning replied calmly. If two newly credentialed scholars were to disappear at night, it would surely indicate that something is luring them out. In my opinion, our best strategy is to maintain our composure. I concur with Ninger's suggestion. Huang He was the first to express his agreement. Despite her bold and straightforward nature, Qin Yuchan was not without her wits. "I too support Ninger's perspective." Yi Xiong scoffed. "So, as Lord Lu suggested, we shall patiently await developments." He was skeptical that any sinister entities would dare to emerge while the Xinyang fire burned bright. Time ticked away, and as the hour of the rat approached, a sudden gust of ominous wind swept through, causing the doors and windows to creak. Even the Xinyang fire flickered restlessly. Instinctively, everyone, including Lu Ning, grasped their weapons. Yet, the wind soon ceased, and the hall returned to a hushed silence, allowing them to hear each other's breaths. A collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. It was merely a false alarm. Huang He broke the silence. "Ninger, are we overreacting?" "No." Lu Ning shook his head slightly. "Have you not noticed how eerily quiet the temple is tonight? It is quieter than the old Lu residence, and at this hour. There should be the sounds of frogs and crickets." Upon hearing his words, the others felt a sense of unease. While a quiet night was expected, an excessive silence heralded trouble. Just as they conversed, a melodious tune suddenly resonated. Huang He widened his eyes, staring at Lu Ning as if to say, "You truly called it." Qin Yuchan regarded Lu Ning with newfound respect. Indeed, fate was fair to all. Apart from being somewhat frail, Ninger was impeccable in every other regard. Yi Xiong cautiously inquired, "Lord Lu, should we send 2 people to investigate?" "No." Lu Ning rejected his suggestion once more. "We shall all go together. Let us not forget that several bone-tempering warriors have already suffered here." This time, Yi Xiong felt no irritation. His previous remark had merely been a test to gauge Lu Ning's disposition. "You speak wisely, my lord." The group armed themselves, igniting a flame before proceeding towards the source of the sound. They refrained from carrying the Xinyang fire, lest they alarm the lurking malevolence and lose their lead. As they followed the sound, they discovered it emanated from the back courtyard's wing room. As the sound of strings grew nearer, they beheld a brightly lit chamber, with shadows of graceful figures dancing on the papered windows. Surely, something sinister was afoot, Lu Ning murmured. One constable whispered, but when we inspected this room during the day, we found nothing. Yixiong replied, indeed, as Lord Lu said, the small temple is not the same world by day and night. Everyone, let us see what malevolence is at play. Lu Ning nodded, gripping his bloodthirsty blade tightly, his demeanor growing serious. Upon reaching the door, Yixiong kicked it open with a resounding crash, and the group surged inside. However, the sight that met them left everyone momentarily stunned. There were no malevolent spirits, no grotesque figures, only a vividly lifelike mural. The figures within the mural were in constant motion, and the flickering firelight cast shadows upon it. Several less experienced constables gazed at the women depicted, their faces betraying infatuation. Qian San, Lord Yi, Qian San is even in the mural. One constable exclaimed in astonishment, pointing at the painting. Liu Ning scrutinized the mural closely. It featured both men and women. The women were strikingly beautiful, akin to celestial beings, while the men varied from delicate-looking young monks to fierce constables, and even two scholars lost in their revelry. Not only Qian San, but also the two missing scholars were depicted within the artwork. Yixiong's expression grew grave as he remarked, I do not know how these individuals entered the mural, but rescuing them will be no easy feat. Huang He, surveying the mesmerizing figures, felt no allure. Instead, a sense of foreboding gripped him. Everyone, this mural is too sinister. We should retreat and devise a plan. Before he could finish, with a loud clang, the door to the wing room slammed shut. Chapter 29. The world of the mural not good. There's danger. A single thought raced through everyone's minds. A constable turned to open the door. But suddenly, smoke enveloped the entire room. Be cautious. Yixiong let out a loud shout, attempting to alert everyone, but alas, it was too late. Liu Ning, gripping the hilt of his sword, was poised to strike, only to discover that the swirling mist before him was gradually dissipating. A blinding ray of sunlight pierced through, rendering him momentarily unable to open his eyes. Once he acclimated to the brightness, he was astonished to find that the surroundings had undergone a dramatic transformation. He surveyed his environment and noted the picturesque landscape, where the air was imbued with the fragrance of blooming flowers, and faintly, he could hear the chirping of birds hidden within the woods. Had it not been for the awareness that he was ensnared in a peculiar realm, he would have likely cast aside his suspicions and embraced the beauty of nature with open arms. However, a pressing question arose. Where were Huang He and the others? Lu Ning furrowed his brow. In such an unfamiliar territory, acting alone was evidently unwise. He resolved to locate his companions first. Adhering to the principle of avoiding the woods, Lu Ning cautiously followed a slightly damp path, taking deliberate steps. After traversing several dozen paces, he suddenly heard a rustling sound emanating from the forest. Liu Ning slowly drew his long blade, fixating his gaze on the source of the noise. Before long, a familiar face came into view. It was Huang He, whose hair and clothing were adorned with bits of grass, presenting a rather comical sight. Upon spotting Lu Ning, Huang He's face lit up with joy as he bounded towards him. Exclaiming, Ninger Gu, hold it! Lu Ning commanded, pointing his sword at Huang He. How can you prove that you are indeed Huang He? Huang He was momentarily taken aback. I am Huang He. Is proof really necessary? Yet, observing the gleaming sword in Lu Ning's hand, he earnestly replied, Ninger Gu, you are being overly cautious. I truly am Huang He. We once exorcised ghosts together at the Lu family estate. Lu Ning did not lower his weapon but instead inquired. State a memorable incident. Without hesitation, Huang He recounted, you single-handedly dispatched a horde of ghosts, and that brat Zhang Luming was so frightened he wet himself and had to pay you 5,000 taels of silver. Only then did Lu Ning lower his guard, saying, this place exudes an air of strangeness. We should proceed with caution. Huang He chuckled. I understand. Whatever you say, Ninger Gu, I shall abide by. Simply put, never stand behind me. Lu Ning replied, having now assured himself of Huang He's authenticity, yet opting to remain prudent. Understood. Huang He, who had initially doubted whether this was truly Ninger Gu, was now convinced. What kind of strangeness could mimic such steadfastness? Ninger Gu, what shall we do now? Wait, Lu Ning paused and continued. Since that entity has merely confined us here, it implies that it does not possess the capability to kill us outright. if it desires our essence. It will surely reveal a flaw. Huang He gave Lu Ning a thumbs dash up, as expected of you. Ningergu, after walking for a while, they discovered a spacious meadow to rest and see if they could encounter their companions. Time passed and suddenly a familiar, straightforward voice rang out, "Aha! You two rascals are hiding here, slacking off." Lu Ning turned towards the sound and beheld Qin Yuchan approaching with a long sword in hand. "Stop," Huang He interjected. "First prove you are Miss Qin. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude." Upon hearing this, Qin Yuchan smirked slightly, revealing a hint of disdain. "One of you is 12 and still wetting his pants, while the other relies on elixirs to cultivate, and you think Miss Qin will be intimidated?" Huang He, feeling embarrassed, replied, "Miss Qin, that incident was ages ago. Could you refrain from bringing it up?" Qin Yuchan retorted. "Who was it just now that demanded I prove myself?" Lu Ning, trained in maintaining composure, inquired calmly, "It appears Miss Qin has made some discoveries." "Humph." Qin Yuchan sheathed her sword, crossing her arms defiantly. "Of course. Do you think I would be as timid as you two?" Lu Ning, unperturbed, replied courteously, "Please, Miss Qin, enlighten us. Follow me. I will explain along the way," she said, displaying no concern about the possibility of an ambush from the two. The trio followed her into the woods, where the birds and beasts scattered in alarm as they passed through the dense foliage, almost as if they had attained sentience. Upon exiting the forest, a white stone pathway came into view, leading them to a long staircase ascending towards the mountain peak. However, the clouds swirling around obscured Lu Ning's view of what lay above. Suddenly, a melodious tune floated down from the mountain, seemingly imbued with an enchanting allure that stirred within Lu Ning an irresistible urge to ascend and uncover its mysteries. Right here, he thought, recalling how the previous group of constables had been drawn to the music. Recklessly climbing the mountain, Qin Yuchan gestured towards the winding stone steps, saying, "That staircase leads up." After a moment of contemplation, Lu Ning concluded, "At this juncture, we must ascend the mountain to unveil the secrets of this painted realm." Huang He chimed in, "I shall accompany you." Qin Yuchan nodded slightly, saying nothing further. Together, they embarked up the stone path, the enchanting melody drawing closer. As they ascended, the clouds enveloping the mountaintop began to lift, revealing a palace that resembled a celestial abode, standing majestically atop the mountain. The palace, adorned with pavilions and terraces, was surrounded by wisps of mist, leaving Lu Ning's mind in a state of disarray. Suddenly, the music ceased, replaced by the sounds of laughter and playful banter. Giggling, "Young Master Hua, come and catch me," and "Little monk, cease your chanting and indulge in some merriment with your sister." Huang He instinctively quickened his pace, while Lu Ning deliberately slowed his steps. Observing their reactions, Qin Yuchan playfully tapped Huang He on the shoulder with her sword sheath. Smack! Huang He jumped at the sudden contact, exclaiming, "Ouch!" realizing his lapse in composure. Huang He swiftly covered his mouth, but it was too late. A melodious voice rang out from within the palace. "Since esteemed guests have arrived, why not come in openly instead of lurking outside?" Chapter 30. What does this test of a righteous gentleman mean? Lu Ning and his companions exchanged glances before walking towards the palace. As they entered, they were greeted by the sight of a lavish banquet, where beautiful maidens danced gracefully upon the water, each one adorned in scant attire, their garments soaked in wine, creating an alluring illusion. 2 Scholars, their eyes glazed with intoxication, reveled in their surroundings, oblivious to their own emaciated state. Their eyes sunken, indicating their days were numbered. In a corner, a young monk sat with closed eyes, murmuring incantations, as a throng of maidens playfully toyed with him, if not for the table before him being slightly raised. Lu Ning might have mistaken him for a venerable sage. Among the crowd, he spotted several constables who had accompanied them earlier, each embracing a beautiful maiden, seemingly unaware of Lu Ning and his companion's presence. Yet, among the constables, Yi Xiong was conspicuously absent. What a wretched peculiarity to present such adult-themed spectacles to me. Lu Ning could not help but mutter inwardly. What do you mean by testing a righteous gentleman like me? Gulp. Huang He, beside him, stared wide-eyed, unable to suppress a gulp. Qin Yuchan, both angered and embarrassed, felt a flush creep across her cheeks, gritting her teeth. Scoundrels! Her voice, though low, attracted the attention of the maidens within the palace. Many gazes turned towards the trio, and upon seeing the strikingly handsome Lu Ning, their eyes sparkled with desire, each one eager to approach him. Such a dashing young man. I must have a delightful encounter with him. Seated at the head of the table was a stunning woman garbed in golden attire, her hair adorned with a phoenix hairpin, exuding an air of elegance and beauty that was simply breathtaking. With a slight smile, she remarked, "Sister, you are mistaken. The joys of love are but a natural part of life. The world is fleeting. Why not seize the moment and indulge?" The maidens, still dancing, gracefully approached Lu Ning and his companions, their smiles inviting as they chimed, "Indeed, sister, join us in our merriment." Just as the throng of maidens was about to reach them, a sudden clang echoed through the air, a sudden clang of a blade resounded, accompanied by a flash of cold steel, and in an instant, 7 or 8 women were reduced to mere wisps of ash, leaving only a few strange objects scattered upon the ground. This abrupt strike plunged the entire palace into a profound silence. The 2 scholars, who had been lost in a reverie of tranquility, seemed to awaken from a dream, shouting, "Sorry Lang! Sorry Lang!" The few constables were so terrified that they collapsed onto the ground, their faces a mask of confusion as they looked around in a daze. The remaining courtesans in the palace were equally pale with fright, rushing towards the woman seated at the head of the table. Some, in their panic, cried out, "Elder sister, they are martial artists." In that moment, all eyes in the palace turned towards Lu Ning, the one who had drawn the blade. Huang He was taken aback by Ninger's decisiveness. He wielded his weapon without a hint of hesitation. The woman at the head of the table slightly changed her expression, but quickly masked it, smiling alluringly. "This young lord exudes such a murderous aura. I wonder what my sisters have done to provoke your wrath." Lu Ning replied earnestly, "I hold no tolerance for the bizarre. Any aberration that dares to approach meets only death." "Well said," Qin Yuchan exclaimed, giving Lu Ning a thumbs up. It was no wonder that despite his frail appearance, the handsome young lord remained in the demon capture division. Such determination was not something the average person could rival. "Bizarre entities, I advise you to surrender peacefully and allow us to leave this realm. Otherwise, your fate shall be utter annihilation." "Oh, really?" The woman in the jade robe responded nonchalantly. "If you possess such capability, then by all means, give it a try." With that, she waved her hand, and a thick mist rapidly enveloped the entire palace. "Be careful!" Qin Yuchan immediately drew her sword, preparing to strike, but the voice of the jade-robed woman echoed once more through the fog. "Do not celebrate too soon. The Charm Empress is about to emerge from her seclusion, and when she does, all of you shall perish." As her words faded, the mist dissipated, revealing that all the courtesans had vanished, leaving behind a group of men still ensnared in their fantasies. One scholar, noticing the absence of the enchanting maidens, stormed towards the 3, angrily demanding, "What have you done to scare away the fairies?" Bang! Qin Yuchan kicked the scholar. "You, Lu Jia, I was sent to rescue you, yet here you are. Debased to such a state." The blow seemed to leave the scholar in a daze, his face a portrait of bewilderment as he weakly asked, Who are you?" "Silence," Qin Yuchan interrupted, turning to Lu Ning. "Ninger, what shall we do now?" The scholar, realizing Qin Yuchan's domineering nature, promptly closed his mouth, not daring to speak further. Lu Ning's gaze fell upon the young monk in the corner. This monk was quite handsome, only slightly less so than Lu Ning himself, as this was the monk's domain. It was only fitting to inquire of him, "Amitabha." The young monk chanted softly before slowly opening his eyes. "Esteemed benefactors, this place is not suitable for prolonged stay. It would be wise for you to depart quickly, lest you become permanently trapped in this realm." Upon hearing this, Lu Ning and his companions furrowed their brows. Huang He, exasperated, retorted, "You little monk, what time is it, and yet you still speak in riddles? Can't you be more straightforward?" The young monk replied, "This realm is a manifestation created by bizarre entities, neither yin nor yang. Should you remain here for 7 days, you will become like me, neither human nor aberration, forever trapped in this world." Lu Ning then asked, "Might I inquire, esteemed master, if you know of a way to leave this realm?" The young monk shook his head. "I do not know." The 3 responded with disbelief. Huang He could no longer contain his frustration. "You monk, if you don't know, then what good are you to us?" Lu Ning patted his shoulder. "This master means well. Huang He scoffed, "Ninger, what shall we do now?" Lu Ning slowly raised his blade, calmly stating, "For now, we must trust in the weapons we wield. Did not the master say this is a world born of the bizarre? As long as we eliminate the bizarre entities, we will surely find our way out. However, our immediate task is to locate Captain Yi. The more allies we have, the greater our strength." Qin Yuchan nodded and turned to the few constables who had just regained their senses. "Where is Captain Yi? I saw you all ascend the mountain together." One constable rubbed his head. "I recall that when we ascended, we heard Lord Yi shout something about a bizarre entity fleeing. And then he pursued it. We intended to follow, but somehow we were ensnared by the bizarre and ended up here." Qin Yuchan frowned slightly. "It seems this place truly is the lair of the bizarre, with so many lurking about." Huang He added, "Let us first find Captain Yi. He may be in danger if separated." After gathering the strange objects that had fallen to the ground, Lu Ning nodded. "Yes, we must first locate him and then act in unison. This world, painted in shades of the bizarre, required their combined strength to enhance their chances of escape." Qin Yuchan turned her gaze back to the monk. "Esteemed master, might I ask where those bizarre entities are hiding?" The monk replied, "They are concealed within this palace's towers, but they are elusive. I cannot ascertain their exact locations." Lu Ning smiled slightly. "Finding the bizarre is my specialty. Let us proceed." Qin Yuchan's eyes sparkled. "I did not realize you possessed such abilities, Ninger. I look forward to witnessing them." With that, the three made their way towards the next palace, followed closely by the constables who had just regained their composure. In one of the towers, the group of courtesans, frightened away by Lu Ning's blade, had gathered. One young girl exclaimed, "Elder sister, that villain is truly despicable. We sisters merely wished to enjoy a moment of joy with him. He refused us and even killed several of our sisters. We must avenge this grievance." The others echoed in agreement, "Indeed, we must seek revenge." "Silence!" The jade-robed woman interrupted. Those three were brimming with vitality, all martial artists of the bone-refining realm. "You, who have yet to reach even the level of the bizarre, would only be sending yourselves to your doom." Just then, a sarcastic voice echoed from the stairs, "Oh, dear sister, it seems you were frightened away by a mere trio of bone-refining martial artists." As the voice trailed off, a striking woman clad in a pink gown gracefully ascended the stairs. The courtesans immediately bowed in unison. "We greet you, second sister." The pink-clad woman did not respond to their greetings, but fixed her gaze upon the jade-robed woman. Her eyes filled with challenge. The jade-robed woman appeared unfazed. "Second sister, how has that fierce captain fared?" "Do not worry, dear sister. I merely employed a small trick, and that captain has been dealt with. If you do not mind, I can handle those three martial artists right now." The pink-clad woman replied with a smug smile. The jade-robed woman ignored her provocation. "No need to rush. Let us wait for the third, fourth, and fifth sisters to arrive before we devise our strategy." "Very well, I shall heed your wishes," the pink-clad woman said dismissively. Before long, 5 women dressed in orange, blue, and purple garments floated in from various directions. "We greet you, elder sister, second sister." The 3 women curtsied slightly before gathering around the jade-robed woman. "What is the purpose of your summoning?" the pink-clad woman asked sarcastically. 3 martial artists have intruded upon our domain. An elder sister is concerned they may disrupt the Charm Empress's seclusion. Shall we deal with them?" The 3 exchanged glances, and the woman in orange said, "There is no need for such a fuss over this trivial matter. I can handle them alone." The jade-robed woman instinctively rubbed her temples, realizing her younger sisters had grown too headstrong and unruly. "Very well, let them face a little hardship first. Whoever wishes to act may do so independently. Let me know the outcome afterward." I in unison. The women replied, "Then we shall take our leave." With a flourish of their sleeves, the 3 vanished into thin air. The pink-clad woman, realizing the elder sister's intent, understood that she had purposely sent them away to prevent her from claiming credit. This way, the elder sister's standing in the eyes of the Charm Empress would only rise. Filled with resentment, she thought, "Since you won't let me act, I shall go secretly. Elder sister, I have matters to attend to. I take my leave." Upon concluding her words, the lady in the pink dress vanished into the pavilion. The woman in the jade attire observed this and did not utter a word, merely gesturing lightly with her hand, causing a mirror to materialize upon the table. Soon, several figures emerged within the mirror's reflection. Upon closer inspection, It revealed that these figures were none other than Lu Ning and his companions, that moment. Lu Ning and the others remained oblivious to the fact that their every move was being watched with an eerie gaze as they searched within the palace. After a prolonged search, they found no trace of the strange entities, as if they had simply evaporated into thin air. The surrounding light gradually dimmed, and the night descended slowly. Huang He furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart as he murmured, "Time seems to flow swiftly here. If what the monk said is true, our time is running short." Instantly, the monk's prior warning echoed in their minds. With a thud, Qin Yuchan slapped Huang He's head in exasperation. "What gloomy words are you uttering?" She turned to Lu Ning and smiled gently. "Little lord, I assure you, my sister will lead you out of this place." Huang He retorted, "Who is to lead whom out remains to be seen." Suddenly, a melodious laugh rang out, and before anyone could turn to see, the owner of the laughter mocked, "Oh, not yet grown, but such grandiose words today. My dear sister wishes to see just how much capability you possess." The trio turned towards the source of the voice, spotting a lady in orange attire, seated on a nearby railing, beckoning to Qin Yuchan with a playful finger. This gesture was not only harmless but laden with insult. Qin Yuchan, accustomed to a life of pampering and unchallenged authority in the county, felt her blood boil at such an unusual provocation. Without hesitation, she drew her sword, exclaiming, "You brazen harlot, let us see if I cannot tear your lips apart." Before Lu Ning could intervene, Qin Yuchan lunged forward, sword in hand, aiming at the orange-clad figure. Just as Lu Ning and the others prepared to pursue, a thick mist suddenly enveloped their surroundings, obstructing their path. With a creak, the palace door beside them swung open, revealing the previously dark interior illuminated by flickering candlelight. Accompanied by a seductive laugh, a sultry voice called out, "The bothersome woman has departed, gentlemen. With the long night ahead, why not come in and converse with us sisters?" Huang He instinctively glanced at Lu Ning, who returned a knowing look before stepping into the palace, eager to uncover the strange antics at play. Chapter 32. Beauty only affects the speed of my blade. The sound of splashing water resonated within. Upon entering the grand door, Lu Ning beheld a vast hot spring pool. Steam rose languidly from the water, creating an ethereal haze. Coupled with the dim candlelight, the air was thick with an ambiguous allure. Seated nearby was a lady clad in a pink dress, seemingly having just emerged from the pool, her form glistening with moisture. The wet fabric clung to her figure, accentuating her exquisite curves, the soaked pink skirt offering a tantalizing glimpse of her form. A mere sidelong glance ignited the imagination, inciting a desire to behold more. As she slowly turned her head, Lu Ning was struck by her breathtaking beauty, so enchanting it could bring nations to ruin. Even having encountered countless beauties in his previous life, he found himself captivated, unable to look away. The lady seemed to sense his gaze, her lips curling into a subtle smile directed at him. In that instant, Lu Ning felt a rush of warmth, his heart racing uncontrollably. His only thought was, "Do not gaze any longer. This is a trap." Yet, despite his internal warning, he couldn't resist stealing another glance at the enchanting figure. Suddenly, a hand dragged her beneath the water, jolting Lu Ning with an unsettling pang. Instinctively, he quickened his pace. Upon focusing, he noticed another figure submerged in the hot spring. A girl in purple. Her beauty was distinct, whereas the pink-clad lady exuded a bewitching allure. The purple-clad maiden radiated an innocent purity, evoking a protective instinct in him, particularly with her sparkling eyes that seemed to hold a world of tenderness. Lu Ning swallowed hard, overwhelmed by the dual allure before him. This is simply double the delight. To hell with demons and monsters. Today, I shall embark on a journey with them. Ning I cannot bear it any longer. Huang He stammered, his voice trembling, as his sword clattered to the ground. Hastening his steps to this, Lu Ning's clarity returned momentarily. Damn this allure. It nearly ensnared me. He cast a sidelong glance at Huang He, whose gaze had grown entranced, fixated solely on the two beauties in the pool. Lu Ning hurried to catch up, keeping his eyes locked on the mesmerizing figures. To maintain his composure, he occasionally pinched his tongue, reminding himself to remain rational. "Handsome brother, come down and catch me. If you manage to catch me, I shall be yours," the purple-clad maiden teased, swimming closer to the shore. The pink-clad lady said nothing but emerged from the water, casting a flirtatious smile at Lu Ning. That smile nearly sent Lu Ning's heart racing from his chest. A wave of warmth rushing from his nostrils. Almost there. Just a step away from the pool's edge. Suppressing the tumult within, Lu Ning feigned an enamored expression and strode toward the pool, as the two ladies approached. Their lips curved into a subtle smirk, their eyes gleaming with a barely perceptible triumph. These two warriors are not so formidable. Sister has indeed overreacted. They swam to the edge, reaching out towards Lu Ning. However, the purple-clad maiden aimed for Lu Ning's sword, while the pink-clad lady reached for his other hand. Now is the moment. Lu Ning's last shred of rationality urged him to draw his sword and swing it at the two enchanting figures. With a flash of steel, the two beauties were swiftly severed from their forms, in their final moments. A singular thought crossed their minds. Were we not beautiful enough? With a dull thud, the two figures disintegrated into dust. Their remains sinking to the pool's depths, as Huang He, still in a daze, stumbled forward. He inadvertently stepped into the hot spring, instantly becoming a drenched mess. Ugh, ugh. He spat out water, flailing about in the pool before regaining his senses. The recent events sent a chill down his spine, and he exhaled deeply. Ning Er, thanks to you. I nearly fell victim to those two enchantresses. Lu Ning shook his head, his expression reflecting lingering trepidation. Had their allure been more potent, I too might have succumbed. I am still not strong enough. Huang He stared in disbelief. What kind of nonsense is this? If you are not strong enough, what does that make me? He paused, then added, by the way. Retrieve those two items from the bottom of the pool. Lu Ning, with utmost seriousness, replied, very well. Huang He dove beneath the water, soon emerging with a pair of pink embroidered shoes and a purple bodice. With a splash, he leaped out of the water. Ning Er, these are the two items. Indeed, they are of a peculiar nature, befitting a fairy, Lu Ning mused, showing no disdain as he placed the items into his bag. After all, one must earn a living. Observing Lu Ning's adeptness, Huang He inquired softly, Ning Er, how did you manage to strike down those two beauties? My willpower is rather feeble. Could you share your insights? Lu Ning was taken aback by the serious nature of the question. I cannot impart this to you. My life motto is, beauty only affects the speed of my blade. If you can grasp this truth, your swordsmanship will surely ascend to new heights. Huang He, gazing at Lu Ning's handsome visage, instinctively asked, Ning Er, you are not still a child, are you? Lu Ning, bewildered, stared at Huang He, momentarily at a loss for words. Is this truly the time for such discussions? We must find Qin girl. Should we delay, I fear for her safety. Upon hearing this, Huang He felt a sense of clarity, pondering, at last, I have bested Ning Er in one regard. A smile spread across his face as he declared, Ning Er is right. We shall set forth at once. As he spoke, he utilized his blood energy to dry his garments. Shortly after the two departed from the grand hall, a familiar voice of fury echoed through the darkness. Damn it, you wretched creature, release me at once. After exchanging a glance, Lu Ning and Huang He hurriedly made their way toward the source of the voice. Chapter 33. You despicable wretch, go ahead and scream. Even if you were to shout until your throat was raw, no one would come to your aid to the end of the darkness. A voice laced with mockery reached the ears of the hastening Lu Ning and his companion. Before they could draw near, Qin Yuchan's voice rang out once more. Humph. My companions are all warriors of the bone refinement realm. They are nearby and will surely come to my rescue upon hearing my voice. Hee hee. The mocking voice chimed in again. You are likely unaware that your two companions have already succumbed to the tenderness of my second sister and fifth sister. It won't be long before they become a feast for them. What a pity, such a handsome young man, and I won't be able to savor even a taste of him. Meanwhile, two figures emerged in Lu Ning's line of sight, one of whom was Qin Yuchan, ensnared in a massive net suspended in midair. Even though her sword had long been seized by the wretched creature, she continued to struggle, desperately attempting to free herself from the trap. Beneath the net, a woman clad in orange surveyed the ensnared Qin Yuchan with the eyes of a cat toying with a mouse. Bah! Qin Yuchan glared at the woman before her, whose face was adorned with a seductive smile. Her anger reaching new heights. You vile creature, how dare you covet Ning Er's body? The orange-clad woman, unfazed by the insult, merely smiled and retorted. Aren't you also tempted? Qin Yuchan's face flushed crimson at once. She struggled to find a retort, but upon recalling Lu Ning's handsome visage, she found herself momentarily at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, she finally managed. Ninger is not that kind of person. Upon hearing the fierce exchange between the two women, Huang He instinctively glanced at Lu Ning's face, a pang of bitterness swelling within him as he reflected. Why isn't there a beautiful wretch coveting me? Indeed, I am not that kind of person, Lu Ning declared earnestly. At this declaration, the two women, who had been engaged in a verbal sparring match, instantly shifted their gaze toward him, their eyes sparkling with interest. The orange-clad wretch exclaimed, "How did you end up here?" Qin Yuchan chimed in, "Ninger, you finally arrived." Lu Ning cast a discerning glance at the orange-clad wretch nearby, his mind momentarily flashing the thought, so large. Yet, his expression quickly returned to clarity as he asked with a smirk, "What do you think?" The orange-clad wretch, fully aware of the handsome young man's gaze, smiled coyly. "It appears my sisters have not treated you well. If you are unbothered, I could entertain you for a while." Bah, shameless. Qin Yuchan shot a murderous glare at the woman before her. She had never encountered such unbridled audacity. Lu Ning, intrigued, replied, "They indeed failed to amuse me. However, I wonder how long you could endure it. I fear you may not withstand even a single encounter." Huang He, taken aback by Lu Ning's words, thought to himself, "Ninger, you've changed. You weren't like this just now. Do boys really change their hearts so swiftly?" Qin Yuchan was equally stunned. She had not anticipated such a lack of resolve from the handsome young man. That wretch hasn't even beckoned with her finger. How could he be so weak? "I shall see just how formidable you are, young master," the orange-clad wretch declared. Just as her words fell, a swift sound sliced through the air, and two large nets descended from above Lu Ning and Huang He. Seeing this, Qin Yuchan shouted, "Be careful." With a swift motion, Lu Ning gripped the hilt of his sword and drew it, cleaving the two nets apart. Before he could sheath his blade, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine as a murderous intent approached from behind. "There's an ambush." Lu Ning swiftly executed a counterattack, his blade slicing toward the source of the threat. With a dull thud, the danger dissipated. "Sister 4. The orange-clad wretch gasped, realizing her meticulously planned ambush had been effortlessly thwarted by the man before her. Terror flashing in her eyes. "Run! This man is far too formidable for me to handle alone." She turned to flee into the darkness, but a playful voice echoed in her ears, "Did we not agree to have some fun? I haven't even drawn my blade yet. Why do you wish to escape?" With that, the blade was unsheathed. "You must be cursed." The orange-clad wretch shot a resentful glance at Lu Ning, her expression akin to that of a scorned lover. With a final, spiteful gasp, the orange-clad wretch was reduced to ashes. Lu Ning, unable to restrain himself, muttered, "Why look at me with such eyes? It makes me feel as if I've wronged her in some way." Huang He wished to interject but found himself at a loss for words. Only Qin Yuchan, suspended in midair, broke the silence, exclaiming, "You too. How long do you intend to stand there watching? Can't you lower me down first?" Huang He finally snapped back to reality, drawing his sword and slicing through the net with a clang. Qin Yuchan leapt from the net, and perhaps owing to Lu Ning's timely assistance, she bowed slightly, saying, "Thank you, Ningard, it was nothing. We are teammates, and such matters are but trifles," Lu Ning replied, deliberately overlooking the faint blush tinting Qin Yuchan's cheeks. He turned to retrieve a small dagger that had fallen to the ground. Then boldly approached Qin Yuchan, collecting another peculiar item to place in his satchel. "Another 2,000. How delightful. Adding that to the previous 2 peculiar items and 5 half-peculiar ones, I now possess a total of 6,000 in resources. This trip has indeed been highly profitable." Beside him, Qin Yuchan observed Lu Ning's deft movements and the bag concealed beneath his official robes, murmuring, "Now I understand why Ninger always appears so unsteady." Huang He interjected, "Is this something a young lady ought to say?" Lu Ning looked at Qin Yuchan, bewildered. "Who uses an ordinary cloth bag to store peculiar items? Those items can harm one's vitality. If one wishes to collect them, they ought to use a talisman bag." Qin Yuchan pointed at the cloth bag hanging from Lu Ning's waist, exasperated. "You see, that's precisely what I'm talking about." Huang He, upon hearing this, suddenly realized, nodding in agreement, "Indeed, Miss Qin has a point." Qin Yuchan, displeased, retorted, "Are you implying my previous statements lacked reason? Huang He quickly clarified, No, that's not my intention. What, then, do you mean? Qin Yuchan inquired, kicking Huang He lightly. Huang He instinctively dodged, which only served to aggravate Qin Yuchan further. Her earlier frustrations had yet to find an outlet, and now she was eager to vent. You little Huanger, your audacity grows by the day. Just watch how I deal with you, Ninger. Save me. Huang He pleaded while evading her wrath. Liu Ning, witnessing the spectacle, couldn't help but chuckle softly. Though these two were somewhat clumsy, their camaraderie made the hunt for wretched creatures quite amusing. Enough of this nonsense. Our mission is far from complete. At his words, their antics abruptly ceased. Ninger, what should we do next? Qin Yuchan asked eagerly. Liu Ning, his resolve unwavering, declared, We shall slay until we are free. Chapter 34. Do you wish to live? Pay up. Within a brightly lit palace, silence reigned, punctuated only by the anxious breaths of those gathered. The delicate beauties present wore expressions of horror as they beheld the three figures searching the mirrors. The formidable sisters, regarded as some of the strongest among them, now found themselves unable to withstand even a single strike from these fearsome foes. If captured by these ruthless individuals, their fate would be sealed. Even the woman adorned in golden brocade, seated at the head of the room, wore a grave expression. She had initially sought to teach her sisters a lesson, but had not anticipated their complete annihilation. As the eldest sister, her strength naturally surpassed that of her four siblings, yet she found herself powerless to vanquish them so easily. Eldest sister, what shall we do? A trembling young wretch inquired, her gaze pleading. In her eyes, only the eldest sister held the power to save them all. Quick, let us go to the Little West Heaven to seek the assistance of Lady May. When the elder sister spoke these words, her voice trembled with an undercurrent of emotion. Mei Lao was the existence she most dreaded confronting, for Mei Lao was the sovereign of this realm, the very being that had transformed them from living souls into bizarre entities. Yet, even the most wretched of beings clung to life. She was naturally unwilling to be vanquished by a mere warrior. In her eyes, she had committed no wrongdoing. The essence she extracted from those warriors, monks and scholars, was done under the coercion of Mei Lao, not of her own volition. If they possessed the capability, they should confront Mei Lao instead of preying upon a group of innocent women. Very well. Let us proceed together. A chorus of voices echoed in agreement. They then soared toward the rear of the palace. Behind the palace stood a temple, which, if Liu Ning and his companions had been present, they would surely have recognized as the small Buddhist temple they had previously visited. However, unlike the temple outside, this small temple exuded an eerie and terrifying aura. Even the peculiar beings that had arrived here could not suppress the fear that crept onto their faces. A throng of female apparitions knelt before the square of the temple, repeatedly bowing their heads in unison, pleading, Mei Lao, save us! Mei Lao, save us! With a resounding crash, the temple doors swung open, and a corpse flew from the main hall, crashing heavily to the ground. The peculiar beings fixed their gaze upon the body, recognizing the attire as that of the earlier constable. From the looks of it, the constable had been drained dry by Mei Lao. Did I not command that no one disturb my meditation? A voice, neither male nor female, resonated from within the main hall. The woman in the jade robe hastily replied, reporting to Mei Lao, 3 warriors have intruded upon the mountain and killed several of my sisters. We were no match for them, so we have come to implore Mei Lao to subdue these warriors. Another trio of bone-forging warriors? As the voice continued, a figure draped in a monk's robe, with an ambiguous gender and a kindly visage, emerged from within. Were it not for the palpable aura of the uncanny that surrounded it, no one would suspect that this being was the sovereign of the mural world. Mei Lao, indeed, they are 3 bone-forging warriors, one of whom possesses an exceptionally robust vitality, making me no match for him, the woman in the jade robe stated. Excellent, splendid. Once I consume those 3 warriors, I shall become a formidable existence. And this realm shall no longer confine me, Mei Lao exclaimed with exuberance, laughter echoing with a sinister glee. After the laughter subsided, it suddenly waved its sleeve, vanishing into the sky, bellowing down, Who dares to kill my disciples? The furious shout reverberated throughout the entire mural world, and in an instant, a chilling wind swept through. All flora, fauna, and buildings swayed violently under the force of this ominous gust. Goodness! Such a dense aura of the uncanny. Huang He exclaimed, his face contorting in fear as he instinctively glanced at Lu Ning. Qin Yuchan retrieved a jade stone from her waist, her expression darkening when she noticed the stone shift from blue to dark red. This is bad. It's a semi-evil entity. We stand no chance against it. We must hide quickly. Lu Ning regarded the willful young lady with newfound respect. She too was one who struck hard at the weak yet cowered before the strong. Nevertheless, he found her words agreeable. Let us depart from this place. Turning on his heel, he aimed to exit the palace with haste. As they fled, Huang He remarked, Ninger, fleeing like this isn't a viable solution. A semi-evil entity is far swifter than we are. We might be caught before we even descend the mountain. Then we shall find a place to hide and devise a strategy, Lu Ning responded. Promptly entering an open palace room, where the three quickly shut the door behind them. They gasped for breath, overwhelmed by the oppressive presence of the uncanny. Lu Ning soon steadied his breathing and turned to Qin Yuchan, asking Miss Qin, do you possess any life-preserving items? Upon hearing this, she nodded. Yes, but it can only last for the duration of an incense stick. Let us strategize first, then you can use your life-preserving item. Lu Ning suggested. Qin Yuchan shook her head. We should use it immediately. A semi-evil entity can sense the vitality of all living beings within a 10-mile radius. As bone-forging warriors, we are like beacons in the dark. As she spoke, her trembling hands retrieved a bag containing a fire starter and an incense stick, which she ignited. This is Yinshan incense. Once lit, it will mask our vitality. Do you have any clever plans? Ninger, Huang He interjected. Why don't you ask me? Can you at least treat me like a person? Lu Ning replied. To know oneself and one's enemy is the path to victory. What do you both know about semi-evil entities? Huang He quickly responded. I'm quite familiar with this. To confront a semi-evil entity as bone-forging warriors requires two prerequisites. One must possess a mysterious weapon, and one must have achieved mastery in a martial technique at the late stage of bone forging. At the very least, one must wield a superior-grade treasure weapon. Yet, none of us meet these conditions. Qin Yuchan shot him a glare, exasperated. Your words are useless. Who doesn't know how bone-forging warriors defeat semi-evil entities? We need to discover the entity's weaknesses. Huang He obediently fell silent, realizing that offering advice was no easy task. Lu Ning furrowed his brows. Given his current cultivation, reaching the late stage of bone forging seemed like an impossible dream. His only hope lay in perfecting the Liang sword technique. However, he lacked the necessary funds. He scanned the two present and calmly inquired, Do you both wish to live? The two looked at each other, puzzled by Lu Ning's seemingly foolish question, yet they nodded in agreement. Very well, then hand over all the money you possess. Our survival hinges on whether we have enough funds, Lu Ning declared resolutely. The moment these words left his mouth, both were rendered speechless. Ninger, what kind of time is this, and you still want money? Huang He looked at Lu Ning with incredulity. Qin Yuchan chimed in, even if we give you money, you cannot use it or take it out, can you? Lu Ning did not respond to their queries, but continued to gaze sternly at Huang He. Do you recall the old residents of the Lu family? Upon hearing the name, Huang He involuntarily conjured the image of that fateful strike in his mind. Could it be that you wish to, indeed? You must understand the toll such a strike would take on my body. Is it unreasonable to request some funds in advance? Lu Ning retorted. Huang He shook his head. It's not unreasonable, but I only have 1,000 taels. Is that sufficient? As he spoke, he painfully produced a silver note from his pouch. Lamenting the loss of his last savings, which he had hoped to multiply through this task, instead, he found himself losing 1,000 taels before even earning a profit. Seeing the two engaged in a conversation filled with terms she did not understand, Qin Yuchan's expression soured. What are you two discussing? Why can't I understand a word? Miss Qin, it's better that you don't understand in any case. Ninger has a plan that can save our lives. Just provide the funds? Huang He interjected. Though Huang He was also clueless, he believed Lu Ning possessed some secret technique that could temporarily enhance his swordsmanship, albeit at a significant cost to his body. Despite her headstrong demeanor, Qin Yuchan was not one to falter at critical moments. I have 3,000 taels. Ultimately, she chose to trust her companion, recalling how Qin Hao had once rescued her. Moreover, she had no other options but to stake everything on this last chance. Without hesitation, Lu Ning accepted the 3,000 taels and added them to the 1,000 from Huang He, totaling 4,000 taels, just enough. System, recharge. As the thought resonated in his mind, his financial worth surged to 11,000. Lu Ning then sat cross-legged and shouted in his mind, Liang Sword Technique, Enhance, Financial Worth -10,000. Liang Sword Technique 10000.in. The next moment, the technique elevated from perfection to grand perfection. A shadow emerged in Lu Ning's mind, commanding, seize the sun and wield the sword. Suddenly, amidst the darkness of his mind, a sun materialized. The shadow reached out and grasped the sun, transforming it into a scorching long sword, which it then swung into the darkness. Boom! The strike cleaved the darkness, illuminating Lu Ning's sea of consciousness and instilling a profound understanding within him. To harness the sun above for oneself. That was the essence of the Liang Sword Technique. But what if there was no sun? At that moment, the shadow proclaimed, with the sun and moon in your heart, you can ascend to the heavens and seize them. As the words faded, the shadow vanished from Lu Ning's view. Yet the memory of that strike remained etched in his mind, a splendid phrase. With the sun and moon in your heart, you can ascend to the heavens and seize them. As Lu Ning continuously recited this phrase in his heart, his body began to undergo a transformation. A surge of searing solar energy emanated from within him. Qin Yuchan and Huang He, both seasoned individuals, immediately discerned that Lu Ning was on the verge of breaking through a certain martial arts barrier, seemingly striving to forcibly transcend the pinnacle of perfection. Huang He exclaimed, Ninger, you are truly formidable. Qin Yuchan's beautiful eyes sparkled with hope, realizing that perhaps they truly had a chance to escape this time. Outside the palace, in the shadows, Mei Lao suddenly lost her perception of the three individuals. Just moments ago, she could faintly sense the blood energy of three Bone Refinement Realm warriors. How had they vanished in the blink of an eye? The surrounding maidens, upon seeing Mei Lao halt and scan the area with confusion etched on their faces, understood that those three little mice had employed some means to obscure their presence. She turned her gaze to her subordinates. Search every room for them. If you discover any trace, shout out, and I shall personally suppress those warriors. Although the maidens harbored a deep-seated fear of the lethal trio, they dared not defy Mei Lao's command, nodding in unison, understood. Meanwhile, Lu Ning slowly opened his eyes, enveloped by the intense aura of the blazing sun. He appeared as a radiant sun, casting forth light and fire that dispelled the surrounding darkness and chill. Ninger, have you broken through? Huang He asked, his face alight with surprise. This searing energy was all too familiar to him. Ninger was now even more powerful than during their last encounter at the Lu family estate. Lu Ning nodded and inquired, how much time do we have left? Huang He pointed to the incense that had burned halfway down, stating, about half a stick of incense. Lu Ning rose gradually, saying, extinguish the incense. Our success hinges on this moment, but the little aberrations will be left to you. The two nodded in agreement, unaware of the toll Lu Ning's forced breakthrough might exact, though his flushed complexion suggested he was suppressing the surging solar energy within. Clang! Just as Qin Yuchan snuffed out the incense, the palace doors were flung open, and a peculiar figure cautiously poked its head out. This is bad. We've been discovered. As Huang He spoke, he drew his long sword. The peculiar creature darted away, shouting, Mei Lao, those three fellows are hiding in here. Damn. Huang He felt an overwhelming urge to curse. This creature was remarkably swift. A sudden gust of cold wind swept into the hall, creating chaos within. Lu Ning and his companions were left with disheveled hair as the wind howled through the space. Accompanying the chilling breeze was a strange being, neither male nor female, despite its alluring appearance. Its eyes exuded an unsettling aura. Upon seeing this, Qin Yuchan unsheathed her treasured sword, her expression grave as she focused on the entity before her. Lu Ning took a step forward, scrutinizing the creature intently, his hand already gripping the hilt of his blade. Mei Lao, in turn, surveyed the trio, but her attention was quickly captivated by Lu Ning. What a handsome young man. If you are willing to submit to me and serve me wholeheartedly, I might spare your life. Huang He interjected, is beauty truly a valid reason for such arrogance? Qin Yuchan quipped, while Lu Ning paused momentarily, then replied earnestly, I, Lu Ning, the esteemed captain of the Demon Hunter's office, would never consort with your kind of malevolence. Moreover, you seek my servitude? Clearly, you are merely lusting after my form. I shan't spell it out for you. For many years, Mei Lao had roamed this pseudo-realm, never before having been so brazenly confronted. What a sharp-tongued lad today. I shall see if your courage matches your wit with that. She elegantly waved her sleeve, sending a white silk ribbon sweeping toward Lu Ning. In response, Lu Ning swiftly drew his bloodthirsty blade and struck at Mei Lao. Sun's Embrace, / Chapter 36. One strike is insufficient. Let there be another, clang. The resounding clash of the blade echoed as Lu Ning radiated like a blazing sun. The scorching blade energy engulfed the entire hall, momentarily silencing the frigid winds. The once mighty Mei Lao wore a look of astonishment as she beheld the unstoppable strike, momentarily paralyzed by fear. How could this ordinary bone refinement warrior wield such a terrifying blow? Boom! With a single strike, silence enveloped the hall, the atmosphere thick with disbelief. Qin Yuchan and Huang He stood frozen, their gazes filled with awe as they beheld Lu Ning's radiant and imposing silhouette. Simultaneously, they pondered why a bone refinement realm warrior could surpass their capabilities by such a margin. The previously resplendent Mei Lao now morphed into an indistinct shadow, hovering in the air, gazing at the precariously balanced young man before her. Screaming in desperation, "Damn it! You shattered my avatar. I will have you dead." Lu Ning remained calm, realizing this was the first time since acquiring the system that he encountered an entity capable of withstanding his blade without perishing. Remarkably strong. No, it is I who lack strength. Yet he was never one to back down. Is that so? If you truly possessed such prowess, you would not be standing still. Mei Lao's form hesitated in midair. The memory of Lu Ning's devastating blow lingering in her mind. Though it had not slain her, it had severely weakened her. Had she not noticed that the young man's grip on his weapon had begun to tremble? She would have fled long ago. Trying to intimidate me is futile. If you could strike again, why waste breath on me? She retorted. Besides, even if you could strike again, it may not be enough to kill me. At that point, I could still devour the three of you. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuchan and Huang He felt their hearts leap to their throats. As warriors, they recognized that Lu Ning was now a mere facade of strength. A practitioner could not unleash their secret arts continuously. What shall we do now? You make a valid point, Lu Ning murmured, but in the next moment, he shifted his tone. If so, I have no choice but to gamble everything. Mei Lao felt an ominous premonition wash over her. Rip! Lu Ning's blade sliced across his left arm, the searing blood spilling onto the bloodthirsty blade. What is this fool doing? Mei Lao was taken aback by Lu Ning's self-inflicted injury. If he could not win, why not simply end it all? Qin Yuchan and Huang He were equally bewildered, never having anticipated such ruthlessness from Lu Ning. Yet as the blood pooled upon the blade, it radiated a scorching glow. Indeed, it worked. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Lu Ning's eyes. The bloodthirsty blade thrived on blood essence, and within the human body, blood represented that essence. Thus, he wagered that his own blood could accelerate the blade's nurturing. His gamble paid off, cursed, upon witnessing the radiant energy emanating from the blade. Mei Lao understood that this fool was intent on taking them both to oblivion. Flee. Mei Lao was no fool. This young man was on the brink of collapse. Why engage in a life-and-death struggle when she could simply wait for him to fall and then clean up the aftermath? Alas, it was too late. Lu Ning swung his blade once more. With a single stroke, crimson light surged skyward, illuminating the inky night. No. Mei Lao's anguished scream resonated before she was utterly consumed by ash. After unleashing that strike, Lu Ning felt himself sway, darkness enveloping his vision before he collapsed to the ground. Faintly, he could hear two voices calling out, "Ninger, are you all right? Ninger, don't die." When Lu Ning finally reopened his eyes, the surroundings had transformed. Years in this world had instilled in him the instinct to reach for his weapon first. His hands soon grasped the hilt of his blade, though it bore no strength. Nevertheless, his actions caught the attention of others in the room. "Ninger, you're awake?" Huang He's familiar smile greeted Lu Ning before he could approach. A delicate hand pushed Huang He aside. "What business does a grown man have getting so close to Ninger? And you are quite ugly. What if you frighten him?" As Qin Yuchan spoke, she bestowed Lu Ning with a sweet smile. Huang He protested, "Is being plain a fault? Besides, I am not ugly. I am simply unremarkable." As Lu Ning attempted to rise, he was met with intense soreness throughout his body, his skin feeling as though it were tearing. As a prudent cultivator, he would never lower his guard until he fully comprehended his safety. This subtle movement did not escape Qin Yuchan's notice. Be still, Ninger. The doctor said you need to rest for 10 to 15 days to recover. Where are we? Lu Ning casually inquired, hoping to discern something from their words. This is the demon-catching department of Qingyuan County. Upon noticing the questioning look in Lu Ning's eyes, Qin Yuchan continued to elaborate. That night, after you vanquished the alluring demoness, the entire painted world began to collapse. We captured a peculiar creature, and after intense interrogation, we discovered the exit from the painted world. We promptly brought you to the demon-catching department of Qingyuan County. Lu Ning did not fully believe Qin Yuchan's account. What about the alluring demoness strange object? He pondered. Heh. Huang He chuckled. I knew the first thing you'd want to do upon waking, Brother Ning, was to seek out that thing. As he spoke, he opened a nearby drawer and retrieved a relic marked with talismans. Brother Ning, would you like me to bring it closer for you to examine? Smack! Qin Yuchan playfully slapped Huang He's head in exasperation. Are you foolish? Brother Ning has sustained such grave injuries. Handing that strange object to him would only endanger him. Huang He rubbed his forehead. Looking at Lu Ning with a pitiful expression, don't blame Zishu, brother. I genuinely wish to experience this strange object. I beg your pardon. Zishu da. Lu Ning calmly replied. Just as Qin Yuchan was about to speak, Huang He had already placed the relic into Lu Ning's hands. Soon, a line of text materialized in Lu Ning's mind. Contaminated relic, semi-evil level strange object, a companion of a fallen monk, valued at 8,000 taels. Lu Ning finally let out a long sigh of relief, having escaped that terrifying painted world. In this world, friends, brothers, colleagues, and partners may all deceive one another. However, the system does not. The value of strange objects is precisely what it is. And the system lacks the ability to appraise other strange objects. Put it away for now. All right. Huang He cheerfully took back the relic from Lu Ning's hands and returned it to its place. Knowing that Brother Ning cherished such items dearly, Lu Ning continued, Miss Qin, could you enlighten me about the events that transpired after I lost consciousness? Chapter 37. The Origin of the Painted Wall. Of course. Qin Yuchan beamed with joy upon hearing this. Let me recount the events that unfolded after your collapse. At that time, the entire painted world was already in chaos. Many strange entities fled in all directions. After joining forces with several constables from Qingyuan County, we began our search for an escape route. Upon capturing another strange entity, we discovered a small Buddhist temple within that realm. The exit was located inside that very temple. As we brought you out, dawn was breaking, and we promptly returned you to Qingyuan County for treatment. We then continued our investigation within the small temple. In our search, we were astonished to find that the once pristine small temple was actually a den of filth. The women depicted within the scrolls had all been the private concubines of wealthy individuals, or had been forcefully confined there by the matriarchs of their households. Their fates were grim. Either discarded to fend for themselves after having been exhausted, or subjected to humiliation and death within the temple. Eventually, a relic within that small temple underwent a sinister transformation, giving rise to the painted world. The vengeful spirits of those women were absorbed by the relic, becoming part of the painted world. The emergence of the painted world heralded the demise of the small temple, effectively ensnaring the monks within their own web. Upon hearing Qin Yuchan's narrative, Lu Ning could not help but draw a sharp breath. That small temple is truly a facade of beauty concealing decay. But why did the relic undergo such a transformation? Logically, those capable of leaving behind relics should be eminent figures of the Buddhist faith. Qin Yuchan explained. While confiscating the tainted items from the small temple, we discovered a diary. According to its entries, the relic was originally brought to the small temple by the previous abbot from another monastery to protect it. He specifically concealed it behind a grand mural of the Sun Buddha. The monks would often go before that mural to repent after committing wrongdoings. The relic safeguarded the small temple for 60 years, until 3 years ago, when the image of the Buddha vanished and transformed into a malevolent bodhisattva. That marked the beginning of the temple's nightmare. In my view, the monks' transgressions polluted the relic, leading to its mutation and the manifestation of the alluring demoness. After absorbing this information, Lu Ning remarked, monks can write diaries too. It seems that monk was not an honorable person. Qin Yuchan chuckled, Brother Ning, you are indeed astute. That monk was the current abbot of the small temple. Consumed by the painted world before we arrived, His concealment nearly allowed the alluring demoness to become a fully fledged evil entity. Fortunately, you were strong enough, or else a tragedy would have unfolded. Indeed, the greatest peril in this world is not the strange entities but the human heart. Lu Ning couldn't help but express his sentiment. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuchan's eyes sparkled with surprise as she regarded Lu Ning. I didn't realize, Brother Ning, that you possessed such profound insights on life. A subtle smile appeared on Lu Ning's lips, though he winced in pain as it spread across his face. It's merely a reflection born from experience. It hardly constitutes a grand philosophy. By the way. What else did you uncover in the small temple? Huang He grinned widely. We found money. The small temple concealed treasures worth a staggering 100,000 taels in gold and silver jewels. We three can divide 20%, meaning Brother Ning would receive half, and the remainder would be split between us. What do you think, Brother Ning? Lu Ning was taken aback by this unexpected windfall. Though he noted they could only claim a fraction, and no problem. Where are the silver notes? Huang He chuckled. I knew Brother Ning would appreciate such things. I already exchanged them for silver notes. He then picked up a box from the table and presented it to Lu Ning, revealing a thick stack of silver notes inside. This is quite a profitable venture. As for dividing it equally, Lu Ning had no objections, considering they were the ones who handled the aftermath and brought him out. If either of them harbored ulterior motives, they could simply abandon him in the painted world to fend for himself. Smack! Qin Yuchan playfully slapped the back of Huang He's head. Did you forget what the doctor advised us? We must not allow Brother Ning to be overstimulated. Presenting him with such a large sum of money might cause him to be overwhelmed with joy. Huang He rubbed the back of his head. I merely wish to share the joy with Brother Ning. Lu Ning interjected. Miss Qin, please do not blame Zishu. I have a fondness for money. Seeing this sum makes me feel significantly better. Qin Yuchan thought to herself. These two seem to be in perfect sync, making me appear as the villain. She sighed. Forget it. I won't bother with you two any longer. Brother Ning, please rest well. I shan't disturb you. Huang He, being perceptive, also took his leave. Lu Ning then added, Wait, please place the box containing the money in my arms. I feel safer holding it. Huang He slapped his forehead and carefully set the box beside Lu Ning. Brother Ning, get some rest. We shall come to see you in the afternoon. With a creak, Lu Ning watched Huang He exit the room, then glanced around, suddenly realizing he was swaddled like a rice dumpling. However, with this windfall of 18,000 taels, sustaining a few minor injuries was a small price to pay. He adjusted his mindset and, cradling the box, declared, System, recharge 5,000. Lu Ning refrained from fully depleting his funds at once. He was still injured and could not risk losing this sum. If someone were to discover something amiss, they might mistake him for a strange entity. That would lead to considerable trouble. He assessed his body, feeling a significant depletion of vitality, knowing he needed to replenish it. This was not his first experience with such a situation, and he was well versed in the process. However, his current body was still somewhat weak, preventing him from making drastic additions. Add 10 points of vitality. Wealth minus 2,000 vitality 10. After depleting his wealth, Lu Ning increased his vitality by 30 points, feeling as though he had come back to life. He then closed his eyes, channeling his energy to cultivate the Mingyu technique to restore his body. This practice continued until evening. Knock, knock, knocked. A series of knocks interrupted Lu Ning's meditation. He slowly opened his eyes and said, Come in, creak. The door was gently pushed open, revealing Huang He and Qin Yuchan, who entered with food in hand. After a long afternoon of cultivation, Lu Ning felt a pang of hunger and instinctively wished to sit up. However, recalling that he was still an injured party, he hesitated, fearing that such a movement might arouse suspicion. Thus, he opted to remain lying down, casting a sidelong glance at the two. Huang He placed the kanji on the bedside table, smiling as he said, Ninger, the physician has instructed that you may only consume kanji for the next few days. Please endure this for a while. Once you recover, I shall treat you to drinks at the Spring Breeze Pavilion. At the mention of drinks, the temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees, causing even Lu Ning, a practitioner at the bone refinement stage, to shiver involuntarily. Qin Yuchan shot Huang He a frosty glare, stating, Help Ninger sit up. I shall feed him the kanji. Huang He, momentarily taken aback, then asked with confusion, Miss Qin, were you not the one who personally assisted Ninger in eating just a few days ago? You even remarked that we men are rather clumsy. Silence. Qin Yuchan interrupted. her face flushed with embarrassment as she fixed Huang He with a fierce stare. If looks could kill, Huang He would have been reduced to mere fragments. Hurry up, Lu Ning, surprised to receive such special treatment during his unconscious state, chose not to reveal his awareness, understanding that some matters were better left ambiguous. Huang He, bewildered by the woman's swift change in demeanor, cautiously helped Lu Ning into a sitting position, supporting him from behind while Qin Yuchan sat beside him, delicately feeding him the kanji. This created a rather peculiar scene in the room, with Lu Ning, a dignified individual, feeling rather uncomfortable with such attentive service. He quickly said, "Zishu, just prop me against the pillow to tea this." Qin Yuchan could not help but let out a light laugh. Hee. Huang He lamented. Why does this world seem so filled with malice towards me? Chapter 38. Making a fortune. 3 days later, at dawn, a carriage slowly made its way down the main street of Qingyuan County. Though the carriage appeared unremarkable, with 2 mismatched horses hitched at the back, the driver was a martial artist at the bone refinement stage. In such a small place as Qingyuan County, it was nearly unheard of for a bone refinement practitioner to be reduced to driving a carriage. Consequently, the carriage quickly became the focus of onlookers. To everyone's surprise, the officials from the Qingyuan County office, including the scribe and the head of the constables, had already gathered at the city gate, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the carriage. Upon spotting it, they called out, "Safe travels, esteemed officials. May you have a smooth journey." Inside the carriage sat Lu Ning, Qin Yuchan, and Huang He. Huang He was at the reins, occasionally waving to the crowd. Lu Ning, having removed the bandage from his head, leaned out of the window to bid farewell to the onlookers. Take care, everyone. Unfortunately, among the crowd, there was a familiar face missing. The head constable, who had been the only casualty during the recent operation at the Little Buddha Temple. Reflecting on Ye's boisterous demeanor, Lu Ning couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. Curse that Meili, she has ruined my record of 0 casualties. In his heart, he added, with the record broken, there would be one less reason for extra payment when accepting side jobs in the future. Outside, Huang He pondered. Inside the carriage, Qin Yuchan asked, "Ninger, are you all right?" Lu Ning replied, somewhat exasperated, "I'm fine. I'm merely reflecting." Earlier, while investigating cases in Anzhou City, he had always returned with the same number of people he took out. Yet this time, he had lost a bronze badge constable. What troubles me most is that he had treated me to drinks. I feel quite ashamed. Qin Yuchan, surprised by Ninger's good looks and kind heart, comforted him. "Ninger, you needn't blame yourself. It is not your fault for not being strong enough. It was Constable Ye's lack of caution." Huang He chimed in, "Indeed. If Constable Ye had been as prudent as Ninger, this misfortune would not have occurred." Lu Ning, having expressed his sentiments, chose not to dwell further on the topic, recognizing that he was no extraordinary figure capable of safeguarding everyone. In truth, his body had already healed significantly, allowing him to move freely. However, to avoid drawing undue attention, he refrained from removing the remaining bandages, citing a need to return to Anzhou's Demon Capture Division for treatment. After conferring, Huang He and Qin Yuchan arranged for a carriage from the Qingyuan Demon Capture Division, taking turns to pull it back to Anzhou City. The reason for not using 3 horses simultaneously was that their statuses did not warrant it. In the Daqian dynasty, only 7th-rank officials were entitled to 2 horse carriages, while 3 horse teams required 5th-rank officials or practitioners at the bone refinement stage. The carriage ambled slowly along the official road. Qin Yuchan broke the silence within, saying, "Ninger, there is something I wish to discuss with you." At her words, Huang He perked up his ears, while Lu Ning replied leisurely, "Miss Yuchan, please go ahead." Qin Yuchan continued, "I would like to purchase the relic in your possession for silver." Lu Ning raised a finger, saying, "Miss Qin, while we have shared trials together, the price for that relic starts at 10,000 taels." Taken aback, Qin Yuchan quickly responded, 15,000 taels. "Deal." Lu Ning agreed readily. He was curious about Qin Yuchan's intentions for spending such a large sum on the item, but he knew that at 15,000 taels, he was assured a good profit. "Ninger, you are indeed generous, but I do not currently possess that much silver. I shall leave the item with you for now, and upon returning to Anzhou City and gathering the necessary funds, I will trade with you then," Qin Yuchan stated earnestly. She had initially expected to face a lengthy negotiation, but was pleasantly surprised by how quickly it was resolved. It seemed Ninger truly considered her a friend. "That is no problem," Lu Ning replied without haste, feeling a surge of excitement at the prospect of receiving 15,000 taels soon. If this deal went through, he would have a total of 20,000 taels, sufficient for his cultivation for a while. Huang He, listening to their exchange, wore a look of disinterest, having anticipated a grand transaction, only to find it was merely this. Due to their travel by carriage and Lu Ning's status as an injured party, they took care to minimize jolts, causing the carriage to progress slowly. It was not until the evening that they finally entered the city. Ninger, do you plan to return home or go to the demon capture division? Huang He inquired. Lu Ning replied, first, I shall make a stop at the demon capture division to hand in this assignment. Then I will return home. Understood, Huang He said, cracking the whip to urge the horses towards the division. Half an hour later, the carriage came to a stop. Huang He lifted the door curtain and addressed Lu Ning, who was resting with his eyes closed. Ninger, we have arrived. Lu Ning opened his eyes and, with Huang He's assistance, alighted from the carriage. The guards at the demon capture division rushed over to help him. Ninger, what happened to you? A mere slight injury. It is nothing serious, Lu Ning replied nonchalantly. Huang He, hearing this, couldn't he help but scoff inwardly, thinking, if that is a minor injury, then what we have suffered cannot even be considered a scratch. Before long, Lu Ning was assisted inside the demon capture division, while Huang He and Qin Yuchan remained outside. The primary reason for this was Lu Ning's exceptional rapport with the personnel there. As soon as he stepped out, several rushed to help him, leaving no opportunity for the others. Once seated in the main hall, Lu Ning heaved a sigh of relief. All right, everyone, do refrain from making me appear so disheveled. One of his colleagues, Monkey, remarked, Ninger, what on earth transpired in Qingyuan, that even you were injured? Another chimed in, indeed, Ninger, you are known for your steadiness. As the inquiries poured in, a commanding voice resonated from outside. Lu Ning has just returned and is unwell. You may all disperse for now. Upon hearing this, everyone turned in unison to see that it was the county magistrate and scribe Qin, prompting them to bow in respect. We greet the county magistrate and scribe Qin.ates. Lin Qingxian replied coolly, and soon everyone began to withdraw. Lu Ning quickly stood to bow to the two officials. I pay my respects to you both. Lin Qingxian and scribe Qin scrutinized Lu Ning before exchanging knowing smiles. Old Qin, this lad you recommended has some merit. He has slain a half-level ghost within less than half a month of bone refinement. Lin Qingxian remarked. Scribe Qin replied, you jest, Qingxian. Did you not also hold him in high regard? Lu Ning thought. While they were aware that my injuries were not as severe as they appeared. Must they leave me standing here? Lin Qingxian said. All right, sit down for now. Thank you, sir, Lu Ning replied, standing carefully to the side as he awaited the two to take their seats. Having lived 2 lives, he understood the nuances of workplace etiquette. As long as the superior had not seated themselves, it would be improper for a subordinate to do so first. As the 2 individuals observed his subtle gestures, they refrained from addressing them directly and casually sought a place to sit. Lin Qingxian turned to Lu Ning and inquired, this time, you have brought great honor to our Anzhou demon-slaying division. What reward do you desire? Lu Ning clasped his hands in salute and replied, this is merely my duty, and besides, I have already reaped my benefits. Lin Qingxian chuckled, those are what you rightfully deserve. Not a reward from our Anzhou demon-slaying division. At this juncture, Qin Zhubu interjected, both the governor and I are exceedingly busy individuals. Do refrain from prolonging the matter unnecessarily. Upon hearing this, Lu Ning spoke up. I wish to acquire a form of lightness technique, so that I may have a chance to escape should I encounter danger in the future. The two exchanged glances and then burst into hearty laughter. After a while, Qin Zhubu remarked, is this all you aspire to? Lu Ning laughed. I apologize for disappointing you both. I have no grand ambitions. I simply wish to live a humble life. Lin Qingxian regarded him with an appreciative gaze. You truly are exceptional, he then granted. I permit you to select any lightness technique available to the practitioners of the bone refinement realm in the Merit Hall. Upon hearing this, Lu Ning promptly bowed and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Governor. Chapter 39. Ninger, have you two reconciled so swiftly? After choosing a lightness technique named Cloud Ladder from the Merit Hall, Lu Ning returned to his quaint courtyard. With a creak, he pushed open the door and gazed at the familiar surroundings. A sudden sense of nostalgia washing over him. It felt like home. He removed the bandages from his body, observing the twilight sky gradually darkening. After refreshing himself, Lu Ning leaped onto his bed, seated in a meditative posture to commence his training. Although he possessed a system, he understood that relying solely on it would not suffice. His personal efforts were equally crucial. When he finally opened his eyes again, the world outside was shrouded in a misty dawn. Due to Lu Ning's significant accomplishments and his injuries, the demon-slaying division granted him a half-month leave. Moreover, Qin Zhubu had extended the training period for the Cloud Ladder technique by an additional half-month. However, Lu Ning did not allow himself to become complacent. The old lady in the mural world, though merely a semi-evil entity, had nearly cost him his life. Had that enchanting old lady been even slightly stronger, he might have truly lost his life at the little Buddha temple. Thus, he must grow stronger and remain vigilant at all times. Setting a modest goal, he resolved to practice diligently for a year and truly refine his skills within 3 years. With this small goal established, Lu Ning felt invigorated. After enjoying a bowl of tofu pudding, he returned home to begin his training with the Cloud Ladder. Though it was a lightness technique, it was noted that only after refining his legs could one fully harness its potential. Refining his legs was still some time away. For now, he would focus on mastering the basics of Cloud Ladder. Thus, Lu Ning practiced Cloud Ladder by day and Mingyugong by night. 3 afternoons later, Lu Ning lightly sprang onto the roof of his house, having grasped the fundamentals of Cloud Ladder. Coupled with 3 days of training in Mingyugong, his injuries had completely healed. Feeling the vitality coursing through his body, a smile of joy spread across Lu Ning's face. Just then, a series of knocks resonated at the door. Knock, knock, knock. With a rustle, Lu Ning jumped down from the rooftop and casually remarked, "The door is unlocked. Please come in." Creak. The courtyard door was gently pushed open, revealing a man and 2 women at the entrance. Among them, Lu Ning recognized 1 man and 1 woman. "Chen Xiao, Miss Qin, what brings you both here together?" The newcomers were indeed Chen Xiaofeng and Qin Yuchan. The third figure, a lady clad in a pale purple gown with lustrous black hair and a pure, delicate appearance, was unfamiliar to Lu Ning. Chen Xiaofeng, an old acquaintance, strode in without hesitation. "Ninger, this lady came to find you on Miss Qin's behalf. I accompanied her here. I wonder if you have had your meal. If not, let us go for drinks together." As he spoke, he winked at Lu Ning. The two were familiar enough for Lu Ning to discern that the lady in the pale purple gown was indeed Chen Xiao's romantic interest. Lu Ning chuckled. "Since you, Chen Xiao, have invited me, how could I possibly refuse? Very well, I shall treat you." Chen Xiaofeng turned to Qin Yuchan and said, "Miss Qin, I have told you before that Ninger and I are close friends. Do you believe me now?" Seeing their camaraderie, Qin Yuchan's expression bore a hint of confusion. A warrior like Ninger, considered a genius in the county, shouldn't be associating with the frivolous son of the governor. "Chen Gongzi, Yinjing, could you both please wait here for a moment? I have something important to discuss with Ninger privately." Yuning quickly realized that Qin Yuchan intended to discuss financial matters. "Miss Qin, let us converse inside," he offered. Pleased, as Chen Xiaofeng watched the 2 retreating figures, he muttered, "When did Ninger and Miss Qin develop such a secret?" Ji Yinjing shot him a glance, saying nothing, yet her eyes conveyed a clear message. Some questions are best left unasked. "Miss Qin, my home is quite humble. Please make do with a seat." Yuning graciously pulled out a chair for Qin Yuchan. She surveyed Lu Ning's room, which could indeed be described as barren. She found it puzzling that, despite Lu Ning being a bone refinement realm warrior, he lived in such modest conditions. While her thoughts wandered, she took a seat and then produced a cloth bag from her skirt. Placing it on the table. "Ninger, here is 15,000 taels. You may count it. That is unnecessary." "I trust Miss Qin's character," Yuning replied, stepping into his bedroom to retrieve a box containing the precious relics. He returned to the living room, opened the box, and pushed it toward Qin Yuchan. "Miss Qin, we shall exchange goods for payment." "Agreed." Qin Yuchan glanced at the relic before carefully placing it in a purse embroidered with runes. Lu Ning then extracted the silver notes from the bag, feigning to stroll back toward his bedroom, then inwardly shouted, "System, recharge 15,000 taels. Financial value 15,000. What a relief." Lu Ning deliberately made rustling sounds from the room before finally emerging. "Miss Qin, let us be off. I assume Chen Xiao and your friends are waiting anxiously outside." Qin Yuchan nodded in agreement, and the 2 departed the house. As they stepped outside, Chen Xiaofeng instinctively exclaimed, "Ninger, have you 2 finished so quickly?" Qin Yuchan's expression darkened slightly, her eyes flashing with a murderous glint, causing Chen Xiaofeng to hastily close his mouth. El Yuning approached and playfully draped an arm around Chen Xiaofeng's shoulder, saying, "You ought to watch your words. If she were to take offense, I can't guarantee your safety." Chen Xiaofeng nodded. "I suppose I've grown accustomed to it. By the way, how did you two become acquainted?" "That woman is quite renowned in the county." El Yuning had no intention of concealing the truth. "We met while handling a case in Qingyuan County. We are hardly more than acquaintances." "That reassures me." Chen Xiaofeng displayed a relieved expression. "What do you mean by that?" Lu Ning inquired, looking at him with suspicion. Chen Xiaofeng replied, "I was merely concerned that you might be enchanted by that woman." "She has quite a few suitors in the county," El Yuning retorted. "Pfft, what are you thinking?" Just as the two were engrossed in their conversation, Qin Yuchan's voice rang out from behind. "What are you two men discussing so animatedly?" Lu Ning released his hold and turned to respond. "We were merely debating where to go for drinks." Qin Yuchan asked, "Have you made your selection?" Chen Xiaofeng replied, "We have decided on Jin Zun Lu." Qin Yuchan cast a skeptical glance at the two, then said coolly, "Very well. Let it be as you wish." Chapter 40. A visit to the academy at Jianzun Lu, on the third floor in a private room. Lu Ning and his companions gathered around a table to enjoy drinks. In an effort to create an opportunity for Chen Xiaofeng, Lu Ning chose to sit beside Qin Yuqi and at this moment. Chen Xiaofeng resembled a devoted attendant, not only serving Ji Yinjing but also pouring tea for her. Seeing this transformation in his once dashing friend, Lu Ning couldn't help but ponder. Could this truly be the power of love? No, perhaps it was merely the plight of an attendant without a home. After several rounds of drinks, the atmosphere in the private room grew lively. With a rosy glow on her cheeks, Qin Yuchan cheerfully asked, "Ninger, you are considered a martial arts prodigy in Anzhou. Have you ever considered developing your talents in the county? If you wish, I could recommend you to study at the Zhengqi Academy." El Yuning smiled as he said, "I express my gratitude for Miss Qin's kindness. With my modest abilities, I can still be considered a noteworthy individual in Anzhou City's bone-tempering realm. However, should I venture to the county city, I fear I would make not even a ripple. Thus, I shall continue to hone my skills here in Anzhou. Moreover, having only studied for 2 years in a private school, I have yet to pass the assessments of the Zhengqi Academy. It is not that I, Lu Ning, do not wish to experience the grandeur of the larger cities. Rather, I am acutely aware of my own limitations. Furthermore, Master Qin has been exceedingly gracious towards me. If I were to leave due to my relationship with Qin Yuchan, it would likely jeopardize my standing in the Demon Suppression Division in the future. Weighing the importance of matters, I am quite clear in my mind." Upon seeing Lu Ning's refusal, Qin Yuchan did not become disheartened and continued to persuade him. "Brother Ning, the Zhengqi Academy is not merely a haven for bookworms. It also nurtures martial talents such as yourself. Besides, mastering both literature and martial arts can elevate one to greater heights. Though the literary path pales in comparison to the martial arts in the initial 3 realms, upon reaching the 4th realm of literature, the disparity in strength narrows significantly, and literary practitioners may even surpass their martial counterparts. Mastering both literature and martial arts. Lu Ning's interest was piqued by this notion. Although he was a traveler from another world, his understanding of this realm was rather limited. He knew only that it resembled an ancient background infused with elements of the divine and demonic. The primary reason for his ignorance stemmed from the inadequacy of his social circles and the absence of esteemed mentors to guide him. The captains he usually associated with incessantly spoke of pits, boasting tales that were merely the fabrications of storytellers. Genuine literature that could unveil the mysteries of this world, or a mature cultivation system, had remained largely inaccessible to him until now. Indeed, literature and martial arts complement each other, especially after reaching the 4th realm of literature, where one can create visualization diagrams to aid martial artists in their advancement. Qin Yuchan, noticing Lu Ning's growing interest, remarked, "For instance, the blazing sun diagram you have at the Anzhou Academy was painted by a top scholar of the 4th realm of literature, which aided a peak bone tempering practitioner from the Demon Suppression Division in breaking through to the next level." Lu Ning had indeed heard his colleagues in the Demon Suppression Division mention this. At the time, he assumed they were merely boasting and paid it no mind, for those fellows often brought the tales of storytellers into reality to create a fade. "I see," he said. "Miss Qin, might I request your assistance in allowing me to observe that blazing sun diagram?" Upon hearing this, Qin Yuchan's lips curled into a satisfied smile. "Certainly, but you must inquire with my sister Yanran for the specifics, as her father is the head of the academy." Hearing this, Ji Yanran looked up in confusion and said to Lu Ning, "I can certainly try." especially since you saved my sister Yuchan. Then I shall express my gratitude to Miss Yanran. I will visit the academy another day, Lu Ning said, rising to his feet and raising his wine cup on him. Ji Yanran replied obediently, and then gently clinked cups with Lu Ning. Her first impression of the handsome Captain Lu was quite favorable. He lacked the roughness typical of martial artists and instead exuded an air of elegance. On the side, Chen Xiaofeng watched this scene, dumbfounded. Why am I the one who invited you for drinks? I haven't even shared a cup with Miss Yanran yet. How could you have gotten ahead of me? Although feeling vexed, Chen Xiaofeng quickly reconciled with the situation. If Brother Ning was to visit the academy, he could join in as well. Qin Yuchan, meanwhile, chose not to press the matter further. She firmly believed that once Lu Ning beheld that visualization diagram and gained insights from it, he would surely come to find her in the county city. With everyone harboring their own thoughts, the banquet continued until nightfall. After leaving the tavern, Lu Ning returned to his private residence. The blazing sun visualization diagram. I must take the time to study it thoroughly on another day. With this thought, he resumed his cultivation point 10 days later. On a clear morning, Lu Ning slowly opened his eyes. I've broken through. He was now a practitioner at the 3rd level of bone tempering. After solidifying his mastery of the blazing sun sword technique, his cultivation speed had significantly increased. Opening the system panel, he noted, Name, Lu Ning Vitality, 530, 0200, Bone Tempering Count, 60, 0300, Technique. Blazing Sun Sword Technique, Great Perfection, Mingyu Technique, Minor Accomplishment. Step into Cloud, Beginner, Cultivation, 3rd level of Bone Tempering, 020000. Financial Resources, 20,000. I still have 2 days of rest. I shall take this opportunity to visit the Anzhou Academy today and see if I can observe that blazing sun diagram. After freshening up, Lu Ning donned a clean set of clothing. He was merely visiting friends today, so he did not wear his official attire. The Anzhou Academy was located in the eastern part of the city, while he resided in the west. Fortunately, having recently mastered the step into cloud technique, he moved considerably faster than usual. What would typically take an hour, he accomplished in less than half that time. The Anzhou Academy served as a gathering place for scholars from Anzhou City and its surrounding counties, where both scholars and Confucians studied. Most of the teachers in the academy were third-realm literary practitioners, with only the headmaster and vice-headmaster being fourth-realm scholars. As for fifth-realm Hanlin scholars, they were generally found only in county cities. Upon arriving at the academy's entrance, he was halted by the gatekeeper. This is a restricted area. Outsiders are forbidden entry. Lu Ning cupped his hands in greeting and said, Good sir, I am Lu Ning, a friend of the governor's son. I have come to the academy to invite young Master Chen out for a gathering. Please, could you convey my message? With that, he produced a piece of silver from his sleeve and offered it to the gatekeeper. The gatekeeper accepted the silver, weighed it thoughtfully, and replied, I cannot say whether young Master Chen is here today. Let me check for you. Thank you, sir, Lu Ning responded. The gatekeeper turned and walked inside the academy, and from a distance, Lu Ning could hear him muttering, How strange. Young Master Chen has such a refined friend. Lu Ning chose to ignore the comment, fully aware of Chen Xiaofeng's notorious reputation. Moments later, a drowsy Chen Xiaofeng arrived at the academy entrance, yawning. Upon spotting Lu Ning, he perked up immediately. Brother Ning, it truly is you. Come in. We can talk inside. As Chen Xiaofeng spoke, he pulled Lu Ning into the academy. The gatekeeper seemed to have turned a blind eye, allowing the two to enter without issue. Indeed, privileges like these were omnipresent. Chen Xiaofeng remarked, Brother Ning, Miss Yanran is likely still in class. Let us wander around the academy for a bit, and when the time is right, we shall seek her out. Sounds good, Lu Ning agreed as he followed Chen Xiaofeng through the academy's halls. Listening to the resounding voices of students reciting their lessons, Lu Ning suddenly felt as if he had returned to his high school days in his past life. They meandered about the Anzhou Academy for half an hour but had yet to explore the entire premises. However, Chen Xiaofeng had begun to wave his folding fan and declare that he was tired. Brother Ning, let us rest for a moment, he suggested. All right, Lu Ning replied, following him to a pavilion where they could sit and enjoy the breeze. Just then, they suddenly heard laughter and conversation from nearby. Brother Jingji, we must engage in a game of chess today. Very well, Brother Mingjing. I shall accompany you to the end. Upon hearing those voices, Chen Xiaofeng's face paled with alarm. Oh no, the headmaster is coming, Brother Ning. We must retreat. Lu Ning was taken aback. He had never seen the typically fearless Chen Xiaofeng so afraid. However, Just as Chen Xiaofeng stood up to flee, a commanding voice rang out. "Chen Xiaofeng, you rascal, skipping class again." As Lu Ning turned to follow the sound, he saw two elegant middle-aged men approaching the pavilion. One, slightly older, donned a blue and white scholar's robe, exuding an air of authority that commanded respect. The other, dressed in simple attire, radiated the refined aura of a formidable literary practitioner. Chen Xiaofeng clasped his hands in greeting to the older man, saying, "Headmaster, I have not skipped class. A friend has come to visit." So I took leave to greet him. Hearing this, the headmaster's gaze fell upon Lu Ning. So, this young bone-tempering practitioner from Anzhou City must be the Lu Ning that the young lady Yuchan has been mentioning. Lu Ning immediately cupped his hands and replied, "I am Lu Ning, here to pay my respects to Master Ji." The headmaster, noting Lu Ning's courteous demeanor, nodded slightly. "Indeed, you possess the same elegance as the young lady Yuchan described young. Accomplished and distinguished in the Demon Suppression Division, you are quite the rarity in appearance. Master Ji bestows too much praise," Lu Ning responded humbly. Master Ji nodded in satisfaction. "I am aware of your purpose here. As Yanran is still in class, why not stay and observe a game of chess with us?" The other middle-aged man, curious, inquired, "Ji brother, who is this young friend?" Master Ji smiled and replied, "This young friend is the pride of Anzhou. Having achieved the bone-tempering realm at the tender age of 21, and recently vanquished a half-demon entity." The middle-aged man displayed no discernible emotion upon hearing that the age of 21 marked the beginning of one's journey as a bone-forging warrior. However, his gaze towards Lu Ning shifted dramatically after the subsequent statement. How could Master Ji fail to notice the surprise in his friend's eyes? Promptly, he diverted the conversation. "Very well, let us engage in a game of chess first. Any further discussion can wait." The two men settled around the chess table in the pavilion and commenced their match. In his previous life, Lu Ning had dabbled in online Go games, and out of curiosity, he focused his attention on the board. To his astonishment, he observed that each time they placed a piece, it seemed as though a soldier appeared on the board, engaging in fierce combat with its adversary. They were not merely playing chess, they were embroiled in a battle of intellect and artistry. Is this what it means to be a formidable figure in the realm of cultural and martial prowess? How terrifying it is. After the game concluded, Master Ji clapped his hands and turned his attention to Lu Ning. "Lu Ning, what do you think of our match?" Lu Ning cupped his hands in respect and replied. In response to Master, "This junior's abilities are humble. I have yet to grasp the intricacies of the game." Master Ji chuckled warmly, "You are quite modest, my young friend. Come, Yanran must be finishing her classes soon. Let us visit the dean's study together." Understood. Lu Ning followed closely behind Master Ji, while Chen Xiaofeng suddenly felt like a mere specter, an expression of conflict crossing his face. Ultimately, he steeled himself and trailed after the group. Master Ji was a loquacious individual, conversing as they walked. "Lu Ning, in your view, which is superior, the path of culture or the path of martial skill? Is the test upon us so soon?" Lu Ning pondered, drawing from his past life's knowledge. After a moment's reflection, he responded, "In my humble opinion, the great path leads to the same destination. There is no superiority or inferiority between culture and martial skill. The distinction lies solely in the path one chooses to tread." Both Master Ji and Wang Jingji's eyes brightened at his words. The contention between culture and martial arts had long been a topic of debate in the Dacian dynasty. Scholars often looked down upon warriors, while martial artists dismissed scholars. They had assumed this young man would favor martial prowess over cultural pursuits, yet he surprised them with such profound insights at his tender age. "Excellent," Master Ji exclaimed. "What a splendid saying. The great path leads to the same destination. Have you studied before, young friend?" The mere shift in address significantly bridged the gap between them. Lu Ning replied. In response to Master, "This junior attended a private school for 2 years in my youth before dedicating myself to martial arts under my father's guidance." "Really?" Wang Jingji gazed at Lu Ning in astonishment. This young man's demeanor and speech were far from that of a brash martial artist. He resembled an elegant scholar instead. Were he to possess the aura of a scholar, none would contest his classification as a talented student. Lu Ning asserted, "Before elders, I dare not utter a single falsehood." Master Ji laughed. "Brother Jingji, do not interrogate a junior so closely. Lu Ning has spent several years in the Demon Suppression Office here in Anzhou." "What a pity," Wang Jingji sighed. Had Lu Ning been a scholar, he would have considered taking him under his wing. However, Given his years in the Demon Suppression Office and his martial talent, it would be difficult to recruit him without inciting the office's disapproval. After traversing several courtyards along a lengthy stone path, they arrived at a serene courtyard. Upon entering, Master Ji immediately instructed a young attendant, "Go brew a pot of tea." "Yes, sir." The young attendant hurried off to prepare the tea. Once everyone had taken their seats, Master Ji initiated the conversation. "Liu Ning, do you understand the differences between the cultivation of culture and martial arts?" Liu Ning cupped his hands in respect and replied, "This junior is rather dull. I humbly ask for your guidance." This was a formidable figure in the realm of culture, and countless individuals sought Master Ji's counsel without success. Having come this far, it would be a disservice not to glean some wisdom. Master Ji explained, the cultivation of culture focuses on refining the heart and intent, while martial cultivation emphasizes the forging of the body and the mind. The former is an inward journey, while the latter is an outward one. Ultimately, both aim to transcend the limitations of the human form and reach a higher realm. Liu Ning responded, "This junior is grateful for the instruction." He pondered in his heart, having received so much knowledge, what would follow? Just as he harbored his curiosity, Master Ji continued, "Tell me, Liu Ning, do you have any intentions of pursuing further studies?" Before Liu Ning could decline, Master Ji added, "In the Demon Suppression Office, there are indeed those who excel in both culture and martial skill, such as the esteemed Qin Zhubu." This thought had not crossed Liu Ning's mind. Yet it was true that Qin Zhubu perused the spring and autumn annals daily, thus qualifying as a learned individual. He replied, "Master Ji, this junior wishes to read more books to enrich himself. However, time is scarce, and the books available in the market lack substance, offering little benefit." Qian Xiaofeng, overhearing this, nearly burst into laughter. "Brother Ning, who always speaks of money, today claims he wishes to read. The audacity of such empty rhetoric surpassed even my own capabilities as a scholar." Wang Jingji interjected, "Your intention is commendable. One can study anywhere, in any circumstance." Master Ji nodded in agreement. Precisely, reading does not necessitate the relentless dedication of a martial artist. One can simply read a few pages in one's leisure time. Should you struggle to find books, feel free to borrow from my Anzhou Academy. I shall provide you with a borrowing identity card shortly. Hearing this, Liu Ning promptly rose and bowed deeply to Master Ji. "Thank you, Master." This bow was sincere. This journey to Qingyuan County had taught him that while he could enhance his cultivation through the system, certain knowledge or secrets could not be acquired with mere currency. Now that Master Ji offered him this opportunity, Liu Ning would not let it slip away. "Very well." Master Ji's face radiated satisfaction as he stroked his beard. "I hold lectures on the 10th of each month. If you have the time, you may attend as an auditor." Liu Ning expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Master. Enough of this. I know you have come to envision that splendid sun diagram. Follow me." Master Ji stood and led the group toward another room. A glimmer of anticipation crossed Liu Ning's face. At last, he would behold the famed sun diagram. This trip had proven fruitful. No, it could be said he had struck gold as the four entered the room. The attendant brought in the tea, only to find the living room empty, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Upon entering the room with Master Ji, Liu Ning was instantly captivated by several paintings adorning the walls. Within this chamber were not only the sun diagram, but also the tiger descending the mountain and observing the tide illustrations. Each piece was rendered with such lifelike precision that merely gazing upon them compelled one to quiet contemplation. However, Liu Ning understood the wisdom of moderation. After briefly observing the other paintings, he returned his focus to the sun diagram. Master Ji had been observing Liu Ning's reaction since his entrance. Noticing Liu Ning's lack of attachment to the other paintings, a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in his eyes. Chapter 42. Am I not seeking to interact with you as an ordinary person? In the study, Liu Ning was absorbed in the radiant sun depicted in the sun diagram. He quickly became immersed, emanating an intense, fiery aura. Gradually, he closed his eyes, allowing himself to delve into the experience. Master Ji, noticing this, gestured for the other two to leave the study with him. In the depths of Liu Ning's mind, a blazing sun began to rise. The figure he had embodied while mastering the sun blade technique materialized alongside it. Liu Ning transformed his hand into a blade, mimicking the movements of that figure in his mind. In the hall, Wang Jingji, after sipping his tea, remarked in astonished tones, "Ming Jing, that lad is indeed a martial genius. In such a brief span, he has begun to comprehend the sun diagram." He is the first I have encountered in my lifetime. Master Ji chuckled. Otherwise, why would I pay such special attention to this young man? The martial artists of Anzhou have remained dormant for too long. It is time for someone to set an example for the younger generation. Brother Mingjing's dedication to the public good, free from prejudice, is admirable, Wang Jingji said, bowing slightly to Master Ji. The most astonished among them was undoubtedly Chen Xiaofeng. Being the one most familiar with Lu Ning, he found today's display utterly unexpected. He began to doubt whether the Lu Ning he recognized was indeed the same Ninger he knew. An hour later, Lu Ning slowly opened his eyes. He could now distinctly feel that he was capable of wielding the sun-summoning blade technique with utmost freedom. Although he had previously forced his way to the pinnacle of the fierce sun blade technique, he had only managed to execute that one strike with great difficulty, and it had imposed a tremendous burden on his body. Now, even if he were to encounter the enchanting Mei Lao again, he would not find himself in such a wretched predicament as before. Just as Lu Ning was about to express his gratitude to Master Ji, he discovered that the study was entirely vacant. Upon entering the hall, he found an additional presence, the very person Chen Xiaofeng had been yearning for, Ji Yinran. However, with Master Ji present, Chen Xiaofeng refrained from exhibiting his sycophantic tendencies. Younger generation expresses gratitude to Master Ji for your guidance, Lu Ning said respectfully. Master Ji's lips curled into a faint smile. It was but a trifling effort on my part. Should you encounter any difficulties in your cultivation in the future, do not hesitate to seek my counsel, Lu Ning replied. I shall obey. After exchanging pleasantries, the group enjoyed a midday meal at the academy. Subsequently, Lu Ning and Chen Xiaofeng departed together. As they exited the main gate, Chen Xiaofeng, with a look of grievance, exclaimed, Ningergu, you've kept me in the dark for far too long. Lu Ning regarded Chen Xiaofeng with a perplexed expression. What have I concealed from you, Chen Xiao? Chen Xiaofeng sulkily retorted, Ningergu, you never revealed to me that you are the foremost genius of Anzhou City. You've been cooped up in the demon-slaying division day after day, not seeking to establish a name for yourself, but merely thinking about earning silver, deceiving us all in the process. At that moment, Lu Ning found himself at a loss for words. Perhaps it was best to allow Chen Xiaofeng some space for contemplation. After all, is it not the forte of scholars to indulge in imaginative speculation? Seeing Lu Ning silent, Chen Xiaofeng continued, You see, your silence is an implicit acknowledgement. Sighing deeply, Lu Ning replied, I merely wish to interact with you, Chen Xiao, as an ordinary person. Moreover, you have not taken advantage of your status as the governor's son to siphon my silver, have you? Chen Xiaofeng suddenly grasped the situation. That does make sense. We are dear friends. Such matters are trivial. As they conversed, the two of them walked shoulder to shoulder away. 3 days later, Lu Ning's holiday concluded. He arrived at the demon-slaying division as usual to report for duty, returning the book Cloud leaping in the process. Inside the Merit Hall, Qin Zhuofu was engrossed in reading a tome about Liu Bei, his focus unwavering. Upon hearing footsteps, he skillfully set down the book, obscuring its title. It's you, rascal. Lu Ning greeted respectfully. Lu Ning pays his respects to Master Zhuofu. Enough with the formalities. Spare me the pleasantries from now on. Have you mastered cloud leaping yet? Qin Zhuofu inquired nonchalantly. Lu Ning placed the book on the table and replied, I've just begun to grasp it. Not bad. You are now quite the renowned figure, even gaining the favor of Master Ji. Make sure to visit him more often. It will benefit your martial arts. Qin Zhuofu commented. Lu Ning acknowledged, understood. Seemingly recalling something of significance, Qin Zhuofu added, Now that you're back, do pay a visit to the lord of the town. Then I shall take my leave, Lu Ning said, bowing to Qin Zhuofu before making his way to the government hall. Upon his arrival, Lin Zhengfu was seated in the main position, perusing a dossier. Chief Constable Lu Ning has come to pay respects to the lord of the town. Lin Qingxian set down the dossier, casting a glance at Lu Ning. It seems you have not only fully recovered, but also made some progress in strength. Lu Ning responded, Your Excellency possesses keen insight. Lin Qingxian continued, Since you have recovered, you shall assist our demon-slaying division in handling a case for the garrison. I was just pondering who to send, and here you are. When a superior assigns a task, it is not to trouble you but rather to place faith in your capabilities. This principle was clear to Lu Ning. I shall obey. Lin Qingxian further instructed, This time, you may bring along 2 black iron constables and 4 constables. Remember not to bring shame upon our demon-slaying division. Upon hearing this, Lu Ning understood that this case would likely not be straightforward. The military and the demon-slaying division operated independently, and the military possessed its own experts. Logically, they would not permit the demon-slaying division to meddle in internal affairs. I shall not disappoint you, Your Excellency. Good, Lin Qingxian nodded. After the matter is resolved, there will be rewards for you. After bidding farewell to Lin Qingxian, Lu Ning entered the hall, where Monkey and Lulu immediately surrounded him. Ning'ergu, you are healed. Ning'ergu, would you like me to massage your legs? Lu Ning, looking at the two, exhaled in exasperation. Both of you. Stop fooling around, go summon 2 black iron constables and call up 2 brothers. We are heading out of the city. Having been under Lu Ning's command for some time, the two understood that business was afoot. Lulu grinned. I'll go get them right away. A short while later, 2 black iron constables and 2 constables returned with Lu Lude. Ning'ergu, Sir Lu. The 2 black iron constables clasped their fists upon entering. Lu Ning returned the gesture. Anyo Gu. No need for such formalities. Jushu, Anyo, and Lu Ning were both promoted to black iron constables, robust and strong. Jushu, an elder among them, was in his early 30s but appeared much older due to years of hardship. During a previous operation, Jushu sustained an injury that stunted his foundational growth, preventing him from breaking through to the bone refining stage, leaving him at the peak of physical cultivation. Nevertheless, he was experienced and had previously taught Lu Ning many survival skills. Now that Lu Ning had been promoted, he did not flaunt his rank before his elder. Instead, he spoke courteously. Jushu, I have gathered everyone here for an out-of-town mission. If anyone has concerns, feel free to withdraw. I can find others. Although this task was assigned by Lord Lin, there was no stipulation regarding who must undertake it, so it was not a command. Lu Ning naturally did not wish to sour relations with his comrades. Anyo placed a hand on his chest, saying, Ning'ergu, we all know your reputation. We have 100% confidence in going with you. Jushu nodded in agreement. Indeed, Ning'ergu, just say the word. And we will follow your lead, Lu Ning explained. This time we are to assist the garrison in a case investigation. The specifics will be revealed once we arrive at the military camp. The group expressed no dissent to his words. Lu Ning then instructed Monkey to select a few horses, and they all mounted up to head towards the military camp outside the city. Half an hour later, they arrived at the military camp's entrance. The gate soldiers promptly raised their spears to block their path. Who goes there? Lu Ning tossed his badge forward. Demon-slaying division, on the orders of the lord of the town. Here to investigate the garrison. The guard examined the token, and a look of deference quickly crossed his face. Esteemed sir, please wait a moment. I will notify the officials immediately. Before long, under the guidance of 2 soldiers. A civil official dressed in the attire of a 6th-rank officer approached them, flanked by 2 soldiers. Lu Ning and the others dismounted and clasped their fists, saying, We pay our respects to the Lord. The official nodded slightly. I am the monitoring officer of the garrison. You are colleagues from the demon-slaying division, correct? Please follow me to meet the garrison commander. Thank you for your trouble, sir, Lu Ning responded. Following the officer into the military camp, Chapter 43. Disappearance of the garrison soldiers outside Anzhou City. Within the garrison camp, a burly man radiating an air of sternness sat at the main seat in the command tent. Lu Ning and his companions stood before him, bowing in unison. Lu Ning pays respects to the garrison commander. Lu Shoubei rose, smiling. Friends from the demon-slaying division need not be so formal. Please, sit. Thank you, sir. Lu Ning found a spot to sit, while Monkey and the others stood quietly behind him. Soon, soldiers entered the tent with tea. Lu Durun, please enjoy some tea, Lu Shoubei offered. Thank you. Lu Ning accepted the tea, blowing gently on it before taking a couple of sips. He refrained from speaking first, as they were there to investigate a case. He would wait for the other party to initiate the conversation. After a moment of sipping tea, Lu Shoubei remarked, Lu Durun, you are quite composed for one so young. Lu Ning set his teacup aside and smiled. You flatter me, Lu Durun. What pressing matters have arisen within the military camp? Lu Shoubei pondered for a moment before slowly responding. To speak frankly, there has been a troubling situation in our garrison. Soldiers have been going missing. Since last month, nearly 100 have disappeared one after another. That many? Lu Ning recognized the gravity of the situation. A garrison of a state capital typically comprised several thousand soldiers, and the disappearance of nearly 100 was indeed a significant dilemma for Lu Shoubei. This was not a case of battle losses, but rather unexplained vanishings. If this were to fall into the hands of malicious individuals, Liu Shoubei would undoubtedly face severe consequences. Indeed, Liu Shoubei remarked, "My defense battalion generally operates on a schedule of 3 days of duty, followed by 1 day of rest, and 5 days of training. However, since last month, there have been sporadic instances of 3 to 5 soldiers from each battalion going missing. Initially, I did not take this matter to heart and merely instructed my subordinates to conduct searches. Yet, just a few days ago, even a 10-man search team failed to return, led by a centurion who had achieved the 9th level of body refinement." Upon hearing Liu Shoubei's words, Lu Ning felt a sense of foreboding. The position of centurion, a leader of 100 men, is a significant rank with a 9-tier official title. The disappearance of soldiers is a serious matter, distinct from that of officers in the Daiqian dynasty. It is no wonder Liu Shoubei reported this incident to the Demon Suppression Division. If the Demon Suppression Division ultimately attributes this issue to some malevolent force, Liu Shoubei's liability would diminish significantly. Lu Ning inquired, "Do you know the location where the centurion went missing?" Liu Shoubei replied, "The centurion was headed towards Taohua village, which is over 30 miles from our defense camp. Some of the other soldiers also went missing in that direction. I have dispatched personnel to investigate Taohua village, but it appears to be an ordinary settlement with no signs of any demons or malevolence." Liu Ning glanced at the sky. It was still morning, and there was ample time to make the round trip. "Lu Darren, if possible, I would like to request that you send 2 people to guide us to Taohua village." Liu Shoubei responded, "There is no need for urgency. Lu Darren, I have already arranged for food and drink for you. Once you have dined well, someone will naturally accompany you to investigate." Liu Ning clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Then I shall thank you on behalf of my brothers." With a courteous demeanor, Liu Shoubei replied, "Lu Darren, I have pressing matters to attend to, so I will leave it to Supervisor Han to assist you." Supervisor Han was the civil official who had previously welcomed the members of the Demon Suppression Division. Lu Ning showed no signs of displeasure regarding this arrangement. After all, Liu Shoubei held the rank of a 5th-tier official, which made it entirely reasonable for him not to dine with someone of Lu Ning's lower rank. Once everyone had exited the command tent, Jusu approached Lu Ning and said, "Ninger, I know where Taohua village is located. If we are to investigate, it would be prudent not to bring this band of soldiers along." Lu Ning, being astute, immediately grasped the underlying reasoning. The quality of the defense troops varied, and while they would not dare to commit misdeeds within the city, they could wreak havoc outside, taking advantage of the villagers. If they were to bring these soldiers along for the investigation, trouble would surely ensue, I understand. Let us observe the situation for now. Although Jusu was adept at investigations, he lacked knowledge of the intricacies of officialdom. Liu Shoubei had already lost numerous soldiers, and if he did not assign a trusted confidant to accompany the investigation, he would be held accountable. Thus, Liu Shoubei would never allow the members of the Demon Suppression Division to act independently. After a hearty meal, Supervisor Han said, "Liu Shtong, shortly, Liu Shaojiang will lead a few valiant soldiers to assist you in your endeavors." Liu Ning, upon hearing this, concealed his delight and smiled. "I was just concerned about insufficient manpower. With the assistance of the young general and his companions, our task will certainly become much easier." As they spoke, the sound of galloping hooves approached. A young man clad in fine garments, exuding an air of arrogance, rode forth, surveying Lu Ning and the others with a disdainful expression. "Han Darren," he scoffed, "is this all the Demon Suppression Division could muster for the investigation?" At these words, anger flared among the members of the Demon Suppression Division standing behind Lu Ning, each instinctively placing their hands on their blades, ready to teach this insolent youth a lesson at Lu Ning's command. Seeing the situation escalate, Han Darren quickly interjected, "Lu Darren, please forgive the young general. He speaks his mind and has inadvertently offended you all." Liu Ning instinctively stroked his chin, a slight smile gracing his lips as he replied, "No harm done. I appreciate straightforwardness." Upon hearing this, Liu Xiaojiang's face twisted with contempt as he prepared to retort. However, a middle-aged man dressed in 8th-tier official garb quickly restrained him, whispering a few words in his ear. After hearing the man's counsel, Liu Xiaojiang feigned indifference and said, "Fine, I shall see what capabilities the Demon Suppression Division possesses." Though Lu Ning was not an arrogant individual, he also refused to be treated like a pushover. He coldly retorted, "You will soon witness the capabilities of the Demon Suppression Division, Liu Xiaojiang. However, let it be known that the investigation is to be conducted by us. If you wish to intervene, I regret that we will not have time to entertain you." Liu Xiaojiang, accustomed to being a tyrant in the barracks, had never been confronted so directly in his territory. Instinctively, he grasped his whip, but the middle-aged man quickly intervened, saying, "Young General, Lu Darren is correct. Let the Demon Suppression Division handle the investigation. We seek only results." Lu Xiaojiang was not foolish and soon understood the implications of the middle-aged man's words. "Very well, let us proceed as the commander suggests." Han Darren, relieved by this development, recognized that although the Demon Suppression Division was small in number, their connections were formidable. The leader of the Demon Suppression Division was the most skilled practitioner in Anzhou Prefecture. Should a conflict arise between the defense troops and the Demon Suppression Division, it would ultimately be the defense troops who suffered in the end. He, as the supervisor, could not escape unscathed. After this minor altercation, Lu Ning and the others mounted their horses and headed towards Taohua village. Among the defense troops were Lu Xiaojiang and the commanding officer, both skilled practitioners of body refinement, along with a dozen soldiers. Each at the body refinement level, the group galloped swiftly and, after half an hour, arrived at the outskirts of Taohua village. El Yuning pulled on the reins, prompting the others to halt as well. The commanding officer inquired, "Lu Darren, why have you stopped?" Lu Ning replied, "Commander, if we ride into the village, we are certain to disturb its inhabitants. If the culprit is indeed hiding within, we would have made this journey in vain." This statement was impeccable, leaving even Lu Xiaojiang unable to find fault. However, recalling the earlier provocation from Lu Ning, he disdainfully asked, "Then what do you propose we do, Lu Captain?" Lu Ning adopted a businesslike tone, stating, "Let our members from the Demon Suppression Division enter the village first to investigate. Should we uncover anything, we will signal to you." Agreed. Remarkably, Lu Xiaojiang refrained from mocking Lu Ning and his team. Lu Ning promptly dismounted and instructed, "Let us lead our horses into the village." Yes, Chapter 44. This is no fox spirit. She is clearly a goddess. Within Taohua village, blossoms flourished, paths crisscrossed, the sounds of roosters and dogs mingled. And the young and old played joyfully, exuding an aura of tranquility, an idyllic scene reminiscent of a utopia. Were it not for Lu Ning's prior knowledge of soldiers going missing in this area, he would never believe such a place could harbor any sinister occurrences. El Yuning turned to Jusu and asked, "Jusu, when you visited Taohua village in the past, was it always like this?" Jusu nodded. "Indeed, not only Taohua village but also several neighboring villages have maintained this picturesque quality. In my opinion, it is likely that those soldiers engaged in some misconduct, leading to their disappearance in the vicinity of Taohua village. Assistance from malevolent forces? The phrase flashed through Lu Ning's mind, but he quickly dismissed the notion. Without investigation, one cannot voice opinions. The group began to meander through the village, with several members of the Demon Suppression Division utilizing a compass to detect any signs of malevolence. After thoroughly exploring the village, they found no traces of anything unusual. "Jusu, please find someone to inquire further," Lu Ning instructed. "Understood," Jusu replied with a fist salute. Before long, Jusu returned with an elderly man in his 60s. "Village Chief, these are the esteemed officials of the Demon Suppression Division," Jusu introduced. Though the village chief was elderly, he walked with vigor, clearly having been a martial practitioner in his youth. El Yuning clasped his hands in greeting. "There is no need for excessive formality, Village Chief. We have come to inquire if you are aware of the soldiers from the defense battalion who went missing near Taohua village." Upon hearing the mention of missing soldiers, the village chief's expression changed slightly. "To be honest, those soldiers went missing in the mountains behind Taohua village. In my humble opinion, they were likely devoured by demons." "Demons in the mountains?" Lu Ning was taken aback. Having served in the Demon Suppression Division for many years, he had encountered some sentient creatures but had never referred to them as demons. If there were indeed demons in the mountains, the situation would become quite complicated. "Yes," the village chief affirmed. "The people from several nearby villages are aware of this. Those soldiers, with their dubious intentions, were surely consumed by the demons." Seeing the village chief's unwavering conviction, Lu Ning decided to accompany the defense troops to investigate the mountains. Just as he prepared to take his leave, a youth of around 17 or 18 rushed towards the mountains in a hurry. The village chief, witnessing this, scolded, "Ergu, are you planning to go up the mountain to pray to the goddess again?" Erguzi, grinning widely, remarked, "It's been several days since we last ascended the mountain. I feel as though I'm about to burst." "We should return soon," the village chief, wearing a look of contentment, replied. The members of the Monster Capture Division were taken aback by the exchange between the two. Were it not for the vibrant energy radiating from them, they might have suspected that these individuals were something otherworldly. Liu Ning inquired, village chief. Did you not mention that there are monsters on the back mountain? Why then allow the villagers to ascend? Are you not concerned that that lad might be devoured? The village chief, noticing Liu Ning's persistent reference to monsters, replied with a hint of exasperation, Young man, I was referring to fairies. There is a den of fox spirits on Peach Blossom Mountain behind us, and they are always keeping an eye on our descendants. Liu Ning gazed at the elder in astonishment. You seem rather unusual. Lao Lu instinctively asked, Old village chief, since those fox spirits are so intent on your descendants, why do you not report this to the Monster Capture Division? The village chief retorted, Why should I report them? If your division were to eradicate those fox spirits, what would become of the old bachelors and young men in our village? They may be fox spirits, but they do not harm lives. Rather, they impart wisdom, teaching many young people in the surrounding areas how to become adults. As for the slight loss of vitality, is it not the same as losing it at the Red Pavilion? Were it not for my advanced age, I would have long since ventured up the mountain to confront those fox spirits myself. Everyone in the Monster Capture Division, except for Liu Ning, stood in stunned silence. Lao Lu could not help but exclaim, Peach Blossom Village possesses such fortune? The monkey murmured, These are no mere fox spirits. They are clearly bodhisattvas in human form. Upon hearing their remarks, the village chief gave them a thumbs up. Surprised that the two gentlemen shared his perspective, indeed, Uncle Joe cleared his throat, interrupting the conversation, and turned to Liu Ning, saying, Ninger, what shall we do? Liu Ning responded, Let us rendezvous with the guard troops outside the village and ascend the mountain for a thorough inspection. Even if those fox spirits are not the culprits, they are bound to possess some secrets. Understood. The group promptly mounted their horses and made their way toward the village's outskirts. As they exited the village, the commander approached and inquired, Lord Liu, have you uncovered any information? Liu Ning did not withhold, stating, according to the villagers, there exists a den of fox spirits on Peach Blossom Mountain. Before he could elaborate, General Liu's expression darkened immediately. What a bunch of cunning villagers. When we previously dispatched personnel, they dared to conceal such information. The commander interjected, General, now is not the time to quarrel with those villagers. Let us first ascend the mountain to investigate the truth. General Liu nodded, Very well, we shall ascend the mountain. After the two teams merged, they proceeded toward Peach Blossom Mountain. After approximately half an hour of walking, they suddenly beheld a breathtaking peach blossom forest, where faint sounds of playful laughter could be heard from within. Go, come catch me. The monkey quickly produced a compass, observing that the needle pointed directly into the depths of the peach blossom forest. Ninger, there is indeed demonic energy within this forest. The aura of more than one demon is present. Upon hearing this, excitement flickered across the faces of the group. The commander turned to Liu Ning, saying, Lord Liu, let us venture in together. Agreed. Liu Ning nodded, recognizing that with 3 martial artists of the bone refinement realm, their safety was relatively assured. The group tethered their horses beneath the nearby peach trees and proceeded to walk into the forest. A gust of demonic wind swept through, showering the area with falling peach blossoms, followed by a delightful peal of laughter. Today, how fortunate we are to have so many gentlemen come to play. My sisters are not yet prepared. General Liu, already simmering with anger, was incensed by the audacity of these fox spirits to provoke him, completely forgetting the earlier agreement with Liu Ning to maintain distance. He bellowed, Bold demons, how dare you cause trouble in front of this junior general? The fox spirits not only showed no fear, but instead laughed heartily. Soon, a pink mist wafted through the peach blossom forest. The commander, witnessing this, shouted urgently, General, be cautious. But it was too late. The pink mist had already enveloped the entire forest. However, much to Liu Ning's surprise, the mist, though dense, bore no lethal properties. General Liu did not vanish into thin air. As a breeze swept through, the mist dissipated, revealing a fox spirit clad in a flowing light yellow gown, her figure alluring and her beauty captivating, with a long fox tail trailing behind her. Her long hair failed to conceal a pair of fox ears, which only enhanced her enchanting allure. The fox spirit smiled seductively at General Liu, saying, General, your temper is quite fierce. I have done nothing wrong. Why must you shout for violence upon entering? Would you allow me to soothe your ire? Gulp, General Liu. already a man of indulgences, instinctively swallowed hard at the sight of such beauty approaching him. The fox spirit seemed unfazed by the scene, gracefully walking toward General Lu while elegantly waving her hand. "Sisters, come join in the fun." As soon as she finished speaking, a group of elegantly dressed and scantily clad fox spirits appeared in the peach blossom forest. They seemed to lack the skill of transformation, dragging along their long tails, and many bore facial features reminiscent of foxes, resulting in a range of appearances. Enchanted by the fox spirit, General Lu became entranced, and his soldiers, equally captivated, rushed toward the group of fox spirits as if they had never seen women before. The forest soon echoed with a cacophony of excitement. Chapter 45. I suggest we administer whippings to these fox spirits. "Ninger, what shall we do?" The monkey gazed at the scene, utterly dumbfounded. The guards truly seemed to be quicker in seizing women than in fleeing. Once I refine my bones, I must learn a thing or two about swift legs. Lu Ning stroked his chin, realizing that this was vastly different from what he had anticipated. "Uncle Jiao, what are your thoughts?" Uncle Jia's face flushed, his tone grave as he stated, "Ninger, in my opinion, we should apprehend all these fox spirits and administer whippings to extract information regarding the whereabouts of those soldiers." Upon hearing this, Lu Ning immediately understood, instinctively giving Uncle Jiao a thumbs up. "Uncle Jiao, as expected of you, possessing such rich experience." Uncle Jiao's lips curled into a slight smile, exchanging an understanding glance with Lu Ning. Meanwhile, the commander wore an expression of shock, finally comprehending why the guards had such a notorious reputation. While the Monster Capture Division was held in high esteem, they could handle affairs with the spirits in such a bureaucratic manner. A feat beyond the capabilities of the guards. "Ninger, can we proceed with the whippings now?" The monkey, now grown up, discerned Uncle Jia's insinuation. "No," Lu Ning replied resolutely. "What you do privately is none of my concern. But we are currently handling a case and must not be swayed by beauty." With that, he drew his knife, sweeping it toward the ground. Clang! A flash of steel sliced through the air between General Lu and the yellow-clad fox spirit, pulling General Lu from his daze and startling the fox spirit, who leapt into General Lu's embrace, adopting a pitiful demeanor. "Young master, save me." With such beauty suddenly in his arms, General Lu, eager to showcase his prowess, glared at Lu Ning. "What are you doing, Lu?" Lu Ning chuckled. "General Lu, there is no need for haste. I merely wish for you to interrogate that fox spirit thoroughly. After all, you wouldn't want to vanish inexplicably within this peach blossom forest, would you?" Although General Lu was furious, he was not foolish. He forcefully pushed the fox spirit away and drew his sword, pointing it at her throat. "Bold demon, how dare you harm me?" Lu Ning nearly blurted out scumbag at General Lu's swift change of demeanor, but chose not to interrupt. Having someone assist him in interrogating these fox spirits was advantageous. If any lurking monsters were to strike, they would likely target General Lu first, not him, Lu Ning. The yellow-clad fox spirit, bewildered, stared at the sword mere inches from her throat, her face contorted with fear and anxiety. "I harbor no ill intentions towards you, my lord. Do not dare to speak falsely." General Lu pressed the sword closer. "Is it not true that my soldiers have vanished into thin air on Peach Blossom Mountain? Truly, it was not our sisters who did this. We merely absorbed a little of their vitality, and then—" The yellow-clad fox spirit hesitated, seemingly recalling something terrifying, and promptly fell silent, unwilling to speak further. "Speak!" General Lu glared at her with a murderous gaze. "Everything was orchestrated by the Black King. It has nothing to do with our sisters." The fox spirit clad in yellow found herself with a sword pressed against her neck, leaving her no choice but to abandon any semblance of concealment. Who was the Black King? As the opposing party revealed the mastermind behind the scenes, a flicker of triumph passed through Lu Xiao, the young general's eyes. "How dare this diminutive fox spirit challenge me? The Black King is a wolf demon who, 3 months ago, suddenly appeared at Taohua Mountain, not only injuring my sisters but also imposing upon us." At this point, the yellow-clad fox's face betrayed a lingering fear, yet her form subtly shifted backward, seeking an opportune moment to escape while her adversary relaxed. "The Black King further coerced us into seducing men, compelling us to provide him with blood sacrifices. Young general, the soldiers under your command were devoured by the Black King. We did nothing wrong. In fact, we welcomed them with open arms." "Flowery words," Lu Xiao bellowed in fury. lunging with his sword toward the fox's neck. With a resounding thud, the yellow fox transformed into a wisp of smoke, vanishing from the spot. Her anxious voice lingered in the air. "Sisters, flee quickly." Upon hearing this, the other fox spirits instantly dissipated into clouds of thick smoke. Nowhere to run, Demon Lu Xiao, filled with exasperation, attempted to pursue. However, the commander beside him restrained him. "Young general, do not pursue a desperate foe." "Umph," Lu Xiao scoffed coldly, then turned to Lu Ning. "Why did you not stop those fox spirits?" Observing the young general's flustered demeanor, Lu Ning felt a strong urge to laugh. Yet, being professionally trained, he maintained his composure. "Young general, am I not providing you with an opportunity to display your prowess? Moreover, you have already uncovered the culprit behind the harm inflicted upon the garrison. I assume the remaining ones were merely your playful banter with that little demon." "You!" Just as Lu Xiao was about to erupt, he was once again halted by the commander beside him. He clasped his hands together and addressed Lu Ning. "Lord Lu, we have yet to ascertain the whereabouts of that wolf demon. Does your demon capture division have confidence in locating it?" "Rest assured, we are professionals in tracking demons." Lu Ning confidently turned to his subordinate. "Monkey, can you trace the whereabouts of those fox spirits?" "Do not worry, Brother Ning. Everything is under control." Monkey patted his chest affirmatively. Lu Ning replied. "Very well. Let us follow the traces of those fox spirits and discover where that wolf demon resides." Meanwhile, Lu Xiao, still aggrieved, interjected. "How can you be so certain that following those fox spirits will lead us to the wolf demon?" Lu Ning merely smiled faintly, not directly responding to him, and posed a question in return. "Who was the first to seek you out when you felt wronged?" "Naturally, it was me." Lu Xiao refrained from uttering the word father, as he quickly realized that those fox spirits would undoubtedly seek a powerful ally. Damn it! How dare a mere capture officer humiliate me thus? Upon returning to the garrison, I shall ensure you pay dearly for this. The members of the Demon Capture Division paid no mind to the agitated Lu Xiao, each attending to their respective duties. Before long, Monkey exclaimed, "Brother Ning, I have located the tracks of that group of fox spirits." Lu Ning waved his hand. "Let us proceed." And no sooner had he spoken than several disheveled soldiers emerged from the forest. Upon seeing his men in such disarray, Lu Xiao felt an uncontrollable surge of anger. "What are you all gaping at? Hurry and follow." Confusion spread across the faces of the soldiers, yet they still trailed behind Lu Ning and his party. In a short time, they exited the Peach Blossom Grove and ventured deeper into Taohua Mountain. Meanwhile, outside a cave deep within Taohua Mountain, a group of pale-faced fox spirits knelt in trepidation. Reporting to the Black King, "The garrison troops have come." Humph! A cold snort emanated from within the cave. Immediately, a gust of demonic wind swept out, revealing a towering figure. A wolf demon clad in a black cloak, with a head of a wolf and the body of a man. Standing at the cave's entrance, its icy gaze fell upon the trembling fox spirits as it spoke in a low, thunderous voice. "A mere handful of warriors has instilled such terror in you. Truly a disgrace to our demon race." The yellow-clad fox spirit responded, "Black King, you are aware that we sisters are not adept in combat. We are only skilled in illusion techniques and escape arts." Though she spoke thus, her heart harbored scorn for the wolf demon. "You foolish giant, what do you understand? The little young energy we absorb may be scant, yet it is enduring. Creatures like you, who drain resources recklessly, will inevitably face extermination at the hands of human warriors." The wolf demon cast a disdainful glance over the fox spirits. "Where are they? I shall slay them all at once." The yellow-clad fox replied, "They were just in the Peach Blossom Grove." As she spoke, she silently wished, "Go and battle those brutish warriors. May you both suffer to the point of mutual destruction, allowing us to reap the benefits. Stay here and do not move. I shall return shortly." As the wolf demon spoke, it seemed to recall something significant, warning them, "I advise you not to attempt escape or entertain any other thoughts. Otherwise, you shall understand the consequences." With that, it flung its cloak dramatically, transforming into a whirlwind of darkness and vanishing from sight. Chapter 46. Lu Xiao. Why is my paternal connection method failing? Just as Lu Ning and his party emerged from the Peach Blossom Grove, a sudden gust of demonic wind swept through, nearly knocking everyone off their feet. Monkey's compass spun wildly in his hand as he shouted, "Brother Ning, trouble is brewing." a demon approaches. Upon hearing this, the members of the demon capture division swiftly drew their long swords. All but Lu Ning formed pairs, standing back-to-back in vigilance. In contrast, the soldiers from the garrison appeared significantly less prepared, though they clutched their spears tightly. Confusion and panic etched across their faces, leaving them momentarily paralyzed. Only the commander, maintaining his composure, unsheathed his hefty saber and positioned it protectively in front of Lu Xiao. Seeing this, Lu Xiao hurriedly stepped forward, cautiously hiding behind him, as if this would provide him with a sense of security. Just as everyone was on high alert, the demonic wind ceased. A tall, imposing figure landed atop a large stone, and Lu Ning and the others directed their gaze towards it. Merely the silhouette exuded an overwhelming pressure. The oppressive aura of the demon caused the garrison soldiers to tremble uncontrollably, while even Monkey and the members of the demon capture division began to break into a cold sweat. They had encountered eerie entities within Anzhou City, yet none had conveyed the same level of dread as the creature before them. The wolf demon gradually turned, revealing its massive head and blood-red eyes. Radiating a terrifying gaze, it uttered not a word, yet the malevolence emanating from it rendered every person present breathless. The commander's expression shifted to one of grave concern. This demon was not at the level of a formidable entity. Yet it was perilously close. If the three of them combined their strength, they might stand a chance, but their young general was evidently paralyzed by fear. Not only was a confrontation out of the question, but mere escape would be a significant achievement. Lu Ning squinted, scrutinizing the wolf demon from a distance, pinching his chin as he assessed its aura. Judging by its essence, its power was comparable to that of the enchanting demoness, though its combat prowess remained uncertain. While the group appraised the wolf demon, it too studied the crowd before it point three cultivators at the bone-refining stage. Today, it would have a hearty feast. Is it you who has been calling for the fox spirits under my command to be exterminated? With newfound boldness, Lu Xiao, emboldened by the commander's protection, peered out from behind him and asked, "Did you slay the soldiers under my command?" The wolf demon was taken aback, astonished that this timid warrior would dare to provoke it so. It glared at Lu Xiao with a murderous gaze. "Indeed, it was I who did so. Do you truly believe that your motley crew could capture me?" Just one glance, and Lu Xiao staggered backward, the courage he had just regained evaporating instantaneously. "Humph!" The wolf demon scoffed in disdain. "Are all human cultivators this cowardly? How can one as feeble as you claim the title of general? You would do well to resign yourself to becoming my blood sacrifice." With that, it lunged toward Lu Xiao with a claw outstretched. "Young master, be careful," the commander shouted, swinging his saber towards the wolf demon's claw. Clang! A blunt yet forceful strike, executed with precision, encapsulated the essence of speed, accuracy, and lethality. This was indeed a technique for taking lives, yet regrettably, it was not a method for slaying demons. Ding! As the blade and claw collided in midair, a resonant sound echoed, causing the commander to stagger back half a step, nearly toppling Lu Xiao behind him. His expression grew increasingly grave, and he urged, "Young general, flee quickly. I shall handle this." At this moment, Lu Xiao was rendered speechless by the horrifying scene before him. Hastily, he turned to run, brandishing his sword as he shouted, "Commander Ma, hold on just a moment. I will return post-haste with reinforcements." As he took off running, the soldiers behind him instantly fell into a state of panic and followed suit. Lu Ning and his companions observed this scene with a flicker of disdain in their eyes. This fellow truly excelled at nothing but fleeing, earning the title of the fastest runner. The members of the demon capture division did not retreat, the primary reason being that Lu Ning remained motionless. Having partnered with Lu Ning for a considerable time, they were exceedingly familiar with his demon-catching techniques. If danger were to arise, Ninger would undoubtedly be the first to alert them to retreat. The fact that he stood there wielding his blade indicated that this battle was far from over. They decided to watch the performance of the garrison soldiers in silence. Who could blame them? After all, that young General Lu had been so arrogant earlier. Soon enough, he would have cause to lament. The black wolf demon certainly would not allow a cooked duck to fly away. Escaping would not be so easy. "Your opponent is me," roared the commander, swinging his blade towards the neck of the black wolf. To the commander's surprise, The Black Wolf did not retreat but charged forward instead. One claw blocked the commander's massive sword while the other claw struck him with tremendous force. The commander was sent flying, his speed exceeding that of the retreating General Lu. Bang! The commander's body crashed heavily into a tree in front of General Lu. General Lu never expected the commander to be defeated so swiftly, leaving him utterly stunned. Internally, he began to curse. You, of all people, are a late-stage martial artist. You often boast about your bravery in battle, yet, against that wolf demon, you couldn't withstand even 3 moves. How am I to believe anything you've said? Several soldiers of the garrison, their legs trembling, collapsed to the ground. If even the commander, renowned for his 100-man combat prowess, could not match that demon, their fates were sealed. The Black Wolf demon, observing the sudden cowardice of the soldiers, found it rather unamusing. It had intended to engage them in a game of cat and mouse. "What is the matter, General? Why have you stopped running?" Hearing the mocking voice echo in his ears, General Lu trembled as he turned around and pleaded for mercy. "It's a misunderstanding, Great Wolf King. It's all a misunderstanding." "Heh." The Black Wolf demon chuckled. "Weren't you just seeking to settle accounts with me? How has it suddenly transformed into a misunderstanding? Or do you think me a fool?" General Lu forced a sycophantic smile onto his face. "This is my first visit, so I was merely joking with you. Great Wolf King, since we've met without animosity, why not let me go this time? I shall return with gifts another day." Slap! The Black Wolf demon raised a paw and struck General Lu, sending him flying and knocking out 2 of his teeth. "Do you take me for a fool? If I let you go today, won't you return tomorrow with others to hunt me down?" "No, I won't," General Lu protested, covering his swollen face. Perhaps due to the loss of 2 teeth, his words sounded somewhat garbled. "I am the son of the Anzhou garrison commander. If you kill me, my father will surely lead forces to besiege the entirety of Teotihuacan." Caught off guard, General Lu desperately invoked his family name. The Black Wolf demon paused momentarily, then a glint of murderous intent flickered in its eyes. "In that case, I can't afford to let you live. As for your garrison commander father, once I consume you, I shall flee Anzhou. What can he do to me then?" Upon hearing this, General Lu was utterly dumbfounded. He had never anticipated that his trump card of leveraging his father's influence would fail him at this moment. Was he truly facing his end? Beads of sweat the size of soybeans began to pour from his body, soaking his clothes in an instant. "I shall ask you one last time. Will you die first, or shall he?" The Black Wolf demon watched with delight as General Lu's face turned pale with fear. Instinctively licking its lips, it relished the moment when prey met its demise in terror. The more frightened the prey, the more delicious their soul and flesh became as despair washed over General Lu. He slowly raised his hand, prepared to point towards the fallen commander. Suddenly, a voice laced with amusement rang out. "General Lu, give me 5,000 taels, and I shall assist you in eliminating this great black wolf." Chapter 47. Slashing down the wolf demon. Silence. The surroundings felt utterly quiet. The Black Wolf demon and the garrison soldiers all turned their gazes towards the source of the voice. There stood Lu Ning, hand resting on the hilt of his sword, gazing at General Lu with a playful expression. At that moment, General Lu resembled a drowning man, desperately grasping at any lifeline. Ignoring the looming threat of the Black Wolf demon, he shouted, "I'll give it. It's just 5,000 taels, right? I'll give it." The Black Wolf demon was taken aback by the audacity of this young man. It never expected that among the 3 martial artists of the bone-refining realm, the one with the most spirit would be the youngest. Naturally, in its eyes, this young man's blood was the purest. Initially, it had intended to keep this youth for last, but someone who dared to provoke its authority could not be spared. "Boy, aren't you afraid of me?" Lu Ning shrugged, nonchalantly replying, "Afraid. Afraid that you might run away. You dare to mock me?" The Black Wolf demon was incensed, never having imagined it would be belittled by a mere human youth. If word got out, how would it continue to exist among the demon clan? Die. It swiped a claw towards Lu Ning's head. Clang! Lu Ning unsheathed his sword, meeting the Black Wolf demon's claw with a slash. With a simple stroke, the demon's claw was severed in half. Having mastered the solar blade technique, Lu Ning could exert the full power of a perfected strike even without a manifestation of extraordinary phenomena. "You re a thorn in my side. The black wolf demon gazed at its bloodied claw, fear flashing in its eyes. This young man was far from an ordinary bone-refining martial artist. Such a strike was beyond the capabilities of average practitioners. Run! The black wolf demon swung its other claw, attempting to transform into a gust of wind to escape. Now, it sought to flee. Did it not realize it was too late? Lu Ning let out a derisive laugh, raising one hand towards the sun and bellowing, moon-catching slash. A crimson light coalesced in Lu Ning's grasp and then fell onto his blade. A 40-meter-long blade aura sliced through the gust of wind. The black wolf demon, now transformed into wind, displayed an expression of terror as it shouted, "No!" The blade descended, and the wind ceased. In an instant, the black wolf demon's body was cleaved in two. The arena fell silent once more, as if time itself had halted. Liu Ning appeared unfazed by the astonishment of those present, slowly sheathing his sword. Phew! I nearly overexerted myself. He leaned on the sword for support, trying to maintain his composure. All eyes were fixed on Lu Ning in shock. After a long pause, Lao Lu was the first to regain his senses, jumping forward to exclaim, "Ninger, is that really you? That slash just now could only be executed by a master of the bone-refining realm." Smack! Lu Ning playfully slapped Lao Lu's head. "Of course it's me. That was the blade technique I comprehended during my life-and-death experience in Qingyuan County." Beside him, the monkey instinctively remarked, "Ninger, you've changed. You never faced such life-and-death situations before." The members of the Demon Capture Division nodded in agreement, realizing that Ninger had slain the wolf demon, thus alleviating their concerns. They resumed their usual banter with Lu Ning. Liu Ning shot the monkey a disdainful glance. "You think I wanted this? To master that strike, I lay bedridden for a full half-month." Everyone then realized that Ninger had sustained such severe injuries for this reason. After boasting among themselves for a while, Lu Ning finally caught his breath and turned his attention towards the still frightened General Lu. "Young Lu, shall we discuss the matter of your bounty now?" Lu Ning's tone was remarkably calm, even carrying a hint of warmth. However, to General Lu, he appeared as a demon incarnate, especially with the enormous head of the black wolf demon now rolling at his feet. He was convinced that should he dare refuse, the long blade in Lu Ning's hand would certainly fall upon him, and the garrison soldiers would become mere fodder for Lu Ning's blade. "All right, let us have a detailed discussion." Between money and his life, General Lu made a decisive choice for his own survival. After all, money could be earned again, but if he lost his life, he would lose everything. I knew General Lu was a reasonable man. Liu Ning, upon hearing that he was willing to converse with her, immediately broke into a charming smile. Lu Xiao, the young general, secretly thought to himself, "Damn. If I do not speak well, you might just greet me with a knife." Liu Ning, "No, Lord Lu, I currently do not have that much money on me. Would you be so kind as to accompany me to the military camp to retrieve it?" Lu Ning, perceptive as ever, could easily discern the other's ulterior motives. If they were to go to the garrison, the matters of right and wrong would surely be dictated by Lu Xiao. "General Lu, you are mistaken that we, your brothers, have official duties to attend to. What shall we do if your military camp delays our important business?" The members of the Demon Subjugation Department, who were also quite shrewd, quickly chimed in, "Indeed, our brother Ning is a busy man, dealing with tens of thousands of taels of silver every minute." "Exactly. If we go to your military camp and return late, how will we face the town magistrate's wrath? Can you bear the consequences?" Seeing that this group was sharper than he had anticipated, Lu Xiao hastily inquired, "What do you gentlemen propose?" Lu Ning, with a beaming smile, replied, "We are not unreasonable people. How about you write an IOU or offer some collateral so we can settle this account later?" Upon hearing this, Lu Xiao felt a sense of relief. As long as there was a way forward, he produced a token of authority from his waist and handed it over. "Lord Lu, this is my commanding token. I shall leave it with you as collateral, and I will gather the money by tomorrow to deliver it to your residence." Still not enough, Lu Ning turned to his colleagues in the Demon Subjugation Department. "Who among you has paper and ink?" Everyone shook their heads, but the sixth man, with a grin, suggested, "Brother Ning, we can borrow some from Tao Hua village down the hill." Liu Ning patted his shoulder. "You re quite clever. All right, let us carry the wolf's carcass back to Wanzhou City." Yes, the members of the Demon Subjugation Department exhibited impressive efficiency, quickly crafting a makeshift litter to bear the wolf demon's body. One of them, the monkey, picked up a bloodied claw and asked, "Brother Ning, What about this half of the claw? Lu Ning took the claw and tossed it to General Liu. This is something for our General Liu to present as a report. General Liu was initially taken aback, not expecting Lu Ning to be so considerate, and his fear diminished significantly. The group, in high spirits, traversed the peach blossom forest and rode down the mountain. The descent was slow due to the wolf demon and an injured companion. But when they emerged with the massive carcass, the villagers of Tao Hua were in an uproar. The village head curiously inquired, "Gentlemen, is this the culprit behind the soldiers' disappearances?" Lu Ning smiled and affirmed, "Indeed, this is the one. From now on, you folks in the surrounding areas can continue to seek the dual cultivation with the goddess in the mountains as before." Upon hearing this, the village head's face broke into a smile. "Thank you, noble sirs, for your intervention. Our gratitude towards Tao Hua village is beyond words." Lu Ning waved his hand, interrupting him. "I do not favor such flattery. Do you have paper and ink in your village? If so, please bring them to me." "Yes." The village head quickly found a scholar who brought forth ink, paper, and an inkstone. In the presence of all, General Liu penned an IOU for Lu Ning and affixed his seal. Thus, the incident of the missing soldiers came to a close. As Lu Ning and his companions descended the mountain, a terrified fox spirit stealthily approached the peach blossom forest. Sensing the blood on the ground, she immediately recognized the scent of the black wolf demon. One little fox spirit remarked, "Sister, it seems the wolf demon was injured and fled." The yellow-clad fox spirit replied, "Indeed. Tomorrow, when the villagers from down the mountain come up from Aramet, we shall inquire further. If that black wolf demon has escaped, this area will once again be our territory." The group of fox spirits erupted in jubilant cheers. Hooray! Chapter 48. Lu Shoubei. "Son, if you can't beat them, join them." As dusk approached, Lu Ning and his entourage arrived at the gates of Anzhou City, bearing the wolf demon's carcass. The streets were mostly deserted, but the sight of the massive body generated quite a stir. Even the commanding officer, Li, was alerted and hurried to the gate, breathing a sigh of relief upon seeing Lu Ning and the others. "What are you staring at? The Demon Subjugation Department is on official business. Clear the way." At his command, the guards and onlookers swiftly parted. Li approached Lu Ning and clasped his hands in greeting. "Lord Lu, you have returned with quite the bounty." Lu Ning replied with a smile. "A pleasant surprise. We must share a drink another day." Agreed. With Li's presence, Lu Ning and his companions were able to enter the city without hindrance. Due to the prominence of the wolf demon's body, their pace was slow. What would normally take half an hour on horseback took a full hour, and by the time they reached the Demon Subjugation Department, night had fallen. The wolf demon's body radiated vitality, potentially attracting unwanted attention. Lu Ning and his companions were cautious. The guards, astonished by the enormous carcass, exclaimed, "Brother Ning and the others have slain a colossal wolf demon." The shout was loud, and soon, colleagues who had yet to leave the Demon Subjugation Department arrived. Each one of them was left speechless at the sight of the wolf demon's body. The monkey and his companions, noticing their colleagues' astonishment, instinctively held their heads high, strutting with an air of pride. Rather than taking the wolf demon's body to the merit hall, Lu Ning left it in the courtyard, waiting for his colleagues to deal with it. Just as he intended to report to the merit hall, the figures of the chief clerk Qin and the town magistrate appeared in the courtyard. "We pay our respects to Lord Lin." Town Magistrate Lin observed the massive wolf demon's body, a smile creeping onto his face. "Well done, you little rascals. You have executed this mission splendidly," Lu Ning humbly replied. "It is all thanks to your guidance, Lord Lin." Lin enjoyed the flattery and continued, "For this mission's reward, you may collect it from the merit hall. As for this wolf demon, I have two proposals." Upon hearing this, excitement lit up the faces of Lu Ning and his companions. They had come to the Demon Subjugation Department to work hard. After all, for the sake of promotion and wealth. Lin continued, "You may handle it as you wish, or you can allow the Demon Subjugation Department to purchase it from you in exchange for appropriate resources and silver." A few constables and heads turned their gazes toward Lu Ning, as they had not laid a finger on the wolf demon. It was all his doing, and logically, it should belong to him alone. Lu Ning clasped his hands and asked, "Lord Lin, may I inquire how much silver this wolf demon's carcass can fetch?" 10,000 taels. If you wish to exchange it for resources, you can benefit from internal pricing." Lin replied nonchalantly, "In that case, I choose to exchange for both money and resources." Lu Ning did not hesitate. After all, money was what truly empowered him. dividing the wolf demon's carcass among them might not yield the promised 10,000 taels of benefit. Very well. The silver can be collected from the Merit Hall, and how you choose to divide it is entirely up to you. Lu Ning graciously responded, "Thank you, my lord." Moments later, Lu Ning emerged from the Merit Hall, clutching 8,000 taels in silver notes as he made his way home. Having earned such a fortune from a single outing, along with a well-deserved break, he felt quite content. The monkey hurriedly caught up, asking Brother Ning, "Having earned so much today, don't you plan to visit Chunfeng Tower for a night of revelry?" The constables surrounding him nodded in agreement. Lu Ning replied with utmost seriousness, "No, I am not one to indulge in beauty, especially when it requires spending silver." The monkey instinctively asked, "What if they were to give you silver instead?" Lu Ning pondered for a moment and said, "I would advise you not to go to Chunfeng Tower tonight. Instead, wash up and retire for the evening." The monkey was left perplexed. "Why?" Lu Ning replied, "In dreams, one can have it all." "Ugh," the monkey groaned. "That's too much to bear." After bidding farewell to his companions, Lu Ning sought out a still-open tavern to purchase some food before returning to his small courtyard. After a hearty meal and a few drinks, he took out 7,000 taels in silver notes and shouted in his mind, "System, recharge 7,000 Da. Wealth value 7,000 Da." With this, he possessed a wealth value of 7,000, enabling him to commence his dual-leg bone refining practice. Lu Ning assumed a horse stance and then instructed in his mind, "System, refine bones, add points. Wealth 300, refining bones 1. As Lu Ning immersed himself in his training. In the garrison, General Lu knelt before Lu Shoubei, looking utterly disheveled, as he tearfully recounted the events of the day. "Father, you must stand up for me." Lu Ning's audacity knows no bounds. Lu Shoubei remained silent, quietly listening to his son's scathing rebuke. Yet, his tranquil demeanor suggested he had heard nothing, which left Lu Shaojiang feeling particularly vexed. "What has happened to my father? Why is he so different from his usual self? Was he not the one who cared for me the most? Now, after I have suffered such indignation, he acts as if nothing is amiss." Time passed, and suddenly, a messenger hurried in. "General, the cavalry commander requests an audience." "Let him in," Lu Shoubei replied nonchalantly. With an outsider present, Lu Shaojiang hastily rose to his feet, having knelt for too long, his legs numb and nearly toppling over. Upon entering, the cavalry commander saluted Lu Shoubei, saying, "I pay my respects to the general. It is my fault for failing to protect the young master." "This matter is not your fault," Lu Shoubei stated. Though he doted on his son, he was not one to confuse right from wrong. Moreover, the cavalry commander was a trusted aide. Punishing him for this incident would only sow discord among many. "Tell me about the wolf demon's strength," Lu Shoubei commanded. "It is at the half-step formidable level, with particularly fearsome iron claws," the cavalry commander replied. Hearing this, Lu Shoubei turned to his son and said, "Prepare 5,000 taels of silver for tomorrow and personally deliver it to Lord Lu's residence." Upon hearing this, Lu Shaojiang grew anxious, jumping from his seat. "Father, that fellow is clearly extorting us. How can you swallow this insult?" He wished to argue further, but a mere glance from Lu Shoubei silenced him. "Why can't you accept it?" Lu Shaojiang fell silent, taking a long moment to muster a response. "But father, did you not often teach me that money is life's blood? Who dares to touch our Lu family's wealth should be met with our utmost wrath?" "Humph," Lu Shoubei scoffed. "You, my son, are blinded by greed. Let me ask you, in Anzhou City, how many 20-year-old bone-forging warriors could defeat a half-step formidable demon?" Lu Shaojiang shook his head in response. Lu Shoubei pressed on with his interrogation. "Then let me ask you further, if you were to clash with him, could you prevail? Are we, the Shoubei army, capable of contending with such opponents?" Lu Shaojiang continued to shake his head like a rattled drum. "Then it is settled. We cannot defeat them, especially since he even intervened to save you. Giving him some money to foster goodwill seems only prudent. You must understand, talents like him are coveted by countless individuals who would want to send him money but have no means to do so. Remember, in the path of governance, if you cannot defeat them, then join them." Lu Shoubei began imparting his wisdom on the intricacies of political maneuvering. Although Lu Shaojiang was somewhat of a wastrel, he was not devoid of intelligence. Otherwise, he would not have achieved the bone-forging stage before turning 30. He quickly grasped his father's intent. "Father, may I bring an additional 1,000 taels tomorrow?" I could invite him for a night of revelry to make amends and strengthen my rapport with Lord Liu. Seeing his son reach this conclusion, Liu Shoubei's face broke into a satisfied smile. My son, indeed, is astute. So be it. Liu Shaojiang was elated. Thank you, my esteemed father. Chapter 49. A Bond of Life and Death. Sounds quite thrilling the next day. As the sun rose and filtered through the clouds to caress the earth, El Ning gradually opened his eyes after a night of cultivation. All the bones in his right leg had been refined. Opening the system panel, he read, Name, El Ning Vitality, 760, 0200, Bone Forging Count, 90, 0300, Cultivation Techniques, Great Perfection of the Fierce Sun Blade Technique, Minor Accomplishment in the Mingyu Technique, Entry Level of the Cloud Leaping Technique, 02000, Cultivation Stage, Bone Forging Third Layer, 300, 020000, Financial Resources, 18,000 S. Apologies, I mistakenly omitted 2 characters in the last chapter. The financial resources should be 27,000. He had finally mastered the cloud leaping technique. El Ning murmured, Once I achieve minor accomplishment in the cloud leaping technique, I will be able to move swiftly, scaling walls with ease. Just the thought of it fills me with exhilaration. Today was a day for self-cultivation. He did not need to clock in at the demon capture office. First, he would have breakfast, then return to further his training in the cloud leaping technique. Balancing labor and rest would surely elevate his cultivation to new heights. With that resolved, El Ning washed up and headed to his usual breakfast stall, devouring 3 bowls of tofu pudding. Feeling pleasantly full, he retraced his steps to continue his training. System, Cloud Leaping Technique maxed out. Financial Resources minus 2,000 Cloud Leaping Technique 2,000. Before long, El Ning felt as light as a feather, a surge of information about the Cloud Leaping Technique flooding his mind. He began experimenting with the technique in his courtyard. Initially, he struggled with its application, but inadvertently, he leaped straight into the neighbor's yard, startling the beautiful widow next door. Ninger, what are you doing? It's quite inappropriate to be seen like this in broad daylight. If you wish to see me, you could come by at night, she said bashfully to El Ning. Taken aback by her flustered demeanor, hurriedly explained, Sister Wang, this is a misunderstanding. You must believe me, while I might not believe others when they call me sister. I certainly believe you, Ninger, for you are far too handsome to deceive me. The widow blushed and urged, You should return quickly. Being seen like this is not ideal. If you wish to see me, I shall leave the door open for you tonight. Not now. I must continue honing my martial skills, El Ning replied, lightly pushing off and soaring back to his own courtyard. As the widow watched his disappearing figure, she murmured, Men are all so duplicitous. Phew. El Ning thought to himself. Thankfully, no one else witnessed that. Otherwise, I would have faced social ruin. I need to find a different place to train, but during the day, there are few suitable locations. If I train at night, I might be mistaken for something sinister. Whatever, I shall first visit the academy to refresh my mind. With this in mind, El Ning changed into a more scholarly attire. Presenting himself as an intellectual, just as he opened the door, he encountered a few familiar figures. Liu Shaojiang, have you come to deliver the silver so early? The newcomers were indeed Liu Shaojiang and his entourage, all dressed in casual clothing, a large chest of silver in tow, leaving no doubt as to its contents. Lord Liu, your foresight is commendable. I am a man of my word. I promise to deliver silver. And I shall indeed do so. Liu Shaojiang displayed a demeanor far removed from his previous arrogance, a hint of obsequiousness gracing his features. This sudden change made El Ning suspect whether this fellow had been possessed by some otherworldly being. However, with money being offered, he could not refuse. Very well, please bring the silver inside. I shall fetch the promissory note and jade token. As El Ning turned to walk back into his courtyard, Liu Shaojiang and his companions lifted the silver chest inside. Observing the dilapidated state of the courtyard, Liu Shaojiang's face reflected his confusion. Was it not a disgrace for a bronze token captain to reside in such a place? Here are the promissory note and jade token, El Ning said, promptly handing them over with a smile. Liu Shaojiang received them with glee. Lord Liu, do you wish to verify the silver? El Ning merely placed his hand on the chest, and soon a line of text appeared in his mind. 5,000 taels of silver. No need. When it comes to you, Liu Shaojiang, I have full confidence, especially since this is your life's fortune. Lord Liu jokes, you need not address me with such formality. My name is Liu Chuanfu. You may call me Chuanfu. Lu Chuanfu chuckled. Good name, El Ning replied with a smirk, truly befitting the son of a martial general. It lacks the refinement expected of a cultured individual. Hee hee, Lu Chuanfu laughed. My father hoped I would enjoy good fortune, thus he bestowed this name upon me. Then, Chuanfu, you may refer to me as Ninger, just like everyone else. El Ning was not one to hold grudges. And since Chuanfu had already lowered his stance, it would be inappropriate to take advantage. After all, having one more friend is far better than acquiring another enemy. Very well, Lu Chuanfu continued, Ninger, I wonder if you're free tonight? I would like to invite you to the Chunfeng Tower to enjoy some music. El Ning looked at Lu Chuanfu in surprise. This fellow's transformation was rather abrupt. Lu Chuanfu explained, Ninger, we had a minor misunderstanding yesterday. I thought it best to take this opportunity to clear the air. El Ning pondered for a moment and replied, All right, since you have offered, it would be rude of me not to support you. Let us meet this evening. Lu Chuanfu clasped his hands in respect. Very well, see you tonight. El Ning returned the gesture. As evening descended and the skies darkened, El Ning emerged from the Anzhou Academy. Arm in arm with Chen Xiaofeng. Ninger, I never imagined you genuinely enjoyed reading. You've spent the entire afternoon doing just that, Chen Xiaofeng remarked, looking rather disinterested. El Ning chuckled. Chen Xiao, you simply do not understand. As the saying goes, there are houses of gold within books and beauties within their pages. You ought to read more books. Perhaps one day a stunning beauty will leap forth from the pages to forge an unbreakable bond with you. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaofeng's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he murmured, This sounds rather exhilarating. Tomorrow, I shall seek out such literature. El Yuning gave him a thumbs up, exclaiming, Chen Xiao, you never fail to impress. Chen Xiaofeng chuckled. Haha, Ninger, I shall go off to indulge in some wine. No, this evening, someone has invited me to Chunfeng Tower. Lu Ning promptly declined. Chen Xiaofeng's eyes widened in astonishment. Such a delightful opportunity. Can I not accompany you? Lu Ning replied, Do you not have true love? With utmost seriousness, Chen Xiaofeng stated, True love and fleeting flings are entirely different experiences. In all my years, I have yet to experience the taste of treating others. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Ning responded, Very well, having another friend along should not displease Afu. When the two arrived at Chunfeng Tower, dusk had just settled. A voice filled with delight echoed from a distance. Ninger, you are indeed punctual. Chapter 50. Worthless Afu. Chen Xiao. At the entrance of Chunfeng Tower, the two foolish sons of the governor and the guard exchanged astonished glances, but soon their faces broke into smiles as they exclaimed in unison. Who would have thought you knew Ninger? Lu Ning was slightly taken aback by this unexpected camaraderie, having anticipated a confrontation between the two rascals. Chen Xiaofeng, with a grin, remarked, Ninger, you truly are remarkable. You managed to coax Lu Quanfeng, that miserly fellow, to part with his riches. Lu Quanfeng, upon hearing this, bristled, declaring, Chen Xiao, while women may be trifled with, words must not be taken lightly. I, Lu Quanfeng, can be quite generous. You know I do not believe you. Chen Xiaofeng countered, pausing momentarily before continuing, Unless you cover tonight's expenses. Who do you think you are? I shall certainly not be the one to pay, Lu Quanfeng retorted defiantly. Chen Xiaofeng's face lit up with delight. Very well. With the crowd surrounding him, Lu Ning entered Chunfeng Tower. As they stepped inside, Madame Yuan, the proprietor, waved her silk handkerchief and approached them. Is this not Chen Xiao and Lu Xiao? It has been quite some time since your last visit. I hear the girls speak of you two so often that my ears are nearly calloused. Chen Xiaofeng felt as though he had returned home, fanning himself with a handheld fan and smiling. Madame Yuan, I wonder if any new maidens have graced us in recent days? Upon hearing this, Madame Yuan's face brightened with a flirtatious smile. To be honest, esteemed gentlemen, we have recently welcomed a new courtesan of both beauty and talent. Lu Quanfeng, overhearing, retorted with irritation. What need do we have for an introduction to a courtesan? We are not scholars. Chen Xiaofeng bristled at this remark. Afu, how can you speak so? I am indeed a proper scholar. And Ninger is present. Do you think I would allow you to deceive him with mere common wenches? Upon hearing the name Ninger, Lu Chuanfeng's expression shifted to one of feigned humility. Chen Xiao. It seems I have been careless. Let us meet this courtesan today. Madame Yuan, well aware of Lu Ning's identity, remained discreet, knowing he was the one who had stripped her of her elegance. With a smile, she instructed, Gentlemen, please ascend to the second floor. Chen Xiaofeng, waving his fan, inquired, "Madame Yuan, what distinguishes this new courtesan? To meet her, not only does one require 100 taels of silver, but one must also pass a test." "What sort of test?" Chen Xiaofeng asked, intrigued. "Jihua adores painting and desires to engage in candlelit discussions. One must compose a poem to accompany her artwork, and only with her approval may one gain an audience with her." The more Madame Yuan spoke, the more animated she became. Currently, the talented young men of Anzhou City are exerting themselves to meet Jihua. Chen Xiaofeng instinctively inhaled sharply, realizing that while they all had wealth, the challenge of poetry would prove daunting for them all. Had he known this beforehand, he would have refrained from inquiring about Jihua. However, having spoken, he felt compelled to press on and see this lady. As they ascended to the elegant chamber on the second floor and the maidens departed, Lu Quanfeng was the first to speak. "Chen Xiao, I must say, we three are lacking in poetic prowess. Why bother coming here to save face?" Chen Xiaofeng, visibly vexed, retorted, "I do not mean to criticize you, but we are prominent figures in Anzhou City. We ought to enjoy the most extraordinary experiences, lest we tarnish our reputations." Lu Quanfeng promptly fell silent. The bond between him and Chen Xiaofeng was strengthened by their shared status as rascals, both excluded from the ranks of the cultured elite. To claim he had no desire to mingle with those aristocratic scholars would be disingenuous. After all, life is but a contest for pride. Before long, the flower of Chunfeng Tower began her performance. Despite the previous loss of several red courtesans, a new group swiftly filled their places, and business remained unaffected, showcasing the formidable power and wealth backing Chunfeng Tower. Lu Quanfeng, gazing at the graceful dancers, cheerfully inquired, "Ninger, what do you think of these women below?" Lu Ning replied nonchalantly, "They are utterly lacking." Confusion spread across Lu Chuanfeng's face, while Chen Xiaofeng, closing his fan, exclaimed, "Marvelous Ninger, your literary talent has undoubtedly flourished. Today's reading has proven invaluable, and I too shall read more." Lu Ning raised his glass, smiling, "Let us toast to Afu." Lu Chuanfeng's face lit up with a grin at the mention of his name. Cheers! After several rounds of drinks, the performance by the flower and the courtesans concluded. At this point, Madame Yuan stepped forward once more, raising her voice, "Esteemed guests, please welcome our Miss Jihua." This announcement sent the audience into a frenzy, eager to glimpse the legendary beauty said to possess both grace and talent. What does it mean to be breathtaking? Miss Jihua is renowned for her poetic prowess. To engage in a night of verse with her is truly a tale worth sharing. As discussions swirled, a figure clad in simple attire, with a graceful figure and light footsteps, appeared like a gentle breeze before the audience. Lu Ning gazed upward, and a woman adorned with a pearl veil captured his attention. Though her features remained obscured, her clear, expressive eyes nearly ensnared him, igniting an urge to unveil her visage. "What an exquisite woman!" Lu Quanfeng exclaimed instinctively. "Could you not find a more varied way to express that?" Chen Xiaofeng, accustomed to undermining, interjected. Lu Quanfeng, somewhat irritated, replied, "I wish I could use different words, but alas, my lack of education leaves me with no choice but to declare her simply beautiful." Chen Xiaofeng. Jihua gracefully halted her movements, offering a slight bow to the gathered guest. "I am honored to be in your presence." Her voice, though soft, resonated with an elegant and intelligent quality that stirred a desire for intimate conversation. Jihua continued, "I am aware that many gentlemen wish to discuss poetry with me, but my energies are limited. Thus, as before, I shall converse only with those who can compose a poem to my satisfaction." Having spoken, she exchanged a knowing glance with Madame Yuan, who promptly understood and instructed the maidens, "Quickly, fetch ink, paper, and brushes for the gentlemen wishing to engage in poetic discourse with Miss Jihua." "Yes." With the maiden's swift response, a line of servants bearing writing supplies soon appeared in Chunfeng Tower. Chen Xiaofeng called out, "That young girl, also bring us ink and paper." Just as his words fell, a mocking voice echoed from the adjacent room. "Oh, is that not Chen Xiao? Do you truly have the audacity to embarrass yourself with your meager talent?" Chapter 51. Are you looking for trouble? Bang! Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaofeng's temper flared, and he slammed his hands on the table. Rising to his feet in indignation, Yin Lixing, "Are you seeking trouble? Oh, is he agitated? How amusing!" A scholar from the neighboring chamber scoffed, drawing laughter from his companions. Lu Ning, overhearing their exchange, nearly choked on his drink. Realizing these two factions were quite something, Qin Xiaofeng's lips twitched in irritation, casting a glance at Lu Quanfeng. "Fu, come with me. Let us deal with them." Lu Quanfeng quickly intervened. "Chun Xiao, under normal circumstances, I would not hesitate to join you in teaching these rascals a lesson. However, today I wish to invite Ninger Gu to engage in some leisure, for we cannot possibly dampen his spirits, can we?" Upon hearing this, Chun Xiaofeng sulkily returned to his seat, yet the more he pondered, the angrier he became. After all, he, Chun Xiao, was one of the 4 notorious rascals in Anzhou City, and he simply could not swallow this indignation. "Yansheng, you had best not let me encounter you at the academy tomorrow. Otherwise, I shall ensure that you leave with your teeth scattered." In the adjacent elegant room, several noble young masters, witnessing Qian Xiaofeng's embarrassment, could not help but display triumphant smiles. They had long harbored a disdain for Qian Xiaofeng's demeanor, especially since even a scholar was acquired through purchase. Today, seeing him humiliated was an opportunity they would not let slip by. As for going to the academy tomorrow, they planned to flatter the instructors in advance, knowing that Qin Xiaofeng would be powerless against them. Moreover, although their family backgrounds were not as illustrious as Qin's, they were by no means to be easily manipulated by him. Yin Lixing continued to stoke the flames, saying, "Chun Xiao, there's no need to wait until tomorrow. If you have the guts, let us compete today. I wonder if you dare?" Qin Xiaofeng, now thoroughly incensed, replied coldly, "Let us compete, then. Why would I fear you? You insignificant wretch?" The moment the words escaped his lips, he regretted them, for it was now the esteemed Miss Shi Hua who had set the challenge of composing poetry. He was unafraid of physical confrontations or monetary disputes. But poetry posed a significant challenge for him. At that moment, Lu Ning suddenly revealed a reassuring smile. Having partnered with Lu Ning for quite some time, Qin Xiaofeng felt a surge of confidence upon seeing that familiar expression. Meanwhile, Yin Lixing silently mused, "Well done, Qin Xiaofeng. It took only a few words from me to rattle you. Today, I shall ensure you leave in disgrace. Very well, let us each compose a poem, and let Jihua evaluate our work. The loser shall crawl out of Chun Feng Lu while barking like a dog." Gasp! Lu Quanfeng inhaled sharply at these words, astonished by the cunning of these scholarly gentlemen. He turned to Chen Xiaofeng with an expression of helplessness. "It is settled," Qin Xiaofeng replied decisively. The young maid, overhearing the competition between the two noble youths, dared not linger any longer. After putting down her writing materials, she swiftly departed. Simultaneously, a painting stand was set beside Miss Shi Hua. She surveyed all those present and gently opened the stand, revealing a painting of a beautiful woman ascending a height. With a soft smile, she began to speak. "This painting was created by me 2 days ago, and I would like each of you to compose a poem for it, with a time limit of 1 incense stick." The patrons of Chun Feng Lu were instantly captivated by the beauty depicted in the painting. Although only half of her face was visible, she was undeniably enchanting. In the elegant room, both Lu Quanfeng and Qian Xiaofeng gazed intently at the beauty in the painting, while Lu Ning observed their foolish expressions, almost wishing to call them out for their unrefined behavior. Yet, there was something hauntingly familiar about the figure in the painting, as if he had seen her somewhere before, though he could not quite place it. After a moment, Qin Xiaofeng suddenly snapped back to reality and turned his gaze toward Lu Ning. "Ninger Gu, what shall we do next?" Lu Quanfeng's eyes widened in disbelief as he instinctively asked, "Qin Xiao, are you all right?" He had not finished his thought, which was that, as a scholar, he should not be asking a martial artist for advice. Ignoring Lu's comment, Qin Xiaofeng looked expectantly at Lu Ning. "You possess literary talent, do you not?" Lu Ning responded, "Of course, though I may be at the bottom among scholars, I am indeed a genuine scholar." "Then that is settled. I shall recite while you write." Earlier that day, Lu Ning had specifically read some books on literary principles. In this world, writing required a certain literary aura. Otherwise, some works of prose and poetry would simply not come to fruition. Qin Xiaofeng was initially taken aback, but soon realized he had no better option. So he began to ponder deeply, and then took up his brush. Lu Ning slowly recited, "In Anzhou there dwells a fair maiden, unmatched and solitary. One glance can topple a city, a second can ruin a nation. Does Ning not know the difference between a city's downfall and a nation's? Such a beauty is hard to find again." Though Lu Ning's pace was unhurried, Qin Xiaofeng wrote at an agonizingly slow speed. Upon completing the poem, he was drenched in sweat, gasping for breath. as a faint literary glow emanated from the paper. Meanwhile, Lu Quanfeng stood there dumbfounded. Although he had only attended private school for 2 years, he believed that beauty was simply beauty, yet he could appreciate it. If someone told him that a martial artist had recited such lines, he would have given that person 2 resounding slaps. However, the literary aura radiating from the paper compelled him to believe. Lu Quanfeng's gaze toward Lu Ning was now tinged with newfound respect. This Ninger Gu was certainly no ordinary individual. He was a genius, not a jack of all trades, possessing boundless talent. He must cling tightly to this great ally. However, the most elated in the room was undoubtedly Chen Xiaofeng. The literary glow. I, Chen Xiaofeng, have actually penned a poem imbued with literary aura. My literary level has stabilized at the 2nd tier. I can finally consider myself a true scholar. No, I am no longer at the bottom even within the 2nd tier. He slowly raised his head to look at Lu Ning and asked, Ninger Gu, how on earth did you accomplish this? Lu Ning shrugged. Upon seeing that painting, these peculiar thoughts just sprang to mind. Chen Xiaofeng instinctively replied, Ninger Gu, as you would say, without being pretentious, we shall remain good friends. Haha. Lu Ning could not help but laugh. Chen Xiao, you have certainly learned nothing. If this is considered learning nothing, then I would prefer to remain in such a state forever, Chen Xiaofeng exclaimed excitedly, though he had no idea how Ninger Gu had conceived the poem. However, this poem had undeniably benefited him. Just then, the irritating voice from the adjacent room broke in again. Chen Xiaofeng, have you finished your poem? Everyone else has already submitted theirs. If you have not completed it, you might as well crawl out to spare yourself further embarrassment. Humph. Chen Xiaofeng scoffed. We shall see who ends up embarrassed. Do not try to back out if you lose. As he spoke, he retrieved his personal seal from his pocket and stamped it beneath the poem. Then rang the bell within the room. Soon, a maid entered and took the poem away. Each poem was marked by the maid and delivered to Ji Hua for evaluation. She gracefully sat in her chair, opening each scroll one by one, carefully examining each poem. In an instant, the entire Chun Feng Lu fell silent, with nearly every man's gaze fixated on Ji Hua. The women present, seeing their companion's attention diverted to another woman, felt a twinge of jealousy. They could not fathom how this woman possessed such captivating allure, even without revealing her face, drawing so many men to her. After a while, Ji Hua had finished reviewing all the scrolls. She slowly stood and announced, I thank all esteemed guests for your poetic contributions. According to tradition, I shall select 3 poems that I find particularly pleasing, and the author of the best poem shall have the honor of engaging in a candlelit conversation with me. Upon hearing this, the scholars who had submitted their poems displayed expressions of eager anticipation. After all, the greatest reward for a scholar is fame. Although Ji Hua may not be a master of literary arts, the opportunity to shine in this setting was worth boasting about, even if they did not secure first place. Lu Ning glanced at the enchanting Ji Hua and murmured, this woman certainly knows how to play her cards. Her allure is quite impressive. Hearing this, Lu Quanfeng and Chen Xiaofeng turned their gazes towards him, asking in unison, Ninger Gu, are you interested in this Ji Hua lady? Lu Ning chuckled, not particularly. I merely find her methods intriguing. This woman had successfully tapped into the psyche of these scholars. No wonder she was so popular. As the 3 conversed, Ji Hua had already hung 3 scrolls on the nearby painting stand. She began, in my humble opinion, the 3rd place goes to Yen Lixing, for his poem Beauty, O Beauty. With that, she gently placed down the scroll, revealing the 4 lines pinned within. Qin's silk flows like clouds 3 inches long. Bright eyes and white teeth gather spirit strong. Skin like congealed fat, face like jade. A smile can make 100 flowers fade. Upon reading this poem, applause erupted from the adjacent room. Bravo! Yen Gu is indeed a man of great literary talent. Downstairs, patrons began to discuss. This poem, though not first, was certainly within the top 3, and that was commendable, indeed, and it carries a hint of literary aura, clearly composed by a scholar. Yen Lixing, listening to the flattery of those around him, found himself somewhat elated. Naturally, securing a position among the top 3 was within his expectations. After all, his literary talents could easily place him among the top 5 in the academy. The few individuals preceding him were mere bookworms, unlikely to grace a place like Chunfeng Tower. For him, clinching a top 3 position was a foregone conclusion. Chen Xiaofeng, why don't you come forward and concede? He taunted. What are you in such a hurry for? There are still 2 scrolls yet to be unveiled. Chen Xiaofeng replied, his demeanor calm and unperturbed by the prospect of defeat. Very well, I am eager to see the source of your confidence. Believing that your poetry could rank among the top 2 at Chunfeng Tower, as he spoke, Yan Lixing took a sip of wine, already pondering how to humiliate the other later. Zhihua, blissfully unaware of their verbal sparring, proceeded to unveil another scroll. In her estimation, the second best poem was this one titled Pusa Man Green Grass, more radiant than the sky. I ascend to gaze afar, in the mountains, one resembles the moon, fair wrists gleaming like frost and snow. Veiling my face in melancholy, I can only lament for my beloved Xiao Lang. The crowd began to critique the poem. Both pieces demonstrated comparable literary flair, yet this particular poem resonated more aptly with the moment. Indeed, it possessed a higher artistic essence. Listening to the comments of the onlookers, Zhihua remarked with a hint of detachment, this poem was composed by Mr. Qin. Were it not for the first poem's striking brilliance, I would have truly considered Mr. Qin's masterpiece as the foremost. Scarcely had her words left her lips when a calm voice resonated from a private room. Miss Zhihua, if that is the case, allow me to behold the poem that has so astounded you. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Lu Ning's heart skipped a beat. I don't know. It's Qin Zhubu. Chen Xiaofeng and Lu Quanfeng instinctively directed their gazes toward him. Ninger, are you referring to the Qin Zhubu from the demon-catching division? Chen Xiaofeng inquired with curiosity. Indeed, that is him. Liu Ning had not anticipated that his inaugural visit to Chunfeng Tower would lead him to encounter Qin Zhubu, nearly becoming an ally in the process. Chen Xiaofeng suggested, since we're all acquainted, why not invite him to join us? Lu Ning waved his hand dismissively. Do you really think Qin Zhubu would lower himself to associate with us? Lu Quanfeng nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of that point. Meanwhile, within Chunfeng Tower, the crowd began to shout, Miss Zhihua, cease the suspense and reveal to us the poem that has so captivated you. Yes, indeed. Under the fervent urging of the audience, Zhihua slowly unfurled the scroll. In a certain private room, the defiant Qin Zhubu gazed at the characters on the scroll and began to recite aloud. In Anzhou, there is a beauty, unparalleled and solitary. One glance topples cities, another glance topples nations. Know you not that a beauty capable of such is rare indeed? Upon finishing, he decisively declared, a splendid poem. I concede, good sir. Might I inquire as to the author of this exquisite piece? Let him be introduced to us all. Zhihua gracefully replied. This poem was penned by Chen Xiaofeng, the esteemed young master Chen. At this proclamation, an immediate silence enveloped the room. The atmosphere within Chunfeng Tower became palpably still. After a prolonged moment, Yan Lixing's voice echoed from the adjacent private room, impossible. This poem could not possibly be his creation. The patrons within Chunfeng Tower began to murmur amongst themselves, indeed. Young Master Chen can manage some light verse and frivolous compositions, but how could he craft such a timeless masterpiece? Even Qin Zhubu appeared taken aback. He could accept being outdone by others, but losing to a spoiled scion left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. Liu Ning mused internally, this situation is becoming increasingly intriguing. I wonder how Qin Zhubu is feeling right now? With a resounding thud, Chen Xiaofeng slammed his palm onto the table and challenged, Yan Lixing, could it be that you cannot bear to lose? Yan Lixing retorted immediately, how could I possibly be unable to lose? You must be cheating, not want to be outwitted. Chen Xiaofeng scoffed. Are you suggesting that I conspired with Miss Zhihua to cheat? The moment those words left his lips, Yan Lixing fell silent. To acknowledge that would be tantamount to implicating Zhihua as well, potentially leading to his being blacklisted from Chunfeng Tower. Yan Lixing was not afraid of such a minor establishment. It was the fear of public opinion that loomed larger. Once blacklisted, rumors would undoubtedly spread as the two men faced off. Zhihua interjected, Gentlemen, there is no need for hostility. It is rather simple to ascertain whether this poem indeed belongs to young Master Chen. As her words resonated, much of the tension in the air dissipated. Chapter 53. A friend of mine, what insight does Miss Zhihua possess? Yan Lixing observed that she had graciously provided them both with a way out, and thus he refrained from pressing further. Zhihua replied calmly, young Master Chen merely placed a seal beneath the poem. Now, if he would kindly inscribe his title, we may compare his literary style to that of the poem itself to determine its authenticity. Poetry may deceive, but a person's literary essence never will. Her statement garnered unanimous agreement from those present. Indeed, The literary essence is infallible. Moreover, should this poem have been composed by another, it would have already gained renown throughout Dacian. Among us are many who relish in discovering new and wondrous poetry. Such a masterpiece would have been widely circulated. A poet capable of such work would be in high demand at any academy. How could it fall to Chen Xiaofeng, a mere dandy, to plagiarize? Yin Lixing felt a jolt of apprehension. He recognized the handwriting as unmistakably Chen Xiaofeng's, yet the literary essence was beyond what he could claim. If Chen Xiaofeng possessed such literary prowess, he wouldn't be languishing at the bottom of Anzhou Academy's ranks. With this realization, Yin Lixing regained a modicum of confidence. Chen Xiaofeng, are you brave enough to inscribe your title? Why wouldn't I be? Just watch closely, you rascal, Chen Xiaofeng declared as he stepped confidently from the private room, a brush dipped in ink in hand, marching toward Jihua. Jihua's curious gaze scrutinized the man before her. Strangely, while he exuded literary flair, he did not strike her as one capable of composing such poetry. Chen Xiaofeng approached the easel, sweeping his hand across the page as he inscribed the 4 characters Fenglu Jusher. As the brush touched the paper, a glimmer of literary brilliance emanated from the inscription, harmonizing with the light of the artwork. Among the guests, many literati recognized the implications of the scene unfolding before them. Jihua smiled and remarked, "Young Master Chen, you truly are a man of unrestrained elegance to adopt such a moniker." Seizing the opportunity for conversation, Chen Xiaofeng replied with a grin, "To speak candidly, this elegant title was bestowed upon me by a friend. He once said that I linger in the flower gardens, perhaps destined to die beneath a peony, yet still remain carefree." The literati present erupted in applause at the latter part of his statement. What a fine line! I too wish for such a friend. Qin Zhubu instinctively inhaled sharply, realizing the magnitude of his embarrassment. He had, after all, lost to this lad. Jihua cast a sidelong glance at him. "I had no idea that young Master Qin's friend possessed such wit in a tone only they could hear." Chen Xiaofeng confided, "Miss Jihua, my friend is indeed present today, and while his literary skills may not match my own, should you not mind, I would be delighted to introduce him to you later." Jihua, not easily deceived, quickly discerned the underlying intricacies in his words. It appeared that the friend Chen Xiaofeng spoke of was likely the true author of the poem. Having utilized Chen's brush to present it, her curiosity regarding this friend grew. "Very well," she replied. Chen Xiaofeng, feeling a sense of satisfaction, made his way back to his private room, pausing deliberately at the entrance of Yin Lixing's compartment. He called out loudly, "Yin Lixing, you may now fulfill your wager." "You have gone too far," Yin Lixing exclaimed, both humiliated and furious. Chen Xiaofeng chuckled lightly, "Come one, come all. One of Anzhou Academy's 4 literary talents. Yin Lixing is a man of empty words, too cowardly to honor his own wager." His voice rang out, ensuring all present heard him clearly. "How dare you insult me?" Yin Lixing thundered, bursting forth from the private room. His face flushed with anger. Yet, the moment he laid eyes on Chen Xiaofeng, who was fanning himself with a folding fan and regarding him with a smirk, a tremor of fear shot through him as vivid memories of past encounters resurfaced. "What, are you suggesting that after losing a poetry contest, you would resort to violence? Do you believe yourself worthy?" Chen Xiaofeng countered. Yin Lixing found himself at a loss for words. If looks could kill, he would have already conjured 1,000 deaths for Chen Xiaofeng in his mind. Chen Xiaofeng smiled and added, "Let it be, for demanding you to bark like a dog and crawl out is indeed beneath my dignity. After all, I do not wish to be associated with a mere mutt." His words ignited a wave of laughter throughout the room. "Ha ha! Young Master Chen remains as humorous as ever. I wonder what the stakes were for their poetic duel." Yin Lixing felt a sense of relief upon hearing those words. The thought of crawling out while barking like a dog was utterly humiliating. Nevertheless, he feigned anger and retorted, "What do you want?" Chen Xiaofeng chuckled and replied, "I want you to declare our wager aloud," followed by a loud proclamation that I, Yin Lixing, have lost. "From this moment on, whenever you encounter me, you must say, 'Chen Xiao, I am in awe.' If you refuse, then let us fulfill the wager. After all, I, Chen Xiao, am one of the 4 notorious rascals. Bringing a dog to school is hardly a concern." "Fine." Yin Lixing gritted his teeth in acceptance, shouting towards Chen Xiaofeng, "I, Yin Lixing, have lost." He then recounted their wager word for word before leaving Chunfeng building in disgrace. He vowed never to return to Chunfeng Building again and to diligently study, striving to advance to the third realm and earn his fame to escape Anzhou City. The guests present watched the spectacle unfold, thoroughly entertained. Chen Xiaofeng entered the private room and clasped his hands towards Lu Ning, saying, "Brother Ning, thank you that I shall treat you to drinks another day." Lu Ning smiled. "We are dear friends. Such trifles need not be mentioned." Hearing this, Chen Xiaofeng felt a warmth in his heart and insisted, "Brother Ning, we must drink, for how else can I repay you? As old friends." Lu Ning immediately understood very well. "I shall see how you intend to repay me." The private room soon regained its lively atmosphere. Before long, a maid knocked on their door. "Young Master Chen, Miss Xihua requests your presence in her studio." Chen Xiaofeng looked at Lu Ning and Lu Chuanfu and said, "Shall we go together?" Lu Chuanfu waved his hand. No. I prefer the genuine skills of the battlefield rather than this refined atmosphere." "All right, don't say I never took you out to play," Chen Xiaofeng replied, giving Lu Ning a knowing glance. "Brother Ning, Miss Xihua wishes to meet you." "Lu Ning?" Chen Xiaofeng leaned closer and whispered a few words. Lu Ning immediately rolled his eyes. This fellow was utterly oblivious to the presence of the opposite sex. However, chatting with a beauty could indeed elevate one's spirit, so he reluctantly agreed to accompany him. The two followed the maid out of the private room. After walking a few steps, in another room, Qin Zhubu stared wide-eyed at Lu Ning's retreating figure, wondering, how is this fellow also here? Chapter 54. Xihua of the Three Realms of Literary Dao. Within the studio, fragrant incense wafted through the air, filling the room with a delightful aroma. The walls were adorned with various paintings, devoid of any excessive decorations. Even the folding screens featured rare ink wash paintings. These artworks depicted landscapes and portraits, each vividly lifelike, imbued with an air of literary refinement. Most importantly, all these paintings were crafted by a single hand, each accompanied by a poem and signature. If I am not mistaken, these works should all belong to the illustrious Miss Yu. Lu Ning gazed at the array of paintings, unable to suppress his admiration. "This studio truly lives up to its reputation." In his heart, he added, "Compared to certain exhibitions in my past life that were mere facades, this is infinitely superior. I never expected that the courtesans in this world would be so competitive." To be a courtesan, one must not only possess skill but also stand out among others. If even courtesans strive so hard, what right do I, a man of official lineage, have to be complacent? Beside him, Chen Xiaofeng also marveled at the paintings. This Miss Xihua possesses exceptional literary talent. She must be a scholar of the Three Realms of Literary Dao. Upon hearing this, Lu Ning was momentarily taken aback. The Three Realms of Literary Dao, isn't that equivalent to a jinshi? In the Great Qin Kingdom, both men and women can hold official positions. Being a jinshi already qualifies one for office. This Miss Xihua is evidently talented. Why then does she linger in the red light district? Could it be to understand the people's sentiments? Just as Lu Ning pondered this, a cultured voice resonated. It is said that Chen Xiao is a notorious scion. Today, upon meeting Xihua, I realize how fearsome rumors can be. As the voice echoed, Xihua gracefully emerged from behind the screen. With delicate hands, she held a teapot and approached the two, placing it on the table before slowly removing her pearl veil. This action, though unhurried, instantly captivated both Lu Ning and Chen Xiaofeng's attention. As the veil fell away, her serene and intelligent visage came into view. Xihua did not strike one as breathtakingly beautiful, but rather as a woman of enduring charm, particularly with her elegant and cultured aura that invited one to engage in deep conversation. Chen Xiaofeng, a seasoned connoisseur of women, found his gaze fixated on the enchanting figure before him. Though he maintained a composed demeanor, smiling as he said, "Such notions are merely societal prejudices. I once thought Brother Ning was the only one who understood me in Anzhou City. Today, I find another in Miss Xihua." Lu Ning couldn't help but give Chen Xiaofeng a thumbs up. "Your eloquence is too precious to be wasted solely on courting women. You should publish a book for future generations to learn from." Xihua smiled softly. "Young Master Chen is truly humorous. Please, both of you, have a seat." Lu Ning and Chen Xiaofeng sat down, and Xihua poured each of them a cup of tea, gazing at them with a knowing smile. Lu Ning refrained from speaking, for engaging in flirtation could easily become addictive, especially when one found it hard to sleep at night. Ultimately, the cost of courting Xihua was exorbitant. One evening's expenses equated to 3 months' worth of his food budget. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaofeng began conversing smoothly with her. "Miss Xihua, Why do you remove your veil upon entering? Aren't courtesans fond of maintaining an air of mystery? Jihua replied. Young Master Chen jested. The purpose of not revealing oneself outside is to maintain mystery. But within these walls, failing to unveil would be a sign of disrespect to both esteemed gentlemen. Chen Xiaofeng continued. Miss Jihua, may I pose a rather impertinent question? Jihua smiled gently. Please do. I see you are also a scholar of the three realms of literary Tao. How did you come to find yourself in this situation? Chen Xiaofeng inquired. Liu Ning, equally curious, turned his gaze to Jihua. She did not exhibit any displeasure at the question. Rather, she spoke leisurely. This is not a great secret, but should you wish to know, you must compose a poem for me, if it pleases me. I shall certainly share. As she spoke, she took out ink, paper, and brushes, preparing to grind the ink for them. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaofeng set his gaze on Liu Ning. Liu Ning then asked, Miss Jihua, may we collaborate on this poem? Of course, Jihua replied, showing no intent to challenge them. In truth, she was eager to see what talents this Lord Liu possessed that earned such high regard from Chen Xiaofeng. Liu Ning slowly rose and began to pace the room, then recited. Leaning against the perilous tower, the wind whispers gently, gazing far into the spring sorrow, darkly rising in the horizon. Liu Ning's recitation was not hurried. But Chen Xiaofeng was struggling to keep pace with his writing. He felt as if he were depleting his entire literary spirit in this one day. Meanwhile, Jihua had not anticipated such a scene unfolding before her. Their collaboration continued. In the fading light, amidst the smoke and verdant hues, who can fathom the thoughts of those leaning on the balustrade? I intend to indulge in revelry, yet the joy feels tasteless. My garments gradually loosen, yet I have no regrets, for I wither away for her. As Liu Ning reached this verse, he turned his gaze towards Jihua. This poem was a masterpiece of the renowned courtesan Liu Sanbian, who had gained fame for her works, leading to the legendary tales of courtesans offering gold. She was one of Liu Ning's idols in his previous life, hence he remembered the verses vividly. At this moment, Jihua was entirely absorbed in the poem, oblivious to the perspiring Chen Xiaofeng beside her. When Chen Xiaofeng finally set down his brush, Jihua suddenly spoke up, Excellent, a splendid poem. Young Master Liu, your talent is commendable. Liu Ning clasped his hands. Miss Jihua, you flatter me. I am merely a novice who has read a few books. Jihua replied, in my eyes, young Master Liu's literary prowess surpasses that of many Jinshe and Hanlin scholars. To be candid, I am the daughter of a fallen official, and due to my family's misfortunes, I have found myself in this position. Upon hearing this, both Liu Ning and Chen Xiaofeng instantly understood why a woman of such talent as Jihua would find herself in the red light district. Indeed, everyone has their own unavoidable hardships. Both men, not being foolish, chose not to press further on the matter. Jihua was quite the conversationalist, and the three engaged in delightful discourse until the late hours of the night. Jihua thoughtfully arranged two side beds for Liu Ning and Chen Xiaofeng, inquiring if they desired a maid to warm their beds. Miss Jihua, that won't be necessary, Liu Ning declined outright. Chen Xiaofeng, rarely behaving as a gentleman, quickly added, Indeed, we are here to converse with you. No need for any superfluous arrangements. Two individuals respectively entered different rooms to rest. As Liu Ning pushed open the door to his bedroom, he was greeted by a waft of fragrant incense. This scent seemed to possess sleep-inducing properties. Merely inhaling it filled him with a drowsy sensation. At that moment, the Mingyu technique within him unexpectedly began to operate autonomously. Liu Ning felt a twinge of surprise. Could it be that this incense was problematic? Soon, he experienced a sensation of his bloodline swelling. Lowering his gaze, he realized that this was the mesmerizing incense, which explained why Jihua had inquired whether they required warming the bed. It was clearly intentional that if it came to that, he could always practice his traditional craft, the Qilin arm, after removing his boots and freshening up. Liu Ning reclined on the couch. Before long, he drifted into a hazy slumber. In the midst of his dreams, he suddenly heard a familiar voice whispering in his ear, Young Master Liu, young Master Liu. Groggily opening his eyes, he beheld Jihua, clad in a simple dress, gazing at him with affectionate eyes while softly reciting the lines of poetry from earlier. Before Liu Ning could fully comprehend the situation, Jihua leaned closer to him. Just as their bodies were about to touch, Liu Ning's blood surged once more, releasing a wave of intense heat. Jihua let out a shriek and vanished in an instant. Rubbing his temples, Liu Ning slowly opened his eyes, only to find himself alone. Curse that incense. It made me have such a dream, he muttered before gradually settling back to sleep. Just as he was about to re-enter the realm of dreams, the portrait of Ji Hua hanging before his bed unexpectedly ignited spontaneously. Meanwhile, in another room, Ji Hua abruptly opened her eyes, a flicker of astonishment crossing her gaze. So, Lu Ning is indeed proficient in both literature and martial arts. Fortunately, I placed the mesmerizing incense in his room. Even if he awakens, he will merely perceive it as a dream. Chapter 55. You rascal, do you dislike the appearance of others after sleeping? The following day, Lu Ning groggily opened his eyes, preparing to dress when he heard a timid voice from outside the door. Young Master Lu, are you awake? I am awake. What is it? Lu Ning inquired. The maid is here to assist you with your washing, came the soft reply from a maid standing outside. Come in, he beckoned. Although Lu Ning was not particularly enamored with beauty, he was not one to disdain a bit of enjoyment. After all, how could he justify the silver from Fu Hua? With a creak, the door swung open, and a petite maid, still half asleep, entered with a basin of water. She skillfully tended to Lu Ning's grooming. After the process was complete, Lu Ning couldn't help but sigh. The bane of a feudal society is quite delightful. Glancing in the mirror at his handsome visage, a signature smile crept across Lu Ning's face as he slowly made his way outside. Upon exiting the Huaxian, he spotted Chen Xiaofeng, who bore dark circles under his eyes and a slightly pallid complexion. Seeing Chen Xiaofeng's ghastly appearance, Lu Ning couldn't help but exclaim in a melodious tone. What a sight you are, Xiaofeng! Chen Xiaofeng weakly replied. Ninger, why do you look so alarmed? Lu Ning remarked. Have you perhaps overindulged in your traditional craft? At this, Chen Xiaofeng's expression shifted slightly, and he quietly urged, Let us move. This isn't the place for such discussions. Lu Ning raised an eyebrow, puzzled by Chen Xiaofeng's unusual demeanor. What has gotten into him today? He usually exudes fearlessness. Why the sudden hesitance? However, he refrained from probing further, deciding to wait for a more private moment to clarify. As the two linked arms, they strolled toward the staircase. Upon exiting the Chunfeng building, they encountered Lu Quanfeng, who approached them eagerly. Yet, upon seeing Chen Xiaofeng's condition, he instinctively blurted out, What happened to you? Chen Xiaofeng was increasingly irritated by the incessant surprises. He glared at the two, saying, What's with the looks? Have you never seen someone after a battle? Lu Ning retorted, But you slept alone last night. Chen Xiaofeng replied. Lu Quanfeng nodded, glancing at Chen Xiaofeng's hands. What's with those expressions? Chen Xiaofeng felt uncomfortable under their scrutinizing gazes. To be honest, I had a beautiful dream last night, where I dreamt of Miss Hua. In the dream, she was quite proactive and considerate. Stop right there, Lu Ning interjected. Please refrain from detailing it to us. Lu Quanfeng chimed in, Indeed, who cares to hear about your dream? It was quite real, I assure you. The sensation was akin to when I was a death knight. Chen Xiaofeng unabashedly continued. Lu Ning's unease grew as he recalled the dream from the previous night. He looked at Chen Xiaofeng and said, Perhaps that was not merely a dream. Chen Xiaofeng's excitement surged. Are you suggesting that I truly spent a night with Miss Hua? No, Lu Ning replied. It seems I also saw Miss Hua seated upon my couch last night. Chen Xiaofeng's demeanor darkened immediately. Ninger, I finally had such a dream, and you choose to interrupt me? I know you have an interest in Miss Hua. Is that not so? Lu Ning did not respond, his brow furrowed as he incessantly pinched his chin. Observing Lu Ning's serious expression, Chen Xiaofeng realized that the matter might be more serious than he had anticipated. Ninger, please don't scare me, Lu Ning stated. Miss Hua is questionable. Chen Xiaofeng did not defend her but promptly inquired. What makes you say that? First, she is a Confucian scholar of the third realm. Second, why would a courtesan place mesmerizing incense in her room? Hiss, Lu Quanfeng remarked. This woman indeed has issues. Who ever heard of a courtesan who doesn't serve, yet deliberately seduces? Isn't that self-degrading? No, Lu Ning shook his head. If what Chen Xiaofeng and I witnessed last night was not a dream, then what we experienced could very well be sinister. Chen Xiaofeng shivered at this revelation. Ninger, please don't frighten me. Though I am not new to the mysterious, I would rather not be caught off guard, Lu Ning continued. Perhaps this is merely my speculation, yet various indications suggest that this Hua is indeed problematic. However, we lack conclusive evidence, and it seems this matter is beyond our capacity to resolve. Although the Third Realm Confucian scholar possesses little combat prowess, if she were to employ her knowledge in such a manner. It would surely be a ruse. The two beside him, upon witnessing his grave expression, were left at a loss for words. Qian Shaofeng timidly asked, "What should we do?" Lu Ning instructed, "First, you should check your body upon returning. I will change my attire and then proceed to the demon-catching bureau." Understood, Qian Shaofeng nodded without further comment. While he enjoyed a thrill, he certainly did not wish to be ensnared unwittingly. Half an hour later, Lu Ning arrived at the demon-catching bureau. After reporting in, he made his way directly to the meritorious hall. "Chief Qin, I, Lu Ning, have urgent matters to discuss." Upon hearing Lu Ning's name, Chief Qin recalled the events of the previous night. "This lad, arriving so early. What brings you here?" "Come I in." As Lu Ning entered, he observed Chief Qin seated with a serious demeanor, and he couldn't help but recall the poem from last night. Chief Qin inquired, "Why have you come to see me so early?" Lu Ning replied directly, "Chief, I have discovered that Miss Xihua from Chunfeng Building is problematic." Chief Qin looked at Lu Ning, confusion etched on his face. "You are not suggesting that you found her unattractive after your encounter, are you?" "My lord, I am still a child. Can we refrain from discussing such mature topics?" Lu Ning replied earnestly. "You rascal." Chief Qin chuckled at Lu Ning's response. "Pray tell, what transpired between you and Xihua last night?" Lu Ning recounted without reservation, after an evening of candlelit conversation with Xihua. "You mean to say you both dreamed of Xihua?" Chief Qin's expression shifted to one of contemplation. After a moment, he remarked, "Listening to your account, Xihua indeed exhibits some peculiarities, but we cannot reach a conclusion based solely on this. Let us go." Seeing Chief Qin rise, Lu Ning inquired, "Where are we headed?" Chief Qin replied, "To visit your close friend. Perhaps we can glean the answers we seek from him." Chapter 56. So, does this mean I truly spend a night with Xihua in my dreams? In Dongqing, Zhuke Street is lined with opulent mansions, where the esteemed dignitaries of Anzhou reside. The closer one approaches the end of the street, the more extravagant the residences become. At the very end of Zhuke Street stands the Chen residence, the abode of the Anzhou magistrate. A horse-drawn carriage, accommodating 2 passengers, gradually came to a halt outside the Chen estate. The carriage door swung open, and Lu Ning and Qin Zhubu descended in succession. Upon stepping out, Lu Ning's gaze fell upon the impressive residence before him, characterized by its red walls and azure tiles. In front of the Chen residence stood a pair of vividly lifelike blue lion statues. Above the grand vermilion door hung a black plaque, upon which the characters Chen Fu were inscribed in a flourish. After disembarking, Qin Zhubu instructed the coachman to present his visiting card at the door. Moments later, the main entrance opened, and the doorman peeked out. The coachman promptly handed over the visiting card. Upon seeing the words Qin Zhubu of the Monster Suppression Office, the haughty demeanor of the doorman swiftly dissipated. "I shall inform my master right away," he said. Qin Zhubu replied, "There is no need for that. We are friends of Master Qian Shaofeng, here to pay a visit. Simply inform him that Lu Ning and Qin Zhubu have arrived." The doorman, taken aback by the revelation that his master's dissolute son had acquaintances in the Monster Suppression Office, stepped forward and clasped his hands together, saying, "Please wait a moment, Lord Qin." Qin Zhubu merely nodded slightly, refraining from further comment. Shortly thereafter, the side door of the Chen residence swung open, and the doorman emerged with a beaming smile, saying, "Gentlemen, please." Both Lu Ning and Qin Zhubu were indifferent to entering through the side entrance, as their status warranted such an approach. Moreover, considering they were visiting the notorious Chen Shaofeng, it was only natural not to use the main entrance. The Chen residence was a sprawling compound with 4 courtyards, each showcasing a distinct landscape. Chen Shaofeng's quarters were located in the northeast corner, featuring a lotus pond that, accompanied by a gentle breeze, wafted a delightful fragrance. Upon entering the small courtyard, Lu Ning and his companion heard an elderly voice emanating from within, advising, "Young Master Chen, you are overindulging in your affairs. I shall prescribe a remedy for you. Refrain from such activities for a month." The young maid stationed outside blushed at the remark, but the next moment, Chen Shaofeng's voice erupted, "You quack! I have not engaged in such activities for 7 days, and yet you accuse me of overindulgence? Begone!" This was accompanied by the sound of objects being hurled. "Young Master Chen, how can you insult me so?" grumbled the elderly physician, with a white beard and a medicine box slung over his shoulder, as he stormed out of the room. Before Lu Ning and Qin Zhubu could approach, An anxious voice called from outside the courtyard, "Dr. Hong, do not take offense. My young master is merely in a foul mood and has vented his frustrations upon you." Following the voice, they beheld a beautiful woman, seemingly untouched by the ravages of time, entering with a smile. The physician's anger diminished upon seeing her. "Madam, it is not that I am overly sensitive, but the young master's words were quite insulting. After 30 years of practicing medicine, how could I possibly be mistaken? Mother, let him leave. I have not sought the company of any ladies these days. How could I possibly be in poor health?" Chen Xiaofeng retorted as he emerged from his chamber. At just over 20, he was concerned about his reputation should word get out about his alleged overindulgence. Observing her son's pale complexion, the beautiful woman quickly approached him to offer comfort. "My dear son, please heed the doctor's advice, will you?" Chen Xiaofeng turned his head defiantly, but inadvertently caught sight of Lu Ning and Qin Zhubu. "Ninger, Zhubu, when did you arrive? You didn't even call for me." His words alerted everyone in the courtyard to the presence of Lu Ning and Qin Zhubu. The beautiful woman's brow furrowed slightly. She was well aware of her son's reputation and regarded his companions with disfavor. Liu Ning smiled and replied, "Young Master Chen, I brought Qin Zhubu from the Monster Suppression Office to check on you since you seemed a bit unwell today." Upon hearing the mention of the Monster Suppression Office, the woman's expression shifted dramatically. "What on earth have you done, my son?" Qin Zhubu interjected, "Madam, this is not the place for such discussions. Based on my years of experience in the Monster Suppression Office, I believe Chen Xiaofeng is merely suffering from a depletion of his literary energy, contrary to what Dr. Hong has suggested." Dr. Hong, initially poised to argue, fell silent at the mention of the Monster Suppression Office. The matriarch, adept at managing her substantial household, addressed her maid, "Please compensate Dr. Hong for his services today. You may all leave now." "Yes," the maids responded in unison before retreating. Dr. Hong, with a resigned expression, departed, skillful in healing but at a loss regarding matters of literature. Once inside, Madame Chen inquired, "Qin Zhubu, is what you said earlier true?" Qin Zhubu reassured her, "There is no need for concern. Madam, although Chen Xiaofeng has experienced a depletion of his literary energy, a few days of rest and some scholarly reading will restore him to his former self without any lasting issues. That puts my mind at ease. You may continue your conversation. I shall take my leave." Upon the departure of his mother, Chen Xiaofeng slammed his hand on the table beside him. "This is absurd. You want me to read? I would much prefer to indulge myself." Qin Zhubu chuckled, "Young Master Chen, perusing some elegant text will suffice. It's merely a matter of how quickly your literary energy recovers." Once the conversation seemed to reach a natural pause, Lu Ning inquired, "Qin Darren, what caused young Master Chen's literary energy depletion?" With a smile, Qin Zhubu began to explain. The term depletion is a more refined way of putting it. To speak plainly, it simply means that last night, a significant amount of Chen Xiaofeng's literary energy was absorbed by that Jitu I traveled here. I pondered what secret technique could have allowed both of you to dream of Jihua. It was only after realizing the extent of Chen Xiaofeng's literary energy loss that the key clicked into place. Liu Ning and Chen Xiaofeng exchanged intrigued glances, prompting them to exclaim in unison, "Please elaborate." Qin Zhubu cleared his throat. "As we all know, the literary path consists of 4 realms, wherein one can manifest their words into reality. Although the 3rd realm cannot achieve this, by employing strange objects and certain arcane methods, one can still create something through a fragment of one's spirit. If my deductions are correct, the Jihua you dreamt of last night was, in fact, a projection created by the Jihua herself. However, this projection is akin to the weakest of spiritual entities, lacking any consciousness and merely capable of executing simple tasks for its master. When confronted by a vigorous martial artist like Lu Ning, such a spiritual entity may combust spontaneously, yet it can absorb the literary energy of those below the 3rd realm of the literary path." Upon hearing this, Lu Ning and Chen Xiaofeng exchanged looks of realization. Chen Xiaofeng, however, wore an expression of delight. "So, does that mean I truly shared a passionate night with Jihua in my dreams?" As soon as he uttered this, the room fell into an immediate silence, with Lu Ning and Qin Zhubu regarding him with astonishment. Chapter 57. Why do I feel that you intend to use the funds from the Monster Suppression Office to indulge yourself at Chunfeng Tower? Chen Xiaofeng, unable to contain his excitement, rummaged through his garments to retrieve a notebook. He then began to ink and write on its pages. "I am the 13th year of the Jingyuan era, during autumn. I, alongside the courtesan Jihua from Chunfeng Tower, encountered each other in a dream, entwined throughout the night. This scene left Qin Zhubu utterly dumbfounded. Did this lad truly misunderstand what he had just said? Yet, the vivid details were astonishing. He never expected Chen Xiaofeng to possess such immense talent. If anyone dares to claim that his scholarly achievements were purchased, I, Qin Zhubu, shall be the first to object. Beside him, Lu Ning quickly regained his composure. He was no stranger to Chen Xiaofeng's three great passions: curiosity, beautiful women, and writing biographies. Young Master Chen remains the same, enamored with writing, or rather, chronicling personal anecdotes. Without a hint of change. What a fine literary talent, Qin Zhubu remarked after reading the extensive account of the dream encounter. Once Chen Xiaofeng completed his writing, he pinned a title atop the chapter, Me and Jihua's Dream Journey to Wushan. Pausing, he turned to face the two and asked, "Is there anything wrong with this title?" Lu Ning nodded. "No issues at all. After all, that was Jihua's projection. Your dream journey to Wushan equates to an encounter with Jihua amidst the clouds and rain." "Indeed," Qin Zhubu gasped, genuinely surprised. Lu Ning, "I never realized you possessed such quick wit." Lu Ning chuckled. "Qin Zhubu, that is not the crux of the matter. Since Jihua is the subject of concern, should we not proceed to apprehend her immediately?" Qin Zhubu shook his head. "Lu Ning, in the Monster Suppression Office, we prioritize evidence. Furthermore, we are still unaware of any accomplices Jihua may have. Acting rashly will only alert the enemy." Lu Ning, upon hearing this, displayed a contemplative expression on his face. "Master Qin, do you mean we need to draw the snake out of its hole?" "Precisely," Master Qin replied. "Only by catching her in the act can we conveniently follow this lead to uncover the truth." Lu Ning responded, "However, she is a scholar of the third realm of literary cultivation. If, as you suggest, she possesses other sinister skills, capturing her will not be an easy feat. Thus, I have decided to take matters into my own hands and pay another visit to Chunfeng Tower," he declared. Master Qin, with utmost seriousness, nodded in agreement. Chen Xiaofeng, upon hearing this, instinctively remarked, "Master Qin, why do I get the impression that you intend to indulge yourself at Chunfeng Tower with the funds from the Demon Catching Bureau?" Hearing this, Master Qin's lips twitched slightly. "Young Master Chun, you are mistaken. Within the entire Demon Catching Bureau, I am the sole individual proficient in both martial and literary arts. Naturally, it falls upon me to handle such matters. Otherwise, if those impetuous warriors were to intervene, they would only frighten away that issue." At Lu Ning, adept at reading the nuances of expression, recognized the truth in Chen Xiaofeng's words through Master Qin's demeanor. However, he also saw some validity in Master Qin's reasoning. Given that Jihua's current strength remained uncertain, Lu Ning was not willing to take that risk. "Young Master Qin and I have pressing matters to attend to. Since you have no further concerns, we shall return to the Demon Catching Bureau first." "Very well, allow me to see you off," Chen Xiaofeng said as he struggled to rise. Lu Ning declined. "There is no need. We are familiar with the way out. Once my vitality is restored, I shall treat you to a proper drink," Chen Xiaofeng emphasized. "No problem," Lu Ning replied, and after departing from Qin's residence, he and Master Qin boarded a carriage back to the Demon Catching Bureau. Being a veteran of the Bureau, Master Qin promptly reported their findings to Lin Zhengfu upon their return. After hearing their account, Lin Zhengfu squinted and murmured, "Truly a time of tumult. This matter shall be entrusted to the two of you. You may mobilize personnel from the Bureau at will. Within 7 days, I require a definitive outcome." "Understood." Lu Ning and Master Qin responded in unison before taking their leave. "My lord, when shall we take action?" Lu Ning inquired. 3 days hence, Master Qin explained. "Jihua adheres to a rule of receiving guests only every 3 days. For the time being, rest well, and we shall proceed to Chunfeng Tower together when the time comes." Lu Ning clasped his hands in respect. "Understood." With their new mission set for 3 days later, Lu Ning did not squander time within the Bureau but returned to his own residence to commence his training. After all, Jihua was an exceedingly enigmatic woman, and no one knew her background or whether she had accomplices. He needed to grow stronger before venturing to Chunfeng Tower. Lu Ning settled into a horse stance and began to temper his left leg. Financial resources -300 bone tempering 1. By the time Lu Ning finished tempering his left leg, evening had already fallen. He slowly opened his eyes and murmured, "System, display attribute panel. Name, Lu Ning vitality, 1090, 0300, bone tempering count, 120, 0400, cultivation technique. Great perfection of the fierce sunblade technique. Minor accomplishment in the Mingyu technique. 010000, entry level in the cloud leaping technique. 02000, cultivation level. Third layer of bone tempering 1500200000. Financial resources. 14,000. Gazing at the changes in his data panel, Lu Ning couldn't help but mutter, I hadn't anticipated such significant improvement upon completing the tempering of my limbs. Yet, the Mingyu technique was indeed a voracious beast, requiring tenfold the investment compared to the fierce sun blade technique to achieve mastery. However, the sole drawback of expensive items is, of course, their expense. He stowed away his attribute panel, purchased some food, and returned to his courtyard to continue his training. This time, however, he resolved to practice the cloud leaping technique. After all, the uncertainties awaiting him at Chunfeng Tower were vast, and he needed to hone his life-saving skills. Cloud leaping technique upgrade, financial resources minus 2,000. Cloud leaping technique 2,000. Soon, images related to the cloud leaping technique began to materialize in Lu Ning's mind. The hour was still early, and he could further integrate this technique. Following his previous encounter at the widow's residence next door, Lu Ning decided to find a quiet, secluded place to practice. Thus, Lu Ning emerged from his dwelling, ignited a torch of sunlight, and with it in hand, dashed through the desolate streets, occasionally leaping from eaves and soaring high before landing gently. Onlookers, witnessing the torch flying through the air, dared not to cry out but instead cautiously sought refuge in quiet corners. Only resuming their paths once the fiery torch had passed, an hour later, Lu Ning found himself unknowingly at the southern end of the city, in the old alley of Xuanyang. Feeling that he had nearly mastered the cloud leaping technique, he exerted force beneath his feet, bounding onto the rooftops, and with just a few strides, he landed within the old Lu residence. Chapter 58. You newcomers are terribly impolite. Inside the Lu residence, darkness enveloped everything, rendering visibility nearly impossible. As Lu Ning touched down, a look of confusion crossed his face. He raised his gaze to the ominous clouds hanging above the Lu residence, frowning slightly. Strange. I had previously cleared out a significant number of the malevolent spirits within the Lu residence. Logically, the ghostly clouds should have dissipated considerably. How can they appear to be thickening? This place truly harbors some sinister secrets. Just as Lu Ning was musing to himself, the wind howled through the residence, causing the old locust tree in the courtyard to rustle ominously. An eerie atmosphere permeated the air. Lu Ning prepared to engage in his usual game of hide and seek with the spirits. A cacophony of ghostly chatter erupted from the corners of the courtyard. Last. After all this time, we've finally spotted a living person. It's just that, eating those dry little spirits every day is making my mouth go dry. Then why don't you conjure a bird out of your mouth? Are you looking for trouble? Upon hearing this ghostly banter, Lu Ning halted his steps, as a competent head of the demon catching bureau. He keenly discerned the crucial point within their words. These spirits appear to be newcomers. Could it be that the Lu residence is connected to some ghostly realm, allowing spirits to continuously arrive? With this thought, Lu Ning couldn't help but take a deep breath. Such a place exists in this world, and I, Lu Ning, have stumbled upon it. Could it be that the heavens are showing favor to this spendthrift youth? Indeed, boys who love to splurge are seldom unlucky. A smile crept onto his face, and he couldn't help but reveal a delighted grin. Gripping the hilt of his sword, he nearly shouted, I am alive. If you spirits dare, come and bite me. The spirits in the darkness seemed to hear his thoughts, responding with a chilling laughter. Hee hee, ha ha ha, quack quack quack. Lu Ning was already accustomed to this. He rested his blade on his shoulder, gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle, presenting an incredibly handsome profile. Soon, the first unsuspecting spirit appeared. Suddenly, a pale light emerged from the darkness, slowly approaching. Lu Ning followed the light and beheld an emaciated old woman with sunken eyes, carrying a lantern as she approached him. Cough cough, the old woman revealed a sinister smile. Young man, what brings you here alone at this late hour? This place is not safe. Lu Ning raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a charming smile. That a friend of mine mentioned that the Lu residence is home to many beautiful celestial beings. If I can capture them, I can bring them home as wives. I've been single for over 20 years and intend to find a wife here. Upon hearing this, a flicker of malice passed through the old woman's eyes. Young man, There are no beautiful celestial beings here, only female ghosts. I advise you to accompany me and find a hiding place. Leave here before dawn. Oh? Lu Ning feigned a look of confusion and replied slowly, is that so? I don't believe it. As soon as he finished speaking, he drew his sword. Clang, with a flash of steel. The old woman with the lantern was instantly reduced to ashes. With a thud, a white lantern fell to the ground. Lu Ning picked it up and noted with disappointment that it was merely a semi-ghostly item. Not worth much to S. The saying goes, the uglier the woman, the more deceitful she is. She clearly was a ghost. Yet she tried to fool me into believing there were no celestial beings here. He spoke these words intentionally for the spirits lurking in the shadows to hear. Otherwise, a single strike would scare them all away, making it quite the arduous task to find them. He killed the lantern old woman. This brat is somewhat troublesome. Let us all attack together. In the depths of darkness, a cacophony of voices erupted as a throng of spirits clamored simultaneously, their ghostly figures materializing before Lu Ning. However, some of the specters lurking in the shadows, upon catching sight of Lu Ning's visage, fled without a backward glance. The ferocious werewolf has returned. Let these newcomers meet their demise. Once the beast has had its fill of amusement, it shall depart. In mere moments, the courtyard became densely populated with dozens of spirits, each bearing grotesque marks of death that even Lu Ning, a seasoned operative of the Demon Hunter Bureau, found unsettling. Speak, what is it you desire for death? A headless ghost intoned coldly, foolishness. Why waste breath on him? Let us strike together. Surely devouring him will be a grand feast. Another chimed in. Indeed, I propose, first come, first served. Listening to this nonsensical chatter, Lu Ning casually reached up to clean out his ears. You must be the newcomers, correct? The moment his words left his lips, the assembled spirits were momentarily taken aback. This human warrior exhibited no fear of them. Indeed, we are the newcomers, the headless ghost shouted, as if concerned Lu Ning might misunderstand. Lu Ning murmured, such rudeness among you newcomers. You do not even flee upon seeing me. With that, he swiftly drew his blade, sweeping it through the throng with a single, decisive stroke. All spirits in its path were reduced to ash. Ugly and impolite, you deserve death. Though his voice was not loud, it instilled terror into the hearts of the remaining spirits, who scattered in fright. In the blink of an eye, the courtyard returned to an eerie silence. Lu Ning strolled leisurely, commencing the cleanup of the courtyard. Dozens of spirits, yet merely 9 half-ghostly entities. These newcomers possess rather mediocre quality, but weakness breeds safety. Should I nurture them a while longer? He tilted his head, gently stroking his chin with his thumb. His expression one of contemplation, yet he soon resolved to eliminate another wave. After all, the spirits within this haunted residence, akin to chives, would regrow. Why not harvest while I can? Inside the Lu family's old residence, the fleeing spirits scattered chaotically, some even darting into ominous chambers in their frantic escape. Crash! A ghostly woman clad in white burst into a room, her demeanor immediately faltering upon seeing the specter seated at the vanity. Sister Yuyong, I did not mean to intrude. Yuyong did not turn around but merely responded with a nasal inquiry, causing the white-clad ghost to tremble and collapse in fear. Sister Yuyong had an aura of dread. Just days prior, she had drained the life force of a formidable entity of ghostly rank. Though other spirits lingered in the courtyard, it was evident that Yuyong was the most powerful presence among them. Sister Yuyong, a warrior, has invaded the Lu family residence, rampaging through and slaying spirits, claiming he wishes to take a fairy home. Upon hearing this, a strange smile crept across Yuyong's impeccably beautiful face. How intriguing! It has been some time since I encountered a human warrior face to face. Chapter 59. Stripped of clothing, I almost failed to recognize you. These newcomers, it seems, have learned nothing but the art of fleeing. In the dimly lit corridors of the Lu family residence, Lu Ning ambled leisurely, wielding a torch of sunlight. Upon spotting a room, he would break down the door. Encountering a few adorable spirits, he dispatched them with a single stroke. Along his path, he collected 2 more half-ghostly entities. This Lu family residence truly is a splendid place. Before long, his gaze fell upon a room in the east wing, its door wide open. Sensing the potent aura of ghostly energy emanating from within, it was evident that a powerful spirit resided there. Before Lu Ning could approach, the room suddenly illuminated with light. Another mediocre ghost? It appears today shall yield great spoils. With this thought in mind, he instinctively quickened his pace as he stepped inside. A piercing scream echoed through the air. "Ah, do not come any closer." The shriek nearly startled Lu Ning's soul from his body. He raised his hand and struck with his blade, plunging the room into silence. Regrettably, the white-clad ghost that had screamed did not drop any ghostly artifacts. However, Lu Ning's target was not her. His attention was swiftly drawn to a ghostly woman seated at a vanity. Adorned in a pink and gold ensemble, her long hair cascading down her back as she groomed herself. Upon seeing her silhouette, 3 words sprang to Lu Ning's mind: fair, tender, smooth. The female specter seemed oblivious to the earlier commotion, continuing to brush her hair while addressing him. "Good sir, what a fiery temper you possess. Little by merely startled at your presence, and you have slain her." Her voice carried a seductive lilt, stirring a compelling sensation within. Lu Ning refrained from striking. He felt as though he had heard this voice before. Yet he was not the type to recognize beauty merely at first glance. Meanwhile, the other spirits of the Lu family residence had stealthily gathered outside the chamber, covertly observing the unfolding scene. Seeing Lu Ning refrain from attacking, they collectively breathed a sigh of relief. This fearsome figure is finally about to meet his match in Sister Yu Yong. "Excuse me, could you kindly turn around? Have we met before?" Upon uttering this, the spirits outside were rendered speechless. Was this man truly seeking a ghostly bride? Yet could he truly handle Sister Yu Yong? Hearing his words, Yu Yong's lips curled into a slight smile. Indeed, men were all the same. Upon encountering beauty, reason flew from their minds. "This gentleman, I have yet to finish my makeup. Are you not afraid of being frightened by my appearance?" As she spoke, she turned to face him. However, upon seeing Lu Ning's flawless visage, her expression shifted dramatically. "Ning, how could it be you?" Gone was her earlier composure. She curled up like a frightened rabbit. Lu Ning's face displayed 3 large question marks. "I am not a death knight, nor do I relish the macabre. When have I ever crossed paths with this ghostly woman?" Yet their proximity dispelled any fear of her fleeing, prompting him to instinctively inquire, "Have we met?" Yu Yong had not anticipated that after escaping the small Buddhist temple and the world of murals, she would encounter this harbinger of death once more. "My ghostly existence doomed to culminate at your hands?" "We met within the mural world of the small Buddhist temple." Upon hearing this, Lu Ning scrutinized her features more closely and immediately recognized the resemblance to a ghostly figure clad in jade from his memories of the mural world. "So it is you. I nearly failed to recognize you without your clothing." This remark sent the spirits outside tumbling to the ground in shock. Yu Yong's expression morphed into one of bemusement. For a moment, she was at a loss for how to respond. Lu Ning continued, "But how did you come to be here? Were you not transported from the mural world? And how did you know my name?" Yu Yong waved her delicate hand, and her resplendent attire of golden threads and jade reappeared upon her form. "While in the mural world, I observed you 3 through a ghostly artifact, and thus learned how they referred to you. Good sir.as for how I arrived here, I am unsure. I vaguely recall being knocked unconscious by a woman and then awakening in this place." Lu Ning was taken aback. This ghostly woman had been captured? So, there are other puppeteers behind the scenes in this Lu family residence, capable of easily subduing ghostly entities of your caliber. They must be formidable adversaries. However, he remained skeptical of her words. "Why do you not flee? With your strength, escaping should pose no challenge." A bitter smile graced Yu Yong's face. "Tio, speak candidly. This Lu family residence is ensnared in a ghost-nurturing array, simultaneously a binding formation. I cannot escape." Understanding dawned upon Lu Ning. The spirits within this residence had been captured by others, their purpose to cultivate even more powerful entities. "Aside from you, how many other ghostly beings of your rank exist in the Lu family residence?" Yu Yong, unsure of his intentions, replied honestly, "There are 2 more, one in the northern courtyard and the other in the west wing." "Very well." Lu Ning's lips curled into a slight smile. "You have outlived your usefulness." Clang? "No." Yu Yong, on the verge of pleading for mercy, found the blade descending upon her. The spirits outside witnessed Sister Yu Yong's utter helplessness against this terrifying figure and fled in all directions. Boom! Accompanied by a muffled thud. Yu Rong was instantaneously reduced to ashes. A mirror, no larger than an adult's palm, fell to the ground. Liu Ning stowed away the mirror, discreetly noting down the two other enigmatic addresses, with a flick of his toes. He executed the cloud ladder technique and soared towards the courtyard wall. Today had proven to be remarkably fruitful. The remaining leaks could be harvested at a later time. Most crucially, the information that the Lu family estate served as a breeding ground for the supernatural was of paramount importance to the Demon Hunter Division. He needed to convey this information safely back to them. Any prolonged stay could lead to an encounter with the shadowy figure behind it all, which would spell trouble. Early the next morning, Lu Ning set forth towards the Demon Hunter Division, carrying his spoils. He did not immediately convert all these items into financial assets. After all, they were crucial pieces of evidence. Once he had relayed the necessary details, he could exchange these supernatural artifacts at a later time. Of course, prior to this, he had meticulously noted the value of these artifacts, amounting to a total of 6,000 in financial worth. The mirror alone was valued at 2,000, indicating that it was no ordinary supernatural item. After greeting everyone, Lu Ning made his way to the Merit Hall. He halted at the entrance and said, "Chief Qin, I have urgent matters to discuss." "Come in," Chief Qin replied coolly. Liu Ning pushed the door open, walked directly to Chief Qin, and placed the pile of semi-supernatural items on the table. Chief Qin gazed upon the collection, momentarily taken aback, before exclaiming, "What have you done, you rascal? Have you poked your nose into a den of the supernatural?" Chapter 60. Chief Qin, allow me to express my gratitude, Chief. I visited the Lu family estate again yesterday. Lu Ning recounted his experiences from the night prior, detailing everything Yu Rong had informed him. Upon hearing Lu Ning's account, Chief Qin's brow furrowed in concern as he murmured, "A breeding ground for the supernatural. It seems a sinister wind is about to rise in Anzhou City." He cast a glance at the artifacts on the table and asked, "What do you wish to do with these items?" With a smile, Lu Ning replied, "Chief, you are well aware of my fondness for wealth. If the price is right, I shall sell these items." Chief Qin showed no sign of displeasure at this statement, for it is well known that scholars are poor while warriors are rich, and no warrior is without a need for money. He scanned the collection and picked up the mirror. Among these trinkets, only this mirror holds any real value. If you trust me, I can procure 3,000 taels of silver for you. Liu Ning's heart swelled with joy at this news. The price offered by the system was merely 2,000. Yet entrusting it to Chief Qin would yield an additional 1,000 taels. Only a fool would refuse such a windfall. "Chief, why was the previous supernatural item I acquired not valued this highly?" Lu Ning inquired. Chief Qin chuckled as he explained, "Supernatural items are categorized, and their worth also depends on the buyer. Though this mirror may not intrinsically be worth 3,000 taels, it possesses unique attributes that can command such a price from certain individuals." Having been a university student in his past life, Lu Ning quickly grasped the underlying principle. "Then I shall trouble you, Chief." "Not a problem," Chief Qin said nonchalantly. "You should gather these items first, and then we shall report the situation regarding the haunted estate to the lord of the town." Understood. Lu Ning quickly collected all the semi-supernatural items from the table. The two soon arrived at the government hall, where they reported the events concerning the Lu family estate to Lord Lin. With narrowed eyes, Lord Lin emanated an aura of coldness as he spoke in a chilling tone. "These clowns dabbling in the breeding of the supernatural beneath my very nose must be tired of living." He turned to Chief Qin and commanded, "Send out orders for all Demon Hunter Division officers and captains to conduct a city-wide search for those sorcerers engaged in the breeding of the supernatural." Chief Qin did not acquiesce but instead remarked calmly, "My lord, I hold a differing opinion." "Speak," Lord Lin replied, showing no signs of anger. The two had been classmates in their youth, and despite their hierarchical roles within the Demon Hunter Division, their camaraderie remained intact. Chief Qin continued, "I believe it unnecessary to make a grand spectacle over a mere sorcerer involved in breeding the supernatural. Instead, let us allow Xiaoning to periodically cleanse the Lu family estate of its ghostly inhabitants. Once the sorcerer becomes aware of Xiaoning's presence, they are bound to take action, at which point we can spring our trap and capture the rat on them." Lu Ning looked at Chief Qin in astonishment. "So, I am to be the bait. This plan is feasible." Lord Lin nodded in agreement. Having navigated the world of bureaucracy for many years, Chief Qin was adept at discerning Lu Ning's reservations. Moreover, given Lu Ning's reputation for prudence, assigning him the role of bait would likely provoke some discontent. "Rest assured, Xiaoning, should you take on this role, we will ensure that the sorcerer does not harm you in any way." Lord Lin assured him. After all, the supernatural beings bred within the Lu family estate are merely of the ghostly grade, and their cultivation level should not exceed the third realm of legal practitioners. Lord Lin continued, also, give Xiaoning a substitute straw man and a swift travel talisman. This way, should he encounter the sorcerer, he can make a hasty retreat. Understood. Chief Qin nodded in agreement while casting Lu Ning a knowing glance. As if to say, I am not leading you astray. Liu Ning returned his gaze with a smile. Allow me to express my gratitude. As for legal practitioners, Lu Ning had heard of them before. However, the first realm of legal practitioners was akin to a novice and posed little threat. They were hardly more formidable than a mere fledgling. At most, they could only run faster than a scholar. Thus, in the grand scheme of the Daiqian dynasty, it was the martial practitioners who possessed genuine combat prowess. Nevertheless, with the substitute straw man and swift travel talisman, he felt a sense of additional security. If he couldn't defeat them, he could always flee. Lord Lin turned his attention to Lu Ning and said, This matter is entrusted to you. I do not wish to see any formidable supernatural entities emerge from the Lu family estate. Do you understand? I shall comply, Lu Ning replied with a respectful gesture. Lord Lin added, You may take your leave. Thank you, my lord, they both echoed in unison before departing the government hall. On their way back to the Merit Hall, Chief Qin chuckled and asked, Xiaoning, do you harbor any resentment towards me for making you the bait? I would not dare, Lu Ning replied. Oh, you do harbor some resentment? Chief Qin teased with a knowing smile. Chief Qin, your conversational style is likely to leave you friendless, Lu Ning jested. You rascal, your tongue is quite entertaining, Chief Qin remarked earnestly. I know you possess exceptional talent, but while the Daiqian dynasty appears to be thriving, it is rotting at its core. To rise above, one must take risks. Your cautious nature may keep you alive, but do you truly wish to remain confined within the small sphere of the Demon Hunter division for all your days? I have not given it much thought. I am one to settle wherever I find myself, Lu Ning replied sincerely. Upon his arrival in this world, he had indeed harbored grand ambitions of achieving something extraordinary. However, reality swiftly delivered a sobering lesson. In a realm teeming with formidable foes and malevolent beings, preserving his own life was of utmost importance. Chief Qin sighed in exasperation. You truly are lacking in conversational skills. Between us, I have no qualms about sharing that Longning County is not far from chaos. Sooner or later, whether in a year or 3 to 5 years, turmoil will arise. Liu Ning furrowed his brow at this revelation. What prompts this assertion, Chief Qin? Chief Qin responded slowly, Do not be deceived by the facade of tranquility in Anzhou City. Various factions are stirring unrest beneath the surface, intent on plunging the city into chaos. As for the neighboring Tianshui County, it has already become a stronghold for the Heavenly Principle sect, embroiled in turmoil. Though the court has consistently suppressed and eradicated the sect, the more they attempt to quell it, the stronger it becomes. If this continues, it is only a matter of time before Longning County feels the repercussions. Liu Ning instinctively inhaled sharply, murmuring, So, what you are saying is that the official reports are misleading. Official reports are akin to a state-sponsored newspaper, typically accessible only to scholars, wealthy individuals, and officials. Though Lu Ning had previously held a minor official position, he would occasionally glance at these reports during moments of boredom. He was somewhat familiar with the news from the neighboring Tianshui County, where the reports had never indicated any chaos, only accounts of the Heavenly Principle sect being suppressed and eradicated. Chief Qin chuckled. They report only good news and conceal the bad. Official reports are merely a means for the government to placate the populace. Now, let us not dwell on this any longer. Once you retrieve the items, return to your cultivation. You need only report for duty during the day. In 2 days, we must address the matters concerning Chunfeng Tower. Liu Ning nodded. Understood. Chapter 61. The registrar of the Qin dynasty. As soon as Lu Ning returned to the courtyard, he exchanged all those half-peculiar items for financial value. With 16,000 points of financial value, Lu Ning began to ponder which martial art to cultivate. The fierce Sunblade technique was currently not an option. He could only choose between the Mingyu skill and the Tianzong. Ultimately, he decided to cultivate the Mingyu skill first. After all, Tianzong was merely a technique for fleeing, and as a distinguished transmigrator, he couldn't be preoccupied with escape every day. Moreover, the registrar's words held merit. Anzhou City was not far from chaos, and he needed to swiftly enhance his strength. Of course, he had considered relocating to continue his training in seclusion. But if the entire Qin dynasty fell into disarray, hiding elsewhere would only afford him a few days of survival. Only the strong could endure in this tumultuous world. Liu Ning sat cross-legged, channeling the blood energy within him, and began to practice the Mingyu skill. System. Allocate points to Mingyu skill. Financial value -10,000. Mingyu skill 10000.as before, when the points for the Mingyu skill were fully allocated. A method for its cultivation and some descriptions surfaced in Liu Ning's mind. He did not immediately open his eyes. Instead, he continued to circulate his blood energy according to the information in his mind, solidifying his cultivation. Upon entering the initial stage of the Mingyu skill, one becomes impervious to heat and cold. Upon reaching minor mastery, one becomes invulnerable to blades and arrows. Now that Liu Ning had achieved major mastery in the Mingyu skill, his body was completely immune to fire and water. However, this immunity only applied to ordinary flames and waters. Terrifying supernatural fires could still inflict harm upon him. Nonetheless, the Mingyu skill could withstand most forms of damage, making it significantly superior to ordinary techniques. Additionally, upon attaining major mastery, the Mingyu skill generated a warm current akin to jade, nourishing the organs. This must be the Mingyu energy mentioned in the skill description, but its potency was still too weak for combat. When Liu Ning opened his eyes once more, it was already the following morning. The dawn in Anzhou was still tinged with a hint of chill. But for a martial artist like Liu Ning, such sensations were insignificant. He opened his attribute panel. Name. Liu Ning blood energy, 1100, 0300, bone refinement count, 120, 0400, techniques, fierce sunblade technique, great perfection, Mingyu skill, major mastery, Tianzong, entry level, 02000, cultivation, bone refinement level 4, 120000, financial value, 6,000. The increase in blood energy was modest, yet his cultivation had also risen, which brought him immense joy. After murmuring to himself, Liu Ning changed into a fresh set of clothes, took a bath, and then stepped out for breakfast before returning home to continue his training. The life of a martial artist was refreshingly simple and unadorned. However, as the day approached for Jihua to receive guests, Liu Ning's tranquil existence was disrupted. That afternoon, he arrived early at the smallest residence at the entrance of Zhuke Street to visit the registrar of the Qin dynasty. Though this residence was the smallest on Zhuke Street, it was still well-equipped. Apart from the registrar, there was only an elderly man sweeping the floor and a doorman, which made the already modest abode feel particularly empty. Observing the sparse presence of people, Liu Ning curiously asked, "Registrar, as the third highest official in our demon subjugation department, why is there not even a maid to warm your bed?" The registrar, exasperated, replied, "Do you think I do not wish for such things? I simply lack the funds. This residence was a gift from Qingyuan, and he initially intended to send me 2 maids, but I felt too embarrassed to accept." Liu Ning gazed at the registrar, who was fanning himself with an elegant folding fan, embodying a refined yet disheveled appearance. He mused, "I truly envy you, registrar, to have a close friend who serves as the governor of the demon subjugation department. Who are you being sarcastic with?" The registrar shot back, his irritation evident as he beheld Liu Ning's handsome visage, which seemed to radiate charm even in simple white attire. If he were to dress up, it would be quite remarkable. With a serious expression, Liu Ning replied, "Registrar, I am merely speaking the truth." The registrar, unwilling to continue this line of conversation, remarked, "If you wish to indulge in the frivolities of Chunman Tower, at least bring something to elevate the occasion." He then turned to the elderly man sweeping the floor, "Uncle Ya, please bring me the feather fan from my study." Uncle Ya nodded and soon returned with an old feather fan. The registrar took it and handed his folding fan to Liu Ning, saying, "You might as well hold on to this to spare me any embarrassment." "Thank you, esteemed registrar," Liu Ning said with a bright smile as he accepted the fan. The registrar, still irritated, replied, "No need to call me esteemed registrar. In Chunman Tower, just refer to me as Mr. Qin. There, I am merely a disillusioned scholar." Liu Ning's lips curled into a slight smile. "I never expected Mr. Qin to have such peculiar tastes." Once more, the registrar shot him a glare before lapsing into silence. The two then boarded a carriage bound for Chunman Tower. As they arrived, dusk had settled in. Liu Ning and the registrar alighted from the carriage, making their way into the bustling Chunman Tower, where a lively crowd had already gathered. The registrar waved his feather fan, exuding an air of calm confidence as they approached, while Lu Ning followed closely behind. Upon entering, Yuan Shuxiao greeted them with enthusiasm. "Ah, Mr. Qin, it's been a few days, and you appear even more dashing. And who is this handsome young gentleman by your side?" Though Lu Ning had visited Chunman Tower a few times before, he had mostly worn official attire, exuding an aura that was entirely different from the present refined demeanor. Last time, Yuan Mama had only noticed the two wealthy young masters, so she had not paid attention to him. Moreover, Yuan Shuxiao interacted with numerous guests daily and did not recognize Lu Ning immediately. The registrar chuckled, not revealing Lu Ning's identity. "This is my distant nephew, accompanying me to Chunman Tower to witness the elegance of Anzhou's literati." Yuan Shuxiao's eyes lit up. "No wonder you seem to share a resemblance with Mr. Qin in his youth. It appears you are indeed family." Lu Ning could not help but want to retort. Finding Yuan Shuxiao's knack for spinning tales to be impressive, is Mr. Qin still at the usual place? Yuan Shuxiao inquired with a smile. The registrar replied, "Yes, the usual place. And please bring me a pot of zweiking." "Certainly. Right this way, gentlemen." Chapter 62. "Mr. Qin, please mind your conduct inside Chunman Tower." The lights shone brightly. After a performance by the courtesans, accompanied by the melodious sounds of silk and bamboo instruments, Jihua arrived as scheduled, followed by several maidservants who set up an easel on the railing. A beautiful landscape painting soon unfolded before the audience. Jihua proceeded to introduce the rules as she had always done. Before long, her maidservants began distributing square sheets of paper and writing implements to everyone in a private room. The registrar furrowed his brow as he raised his cup of wine and took a hearty gulp. Murmuring, "Landscape poetry is not my forte." Lu Ning, sitting nearby, did not respond but took a sip from his own cup. He had to admit that the wine at Chunman Tower was quite delightful, though he regretted not having enough money to revel in it. Noticing Lu Ning's silence, the registrar asked, "Little Ning, are you well versed in landscape poetry?" Somewhat acquainted, Lu Ning thought to himself, "I am a man who has studied 300 Tang poems. How could a mere pastoral poem pose a challenge?" "Very well, I shall entrust this poem to you," the registrar said, revealing an expression of encouragement. Lu Ning's face displayed a hint of distress, "Though I may know how, I lack the literary flair to compose it. Furthermore, you, a prominent scholar, seeking a mere martial artist to pen poetry for you at the Red Lanterns. What an embarrassing notion." The registrar regarded Lu Ning with suspicion, asking, "You are not suggesting that I should pay you extra, are you?" "That would be unnecessary," Lu Ning chuckled. "What I meant was, I'll recite it, and you shall write it as someone well-versed in the ways of the court." He would never directly ask for additional payment unless the other party was willing. However, the registrar did not appear to be wealthy. The registrar took another sip of wine. "That sounds much better. Rest assured, I shall not shortchange you. Once this matter is settled, I will enlighten you." Lu Ning promptly stood up to prepare the ink. Soon, his voice resonated within the room. From afar, the mountains hold color. Near, the waters whisper softly as spring departs, flowers remain. As people arrive, birds are unperturbed. The registrar, demonstrating his prowess as a scholar of the third realm of literature, effortlessly penned the poem in one go. "Excellent poem. Excellent poem," Lu Ning exclaimed, lifting his wine cup. "Despite your ability to craft such verses, you possess no trace of literary grace. It is indeed a curious phenomenon. It seems I must expedite your enlightenment." With a smile, Lu Ning raised his cup in acknowledgement. "Then I shall rely on you, esteemed registrar." The esteemed Qin Zhubu raised his wine cup, and the two gently clinked their glasses. Soon after, a maid came to collect the poem penned by Qin Zhubu. What lay ahead for them was a tranquil wait for the results to be revealed. Moments later, the eloquent voice of Jihua resonated throughout the Chun Fenglu, declaring that today's highlight was undoubtedly the poem titled Hua. The crowd turned their gazes toward the poem, and many began to murmur in admiration. "What a splendid poem! Mr. Qin truly embodies the ideal of our generation. Capable of composing such a masterpiece, I envy Mr. Qin for being able to craft a pear blossom that overshadows the begonia." At that moment, a maid's voice echoed from outside. "Mr. Qin, Miss Jihua requests your presence in the painting chamber." Upon hearing this, Qin Zhubu gracefully waved his folding fan and said, "Let us go, dear nephew." "Yes, uncle," Lu Ning complied, playing along with the act. They quickly followed the maid to the painting chamber. However, Lu Ning did not enter but instead waited in a side room. These side rooms were generally reserved for the attendants of noble young masters, and the space was rather modest. A maid approached and asked, "Young master, would you like me to fetch someone from the Red Pavilion to keep you company?" "No need, I shall rest here for the night." "You may leave," Lu Ning declined directly, for he was on a mission tonight, not here to engage in frivolous pursuits. "Then, please rest early," the maid said before turning to depart. Lu Ning settled into a cross-legged position, closing his eyes and focusing intently on the sounds around him. As a practitioner of the bone-tempering realm, he could hear every whisper of the wind and rustle of grass within a 10-meter radius. To his surprise, Qin Zhubu, the notorious lecher, conversed with Ji Hua with utmost politeness. Their dialogue and demeanor revealed nothing of his usual penchant for the arts of seduction. The two conversed until the late hours, at which point Qin Zhubu retired to another room for rest. Liu Ning remained as before, quietly listening and waiting for Ji Hua to reveal any slip. As the night deepened, a woman resembling Ji Hua appeared at Qin Zhubu's bedside. At that moment, Qin Zhubu feigned deep slumber. As a cultivator of the dirty realm, the intoxicating fragrances in the room had no effect on him. He sensed the ethereal figure approaching him step by step and instinctively turned over. Indeed, the scene unfolded just as Xiao Ning had described. Ji Hua had a significant problem. "Mr. Qin, Mr. Qin," the enchanting voice echoed in his ears, igniting a peculiar excitement within him. "Humph, I am a scholar well-versed in the spring and autumn annals. A mere painting spirit thinks it can ensnare my soul? Utter folly." Unable to contain himself any longer, Qin Zhubu sprang from the bed. Although the painting spirit lacked substantial autonomy, she had never encountered such a scenario before and stood frozen in place. Dumbfounded by the sight of this man before her, completely forgetting her lines, before she could react, she found herself grasped by the neck and pulled out the door. Inside the main chamber of the painting hall, Ji Hua sat cross-legged, deeply engrossed in her cultivation. Throughout their conversation, she had sensed that Mr. Qin's scholarly aura was mere steps away from becoming a geneshur, a true boon for her, if she could absorb even half of his scholarly energy. Her own cultivation would surely advance significantly. However, she soon realized something was amiss. The connection with the painting spirit appeared severed. Just as Ji Hua opened her eyes, the main door was suddenly kicked open with a loud bang. Ji Hua swiftly drew a luminous pearl, illuminating the entire chamber as bright as day. She glanced toward the entrance, where she saw Qin Zhubu holding the nearly lifeless painting spirit. Upon witnessing this, her heart sank, realizing her ruse had been uncovered. Nevertheless, Ji Hua still wore a charming smile as she sat on the bed. Observing Qin Zhubu, "I wonder what brings Mr. Qin to visit at this late hour? I am but a performer, not one to sell my body, so I hope you will show restraint." Qin Zhubu retorted coldly, "Miss Ji Hua, your scheme has been exposed. You must accompany me to the Demon Capture Office." Chapter 63. Miss Ji Hua, shall we take our leave now? The mention of the Demon Capture Office caused a flicker of shock to flash across Ji Hua's eyes, but it vanished as quickly as it appeared. She smiled sweetly. "Mr. Qin, what are you saying? I do not comprehend your words." "Humph." Qin Zhubu scoffed. "You have been caught red-handed. Do you still wish to argue? Caught red-handed?" As Ji Hua spoke, a cunning glint flashed in her eyes. Bang! The painting spirit in Qin Zhubu's grasp suddenly disintegrated into nothingness. Clearly unprepared for such decisiveness, Qin Zhubu momentarily froze. Yet in that fleeting instant, Ji Hua drew a sword from beneath her pillow and lunged at Qin Zhubu. Clang! A sharp stream of sword energy sliced past Qin Zhubu, severing several strands of his hair and creating a massive hole in the wall behind him. "You bold demoness!" Qin Zhubu roared, fanning his feathered fan toward Ji Hua, unleashing a powerful gust of wind. Ji Hua's figure flickered, and she soared into the air from the bed. Boom! The tremendous sound shattered the bed into splinters. "Loyal dogs of the Demon Capture Office!" Ji Hua cursed angrily, and the two began to engage in a fierce battle within the painting hall. Crackling sounds accompanied the chaos, instantly transforming the painting hall into a wasteland. The maids within the hall awoke from their slumber, their faces pale with fear upon witnessing the clash between Ji Hua and Mr. Qin. The bolder maids rushed outside, shouting, "It's bad. We're in big trouble." The more timid ones huddled in a corner, whispering, "Please, stop fighting." Upon hearing the commotion, Lu Ning immediately opened the door and approached the window, quietly observing the duel. However, their movements were so swift that he could only catch glimpses of their fleeting shadows. Bang! With a dull thud, a figure suddenly flew backward, crashing against the window before tumbling outside. Although Lu Ning could not discern the identity of the figure, the presence of Qin Zhubu remaining inside provided him with the answer. Without hesitation, he leapt down to the ground. Upon landing, he spotted a figure struggling to rise. Yet no matter how hard she tried, she could not get back on her feet. The moonlight illuminated Ji Hua's pale face, enhancing her beauty. Before Lu Ning could intervene, Qin Zhubu descended, standing protectively in front of Ji Hua, coldly stating, "Miss Ji Hua, shall we take our leave now?" Ji Hua glared at Qin Zhubu with resentment in her eyes, saying, "I never imagined the disillusioned scholar frequenting Chun Feng Lu would turn out to be a peak practitioner of the dirty realm." Her tone, expression, and gaze all conveyed a scathing insult, labeling Qin Zhubu as a scoundrel. Qin Zhubu, shedding his usual lecherous demeanor, stepped forward and roughly grasped Ji Hua by the hair, leading her toward their carriage. Seeing this, Lu Ning hurriedly followed suit. Before Lu Ning could board the carriage, a commotion erupted from within Chun Feng Lu as Mama Yuan, disheveled and accompanied by a group of thugs, stormed into the courtyard. Qin Zhubu casually tossed Ji Hua into the carriage and turned to Mama Yuan and her cohorts, stating, "Ji Hua has been siphoning the scholarly energy of scholars through her painting spirit. I need her to accompany me to the demon capture office." His voice was not loud, but it radiated an imposing authority. Mama Yuan and her entourage were momentarily stunned. Noticing their reaction, Qin Zhubu produced a token from his robes and tossed it to Mama Yuan. Upon receiving the token and reading the characters for the demon capture office engraved upon it, Mama Yuan nearly collapsed in shock. This was no ordinary token. It was a jade plaque. Those who possessed a jade plaque within the demon capture office were of significant standing. She hastily explained, "Mr. Qin, no, Lord Qin, we have no ties with Ji Hua. Whether there are ties or not, I will investigate thoroughly. Xiao Ning, take the token," Qin Zhubu commanded, and then boarded the carriage. Liu Ning accepted the token from Mama Yuan, took his place in the carriage, and lit the fire inside. "Lord Zhubu, please take a seat." The carriage swiftly departed from Chun Feng Lu with Qin Zhubu at the helm. Lu Ning felt no apprehension about potential mishaps. After all, he was a peak practitioner of the dirty realm. The three traveled in silence, and moments later, they arrived at the entrance of the demon capture office. Qin Zhubu emerged, holding the pallid Ji Hua as if she were a mere chick. Lu Ning then knocked on the door and shouted, "Open up, Qin Zhubu has returned." Standing behind him, the Qin chief clerk's lips twitched slightly. This young man truly never missed an opportunity to flaunt his connections. Upon hearing the mention of the Qin chief clerk, the gatekeeper opened the door without a moment's hesitation. Under the bright flames of the demon-catching division, Lu Ning and his companions strode directly inside. "Master Clerk, how shall we deal with this woman?" inquired one of them. The Qin chief clerk replied, "I will first seal her cultivation and cast her into the dungeons, where she will naturally be interrogated in due course. Our task is merely to capture her. What follows in terms of questioning is beyond our purview. Tonight is already late. You shall rest within the division for the night, and tomorrow I will take you to the manor for enlightenment." Understood. Liu Ning did not refuse, as he already had a room within the demon-catching division, though he seldom stayed there. With the Qin chief clerk present, Ji Hua was soon escorted into the division's notorious dungeons, a place known for housing various demons and malevolent practitioners. Given Ji Hua's delicate appearance, surviving such a confinement would likely prove to be quite the challenge. Liu Ning merely sighed, holding a disdainful view towards such wicked practitioners. Upon returning to his quarters, he promptly fell into a deep slumber. At dawn the following day, Lu Ning awakened to the call of his internal clock. After freshening up, he prepared to practice in the training grounds, coincidentally encountering the newly arrived apprentice catchers engaging in their morning exercises. Most of these apprentice catchers were youths aged 14 to 17, all of reputable backgrounds. They exuded vigor and moved with remarkable agility, clearly embodying the essence of martial artists, albeit most possessing cultivation levels below the third layer of body refinement. To become a formal catcher in the demon-catching division, one must at least attain the fifth layer of body refinement. Having once been among these youths, he had distinguished himself as an official catcher. Observing these spirited young individuals, he couldn't help but reflect, "Ah, youth is indeed splendid." Subsequently, He sought a quiet corner in the training grounds to commence his cultivation. It was only when the sun reached its zenith and all apprentice catchers concluded their training that he made his way to the Merit Hall to seek out the Qin chief clerk. Chapter 64. Enlightenment and Courtesy. Name within the Merit Hall. Upon seeing Lu Ning enter, the Qin chief clerk smiled and inquired, "After witnessing my duel with Ji Hua last night, what insights have you gained?" Without hesitation, Lu Ning responded, "The speed and strength of a practitioner in the body refinement stage are on an entirely different level compared to those in the bone tempering stage. If I were to face either of you, I would stand no chance." Although Lu Ning had mastered the Sun Blade technique to perfection and could unleash formidable combat prowess, his strikes would hardly reach a practitioner in the body refinement stage unless they were careless enough to engage him directly. Indeed, his decision not to recklessly attempt to capture Ji Hua alone had proven wise. How delightful it is to occasionally rely on a strong ally, he mused inwardly. The Qin chief clerk nodded slightly. Correct. The gap between practitioners in the body refinement and bone tempering stages is even greater than that between bone tempering and body refinement, particularly for those who cultivate both literary and martial arts. Their strength undergoes a qualitative transformation at the third stage. For instance, I, despite my age, can still contend with formidable foes in the true blood stage. The primary reason for this lies in the fact that once one enters the body refinement stage, they can refine their energy into spirit and cultivate a trace of spiritual awareness. As a transmigrator, Lu Ning was naturally familiar with the term spiritual awareness. He continued, "I have heard that practitioners in the literary path can assist those in the bone tempering stage to break through to the body refinement stage, which must relate to this spiritual awareness." Indeed, the Qin chief clerk affirmed, the most challenging aspect of bone tempering is the skull. Once the skull is successfully tempered, a trace of spiritual awareness is generated. Though its strength can vary, if the spiritual awareness is insufficiently powerful, one cannot rely on it to advance into the body refinement stage or use it to temper the internal organs through blood energy. However, once literary practitioners reach the third stage, their spiritual awareness is inherently stronger than that of martial artists. This is why I wish to guide you in your enlightenment. Lu Ning then bowed respectfully to the Qin chief clerk. "I am deeply grateful, Master Qin. I shall now prepare for the ceremony. I am in the realm of the literary path. Any form of enlightenment establishes a teacher-student relationship." The Qin chief clerk waved his hand dismissively. "No need for that. Your poem from last night is already sufficient tribute. We shall invite a few witnesses, and I will proceed with your enlightenment," Lu Ning responded. "But how can that be? In this era, students held their teachers in high esteem." Although his relationship with the Qin chief clerk had developed into one reminiscent of comradeship, he was still to receive enlightenment from him. "Though you think I am the kind of teacher who does not keep his word?" The Qin chief clerk feigned a stern expression. "If you insist on giving me something, then once you succeed in the literary path, simply compose a poem for me." Lu Ning clasped his hands in agreement. "I shall obey. Let us go. They should be ready by now and await our arrival." With that, the Qin chief clerk led Lu Ning out of the demon-catching division, boarding a carriage headed towards Zhuke Street. Half an hour later, the carriage arrived at the entrance of the Qin residence. Compared to the previous day's desolation, the Qin residence was bustling with activity today. Not only was the main gate wide open, but numerous guests were also present, with several maidservants attending to them. Lu Ning followed the Qin chief clerk into the mansion. Upon entering, Lin Jinfu approached with a beaming smile. "You rascal, why did you arrive so late?" "I had to entertain the guests on your behalf. This is simply unacceptable." The Qin chief clerk replied, "Brother Qingxian, must we be so formal among brothers?" Lin Qingxian shot him a glance, then turned to Lu Ning. "You have indeed acquired a fine disciple this time." Hearing this, the Qin chief clerk's face revealed a hint of pride. "Do I need you to tell me that? My eye for talent has always been sharp." "You know?" Lin Qingxian gave him a knowing look. In the presence of these esteemed figures, Lu Ning dared not interject, quietly following behind them into the grand hall. "Brother Yuanji, Brother Ji." The Qin chief clerk greeted the prominent individuals assembled within. Most of those present were practitioners of the Confucian path. Aside from Lin Qingxian, the most distinguished figure was undoubtedly Master Ji. Although Governor Chan was not in attendance, he had sent his assistant, Master Han, in his stead. Once everyone had gathered, Lin Qingxian spoke first. "Today marks the day Yuanji's disciple receives enlightenment. Everyone, please take your seats." With that, Lin Qingxian and Master Ji took their places at the head of the table. Although the Qin chief clerk's cultivation and status were not the highest, He was, after all, the host, and thus took the central seat. He first bowed to the assembly. Today, I, Qin Yuanji, shall enlighten my disciple Lu Ning, and I thank you all for coming to witness this occasion. With that, the Qin chief clerk's gaze fell upon Lu Ning. Xiao Ning, do you have a courtesy name? Lu Ning shook his head. I have not yet reached my coming of age. My parents have both passed, and I have not had the opportunity to acquire a courtesy name. Very well, the Qin chief clerk replied. I shall first enlighten you and then bestow upon you a courtesy name. With that, the enlightenment ceremony commenced. Lu Ning first offered tea to the Qin chief clerk, and then the formalities began. The Qin chief clerk produced brush, ink, and paper, inscribing a large character for virtue. This character then transformed into a stream of light, flying into Lu Ning's mind. Shortly thereafter, the Qin chief clerk's voice resonated in Lu Ning's ears. Xiao Ning, the Confucian path espouses 10 virtues. Please inscribe the character you see in your mind. With that, he extended the brush towards Lu Ning. At that moment, 10 characters materialized in Lu Ning's mind from the character virtue: benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, trustworthiness, loyalty, filial piety, integrity, courage, and harmony. These characters swirled incessantly in his mind. Just as he was unsure which to choose, he suddenly recalled Confucius's saying, "Win over others through propriety." Thus, he ultimately settled on the character for propriety. In the next moment, the remaining 9 characters coalesced into light and merged into the character for propriety. Lu Ning began to inscribe a large character for propriety on the white paper. As the assembly beheld the character, they bowed towards the Qin chief clerk, stating, "The literary essence is subtly perceptible. Congratulations, Brother Yuanji, on acquiring a fine disciple." The Qin chief clerk returned the gesture. "You flatter me." He then rose and spoke slowly. "Xiao Ning, since you have chosen the character for propriety, I shall bestow upon you the courtesy namely, and from this day forth." The mention of this, everyone nodded in agreement. Lu Ning, or rather, now Lian, expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for the courtesy name, master." The Qin chief clerk smiled. "Very well, today's enlightenment ceremony concludes here. Everyone, please take your seats." Naturally, inviting witnesses entails treating them to a meal. The attendees readily acquiesced, rising to their feet. Master Ji approached the Qin chief clerk, stating, "I was considering accepting Lian as my disciple, but it seems you, Brother Yuanji, have beaten me to it." The Qin chief clerk, buoyant with joy, laughed. "Ah, it seems we share a similar taste and talent." Lu Ning pondered to himself, "Am I truly that sought after?" Chapter 65. I wonder what stage of cultivation Master Qin's Qilin arm has reached? As evening descended upon the Qin residence, the guests gradually dispersed. Even those maidservants borrowed from the Lin household, after tidying up their belongings, followed Lin Qingxian out, leaving the Qin estate to revert to its usual tranquility. Only Lu Ning remained, trailing behind Mr. Qin. Despite having consumed a considerable amount of wine, Mr. Qin, still reeking of alcohol, led Lu Ning into his study, expressing his intent to guide him on the path of literary cultivation. As a diligent student, Lu Ning was determined not to disappoint his mentor's goodwill. After they settled down, Lu Ning thoughtfully prepared a cup of tea for Mr. Qin to help alleviate the effects of the drink. Mr. Qin took a sip and remarked, "Lian." Lu Ning respectfully replied, "The student is present." Mr. Qin continued, "The realm of literature differs vastly from that of martial arts. To enhance your literary prowess, you must engage in reading and writing. Additionally, you may also pursue painting, sculpture, music, and other arts to aid in your cultivation. Remember, the pursuit of literature cannot be hurried. Otherwise, your efforts may yield little reward." Lu Ning nodded. He was indeed proficient in reading and composing essays. Having experienced the rigors of the college entrance examination in his previous life as a liberal arts student, where he had read countless articles and penned numerous compositions, Mr. Qin, noticing Lu Ning's modest demeanor, nodded in satisfaction. If this young man could cultivate a bit more literary elegance, he would be remarkable. Here, I have no exceptional writings, but I do possess a few poetry collections and ancient texts. Feel free to select any to take home and explore, and attempt to compose a few pieces yourself. Of course, you must manage your time wisely between literary studies and martial training. Do not allow one to interfere with your original cultivation plan." Lu Ning cupped his hands and said, "The disciple will heed the master's counsel." Mr. Qin began rummaging through his bookshelf. Lu Ning, curious, glanced at the shelves, noting that many of the books were ordinary novels rather than Confucian classics. With a clatter, Mr. Qin accidentally knocked a book off the shelf. Liu Ning looked at the cover and saw the title Fei Hua Yin Xiang inscribed in bold characters. Mr. Qin quickly picked up the book, discreetly placed it back, and continued his search. After some time, he still could not find what he was looking for and tossed a few books onto the table. Liu Ning, intrigued, examined the covers of each book, discovering classic works such as Kong Kong Huan and Jin Ping Mei, all of which were worn and yellowed from frequent handling. Goodness, I wonder to what extent Mr. Qin has refined his skills. Finally, Mr. Qin emerged from the shelves, a thick poetry collection in hand, placing it on the table. However, upon catching sight of the other books on the table, his face flushed with embarrassment. Fortunately, the effects of the alcohol helped mask his discomfort. Liu Ning pretended not to notice and pointed to the poetry collection in Mr. Qin's hands, asking, "Master, what is this poetry collection?" "This is a collection by a jinshi of this dynasty. Its content is not overly complex and carries a certain literary elegance, making it quite suitable for someone like you who has just begun their journey but is of a somewhat mature age. After all, you cannot be seen reading elementary texts at your age. Can you?" Mr. Qin explained with a smile. Liu Ning nodded. Indeed, at over 20 years old, it would be somewhat embarrassing to be seen with elementary literature. Mr. Qin, continuing with his explanation, opened the poetry collection, releasing a faint aura of literary elegance. Liu Ning's gaze fell upon a particular poem, and a hint of embarrassment flickered across his face. "Master, did you perhaps pick the wrong one?" Mr. Qin, being a scholar, refrained from voicing his thoughts about the nature of the book. Muttering, "How did I end up bringing out the collector's edition?" Liu Ning found himself at a loss for words, while Mr. Qin felt an awkwardness creeping in, as it was indeed inappropriate for a mentor to have his disciple peruse such risque poetry. "Lian, you may return for now. I will look for another book and bring it to the demon capture office tomorrow." Liu Ning bowed and said, "Thank you, master." With a sigh of relief, Mr. Qin remarked, "It's all the fault of the wine. I've mixed up these two poetry collections." By the time Liu Ning returned to his residence, the sky had darkened. He promptly settled into a meditative position and opened the system's attribute panel. Name, Liu Ning Vitality, 1100, 0300, Bone Tempering Count, 120, 0400, Techniques, Great Perfection of the Fierce Sun Blade Technique, Major Achievement in the Mingyu Technique, Entry into the Cloud Leaping Technique, 02000, Cultivation, 4th level of Bone Tempering, 120,000, Confucian Scholar, 110000, Wealth, 6,000. I have indeed become a literary cultivator. However, this literary cultivation is entirely different from martial cultivation. It requires merely 10,000 taels for me to become a Shiozai. Muttering to himself, Liu Ning began to contemplate, ultimately concluding that spending 10,000 taels to become a Shiozai was hardly worthwhile. He resolved to read more books and glean insights from his previous life to enhance his cultivation. The priority remained on martial cultivation. With his thoughts clarified, Liu Ning drifted into a pleasant sleep. The following day, he arrived at the demon capture office punctually, then proceeded to visit Mr. Qin. "Master, the student has arrived." With no outsiders present, Liu Ning continued to address him with the respect due to a teacher. Soon, Mr. Qin's voice echoed from within, "Lian, you've come. Please, come in." Liu Ning entered, finding Mr. Qin smiling warmly and beckoning him. "Lian, I have brought you something wonderful today." Upon hearing this, an unexpected thought crossed Liu Ning's mind, reminiscent of Liu Bei. Nevertheless, he maintained a composed demeanor and approached with a smile. Mr. Qin retrieved a book from his drawer and placed it in front of Liu Ning. This is the Kwa Yi written by the current Grand Scholar. Liu Hanlin. It is not only eloquent and easy to understand, but also introduces various peculiarities, making it perfect for a budding Confucian like yourself. Liu Ning felt a surge of joy at this revelation. He preferred practical books like Kwa Yi over traditional Confucian classics. Not only would it enhance his literary aura, but it would also broaden his knowledge, enabling him to quickly identify and exploit weaknesses and peculiarities he might encounter in the wild. He stepped forward, bowed to Mr. Qin, and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for bestowing this book upon me." Master. Mr. Qin waved it off, saying, "You are my student. It is only right. Take this Kwa Yi home and read it thoroughly. If you have any questions, come back and ask me." Liu Ning nodded. "Then the student shall take his leave for now." Chapter 66. The Qingyi Town peculiar incident. The next day, Lu Ning rose early, studying late into the night without disturbing his martial cultivation. After practicing in the courtyard for an hour, he proceeded with his usual routine, enjoying breakfast before heading to the demon capture office. Of course, his late-night reading yielded results. His literary aura increased by 10 points. While modest, Lu Ning understood the principle of accumulating small gains. His primary focus remained on martial cultivation, viewing literary pursuits merely as a supplementary endeavor. Upon arriving at the demon capture office, Lu Ning first visited Mr. Qin before returning to the main hall. He took out the Kuai Ji and began to read diligently, passing the time while warding off boredom. Previously, he would have been engaged in idle chatter with his colleagues or watching them play dice. At lunchtime, while dining with his companions, a duty officer rushed in, exclaiming, "Captain Lu, there's been a peculiar incident in Qingyi Town. Today, several Copper Badge captains were on duty at the demon capture office, but only Lu Ning was present in the hall with his colleagues." This was typical for Lu Ning. He preferred the company of others, unlike many Copper Badge captains who favored solitude. Not hastily, Lu Ning set down his chopsticks and asked, "Has this matter been reported to the officials at the ministry?" "It has. The town officials instructed that you all should report to the ministry after lunch." The officer replied. "I understand," Lu Ning said, instinctively quickening his pace to finish his meal. Once he had eaten, he hurriedly made his way to the ministry. Upon his arrival, he found 2 other Copper Badge captains at the bone-tempering realm already waiting, while the town governor, Lin, leisurely sipped tea from his seat of honor. "Lu Ning, greetings to the esteemed officials," Lu Ning said, bowing. "Lin, the town governor," replied nonchalantly. "Lin, please take a seat." "Thank you, sir," Lu Ning said, taking a seat among the other 2 bone-tempering captains. Lin clapped his hands, and soon 2 clerks approached, carrying a dossier. 7 days ago, a peculiar incident occurred in Qingyi Town, resulting in the deaths of over 10 individuals in just a week. "Please take a look at the dossier." Lu Ning and 2 other captains meticulously examined the case files after reading through them. The documents were densely filled with the names, ages, professions, and causes of death of the deceased. Despite their differing ages and significant disparities in status, they shared a commonality. Each bore the marks of a malevolent aura. It could be concluded that the deaths were the result of a supernatural crime, and among the deceased was a martial artist at the 9th level of body refinement. In this bizarre incident, the only clue was the residual malevolent aura on the victims. No one could ascertain the level of the malevolent entity, but it was preliminarily judged to be of a supernatural grade. Thus, I have summoned the 3 of you to investigate in Qingyi Town. Should the situation prove dire, do not hesitate to seek assistance from this office. The 3 of them rose in unison, cupping their fists in acknowledgement. Yes. The Lin town governor's gaze settled on a burly middle-aged man resembling a fierce warrior. "Chu Yi, you are the most seasoned among the 3. You shall lead the team. You may take 4 black iron captains and 8 ordinary constables with you." Chu Yi stepped forward and declared, "I shall obey." The Lin town governor continued, "You have 3 days to provide this office with an account." "Understood." After responding, the trio departed the hall together. As they exited, Chu Yi remarked, "Although the town governor has assigned me as the leader, we are all copperplate captains. We should discuss matters together before taking action." Lu Ning replied, "I am still young. Naturally, I will prioritize the opinions of my senior brothers." He was merely a newly appointed copperplate captain. Despite having Mr. Qin as a backing, he could not compare with the seniority and influence of these 2 veterans. Moreover, leading the team entailed greater risks, which did not align with his cautious nature. Chu Yi smiled, "There is no need for modesty, my young friend. Both Zhang and I recognize your strength. What suggestions do you have regarding our personnel?" Lu Ning responded, "I will bring along 2 constables who have previously assisted me. The rest can be decided by you." Typically, such assignments came with lucrative rewards, and since he was not the one leading, he saw no need to contest with others. Furthermore, he had few trusted allies within the Demon Capture Division. Upon hearing this, Chu Yi and Zhang Long exchanged satisfied glances, pleasantly surprised by the young man's tact. They had no intention of giving Lu Ning the cold shoulder or undermining him in secret. Chu Yi said, "Then we shall split the remaining choices equally, and we will convene at the horse stable in half an hour." "Very well." After Lu Ning finished speaking, he went to gather the personnel. "Monkey, Lao Lu, prepare yourselves. It's time for business." The 2, who had been snacking on melon seeds, immediately perked up at his words. Lao Lu stepped forward and inquired, "Brother Ning, where are we headed?" Lu Ning replied, Qingyi Town, understood. The two hurriedly secured their blades at their waists and stood cheerfully beside Lu Ning. The other constables, noticing Lu Ning had not called on them, wore expressions of disappointment. Everyone knew that accompanying Brother Ning on an outing meant the potential for great earnings. Had they known he would rise to prominence, they would have clung to him more closely during his days as a Black Iron captain. The trio needed little preparation, merely acquiring some healing elixirs and vitality pills before heading to the horse stable. Half an hour later, over a dozen captains and constables from the Demon Capture Division set forth towards the city gates. Qingyi Town was merely 20-some miles from Anzhou Prefecture, and the journey was not particularly long. The group showed no urgency to hasten, though past the time, they began to engage in casual conversation. Zhang Long remarked, "What do you think is the nature of the strange occurrences in Qingyi Town that necessitate our intervention as three martial artists of the bone refining realm? It's worth noting that our Demon Capture Division has only 11 copperplate captains, which nearly rivals the last instance of a level-lethal anomaly." Chui pondered, "Who can say for certain about the nature of the supernatural? However, I doubt we will encounter a level-lethal anomaly this time. Otherwise, there would have been far more than a mere dozen deaths in Qingyi Town over the past week." Indeed, Zhang Long nodded, recalling the last level-lethal anomaly with lingering trepidation. Liu Ning had never witnessed a level-lethal anomaly. That day marked his first experience observing a confrontation between masters of the body refinement realm, prompting him to curiously ask, "Are level-lethal anomalies truly terrifying?" Chui instinctively glanced at the sky, where the sun blazed brightly, and replied, "Terrifying. As martial artists of the bone refining realm, we are as fragile as paper before a level-lethal anomaly. Last time, we merely assisted at the periphery. It was the silver plate captain who truly faced the anomaly." Noticing Chui's reticence, Lu Ning chose not to press further. An hour later, the group arrived at the outskirts of Qingyi Town. Chapter 67. An atmosphere of unease. Qingyi Town, a small town renowned for its dyeing industry, now presented a scene of mourning and despair. The streets echoed with the haunting sounds of lamentation. A gust of wind swept through, scattering white paper offerings across the sky. Upon entering Qingyi Town, Lu Ning and his companions were enveloped by an atmosphere heavy with sorrow and fear. They did not dismount but proceeded towards the town's inn. Along the way, nearly every shop they passed was shuttered, contributing to the desolate ambience. Despite Qingyi Town being merely a short distance from Anzhou Prefecture, Lu Ning felt as though he had stepped into an entirely different realm. Upon their arrival at the inn, an elderly man promptly came out to greet them. "Greetings to the esteemed members of the Demon Capture Division," he said. Chui, exuding authority, instructed, "Prepare some rooms for us and summon the town's officials." "Yes," the old man complied, not daring to defy his command. Soon, he directed the inn's attendants to prepare accommodations for the guests. Given the spate of deaths in Qingyi Town over the past week, the inn was nearly empty, with only a few attendants present and no other guests. After Lu Ning and his companions were assigned their rooms, they gathered in the hall to wait. Shortly thereafter, a burly man in his 40s entered. "Greetings, esteemed officials," he said, introducing himself as the town's headman. Chui nodded slightly. "Speak. What information do you have regarding the anomalies? Such occurrences do not manifest out of thin air. They must have a source, especially in a small town like this." The headman replied, "To be frank, the anomalies strike at night, appearing and disappearing without a trace. The townsfolk are baffled as to where they originate." Chui continued, "Take us to the first victim's residence. The first victim is often the one most closely linked to the anomaly, and of course, the headman gestured for them to follow. They traversed the bustling streets and arrived at a secluded alley, which stood in stark contrast to the mournful cries echoing throughout the town. This alley was eerily quiet, as though the events in Qingyi Town had no bearing on it. The only similarity was that every household had its doors firmly shut. Eventually, they reached the entrance of a dilapidated house at the end of the alley. "Esteemed officials, the first victim was the town's night watchman. Since he had no family, we cremated his body and placed it at the public cemetery outside the town." The headman explained, "In this world, there exists a rule. Any individual killed by a supernatural entity must be cremated on the same day. Otherwise, they risk becoming a vengeful spirit by nightfall." Chui queried, "Are you certain the night watchman was the first victim?" The headman affirmed, "Indeed, an investigator had previously examined the body. The first victim was the watchman, followed by a scholar named Su. Both perished on the first night, and the incidents occurred on the street." Upon hearing this, all present, including Lu Ning, furrowed their brows in unison. Their instinctive reaction was that these two unfortunate souls had inadvertently encountered the anomaly, leading to their untimely demise on the street. Chui proceeded to inquire, where did the other 10 victims meet their ends? Were there any eyewitnesses? The headman replied, strangely enough, these victims all died outside. Some were found on the streets, while others were discovered outside the town. They were all found the following morning, and apart from those who discovered the bodies, there were no eyewitnesses. The seasoned investigators present, including Lu Ning, immediately sensed something amiss. Logically, if a town were to experience a supernatural event, many would likely stay indoors, as being at home offers a semblance of safety. Yet, these individuals seemed intent on courting death, venturing out into the night. Liu Ning did not believe these people harbored some peculiar predilection for nighttime escapades. There was only one plausible explanation. These individuals had long been targeted by the anomaly and were under some form of curse compelling them to venture out at night, ultimately leading to their demise. Let us meet the families of the deceased, Chu Yi commanded directly. Please follow me, the headman responded. The pavilion chief naturally dared not refuse the orders of Chu Yi, for he was but a minor official. A group of individuals followed the pavilion chief to the exterior of a grand residence, where the sounds of mourning could be heard within. Liu Ning glanced up at the plaque, which bore the inscription Gao Fu. Upon seeing the arrival of the esteemed officials from the Demon Capture Division, the members of the Gao family hastily knelt before them. We pay our respects to the esteemed officials. Please rise. Chui said coolly, thank you, my lord. The mourners, clad in mourning attire, gradually stood. Who is the deceased in your household? Chui inquired. The pavilion chief interjected, it is the esteemed Gao Da, a renowned philanthropist in our Qingyi town, known for his frequent acts of kindness. Who would have thought he would fall victim to such a sinister fate? With a sigh, the pavilion chief expressed his regret. When did this tragedy occur? Chui asked. Last night, the pavilion chief replied. Early this morning, we discovered the body of Gao Da hanging from the crooked tree at the town's entrance, his neck ensnared by a rope, exuding the same eerie aura as before. Chuyi's gaze shifted to the assembled mourners. Why would the esteemed Gao venture out at such a late hour? The moment he posed the question, the expressions of those in the courtyard turned to one of hesitance. Their eyes reflecting terror and unease. As the head of the Demon Capture Division, Chui immediately discerned the unusual behavior among them. Why do you still hesitate to speak the truth? Do you wish to join the esteemed Gao in death? Though his words were harsh, they served as an effective means to compel them to reveal the reality. A young woman spoke up, My lord, we truly do not know when the master left the estate. Before nightfall yesterday, we locked the doors and lit fires to hide in our rooms. The others nodded in agreement. Indeed, given the circumstances in town, we could not dare to wander outside. Chui found no fault in their statements. Their actions were indeed prudent given the strange occurrences. He turned to the two men beside him and asked, What are your thoughts on this matter? Zhang Long shook his head and cast his gaze upon Lu Ning. Lu Ning remained silent, instead questioning the mourners. You seem to belong to a scholarly family. With your wealth, you could easily seek refuge in Anzhou. Why do you all remain in Qingyi town? At this inquiry, the expressions of the people in the courtyard varied. The captain subtly nodded, acknowledging that seeking safety was a common-sense response, while the actions of the Gao family seemed rather peculiar. The Gao family members, however, fell silent once more. This young man possesses insight, Chui remarked coldly, observing that some within the family seemed to know something. It appears that someone among you is aware of the truth. My lord, we truly know nothing, the young woman protested. The master forbade us from seeking refuge in the city. The others echoed her, indeed. On the third day after the incident, many proposed fleeing to Anzhou. But all suggestions were dismissed by the master. The eldest son even had a dispute with him and was struck. They hastily shifted all blame onto the deceased Gao, which plunged the investigation into a stalemate. Yet, Lu Ning and the others instinctively believed that the strange occurrences in Qingyi town were linked to the late Gao, and even if there was no direct connection, the Gao family surely possessed some insider knowledge. Chui continued, Who is currently in charge of your household? The matriarch is in charge, the young woman replied, but she is in a state of shock due to the master's sudden passing and is now unconscious. And besides her, the eldest son could also take charge, but he is unwell and cannot rise from his bed, the young woman explained. Take us to see him, Chu Yi commanded. Yes, my lord. The young woman bowed to the group and led the officials through the front courtyard to a side room in the rear courtyard. Upon reaching the door, she gently knocked a few times, saying, "Husband, the esteemed officials from the Demon Capture Division have come to investigate." A lifeless voice emanated from within. "Please allow them in." The young mistress of the Gao family gently opened the door, saying, "Esteemed officials, please enter." Chui exchanged glances with Lu Ning and Zhang Long, saying, "Brothers, let us enter together," while the rest wait outside. "Certainly." With that, the three men stepped into the room. As they entered, a wave of oppressive despair washed over them. The windows and doors were tightly shut, and even in the brightness of day, the interior was shrouded in darkness, imparting a sense of gloom, coldness, and unease. Liu Ning furrowed his brow. Indeed, the Gao residence exuded an air of strangeness. Typically, a patient should be kept in well-ventilated conditions. If the room was cold, they should at least have a fire to warm the space. Otherwise, recovery would be impossible in such an environment. Moreover, Gao, despite being surrounded by unsettling circumstances and having injured his successor, had chosen to remain in such oppressive conditions. "Esteemed officials, I am unable to bow due to my injuries. I hope for your understanding." The languid voice from the bed spoke again. Liu Ning turned to see a pale man, his countenance marred by an overwhelming aura of death. He appeared so frail that uttering a single word seemed to drain him of his last vestige of strength. "He has been marked by the strange entity," Zhang Long remarked, observing Gao Xueqing's expression. "Moreover, he is nearing his death within 3 days. To Lu Ning's surprise, Gao Xueqing displayed no emotional response to this revelation, nor did he seem inclined to engage in conversation. This was irrational. Chui nodded. Indeed, he should have perished 2 days ago, but his scholarly aura has temporarily suppressed the strange markings, allowing him to linger a few more days. Upon hearing this, Gao Xueqing's face twisted into a bitter smile. "So, I was destined to die long ago?" This man clearly possessed some knowledge. A thought flickered through Lu Ning's mind, yet he remained silent. Chui spoke first. "Gao Xiaoya, let us discuss matters, for you would not wish to see the entirety of the Gao family perish, would you?" His tone was flat, lacking any semblance of negotiation. Upon hearing this, Gao Xueqing laughed. "Death would be preferable. If I had known my survival depended solely on this scholarly aura, I would never have bothered with studies." Zhang Long's impatience became evident. "Gao Xueqing, we are not here to negotiate. Are you aware that the Demon Capture Division does not abide by reason?" As his words fell, a chilling aura radiated from him. Ordinary individuals would have been cowed by Zhang Long's imposing presence, but Gao Xueqing, consumed by thoughts of death, showed no fear. He merely replied, "If you believe me guilty, then kill me. At least I would have a complete corpse." "You!" Zhang Long exclaimed. Readying to draw his weapon, Liu Ning raised a hand to halt him. "Brother Zhang, there is no need for anger. Allow me to converse with Gao Xiaoya." "Hemph," Zhang Long huffed, casting a glance at Lu Ning. Lu Ning understood the unspoken message and continued calmly. "Earlier, I noticed several young children near the young mistress. They must be Gao Xiaoya's offspring, correct?" At the mention of children, a flash of fury ignited in Gao Xueqing's previously despondent eyes. He sat up abruptly, his gaze fierce as he glared at Lu Ning. "Why does the Demon Capture Division threaten me with my children? Are you not sworn to protect the innocent from harm?" He was agitated. He was indeed agitated. Zhang Long, witnessing this, gave Lu Ning a thumbs dash up. Liu Ning, shedding his usual playful demeanor, adopted a serious expression as he replied, "Gao Xiaoya, you are mistaken. The ones who seek the lives of your children are not us, but the strange entity. Should you refuse to cooperate, the fate of the Gao family will be of no concern to us. If the Gao family is annihilated by that entity, it will be your fault." Coughing violently, Gao Xueqing said, "Are you truly willing to watch the townsfolk be slaughtered by these monsters?" "Huh?" Lu Ning chuckled. "Gao Xiaoya, your double standards are impressive. Just moments ago, you declared death preferable for the Gao family. How is it now that you accuse us of inaction?" Gao Xueqing was momentarily rendered speechless, standing there in a daze, unable to utter a single word. Upon witnessing this, Chui offered a subtle smile to Lu Ning. Recognizing that the young man possessed a certain depth of character, sighing deeply, Gao Xueqing began to recount his tale. "The peculiar occurrences in Qingyi town were indeed linked to my Gao family, but I know very little about the matter. I had previously heard vague whispers from the servants, hinting that my sister-in-law had come seeking vengeance. At that time, I dismissed such gossip as mere idle chatter among the servants. However, 3 days ago, the strange events escalated, prompting me to discuss with my father the necessity of leaving Qingyi town for Anzhou Prefecture to evade the impending disaster. Yet, my father would hear none of it. He ordered me to be beaten, insisting that a mere servant girl was beneath his notice and that he would lead a force to suppress her. Consequently, this morning, I received news of his demise. Lu Ning inquired, "What of your second brother?" He recalled that the records indicated only the elderly Gao patriarch, with his 2 sons seemingly alive and well. Gao Shueqing scoffed, "That wretched soul has gone mad." Years of experience in the Demon Suppression Bureau had sharpened Lu Ning's instincts, leading him to sense the complexity of the situation. "What was the relationship between your second brother and your sister-in-law?" Gao Shueqing replied slowly, "Their relationship has always been strained, and 6 months ago, my second brother divorced her on the grounds of her alleged infidelity. Just over a month ago, someone discovered my sister-in-law hanging from the old tree at the town's entrance." Lu Ning asked, "How can you be so certain that the disturbances in Qingyi town are tied to your sister-in-law?" Gao Shueqing continued, "On the very day the first victim was discovered, a line of blood was found at the entrance of our estate, inscribed with the ominous words, 'Within the Gao residence, all males shall perish within 7 days.'" He paused briefly before elaborating. "My sister-in-law attended a few years of private schooling, and as a scholar myself, I can certainly recognize her handwriting." Zhang Long interjected, unable to contain his curiosity. "If you knew that the disturbances stemmed from your Gao family, why did you not report it to the authorities sooner?" Upon hearing this, Gao Shueqing's lips curled into a self-deprecating smile. "My lord, have you forgotten? The Gao family is known for its virtuous reputation." Chapter 69. The sister-in-law and the master's affair discovered by the second brother inside the room. Lu Ning and the others comprehended the reason behind the Gao family's reluctance to involve the authorities. In this era, reputation held immense significance, especially for a family of high standing like the Gao family, where honor outweighed all else. This was precisely why the elderly Gao patriarch refrained from alerting the officials and insisted that the family remain in Qingyi town. Lu Ning mused silently. Reputation can be burdensome. He continued to inquire, "Do you know the specific cause of your sister-in-law's death?" Gao Shueqing shook his head slightly. "I do not. Although I am the eldest son of the Gao family, I have spent much time studying at the Anzhou Academy, and my return was solely to pay respects to my family. By the time I learned of my sister-in-law's death, she had already been gone for over a month. I have only heard that she was found in a red dress, her eyes wide open in death. To prevent her from becoming a source of the disturbances, the Gao family had her body hastily cremated." Lu Ning pressed on, "Aside from that, how much do you know about your sister-in-law, particularly regarding her time at the Gao residence?" Gao Shueqing continued to shake his head. "I am a person devoted solely to studying the classics, aiming to pass the imperial examination, and I have remained indifferent to family matters, large or small. Many events I only learned of in hindsight." Seeing his earnest expression and clear eyes, Lu Ning discerned that he was not lying. "You should rest, young Master Gao. It is getting late, and we must speak with others. My lords, please wait." Gao Shueqing spoke up, stopping Lu Ning and his companions. There's something else?" Lu Ning countered. "My innocent child is at stake. I hope you 3 can protect the bloodline of the Gao family." As he spoke, Gao Shueqing struggled to lift his hands in a respectful bow. Lu Ning assured him, "The Demon Suppression Bureau does not turn a blind eye to those in need. We will do our utmost to save him." "Thank you, my lord." Gao Shueqing rose and offered a slight bow to the 3. They exited the room together. Zhang Long remarked, "Lu, your interrogation methods are truly unique, but the Gao family seems to be suffering for the sake of their pride." Chui added, "I can't shake the feeling that this matter is more complicated than it appears. If a spirit were truly seeking revenge, why wait an entire month? And why involve so many innocents, culminating in the annihilation of the Gao family on the very last night?" Lu Ning murmured, "What if those who perished were not innocent at all?" The 2 men exchanged puzzled glances. "What do you mean, Lu?" Chui no longer regarded Lu Ning as merely a novice constable. At least in matters of investigation, his abilities were on par with his own. "I cannot make a definitive judgment just yet. Let us first speak with 3 individuals," Lu Ning replied. Zhang Long inquired, "Which 3? Lu Ning responded, "The elderly matriarch, the eldest young lady, and the mad second young master. If even the eldest young master, who has been away for years, is aware of the situation. Those three must possess considerable insider knowledge. Chuyi's expression darkened. I nearly fell for that young woman's deception just now. He turned to the accompanying constables and commanded, "Bring the Gao family matriarch, the second young master, and the eldest young lady here for questioning." Understood. The group acknowledged and swiftly made their way outside. Liu Ning did not intervene. The Demon Suppression Bureau often acted without regard for reason, especially given that the disturbances originated from the Gao family. Most importantly, darkness would soon fall, and no one could predict when the spirit might emerge to claim lives. In a short while, the elderly matriarch, the young lady, and the second young master were brought into the courtyard, supported by several servants. The elderly matriarch appeared frail, as though a gust of wind might topple her, while the second young master behaved like a lunatic, mumbling, "Don't kill me, don't kill me. Good sirs, we greet you." The Gao family members bowed to Liu Ning and his companions. Chuyi spoke imperiously, "No need for formalities. I shall not waste breath on pleasantries. Tell me how your second young lady met her demise." At this, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically, except for the second young master, who grinned foolishly and chimed, She hanged herself. It has nothing to do with me." "Nothing at all." Seeing her beloved son in such a deranged state, the elderly matriarch hastily interjected, "My lords, my son is afflicted with madness and cannot provide any answers. If you have questions, please direct them to me." "Silence!" Chuyi interrupted the elderly matriarch without mercy. "I am the one asking questions here. Do not presume to bargain with me." At his words, everyone present lowered their heads, except the elderly matriarch, who defiantly declared, "My lords, the Gao family is known for its virtue. Do you not fear the consequences of bullying the common folk in such a manner? We could take our grievances to the governor." "Humph," Chuyi scoffed. "Do not think that your family's reputation will protect you. Tonight could very well mark the end of the Gao family. Even if you manage to see the governor, I could still charge you with withholding information, resulting in the deaths of many innocent souls in Qingyi town at the hands of the spirit." Liu Ning remained silent, carefully observing the expressions of each individual. The more the elderly matriarch behaved like a shrew, the more it indicated that they were desperately concealing some hidden truth. What could it be? Surely, it was not as simple as the fade of a virtuous family. Indeed, upon hearing the words annihilation, a flicker of panic flashed in the eyes of the Gao family members. Barely perceptible, it was as if someone had uncovered a closely guarded secret. The young lady's face contorted with conflict as she absorbed the implications of Chuyi's words. Seizing the moment, Liu Ning pressed on, "Young lady, your husband has divulged everything he knows to us. His condition is that your two young sons must survive. The choice is yours." This statement shattered the last vestiges of the young lady's resolve. Gritting her teeth, she declared, "Gentlemen, ask whatever you wish. I will answer without reservation." The elderly matriarch nearly fainted upon hearing this. Wretched child, our family's reputation is about to be ruined by the two of you." Chuyi signaled to his subordinates, "Take the elderly matriarch away." Understood. Several fierce constables swiftly positioned themselves in front of the elderly matriarch and gestured for her to exit. The maidservants assisted her in leaving. Chuyi turned his attention back to the young lady. "Do you know the cause of your sister-in-law's death?" The young lady shook her head. "I am unaware of the specifics, but I know the reason for her divorce." Chuyi pressed, "Please, enlighten me." The young lady's face flushed slightly as she spoke in a voice barely above a whisper. "My sister-in-law was discovered to have been having an affair with the master, and my second brother found out." Chapter 70. Gentlemen, I shall first pay her a visit. A collective gasp escaped the lips of the numerous constables in the courtyard upon hearing this news. It was indeed quite scandalous. No wonder the Gao family was so secretive about the matter. It was not just that the Gao family held the reputation of a benevolent household. Even ordinary families would be subject to whispers and gossip should such events transpire. However, Liu Ning sensed that this situation was far from simple. If it were merely a clandestine affair between the two, there would be no reason for such strange occurrences to erupt in Qingyi town. Nor would there be a delay of so long after her divorce before her demise. He turned to the young madam and inquired, "Is that all you know?" The young madam nodded. "That is all I am aware of. On the day my sister-in-law was divorced, she was sent away by my second brother. As for where she was taken, I am uncertain. The next I heard was the news of her death." Upon hearing this, Chui's gaze fell upon one of the constables. "Son Constable, please go and examine the second young master of the Gao family. We must ascertain whether he is truly mad or feigning insanity." Understood. A constable clad in black stepped forward, approaching the deranged second young master of the Gao family to take his pulse. After a brief moment, Son Constable spoke. "Esteemed sirs, judging by the pulse, the second young master of the Gao family is indeed afflicted by madness." Upon hearing this, a contemplative expression crossed Chui's face. "It seems we must remain at the Gao residence and await the arrival of the strange entity to uncover the truth." Lu Ning and Zhang Long nodded in agreement. Since they were aware of where the anomaly would manifest, lying in wait was a prudent strategy. Chui then turned his gaze to Zhang Long. "Brother Zhang, you practice the pure young diamond technique. Please restrain the malevolent energy within the eldest young master of the Gao family. He may prove useful tonight." Zhang Long nodded. "Leave it to me." The young madam interjected. "Esteemed sirs, I will have someone arrange accommodations for you." "Very well," Chui replied lightly. Half an hour later, Zhang Long and Gao Shueqing arrived at the courtyard where Lu Ning and his companions were staying. Gao Shueqing clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed sirs, for your assistance." Chui replied in a calm manner. "Exorcising demons and vanquishing evil is the duty of the Demon Subjugation Office. We hope that the Gao family will not interfere with our actions tonight. Should anyone fail to recognize the gravity of the situation, do not blame my blade for being merciless. Rest assured, I will instruct all the ladies to return to their quarters and summon the men to the front courtyard." Gao Shueqing assured. He was evidently aware of the events that had transpired earlier. "Esteemed sirs, please accompany me for dinner." Liu Ning and the others nodded, and soon they arrived at the front courtyard. Under normal circumstances, the Gao residence, having recently suffered a loss, should have been bustling with activity. Yet, a palpable atmosphere of dread enveloped the entire Qingyi town. Apart from the Gao family's servants, no relatives had come to mourn. As night fell, the Gao residence was brightly lit, with several torches blazing in the front courtyard. Gao Shueqing, adhering to his promise, summoned all the male members of the Gao family, including the deranged second young master, to the front courtyard. The sky was shrouded in a thick fog, heavy with moisture that dampened the ground. Occasional breezes blew through, not cold but adding an inexplicable chill to the atmosphere. All the male members of the Gao family wore expressions of fear and anxiety, instinctively gravitating towards the position where the Demon Subjugation Office officials sat. Liu Ning and the monkey enjoyed some wine and engaged in conversation, but the wait felt interminable, especially as they anticipated the arrival of the strange entity. Instilling a sense of unease, the monkey, a rather carefree individual, cheerfully asked, "Brother Ning, when do you think the second young mistress of the Gao family will appear?" "Isn't it obvious? It will surely be at the hour of the rat." The sixth brother replied with a hint of annoyance. Upon hearing this, the monkey glanced at the hourglass beside him. Liu Ning followed his gaze and realized that the hour of the rat was indeed drawing near. The officials of the Demon Subjugation Office set down their cups, gripping their weapons tightly. The male members of the Gao family, witnessing this display, turned pale with fear. Gao Shueqing's expression grew grave. As the hour of the rat approached, the winds howled fiercely above the Gao residence, causing the tiles on the roof to rattle ominously. The second young master of the Gao family began to mutter, "She is coming, she is coming." His exclamation terrified the others, prompting the more timid among them to hide beneath the tables. Were it not for the presence of the Demon Subjugation officials, they would have fled in all directions. "What a fierce wind," Chui murmured, adopting a serious demeanor as he rose to his feet. Liu Ning and the others also stood, weapons at the ready, scanning their surroundings with vigilance. Bang! With a resounding crash, the front gate of the Gao residence was kicked open. Before anyone could discern what lay beyond the threshold, a shadowy figure fell into the courtyard. With a clatter, Lu Ning looked towards the figure and realized it was the plaque of the Gao residence. Now shattered into two pieces, amidst the foggy darkness, a figure slowly approached. As she stepped into the Gao residence, Lu Ning could finally make out her appearance. A woman clad in red, her complexion ashen, lips dark, eyes bloodshot, cascading hair framing her ghostly visage. The second young mistress. The servants of the Gao family gasped instinctively upon recognizing the eerie figure. The second young master, in a panic, shouted, "Don't come any closer. Don't come any closer." The second young mistress's blood-red eyes glinted with murderous intent, and anyone who met her gaze felt a shiver run down their spine. Before Lu Ning could speak, Chu Yi stepped forward, positioning himself between Lu Ning and Zhang Long. My dear brothers, you shall hold the line for me while I confront her. Lu Ning nodded, aware that the malevolent energy radiating from this entity was formidable. Ranking among the top 2 he had ever encountered, even surpassing that of the Black Wolf Demon. This made him uneasy. According to the records of the Anomalous Chronicles, becoming a strange entity after death requires certain conditions, and the strength of such entities is closely tied to their power prior to death. The second young mistress of the Gao family had been but an ordinary person, even with immense resentment. She could not simply ascend to the pinnacle of the strange entities. This suggested that she harbored secrets yet unknown. Chu Yi stepped forward, his voice booming, "Impudent specter, I am here. How dare you act with such impunity?" The second young mistress fixed her cold gaze upon Chu Yi, her voice dripping with disdain. "Are you here to assist the Gao family in their tyranny?" "Humph," Chu Yi retorted sharply. "I am a bronze badge constable of the Demon Subjugation Office. Slaying strange entities is my duty. If you know what is good for you, surrender quietly, or I shall ensure your utter destruction." A glimmer of malice flickered in the second young mistress's blood-red eyes. Men are indeed all worthless scoundrels. Lu Ning felt a surge of frustration at her words. How can this female specter resort to group ridicule? With a swift motion, Chu Yi unsheathed his long knife. "Since you are obstinate, do not blame me for not offering you a chance." Wind blade slash, clang. With a resounding clash, a blade of energy surged forth, slicing towards the second young mistress. The second young mistress did not flinch. With a flick of her sleeve, she effortlessly deflected the strike. Chu Yi's expression shifted to one of gravity as he felt his blood energy surging. Zhang Long, standing beside Lu Ning, turned to him. "Brother Lu, remain here. I shall assist Brother Chu." Before Lu Ning could respond, Zhang Long swiftly drew his cold blade. "Brother Chu, let us join forces." 8 steps pure yang slash. Upon hearing this, Chu Yi no longer held back. Swinging his knife toward the strange entity before him, "Blood wind kill, humph." The second young mistress scoffed, an aura of dread emanating from her as she waved her crimson sleeve. In an instant, the courtyard was enveloped in a blood-red mist. As the blood-red sleeve descended, Chu Yi and Zhang Long were overwhelmed, their forms sent reeling backward. Before they could land, gasps echoed throughout the courtyard. "Lord Chu, Lord Zhang," thud, thud. The 2 men crashed heavily against the wall. In that moment, a profound silence enveloped the front courtyard of the Gao residence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Chapter 71. What makes him so formidable? All present gazed at the unfolding scene with expressions of disbelief. They could hardly fathom that 2 esteemed members of the demon-slaying division could be so effortlessly vanquished by the enigmatic second young mistress. The defeat of these 2 officials signified that all those gathered would meet their demise here. A wave of fear, astonishment, and despair swiftly permeated the courtyard. The men of the Gao family turned pale, cold sweat pouring down their brows. Those with bolder hearts managed to stand, while the timid among them were utterly paralyzed with terror. Gao Xueqing wore a bitter smile, raising a cup of wine to fortify himself, resigning to the inevitability of death with a sense of reckless abandon. The members of the demon-slaying division wore grave expressions. Many had accompanied Chu Yi and Zhang Long in addressing numerous bizarre incidents, yet they had never encountered a situation as dire as this. Chu Yi pressed one hand against his chest while gripping his sword with the other. Slowly rising to his feet, he turned to Lu Ning and urged, "Lu, my brother, flee quickly. I will hold her off." Before Lu Ning could respond, the second young mistress let out a cold huff. "Humph. Only now do you think to escape? It is too late." As her words fell, the heavy door behind her slammed shut with a resounding thud, and a thick crimson mist enveloped the entire Gao residence. This night, within the Gao manor, no man would leave alive. At the same moment, Zhang Long also placed a hand on his chest and slowly stood. Damn. He spat out a mouthful of blood, brandishing his sword defiantly before the apparition. His face set with determination, half-stepped to the malevolent level. "It seems we must fight to the death today." Chu Yi nodded slightly, once again raising his sword. Suddenly, Lu Ning stepped beside them, declaring, "Brothers, you are both injured. Rest for a moment while I take care of this." Surprised, Zhang Long and Chu Yi did not expect Lu Ning to stand and fight alongside them rather than flee. They felt a swell of emotion, their faces betraying a bittersweet smile. Serving the demon-slaying division was not about sentiment. They sincerely wished for Lu Ning to escape and report the calamities plaguing Qingyi town to the authorities. Seeing the three standing resolutely, the second young mistress did not hasten to attack. She had come to exact revenge, and the more desperate her past enemies became, the more satisfaction she derived. Moreover, the entire Gao residence was shrouded in her blood mist, leaving no one a chance to escape. With her eyes glinting with murderous intent, she surveyed the three and declared, "Since you three intend to assist in my demise, I shall grant your wish, die." With that, her flowing black hair transformed into countless serpentine shadows, surging toward the trio. Clang! Lu Ning drew his bloodthirsty blade, executing a move called Sun Gathering Slash. The blazing sun appeared, scattering the blood mist. With a swift and decisive motion, he struck down, leaving no room for hesitation. Where the blade's aura reached, all the black serpents disintegrated into nothingness. Boom! With a tremendous crash, the second young mistress was hurled backward. Crashing heavily against the gates of the Gao residence in the blink of an eye, Lu Ning darted forward, positioning his icy blade against her throat, coldly stating, "Second young mistress, shall we converse now?" This scene unfolded in a flash. Before anyone could react, the battle had concluded. Chu Yi gazed in astonishment, murmuring, "How is he so incredibly powerful?" Zhang Long echoed, as fellow bone-forging warriors, "Why is he so formidable?" Meanwhile, the monkey shouted in exuberance, "Brother Ning is amazing." The members of the demon-slaying division exhaled in relief, some even surreptitiously wiping the cold sweat from their brows. The Gao family members gasped for breath, their faces reflecting the relief of having survived a calamity, while only the transformed second young mistress regarded the young man before her with cold disdain. "Humph," she scoffed, venomously asserting, "You can kill the Gao family's lackey if you wish. Do not feign righteousness here." Lu Ning retorted sharply, "Who told you we are the Gao family's lackeys? My brothers of the demon-slaying division dedicate themselves to slaying demons and eliminating malevolence for the sake of the common folk. Which among us is not a man of honor? Though I am no great hero, I possess my own sense of justice. You were wronged and persecuted to death, transformed into a malevolent being. I am here today to protect the common people, which is my duty and righteousness. If you fail to recognize this, do not blame my cold blade for being merciless." "Well said, Brother Lu." Chu Yi applauded enthusiastically. As a member of the demon-slaying division, he certainly did not wish to be labeled a sycophant of the Gao family. Moreover, he had never served the Gao family. The second young mistress raised her head slightly, her eyes wide with astonishment as she regarded Lu Ning. Since marrying into the Gao family, no one had ever been willing to speak up for her, let alone seek justice on her behalf. Thus, she harbored deep resentment, longing to annihilate all who had humiliated her and eradicate the Gao family, the source of her torment. Tentatively, she inquired, "Is what you say true?" Lu Ning did not respond directly. Instead, he bellowed, "Bring forth the Gao family's second young master." "Understood." The monkey acknowledged, then dragged the Gao family's second young master from the crowd, tossing him in front of the second young mistress. The Gao's second young master gazed at her, terror etched on his face, repeatedly pleading, "Do not kill me, do not kill me. I believe you, my lady." The second young mistress, speaking softly, began to remove her blood-red robe, her aura shifting from that of a half-malevolent being to an ordinary spectral level. This transformation caused the members of the demon-slaying division to fixate upon the blood robe on the ground. Chu Yi stared at the blood robe, muttering, "This is a pre-malevolent artifact." Lu Ning withdrew his blade. "Speaking matter-of-factly, I do not know why you have become this way, but the true culprit stands before you. Decide how you wish to deal with him and act swiftly." "Thank you, my lord." The second young mistress bowed her head in gratitude before reaching toward the heart of the Gao's second young master. Her hand pierced through his body, and she murmured, "Your heart is indeed black." In the next moment, agony contorted the Gao's second young master's features as he succumbed to death, collapsing onto the ground. The second young mistress slowly withdrew her hand, feeling a significant portion of her resentment dissipate. She lifted her gaze toward Lu Ning and implored, "My lord, I have avenged my grievances. Please, grant me death and restore peace to Qingyi town." Lu Ning did not strike, but instead replied calmly, "Do you truly wish to die with such a tarnished reputation? Hasn't everything been thoroughly investigated, my lord?" The second young mistress questioned, puzzled. Lu Ning shook his head. "I only know that your death is inextricably linked to the Gao family. As for why you killed so many in the town, I am unaware. Furthermore, this blood robe is clearly of extraordinary origin. Such an item is not something an ordinary woman should possess." Hearing this, Chu Yi and Zhang Long exchanged glances, nodding approvingly at Lu Ning's insight. They had not regarded the Gao family as a significant threat. Rather, they were eager to uncover the reasons behind this woman's transformation into a malevolent being. With years of investigative experience, they suspected there were hidden forces at play. The second young mistress slowly closed her eyes and began to recount her tale. The story begins 6 months ago. Due to Gao Shuidao's inability to father children, my self-proclaimed benevolent father-in-law took advantage of my vulnerability and subjected me to unspeakable acts under the guise of nurturing my health. As a woman fallen from grace. I had no one to rely on in Qingyi town, forced to swallow my indignation. A month later, upon discovering my pregnancy, Gao Shuidao went mad, demanding to know who my lover was. Naturally, I refused to divulge, until my father-in-law stepped forward to take the blame, claiming it was to ensure Gao Shuidao's lineage. This scandal was not something the Gao family dared to publicize, yet Gao Shuidao was a madman. He had already prepared a divorce letter and, seizing an opportunity, caused me to miscarry before selling me into a black quarry. There, I endured unspeakable torments. Several times I contemplated ending my own life, but the guards were vigilant, leaving me no opportunity to do so. After a month, I unexpectedly received this blood robe, accompanied by a blood-written letter stating that if I wished for revenge, I should don it and take my own life. After 49 days, my vengeance would be realized. That night, I made my decision. I do not know why, but once I donned the blood robe, the people in the quarry could no longer see me. I ended my life at the village entrance that night. From then on, I became a ghostly being, and after practicing the methods inscribed within the blood robe for 49 days, I began my quest for vengeance. After listening to this revelation, Lu Ning's doubts were completely dispelled. The reason why the deceased in Qingyi town were all men likely stemmed from those scoundrels who had committed unspeakable acts against her in the dark mines. A sudden clang jolted everyone back to reality, pulling them from the words of the second young mistress of the Gao family. They turned to see Gao Shueqing sitting on the ground, utterly disheveled, clearly struggling to accept such dark affairs unfolding within his family. Slowly, Gao Shueqing rose to his feet and knelt before the second young mistress of the Gao family, saying, "Sister-in-law, this matter is a grave injustice by the Gao family towards you. Just kill me as well." The second young mistress of the Gao family gently shook her head, replying, "Elder brother, you are a gentleman. This matter does not concern you." Through this noble person's comforting words, the last remnants of resentment in my heart have dissipated. If you feel any guilt, then make this matter public to restore my honor. Should you choose not to, I shall not continue to trouble the Gao family. As soon as her words fell, her ethereal form gradually became indistinct, and within moments, she transformed into a myriad of glimmering lights that dispersed into the air. The ominous clouds that had shrouded Qingyi town began to lift, allowing the moonlight to bathe the entire town. The strange clouds that had lingered over Qingyi town for several days also vanished. Indeed, Brother Lu is formidable. Even a ghost of such a caliber can be pacified by you. Previously, I had only heard of such occurrences, but witnessing it today has truly opened my eyes, Chui said as he was the first to approach Lu Ning. Giving him a thumbs dash up, Lu Ning's countenance bore no trace of joy. "Brother Chu? You jest. I merely sought to resolve my own confusion." After years of service in the monster capture division, he was experiencing a profound sense of dread, realizing that human malice could be more terrifying than the supernatural. If it weren't for the Gao family's numerous heinous deeds, such an anomaly would not have arisen in Qingyi town. Zhang Long murmured, his brow furrowed in confusion. "What is it, Brother Zhang?" Lu Ning turned to inquire. Zhang Long picked up a rectangular piece of jade from the ground, stating, "This is the first time I have encountered a cursed object emanating scholarly energy." Upon closer inspection, Lu Ning realized that the cursed object was indeed a jade paperweight. At that moment, Gao Shueqing interjected, "My sister-in-law was once a scholar who fled to our Qingyi town. After being sheltered by my father, she married into the Gao family. She was fond of reading and writing. Chu Yi scrutinized the paperweight carefully, remarking, "I suspect your sister-in-law was not merely a scholar. She must have surpassed the second realm of the literary path." However, due to her pregnancy and the numerous members of the Gao family, a series of tragic events ensued. After listening, Lu Ning responded, "Thus, it makes sense why she could ascend to the level of a specter in such a short time, especially with this blood-stained garment, allowing her to elevate to a semi-vengeful existence." Chu Yi nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it is fortunate to have you, Brother Lu. Otherwise, Qingyi Town would have faced dire consequences." Hearing this, Gao Shueqing quickly clasped his hands, saying, "This incident arose from the Gao family. We will take full responsibility." Chu Yi replied with a hint of exasperation, "That is your family's affair and has nothing to do with us in the monster capture division. We shall depart by dawn tomorrow." Gao Shueqing then said, "Esteemed gentlemen, please rest well." The following morning, Lu Ning rose early and took out the notebook he always carried, hoping to find some record of the blood-stained garment. Regrettably, there was no mention of it, and he would have to bring it back to the Monster Capture Division for further examination by the higher dash-ups, AS, for who had given the blood-stained garment to the second young mistress of the Gao family. He had no means to investigate. Half an hour later, Lu Ning heard a commotion in the courtyard, indicating his colleagues from the Monster Capture Division were awake. After tidying himself up, he stepped outside to join them. "Good morning, Lord Lu." Morning. After the events of the previous night, the gazes of his colleagues now held an added respect for Lu Ning. Indeed, in this world, strength speaks volumes. "Brother Lu, you are up early," Chu Yi said cheerfully as he approached. Holding a bag inscribed with runes, Lu Ning smiled. "Brother Chu, weren't you up early as well? By the way, this is the jade paperweight. According to the rules, it is your spoils of war," Chu Yi insisted, placing the bag into Lu Ning's hands as if afraid he would refuse to ask for the blood-stained garment. "We must submit it to the division, but this time, you shall take the lion's share of the rewards for the mission." Lu Ning cupped his hands in gratitude. "Then I must trouble you, brother."